Dragon God Supreme Chapter 1450 to Chapter 1530. Wind Shadow. Give me your life. The immortal Heavenly Emperor roared as he attacked ferociously like a tiger. Be careful, Lord Feng. Bai Hun's old face changed greatly as he suddenly shouted. Boom. Boom, the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the Death Heavenly Emperor attacked at the same time. Not only were their speed shocking, but their strength was also terrifying. Both of them had the power to kill in one blow. In an instant, an explosion shook heaven and earth. What? The immortal Heavenly Emperor's expression changed. It's teleportation. He dodged it. The Heavenly Emperor of Death frowned. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was able to dodge their attacks even with their terrifying speed and the preemptive strike. So it's the new 8 Heavenly Emperors. There's one less. Feng Wuchen's cold laughter came from the left. How dare you? They've been hiding in the dark all this time. Bai Hun said angrily. President Bai, all of you should hide further away. Feng Wuchen said. Bai Hun and the others were powerless against the great Heavenly Emperors. They would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they attacked. 7 is enough to kill you, said immortal Celestial Emperor icily. He charged at Feng Wuchen again. Rumbling sounds filled the air. He was terrifyingly fast. Stop talking nonsense with him. Kill him quickly. The Death Heavenly Emperor shouted as he shot out like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, it's enough to kill me, Feng Wuchen said. Celestial art. Earth Bodhisattva art. The Shura Heavenly Emperor shouted as he used the celestial art. A mysterious black and purple array appeared under Feng Wuchen's feet. It was filled with a strange aura. This art can devour energy, Feng Wuchen thought. With a thought, he used teleportation and dodged the array easily. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already a few hundred meters away. Where do you think you're going? The Annihilation Heavenly Emperor roared. When he saw Feng Wuchen appear, he immediately dashed towards him. At the same time, Goody, Emperor Ming, and Celestial Sunflower also attacked. 7 great Heavenly Emperors joining hands absolutely could not be underestimated. Humph. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a sneer as he used instant transmission once more. No matter how fast the 7 great Heavenly Emperors' speeds were, they were also not faster than Feng Wuchen casting teleportation with his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the formation did not trap Feng Wuchen, and the other Heavenly Emperors' joint attacks also all missed. They could not figure out Feng Wuchen's position at all. Damn it. The Kazakage's instant transmission has been cultivated to perfection, and we can't do anything to him. Goody gritted his teeth and said angrily, his face gloomy. Why hasn't the Corpse Emperor made a move yet? Emperor Ming shouted angrily. Corpse Emperor. Hurry up and attack. End the battle quickly. The Heavenly Emperor of Death hurriedly sent a voice transmission. However, the Corpse Emperor did not respond. Humph. Did you only think of me now? Where did your arrogance go? The Corpse Emperor's cold voice was heard. Corpse Emperor. Don't forget that this is the Great Elder's order. You can't get away with the failure of the mission. Hurry up and attack. The Annihilation Heavenly Emperor shouted. I know what I'm doing. The Kazakage won't be able to escape, the Corpse Emperor said confidently. He deliberately did not attack so that the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others would make a fool of themselves. The immortal Heavenly Emperor said fiercely, kill Bai Hun and the others. Force the Kazakage to come out. I will kill them. Goody shouted angrily. He glared at Bai Hun and the others and shot out without hesitation. Golden Dragon Seal. Feng Wuchen activated his Golden Dragon Seal and shouted, space travel. As soon as he shouted, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and twisted the space around him. Bai Hun, Yan Qianxiao, and the others were sucked into the space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What? Goody's face changed when he saw Bai Hun and the others disappear into thin air. The moment Feng Wuchen used the space travel, the immortal Heavenly Emperor took advantage of the opportunity to charge at Feng Wuchen. He threw out a palm strike at Feng Wuchen. Judging by the immortal Heavenly Emperor's ferocious attack, Feng Wuchen would definitely be reduced to ashes if Feng Wuchen was hit. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The immortal heavenly emperor's palm strike shook the heavens and the earth. The void collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the space darkened. You're still too slow. Feng Wuchen's cold laughter came from above the immortal heavenly emperor. The Kazakage is in the divine heavenly sovereign realm. His senses are too strong. He can sense our movements. The immortal heavenly emperor's face was gloomy. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he failed to hit Feng Wuchen. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the 7 celestial emperors attacked frantically. Their figures turned into streaks of black lines, as fast as lightning. Ferocious attacks bombarded frantically. Feng Wuchen relied on his super-powerful teleportation to dodge all the ferocious attacks of the 7 celestial emperors. He was unharmed. In the void, Feng Wuchen's afterimages could be seen clearly. No one could tell which one was the real one. Zombie Emperor. What are you waiting for? If you let Feng Wuchen escape, would you be able to bear the consequences? The Annihilation Heavenly Emperor scolded. He was filled with anger but couldn't vent it. I don't need you to teach me how to do it. The Zombie Emperor's cold voice came. The Zombie Emperor finally made his move. High up in the sky, a black worm appeared on Feng Wuchen's arm. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The Zombie Emperor has finally made his move? To be able to transfer the worm to me without me noticing, it's not easy. Feng Wuchen frowned but wasn't worried. The black worm on his arm suddenly burrowed into Feng Wuchen's flesh. At that moment, Feng Wuchen's body shook violently. He could feel the worm crawling in every corner of his body. Sensing the change in Feng Wuchen, the immortal heavenly emperor frowned and said, "The zombie emperor has made his move. Is the wind shadow trapped by the worm?" The Annihilation Heavenly Emperor frowned. "Make your move." The Shura Heavenly Emperor shouted angrily and was about to rush out. However, Feng Wuchen's next words shocked the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others. "Zombie Emperor, you've made your move. It's easy to get into the game but difficult to get out," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Even though his body was crawling with worm, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. "The Wind Shadow knows about the Zombie Emperor." The immortal Heavenly Emperor frowned. "Oh? You know me?" The Zombie Emperor's surprised voice came from the sky. He then appeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen looked at the Zombie Emperor coldly and said, "I've heard of you. Since you've noticed that I'm hiding in the dark, why don't you leave? Your body is full of my worm. It's too late for you to leave now." The Zombie Emperor asked. "The Wind Shadow can't use teleportation anymore. Make your move." The immortal Heavenly Emperor shouted. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 7 celestial emperors shot out at the same time. With a loud boom, the 7 of them arrived in an instant and attacked Feng Wuchen at the same time. With the 7 of them working together, they would definitely turn Feng Wuchen into ashes. End of chapter. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, buzz. Buzz, the 7 great heavenly emperors attacked in unison. Waves of terrifying power blasted towards Feng Wuchen. The destructive energy seemed to want to destroy this world. The earth-shaking explosion was deafening. The sealing array and enchantment shook violently. However, even such a terrifying attack failed to hit its target. What? How is this possible? Immortal Heavenly Emperor's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Wasn't Kazakage trapped? How can he possibly escape? Death Heavenly Emperor said in disbelief. Corpse Emperor didn't control Wind Shadow? How can he still execute teleportation? Goody said in shock. His gaze involuntarily looked towards Corpse Emperor, who was not far behind. Originally thought that this attack could kill Feng Wuchen. But no one expected that Feng Wuchen could actually still execute teleportation. This is impossible. Corpse Emperor's face was filled with disbelief. He was already somewhat sluggish. Very clearly, Corpse Emperor also did not dare to believe that Feng Wuchen could actually execute teleportation. The corpse bugs clearly already blocked all the meridians in his body. He can't possibly execute any spells. What's going on? Corpse Emperor said in shock. He could not figure out what was going on at all. Corpse Emperor. What the hell are you doing? Immortal Heavenly Emperor shouted angrily at Corpse Emperor. I've already trapped him. 100,000 corpse bugs are all in his body. I also don't know why he can still execute teleportation. Corpse Emperor shook his head blankly. What? Hearing Corpse Emperor's words, the 7 great heavenly emperors' expressions changed drastically again. 100,000 corpse bugs in Feng Wuchen's body, what kind of concept was this? Feng Wuchen's figure appeared silently. On his handsome face, there was some pride. Looking at Feng Wuchen in shock, Corpse Emperor asked, your meridians are already blocked by my corpse bugs. It's impossible for you to execute teleportation. How did you do it? Frankly speaking, your corpse bugs are indeed very powerful. Those below 5th firmament heavenly emperor powerhouses can't escape being devoured by corpse bugs. But regrettably, I'm your nemesis. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Nemesis? Corpse Emperor's expression shook. Your corpse worms have indeed blocked all my meridians, but they can't do anything to me. Feng Wuchen sneered. He then activated the black flame, and a wisp of black flame ignited on his palm, like a devil spirit. When the black fire appeared, it was filled with an extremely terrifying aura. Wherever the terrifying cold air passed, the void would be frozen into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a terrifying flame! Emperor Hades was terrified. I've never seen black flames before. The immortal heavenly emperor frowned, his eyes filled with fear. The azure celestial emperor said in horror, these black flames are extremely overbearing. The appearance of the crow fire, that horrifying and intimidating aura, could be said to make the 7 great heavenly emperors incomparably fearful. No one dared to easily approach. No matter how powerful your corpse worms are, they are nothing in front of my true fire. They will die once they enter my body. Feng Wuchen sneered. With the appearance of the black flame, the 100,000 corpse worms in Feng Wuchen's body were instantly annihilated. This is impossible. Even the 9 truths true fire and beast fire can't do anything to my corpse worms. How can your black flame do anything to them? The Corpse King was shocked. What is a mere 9 truths true fire? This is a divine fire. Feng Wuchen sneered. Corpse King, since you have entered the game, if you want to be eliminated, you will have to pay a heavy price. Hearing this, the Corpse King's face darkened. He said fiercely, a mere late heavenly god, what can you do to me? You will find out soon. Feng Wuchen said with a sinister smile, his dark eyes flashing with ruthless killing intent. After saying this, he used his teleportation skill and Feng Wuchen suddenly disappeared into thin air. Humph. You are courting death. The Corpse King said fiercely. He clasped his hands together and a large swarm of corpse worms appeared in all directions. There were tens of millions of them, perhaps even more. Although teleportation is powerful, once you get close to me, you will be devoured by my corpse worms. The Corpse King shouted angrily. No matter how many there are, they are still unable to withstand a single blow. Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash. His entire body was burning with black flames. Ignoring the existence of the corpse worms, he charged directly into the dense swarm of corpse worms. The corpse worms instantly turned to ashes and ignited a large area of black flames, unable to resist at all. What kind of flame is this? Seeing that the massive number of corpse worms could not do anything to Feng Wuchen, the Corpse King turned pale with fright, frightened until cold sweat poured down his back. At the same time, extremely horrifying heavenly Tao divine power instantly erupted. Feng Wuchen slammed a palm toward the Corpse King fiercely, the attack swift and fierce. What? Early stage heavenly emperor. Feeling this horrifying power of Feng Wuchen, the Corpse King's expression changed drastically again. The Corpse King did not have time to think too much. He suddenly urged his power and met it with a palm. Boom. Poowork. Crack. In an instant, the 2 palms collided. Boom. An extremely tyrannical and horrifying divine power shook the Corpse King until he vomited blood. Immediately after, the sound of bones shattering sounded out. His entire person flew out like a cannonball. What? Is he a monster? How can an initial stage heavenly emperor possibly have such tyrannical power? The corpse king was extremely alarmed and frightened in his heart. Not only was he a match for Feng Wuchen in a head-on clash, one of his arms was even crippled. Facing Feng Wuchen's horrifying power, the middle stage heavenly emperor corpse king appeared to be too weak to stand up to a single blow. The power of that palm of Feng Wuchen's was still not full power. It could be seen from this that Feng Wuchen's true combat power might be able to contend with late-stage heavenly emperors. How is this possible? Wind Shadow actually broke through to heavenly emperor. T initial stage heavenly emperor. This. Wind Shadow broke through to heavenly emperor. 1 month, he broke through to heavenly emperor in 1 month. Severely injuring a middle stage heavenly emperor with one palm. Wind Shadow's combat power is getting stronger and stronger. The 7 great heavenly emperors stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, incomparably shocked in their hearts. No one dared to believe that Feng Wuchen was actually able to step into the heavenly emperor realm in 1 month's time. Such horrifying growth completely exceeded their imaginations. Attack! After being shocked for a moment, immortal heavenly emperor suddenly roared loudly. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand. The black fire instantly turned into several dozen enormous fire dragons that shot out explosively, intercepting the 7 great heavenly emperors. Be careful! Quickly retreat! Immortal heavenly emperor suddenly shouted loudly. Facing the terrifying fire dragons, the 7 great heavenly emperors did not dare to approach. They were all frightened until they retreated in terror. The existence of the black fire, even great heavenly emperor realm, was also rather fearful. Before I broke through to heavenly emperor, you all couldn't do anything to me, let alone now. After I broke through to heavenly emperor, my true fire became several dozen times stronger, even 100 times stronger, Feng Wuchen said proudly, sweeping a cold glance over the 7 great heavenly emperors. Sweeping a cold gaze towards the corpse king in the distance, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, when we were at the Dragon God Temple, I already guessed that it was you. Since you fell into the trap, I'll let you know the consequences of falling into it. In the head-on collision just now, not only was the corpse king's arm crippled, he was even seriously injured by Feng Wuchen. At this moment, the corpse king finally understood how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. He also understood why immortal heavenly emperor and the rest did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. It was because Feng Wuchen was a monster. End of chapter. Unfortunately, the zombie emperor realized it too late. We have never met before. How did you know it was me? The zombie emperor looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. He was already regretting underestimating Feng Wuchen. If he hadn't underestimated his opponent, the zombie emperor wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. I will take your other hand as well. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He used instant transmission again and Feng Wuchen disappeared again. Not good. The zombie emperor's expression changed. It was the first time he felt such a strong sense of danger. The zombie emperor was severely injured and had one of his hands crippled. He was no match for Feng Wuchen. The immortal heavenly emperor and the rest were obstructed by Wu Hua and couldn't come to his aid. The zombie emperor was undoubtedly in a desperate situation. Wind Shadow. If you dare to kill me, the zombie ancestor won't spare you. The zombie emperor immediately used the zombie ancestor as a threat. You know that I am the young master of the dragon gods and you still dare to attack me. If you aren't afraid of the dragon gods, why would I be afraid of the zombie ancestor? I am the young master of the dragon gods. Would I be more cowardly than you? The zombie ancestor is merely a 9th heaven emperor. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded behind the zombie emperor. Feng Wuchen teleported over and immediately grabbed the zombie emperor's other hand. Wind Shadow, stop. Stop it. The corpse emperor screamed in terror. Crack. Ah. Feng Wuchen didn't show any mercy. He grabbed the zombie emperor's wrist and twisted it. With a crisp crack, he broke the zombie emperor's other arm. The zombie emperor suddenly screamed. Feng Wuchen threw the broken arm away. The zombie emperor's blood gushed out violently. Wind Shadow. How dare you cripple both of my hands? The severe pain made the zombie emperor lose his mind. He roared at Feng Wuchen with bloodshot eyes. Boom. PFFF. Feng Wuchen struck with his palm. With a loud explosion, the tyrannical power made the zombie emperor vomit blood again. His body was shot out like a cannonball. Out of consideration for the corpse ancestor, I won't kill you today. If it happens again, then I'll annihilate you. Go back and tell the corpse ancestor not to provoke me, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he glanced disdainfully at the flying corpse emperor. Of course, if the corpse ancestor wants to vent for you, then feel free to come look for me. Scram. Feng Wuchen continued. Feng Wuchen, who'd recovered the memories of his previous life, naturally knew of the existence of the corpse ancestor. But no matter how strong the corpse ancestor was, it wasn't to the extent of causing Feng Wuchen to feel fear. The corpse emperor was severely injured. His body flew out and fell into the mountain range. He couldn't take care of himself at all. Kazakage's teleportation is too strong, we can only use our strength to deal with him. However, this will definitely alert the 18 celestial emperors of the Dragon God Palace. We have to seize this opportunity, the immortal celestial emperor said with a frown. Buzz. Crack. Waves of terrifying energy burst out as the immortal celestial emperor and the other 6 celestial emperors activated their divine power. The destructive aura swept out like a storm, causing the sealing array and the barrier to crumble instantly. The terrifying energy spread across the entire spirit domain in an instant. The huge earth stage shook violently, and large cracks appeared on the ground. The void within tens of thousands of feet turned dark, and the sky changed color. 7 waves of terrifying aura struck Feng Wuchen, causing him to be unable to breathe under the pressure of Feng Wuchen. The great celestial emperors are really terrifying. The cultivation of a celestial emperor is nothing in front of them. Even though I've broken through to the celestial emperor realm, I still can't withstand their aura, Feng Wuchen thought with a frown. Attack, the immortal celestial emperor shouted angrily. He activated his divine power with all his might and blasted the terrifying energy into the sky. The celestial emperor of death and the other celestial emperors attacked one after another. They even executed their immortal arts and bombarded the void with ferocious energy. Boom. 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 Buzz. The energy exploded one after another. The destructive energy ripples swept out uncontrollably as though they were going to destroy the entire world. The immortal celestial emperor wanted to use his overwhelming power to get rid of Feng Wuchen. In the face of such terrifying energy, Feng Wuchen couldn't withstand it. He used teleportation to retreat continuously. The 7 celestial emperors chased after him with their movement techniques. This was their last chance. Destroying the seal and barrier was the stupidest decision you've ever made, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The terrifying energy of the 7 celestial emperors spread out, alarming the major forces and countless cultivators in the spirit domain. The 18 celestial emperors of the Dragon God Temple were the first to notice it. Swish. Swish, swish. The 17 celestial emperors rushed over. The new celestial emperors? Humph. You want to assassinate the young master of the Dragon God Temple and bully the weak with numbers, right? The leading celestial emperor said coldly. An even more terrifying energy surged out and crushed the 7 celestial emperors' energy. 18 celestial emperors. The immortal celestial emperor frowned deeply. The 7 celestial emperors' expressions turned grave. They didn't expect the 18 celestial emperors to arrive so quickly. Buzz. The terrifying energy of a celestial emperor burst out. The leading man roared, and the destructive energy swept out with earth-shattering power. Celestial Dipper Divine Power. The 7 celestial emperors' expressions changed drastically. Boom. 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 Puff. 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 Wherever the terrifying energy passed, the 7 celestial emperors were shaken until they spat out blood and flew out. Wang Mu, isn't your celestial emperor cultivation too weak? You can't even block my power? The leading man sneered contemptuously. Peak celestial emperor. The immortal celestial emperor's expression was extremely ugly. He thought to himself, Lin Yunкang isn't of the god race. How can he have celestial dipper divine power? Lin Yunкang actually has celestial dipper divine power. The death celestial emperor couldn't help but exclaim. Kill them. Lin Yunкang said coldly. His killing intent was extremely cold, without any human emotions. No need. Feng Wuchen said, "Little Leng, let them live for a while." Sweeping a cold gaze at the immortal celestial emperor and the rest, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Go back and tell Zhuge Wuji that I'm back." Finished speaking, Feng Wuchen disappeared with a flash. Hearing that, Leng Yunkong's expression shook greatly, and his body trembled even more violently. "Master called me Little Leng. Is Master back?" Leng Yunkong was shocked and overjoyed in his heart. The other 18 celestial emperors were also stunned. "Humph. Consider yourselves lucky. Let's go." Leng Yunkong said disdainfully and hurriedly returned to the Dragon God Temple. The 18 celestial emperors disappeared with a flash. Even if they didn't destroy the seal array and enchantment, they also couldn't trap Feng Wuchen. Even if the 18 celestial emperors didn't appear, the immortal celestial emperor and the rest still couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. What does Wind Shadow mean? Goody frowned and said in puzzlement. This kid is too terrifying. This celestial emperor has never seen such a terrifying genius. Even Young Hall Master's cultivation speed is inferior to his, the celestial emperor of death said fearfully. Breaking through to celestial emperor in a month, no one in the heaven realm can do it. The immortal celestial emperor shook his head and said. 7 great celestial emperor powerhouses actually can't do anything to an early-stage celestial emperor junior. How ironic, celestial emperor Shura said. The fear in his heart toward Feng Wuchen grew stronger. Their strength was very strong. Any one of them could kill Feng Wuchen with one palm. But Feng Wuchen was not an ordinary celestial emperor. The power of teleportation was enough to render the 7 great celestial emperors powerless. His tone seems like Supreme Dragon God. Wang Mu said in horror. End of chapter. Dragon God Temple. As soon as Feng Wuchen returned, Leng Yunkong and the others appeared one after another. Greetings, Master. Leng Yunkong and the others knelt on one knee respectfully. Looking at Feng Wuchen respectfully, Leng Yunkong asked excitedly, Master, is that you? Are you back? I'm back. Feng Wuchen nodded. That's great. Master is back. Leng Yunkong and the others were extremely excited. Little Leng, are Xianyuan and the others still alive? Feng Wuchen looked at Leng Yunkong and asked. Leng Yunkong said, I don't know if they're still alive. After Master died, they disappeared without a trace and have not appeared for so many years. That means they're still alive. Feng Wuchen was relieved. There was no news of their death, which meant that they were still alive. It's time for them to come back. Feng Wuchen said calmly, Little Leng, take a few people to find out about them. Yes, Master. Leng Yunkong said respectfully. Master, the Spirit Emperor Temple has begun construction. Should we stop it? One of them asked respectfully. No need, just guard the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen shook his head, but did not explain the reason. Yes. Leng Yunkong and the others said respectfully. I'll return to the Dragon Gods. Feng Wuchen said and disappeared in a flash. With his memories fully awakened, Feng Wuchen missed his parents and clansmen in the Dragon Gods. Nameless Ghost Realm. Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash. Welcome, young master. As soon as Feng Wuchen appeared, Long Ji came in a flash and greeted him respectfully. Looking at Long Ji, Feng Wuchen grinned and said, Long Ji, your cultivation has improved very quickly. Seeing Feng Wuchen's smile, Long Ji was slightly stunned. He stared at Feng Wuchen and thought, this tone, and young master's smile, young master, is he back? Looking at the stunned Long Ji, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, have you seen enough? Is there a flower on my face or something? No, no flowers. Long Ji immediately came to his senses and smiled sheepishly. After entering the territory of the Dragon Gods, the familiar space, the familiar palaces, and the familiar faces all appeared before Feng Wuchen's eyes. Welcome, young master. Feng Wuchen appeared in the space of the Dragon Gods, and the hundreds of clansmen of the Dragon Gods bowed respectfully, their voices resounding throughout the territory of the Dragon Gods. It seems that Chener's memory has been completely awakened. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Long Tianqiu laughed happily when he sensed Feng Wuchen's aura. Great! Long Er is back. Mother Dragon is very excited, she quickly ran out of the palace. Patriarch's primordial spirit was not wasted. Long Xianxia stroked his white beard and smiled. Swish, in the sky of the dragon gods, Long Nidian flashed over and bowed respectfully. Welcome, young master. Nidian, you've successfully cultivated the indestructible golden body. I didn't teach you in vain back then. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. After being reborn, seeing the familiar face, Feng Wuchen was very happy. Young master, you. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Long Nidian trembled and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Patting Long Nitian's shoulder, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I'm back, and my memory has been awakened. Memory has been awakened? Long Nitian's expression changed again. Long Er. At this time, Mother Dragon's excited voice came from the main palace. Mother. Feng Wuchen shouted happily and immediately left. Mother Dragon cried tears of joy. She had been waiting for this life for decades. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Mother Dragon was overjoyed. Long Tianqiu, Long Xianxia, and the rest of the dragon god's upper echelons came out from the main palace with smiles on their faces. Father, Elder, all my memories have been awakened. I'm back. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Tianqiu and smiled. Long Tianqiu nodded with satisfaction and smiled, I've already guessed it. As expected of my son, Long Tianqiu, our dragon gods have hope. It's all thanks to Father that I was able to be reborn and have today's achievements. Feng Wuchen said gratefully. Feng Wuchen knew how much fatherly love was. After the training in the Tianhun continent in this life, your foundation will be even more stable. Your strength will definitely surpass your previous life. Long Xianxia smiled happily. The real young master is back. Our dragon god's young master is back. Long Qing and the rest of the dragon gods were shocked and overjoyed. Congratulations to young master Long Zun for your rebirth. The dragon gods knelt down on one knee with excited smiles on their faces. A loud roar once again resounded through the territory of the dragon gods. Back then, the existence of the young master of the dragon gods shook the entire heaven realm. Since I've been reborn, the name Long Zun has become a thing of the past. I'm now called Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen looked at the dragon gods and said. An unparalleled arrogance spread out. At this moment, everyone in the dragon gods seemed to see the shadow of the young master of the dragon gods. Only the dragon god young master was worthy of having that unparalleled arrogance. Whatever you call me. As long as Long Er is back, I'll be happy no matter what you call me. Mother Dragon smiled and quickly wiped away her tears of joy. Mother Dragon is right. Whatever you call him, he's our young master of the dragon gods. Long Qing shouted excitedly. Everyone echoed. I've made Mother worry. Feng Wuchen smiled. Long Nidian respectfully said, Mother Dragon, this is not the place to talk. Bring the young master into the palace. Yes, Long Er, let's enter the palace first. Mother Dragon smiled happily. The palace was filled with an aura of hope. The return of the young master of the dragon gods was undoubtedly the greatest hope of the dragon gods. Chen Er, it seems that you've gone to the spiritual beast clan. Long Tianqiu smiled faintly in the palace. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from Long Tianqiu. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, Father is right. I've gone to see Wu Er. The memories of the spiritual beast clan have been awakened. Father, don't worry. I've let it go. But I'll definitely take revenge for Wu Er. It's good that you've let it go. Long Tianqiu was completely relieved. He was originally worried that Feng Wuchen would be affected by this matter. Revenge must be taken, but now is not the time. After a few decades, the Heavenly Lord's cultivation has become stronger. The clan leader is no match for him. Long Xianxia said calmly. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shone with a terrifying light that made people respect him. It was as if they were looking at the supreme dragon god of the past. Feng Wuchen said, In my previous life, I lost to the Heavenly Lord. In this life, I'll definitely defeat him. I'll completely destroy Tianquan of the God clan. Father believes that you can do it. Long Tianqiu nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Since Long-Er has been reborn, then from today onwards, everything of the dragon gods will be under Long-Er's management. Father believes that under Long-Er's leadership, the dragon gods will become stronger. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Father, don't worry. The dragon gods will definitely become stronger. In this life, I'll show the Heavenly Lord the power of our dragon gods. End of chapter, haha. Good. Very good. Father will wait for Long-Er to lead the dragon gods to flatten the Empyrean temple. Long Tianqiu laughed happily. Zhu Han, you never would have thought that Long-Er could be reborn, right? Your peaceful days are over. This life's Long-Er is even stronger than the previous life. You're destined to be defeated at Long-Er's hands. Long Tianqiu secretly thought in his heart. Zhu Han was precisely the Empyrean of the Empyrean temple. Defeating the Empyrean is still far away. Right now, it should be you all supervising Long-Er's cultivation properly, Dragon Mother said. Long Xingchen smiled faintly and said in agreement, what Dragon Mother said is extremely right. Young Lord should pay attention to cultivation right now. Yes, yes, yes. What Madam said is right. Long Tianqiu said with a smile. Long-Er, what's your cultivation now? Have you broken through recently? Dragon Mother asked curiously. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, I just broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm at the Spirit Beast clan. Oh? Broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? Long Tianqiu looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Heavenly Emperor? Long Xingchen and the other two elders all had shocked faces, looking at Feng Wuchen in disbelief, their old faces somewhat dazed. Broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? Long Nidian was also rather shocked. Young Lord actually broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. This cultivation speed is also too terrifying, right? Long Qing immediately jumped in fright, his eyeballs almost popping out. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, this is also all thanks to the Spirit Beast clan's patriarch's help, giving me the 9-colored blood fusion spirit liquid, helping me break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Otherwise, I also wouldn't have broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm so quickly. What astonishing cultivation speed. Mother even thought that you just broke through to the middle stage celestial deity realm, Dragon Mother said in extreme shock, simply not daring to believe that Feng Wuchen stepped into the Heavenly Emperor realm in a twinkle. Haha. Worthy of being my, Long Tianqiu's son. After rebirth, your cultivation speed is even more astonishing. After the shock, Long Tianqiu laughed happily. Young master, what about your refining realm? Have you stepped into the divine grade? Long Xingchen hurriedly asked. He was a divine grade alchemist, but he couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's realm. Yes, I've already broken through to the divine level. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, Great Elder, my current soul force is above yours. Really? Old man, give it a try. Long Xingchen hurriedly activated his soul power and attacked Feng Wuchen without hesitation. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently, and a tyrannical and vigorous soul force suddenly burst out. Boom, two extremely terrifying soul powers collided. With a loud explosion, Long Xingchen was forced back a few steps. What a tyrannical soul power! Long Xingchen looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Hiss, when they saw this scene, everyone in the hall was shocked to the point of gasping, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Gosh, Long-Er's soul power has surpassed the Great Elder. Mother Dragon was extremely shocked. I can't believe it. The guardian dragon god was dumbfounded, young master's soul power can force the Great Elder back so easily. Great Elder, are you alright? Feng Wuchen quickly asked. Long Xingchen shook his head and said, I'm fine. Young master's soul power is extremely tyrannical. I'm afraid that old man, Tianji, isn't your match. I killed him. Feng Wuchen said casually. Boom, these few simple words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the ears of Long Xingchen and the others. Their faces were filled with even more shock. Even Long Tianqiu had an expression of disbelief on his face. Feng Wuchen's soul power had reached such a terrifying level. Tianji was the strongest alchemist in the heaven domain, and his soul power was even more terrifying than Long Xingchen's. However, even such a terrifying existence had died in the hands of Feng Wuchen. Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, Feng Wuchen said, Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guai Gu had always coveted the pills forming through thought ability. I could have killed them when we fought again, but Tianji suddenly appeared and heavily injured me before saving them. After that, the Ling Long Pavilion held an alchemy conference and invited me. I took the opportunity to kill Tianji. I could have killed Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guai Gu, but Shurchen saved them. Feng Wuchen continued. I see. Long Xingchen nodded. He was secretly wary of Feng Wuchen's tyrannical soul power. Young master, how did you cultivate your alchemy realm? A young junior asked curiously. When I was in the mortal realm, I was already a 9th grade alchemist. My state of mind had reached the peak, so I ascended to the heaven realm. Although the realms of the 4 major realms were stronger, my state of mind had already entered the divine level even in the heaven realm. This was all thanks to the training in the mortal realm, Feng Wuchen explained. Not bad, not bad. The 4 realms are already the peak of the heaven domain. Long Tianqiu was even happier. He was extremely proud that his son was so outstanding. Divine grade pills, divine weapons, 9th grade forging, divine grade runes are as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Wuchen smiled. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, everyone was shocked beyond words. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Father, is my real body still here? Feng Wuchen looked at Long Tianqiu and asked. It's sealed in the Dragon Soul tablet. Long Tianqiu said. I'll have to trouble father to open the seal. I want to take something. Feng Wuchen said. Long Tianqiu nodded slightly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a golden hole was torn open in the air of the hall. The sealed real body of the dragon god young master floated out. In his previous life, it was impossible to tell that the dragon god young master was dead. His body was perfectly preserved. Back then, I kept your real body because I was afraid that you wouldn't like your current body. I also kept your divine weapon battle armor for you. Long Tianqiu said. Then, with a flick of his finger, he broke the seal. My body is very good now. I'm worried that my parents in the mortal realm won't be able to accept it if I take back my real body. I hope they can understand. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Then, with a grab, the storage ring on Long Zun's corpse flew over. If Feng Wuchen suddenly changed into a different person, Feng Xingxiong and Xiao Qingqing definitely wouldn't be able to accept it. Ling Xiaoxiao probably wouldn't be able to accept it either. Therefore, Feng Wuchen's real body was more suitable. Mother understands. Longer, you don't have to worry too much. Mother Dragon nodded. I'll keep the real body first. I have a use for it. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and put Long Zun's corpse into the 4th layer of the storage ring. You should keep the Dragon Soul tablet too. In your previous life, you couldn't comprehend the profound meaning within, but you seem to have discovered something. I hope you can comprehend it in this life. Long Tianqiu said. With a wave of his hand, a black stone tablet flew out of the golden crack. It exuded an extremely ancient aura. Father, you still haven't comprehended it? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Father has never been able to comprehend the profound meaning of the Dragon Soul tablet left behind by the ancestors. I'm afraid only you can comprehend the profound meaning within. Long Tianqiu shook his head. The Dragon Soul tablet left behind by the ancestors is actually related to the birth of the dragon gods and the things left behind by the ancestors. If you unlock the Dragon Soul tablet, you will be able to find the things left behind by the ancestors in the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen said. Brothers who like Qi Luan's works, thank you for your support. Prideful Cultivation God, Mad Cultivation God, and Eternal War Soul are all completed works by Qi Luan. Everyone can go take a look. Group 2544666679, end of chapter. Has young master already deciphered the Dragon Soul tablet? The Dragon God Protector quickly asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Not yet. I'm just guessing. I can only be sure after deciphering the Dragon Soul tablet. If the Dragon Soul tablet was so easy to decipher, Long Tianqiu would have done it a long time ago. The Dragon Soul tablet left behind by the dragon gods was the biggest secret of the dragon gods. No one knew what the Dragon Soul tablet represented. Father believes that you can decipher the Dragon Soul tablet. Long Xianxia smiled. He was full of confidence in Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled. I hope so. It's not that easy to decipher the Dragon Soul tablet. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. We have plenty of time in the future. It's rare for Longer to be reborn. We should welcome Longer back. Mother Dragon said happily. Mother Dragon is right. Young Master is back. Of course, we should celebrate. Long Qing agreed. Long Qing, go prepare. Third Elder Long Yuan said. Okay. I'll go right away. Long Qing rushed out of the hall excitedly. Longer, you have to stay for a few more days. Mother has a lot to tell you. Mother Dragon smiled happily. I'll listen to Mother. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. Oh right, why didn't Xiaoxiao come back with you? Mother Dragon asked. Xiaoxiao is in seclusion. With Xiaoxiao's talent, she should have broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Feng Wuchen said. I see. Next time, you must bring her back for Mother to see. Longer, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to get married. Mother Dragon urged. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Feng Wuchen scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Longer, Mother will prepare this for you. You don't have to worry. Mother Dragon continued, not giving Feng Wuchen a chance to refute. Feng Wuchen was speechless. Feng Wuchen was having a headache listening to Mother Dragon's questions. Long Nidian and the others were laughing in secret. Soon, the Dragon Gods prepared a banquet to welcome Feng Wuchen. The rebirth of the Dragon God Young Master brought hope to the Dragon Gods. The Dragon Gods were overjoyed, and their clansmen toasted one after another. For the next few days, Feng Wuchen stayed in the Dragon Gods, not going anywhere. First, he healed Long Xianxia. Then, he removed the fire poison from Long Xingchen's body. Then, he refined pills, tools, and runes for his clansmen. As long as it could strengthen the Dragon Gods, Feng Wuchen would do his best. Feng Wuchen's ability to concoct pills, refine tools, or even refine runes shocked everyone in the Dragon Gods. Even Long Xingchen was amazed. The Dragon Gods had accumulated countless treasures over the years, and Feng Wuchen couldn't use them all. When Feng Wuchen left the Dragon Gods, he brought Long Ji, Long Qing, and the other Dragon Gods juniors with him. The memories of his previous life had been fully recovered, and it was time for the Dragon Gods to be revived. Corpse Soul Palace. After a few days of treatment, the heavily injured Corpse Emperor had recovered by more than half. Corpse Ancestor, can my hand be recovered? Corpse Emperor asked in fear and anger. A body-casting pill or the help of an alchemist can heal it. Don't worry. An old man with white hair and a beard said indifferently. The old man with white hair and a beard was Corpse Ancestor. Corpse Ancestor's existence shook the heaven realm, causing countless experts to tremble in fear. Hearing Corpse Ancestor's words, Corpse Emperor was relieved. Corpse Ancestor, you must take revenge for me. I won't let Wind Shadow off. Corpse Emperor gritted his teeth, and his face was extremely malevolent. He couldn't swallow his anger. This time, the arrogant and proud Corpse Emperor could be said to have lost all face. Not only did he not injure Feng Wuchen, but he also lost 2 of his arms. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen being merciful, he might have lost his life. Even I don't dare to provoke the Dragon Gods, and you dare to. You even tried to assassinate the young master of the Dragon Gods. Are you tired of living? Corpse Ancestor said in a deep voice. I'm also curious as to why Wind Shadow knows of my existence. I've never seen him before, and he knows that I'm hiding in the dark. Corpse Emperor frowned. We can't afford to provoke the Dragon Gods, so you better not provoke Wind Shadow. He's already merciful for not killing you. This matter ends here, and don't cause any more trouble. He's not someone to be trifled with, and I saw a terrifying shadow on him. Corpse Ancestor said indifferently, and his old figure disappeared into thin air. Wind Shadow. Corpse Emperor's face was ferocious as he gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Whenever he thought of being humiliated, Corpse Emperor couldn't control the anger in his heart. However, Corpse Ancestor didn't dare to provoke the dragon gods, and he didn't intend to stand up for Corpse Emperor. It was almost impossible for Corpse Emperor to seek revenge. Dragon God Temple. Today, an important guest came to the Dragon God Temple. It was Fairy Yu Yan from the Celestial Worthy Temple. Why is she here? In the main hall, Long Ji frowned when he sensed Fairy Yu Yan's aura. Young master, Fairy Yu Yan and Gu Yuan have betrayed you, Long Qingsun said coldly. I asked her to come, Feng Wuchen said. Young master asked her to come? Long Ji and the rest looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Long Ji and the rest didn't know about it, so it was normal for them to be hostile. Outsiders aren't allowed to trespass into the Dragon God Temple. Fairy, please stay. The Dragon God Temple doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Ling Yinkong blocked Fairy Yu Yan in a flash. His eyes were filled with hostility. Little Lung, let her in. Feng Wuchen's voice came from the main hall. Fairy, please. Ling Yinkong gestured politely. Fairy Yu Yan walked into the main hall excitedly. She was also afraid that Feng Wuchen would blame her. Greetings, master. After entering the main hall, Fairy Yu Yan knelt on one knee respectfully. Fairy Yu Yan, how dare you come to see the young master? Long Ji said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Feng Wuchen quickly reached out to stop Long Ji. Then, he said, get up. Thank you, master, Fairy Yu Yan said respectfully. Young master, Xi and Gu Yuan have betrayed you. They're from the Celestial Worthy Temple, Long Qing said anxiously. They didn't betray you, young master. They had no choice. Long Yan's voice rang out. Then, he appeared in a flash. They didn't betray you? Long Ji and the rest were stunned. Yu Yan, I've wronged you all these years. I almost wronged you, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Thank you, master. When senior brother told me that you were still alive, I was so happy. Fairy Yu Yan was so happy that she cried. She was very emotional. Did you bring Qingshuan's remnant soul? Feng Wuchen asked. Qingxian? Remnant soul? Long Yan's expression changed drastically. He quickly asked, Yu Yan, what's going on? What happened to Qingxian? Why didn't Gu Yuan tell me? Don't get too emotional. Qingxian won't die, Feng Wuchen said. I brought it. Qingxian is very weak, Fairy Yu Yan said. Then, she formed a seal with her jade-like hands. A faint blue remnant soul appeared in her palm. It was emitting a weak aura. Qingxian. Long Yan's body shook. His anger erupted like a volcano. His killing intent soared. End of chapter. Qingshuan's aura. Long Ji, Long Qing, and the others were shocked. The blue remnant soul was Qingxian. She was so weak that she couldn't form a human figure. Qingxian. Feng Wuchen frowned. Cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. Yu Yan, tell me. Who did this? Long Yan asked angrily. Seeing that his beloved was only left with a remnant soul, Long Yan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. His heart was bleeding. Fairy Yu Yan glanced at the furious Long Yan and said, the Temple of Celestial Worthy's 3 guardians. 3 guardians. Long Yan gritted his teeth. His killing intent soared. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, the 3 guardians' strength is second only to Zhuge Wuji. When the 3 of them work together, their strength is comparable to a quasi-celestial venerable. The 3 guardians' strength was overwhelming. No matter how angry Long Yun was, his strength was far from the 3 guardians. Young master, what happened? Long Ji frowned and asked. Feng Wuchen then told them what happened. Long Ji and the others knew that Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and Fairy Yu Yan were forced to submit to the Temple of Celestial Worthy in order to protect Qingxian. I extracted Qingshuan's remnant soul, and Zhuge Wuji didn't notice, Fairy Yu Yan said. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said seriously, he probably noticed from the start. He just didn't expose it. Fairy, I'm sorry. We wronged you and Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. Long Ji only apologized after learning the truth. Fairy Yu Yan shook her head. She looked at Feng Wuchen with her teary eyes and said, I can't believe that master really came back. That old thing didn't use Xianxia's remnant soul to threaten ancient abyss grandmaster to hand over the life obliteration art. That's stupid, but Zhuge Wuji isn't stupid. Feng Wuchen frowned. He felt a bit strange. There are many ways to force ancient abyss grandmaster to hand over the life obliteration art. Why hasn't he done anything yet? Feng Wuchen found it strange. Young master, save Xianxia. Long Yin said anxiously. Don't worry. Xianxia is fine. Feng Wuchen said. He then activated his soul force and formed a seal with both hands. Terrifying soul force merged with Xianxia's remnant soul. Not long after, the light blue remnant soul suddenly blossomed with a resplendent radiance, and its weak aura rapidly grew stronger. Xianxia's aura grew stronger and stronger. Very soon, it condensed into an illusory human figure. Xianxia. Seeing the illusory Xianxia, Long Yun was overjoyed. That's great. Fairy Yu Yan was also overjoyed. After waiting for so many years, she finally had a chance to revive Xianxia. Xianxia. Xianxia, can you hear me? Long Yin asked excitedly. Xianxia's remnant soul has been asleep for too long and won't be able to wake up so quickly. It's already not easy for her to last until now, Feng Wuchen said. At this moment, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but think of Man Wu'er. If Man Wu'er still had a wisp of her soul left in this world, Feng Wuchen would definitely be able to revive her. Unfortunately, it was all too late. About an hour later, with the help of Feng Wuchen's endless supply of powerful soul power, Xianxia's slumbering soul finally began to awaken. In the illusory soul body, Xianxia's eyes wriggled slightly and then slowly opened. She's awake. Young lord. Xianxia is awake. Seeing Xianxia open her eyes, Long Yun was extremely excited. Xianxia. Fairy Yu Yan cried tears of joy. She was extremely happy in her heart. Xianxia. Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxia, who had opened her eyes, and then gently waved his hand. Xianxia's soul body slowly floated down. Big brother Long Yun. Senior sister. Seeing the familiar face, Xianxia was extremely happy. Xianxia. How do you feel? Long Yin asked excitedly. A drop of tear couldn't help but fall from the corner of his eye. Big brother Long Yun, I feel very good. Xianxia's illusory soul body revealed a smile. That's great. Xianxia, you finally revived. Fairy Yu Yan smiled happily. How did my soul body reform? Xianxia only just realized that she had already recovered her soul body. She was shocked and puzzled. Fairy Yu Yan hurriedly said, Xianxia, Master is back. It's Master who saved you. The moment she heard that, Xianxia was stunned. She looked at Feng Wuchen and asked doubtfully, Master? However, seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't look like Long Zun, Xianxia was even more puzzled. She said in disbelief, how is this possible? How can he be Master? Xianxia, Master has been reborn. He just changed his body, Fairy Yu Yan hurriedly said. Reborn? Changed his body? Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She stared at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes wide open. Xianxia, it's true. Young lord is really back. Long Yun continued. Xianxia was already very shocked and puzzled by the fact that her soul body had reformed. Now, they even said that Long Zun had revived. This made Xianxia feel like she was dreaming. I'm not dreaming, right? You're really Master? Xianxia asked as she looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Seeing Xianxia's reaction, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, rebirth is indeed hard to believe. It's normal that you don't believe it. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen activated his soul power, activated the black fire, and took out the medicinal ingredients. With a flip of his hand, a powerful pill instantly appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm. Seeing this divine weapon, Xianxia and Fairy Yu Yan were extremely shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying pill refining technique. How can Master know how to refine pills? And it's so terrifying. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. She was extremely shocked. Is this the legendary pill refining technique? It was also Fairy Yu Yan's first time seeing a pill refining technique. She didn't expect it to be so powerful and miraculous. This is a divine-grade body-forging pill. It's very powerful. It can reforge your body and bring you back to life within 3 days, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. This can't be real, right? Xianxia didn't know whether to believe it or not. After waking up, everything that happened was too shocking. It was completely beyond Xianxia's understanding. Master, is it really you? This is unbelievable. Xianxia stared at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes and asked. Xianxia, it's real. It's all real. This isn't a dream. Long Yin said excitedly. Knowing that Xianxia could reforge her body in 3 days, Long Yin was so excited that he had the urge to roar. Xianxia will stay in the Dragon Temple. Yuyan, you go back first. Don't let the people from the Temple of Celestial Worthy know about this for now, Feng Wuchen said to Fairy Yuyan. Master, when will I return? Fairy Yuyan asked. Clearly, she didn't want to stay in the Temple of Celestial Worthy for a moment longer. Don't rush, or you'll be in danger. Secretly monitor the Temple of Celestial Worthy. You must be careful, especially Zhuge Wuji. They've failed their mission this time. They won't give up, Feng Wuchen reminded her. Yes. Master. Fairy Yuyan said respectfully. Keep these runes. They'll be of help to you when you're in danger. If there's any movement, you can use the runes to send messages. Feng Wuchen gave some runes to Fairy Yuyan. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, if possible, help me find out the strength of the Temple of Celestial Worthy. Remember, your life is more important. Don't take risks. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of the body-casting pill, Xianxia had already reforged her body. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from Xianxia's body. She was at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Emperor realm, and her combat strength was extremely strong. She had been in the state of a remnant soul for decades, and her cultivation had stagnated. Otherwise, she would have definitely stepped into the 5th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm like Long Yun. Among Feng Wuchen's 3 disciples, Xianxia was the weakest. However, even the weakest had the terrifying cultivation of a 3rd-level Heavenly Emperor. Long Yun was extremely excited. After not seeing Xianxia for decades, Long Yun couldn't help but hug Xianxia in his arms when she had just reforged her body. Xianxia, that's great. Long Yun's eyes were red with excitement. Big brother Long Yun. I thought I would never see you again in my life. Xianxia cried tears of joy. She didn't expect to see Long Yun again. Gu Yuan always lied to me that you didn't want to see me, but I didn't know that you. Long Yun blamed himself. At the same time, he blamed Gu Yuan for not telling him the truth. At first, Long Yun didn't know that Xianxia had been killed, but Gu Yuan said that Xianxia had already parted ways with Long Yun and hadn't seen him for decades. Of course, this was only Gu Yuan lying to Long Yun. His goal was to not let Long Yun worry. Senior brother also didn't want you to worry about me. Big brother Long Yun, don't blame senior brother. Senior brother has always been very good to you. Xianxia said softly. I know, I don't blame him. Long Yun nodded and gently wiped away Xianxia's tears. At the same time, he thought to himself, but I will hit him. I'm so envious. Miao Qingqing's voice suddenly sounded. Qingqing, come. Big brother Lu will help you wipe your tears too. Lu Qingyang quickly smiled and reached out to wipe Miao Qingqing's tears. Scram to the side. Miao Qingqing shouted and raised her jade-like hand to slap him. Long Yun, this guy actually has such a beautiful lover. It really makes people jealous. Yi Tianqing said. The Dragon Emperor also said enviously, I wonder where my other half is. Dragon Emperor, didn't your mother introduce him to you not long ago? Zhang Junlan asked. Don't mention it. My mother's taste, sigh. The Dragon Emperor sighed and shook his head helplessly. That fellow hid himself quite well. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have known. The Crimson Emperor shrugged. The sudden words instantly stunned Long Yun and Xianxia, and the two of them immediately separated. Don't stop. Continue. We'll just watch. We won't disturb you, Beidu Yan hurriedly said. Yes, yes, yes. Please continue. Dong Zhantian nodded repeatedly, as if he had not seen enough. Qingyang, Qingqing, when did you arrive? Have all of you come out of seclusion? Long Yin hurriedly asked, as if he had only just noticed that Lu Qingyang and the others were watching at the entrance of the hall. I've been here for quite some time. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had been in seclusion for more than a month, which was equivalent to half a year of cultivation on the 5th level. Their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiaoxiao had already advanced to the middle stage Heavenly Lord realm with her terrifying talent. Lu Qingyang and the others had also stepped into the late-stage Heavenly King realm. Only a month had passed in the outside world. It could be seen how fast their cultivation improved. The Dragon Clan leader, Yan Long, and Wild Leopard had also stepped into the Heavenly King realm. The Dragon God Temple's strength had grown much stronger. The Dragon God Temple's current strength was definitely several times stronger than a month ago. The Dragon Clan and the Rakshasa Clan had already activated their divine power, and their strength had increased greatly. Young master, why didn't you remind me? How awkward is this? Long Yin grumbled in a low voice. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, what has it got to do with me? You're a dignified 5th level Heavenly Emperor. You didn't even notice this, and you're blaming me? Long Yan's head was immediately filled with black lines. Hee, Long Yan, you're not bad, kid. Lu Qingyang said with a mischievous smile, winking at Long Yan. Many thanks for Master's body-forging pill. Xianxia hurriedly thanked respectfully. Feng Wuchen said, you just recovered your physical body. You still need a period of time to adapt. During this period of time, you're not allowed to utilize your strength, and you're also not allowed to cultivate. Yes. Master. Xianxia answered respectfully. Feng Wuchen slowly walked out of the hall, looked at the plaza, and asked, Wild Leopard, is the person here? Not yet. Wild Leopard shook his head. The reason why Ling Xiaoxiao they all came out of seclusion today was because the human world's Dragon God Temple's soldiers were about to ascend. White Annihilation had already sent news. Hence, Feng Wuchen and the rest had been waiting at the Dragon God Temple long ago. Young master. They're here. Several hundred people. Long Ji suddenly said. He had already sensed that several hundred people were flying towards the Dragon God Temple at top speed. Not long ago, Feng Wuchen had just brought back many people. Now that several hundred people were ascending, the cultivators of the other continents would probably be scared out of their wits. They're finally here. Feng Wuchen said with a happy smile. He also sensed the high morale of the soldiers. They're here. They're here. Lu Qingyang and the rest were all excited. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few minutes later, under White Annihilation's lead, several hundred soldiers from the human world flew over at full speed, bringing with them a series of intense sonic booms. Their iron-blooded might caused one's heart to tremble. Feng Wuchen slowly floated up into the air above the palace. Alliance Master. It's the Alliance Master. It really is the Alliance Master. The Alliance Master is here to welcome us. The soldiers had already seen Feng Wuchen's figure from afar, and they were all extremely excited. Greetings, Master. White Annihilation bowed respectfully. Thank you for your trouble. Feng Wuchen nodded, and White Annihilation left in a flash. Greetings, Alliance Master. Seeing Feng Wuchen's figure, the hundreds of soldiers knelt down on one knee in the air and shouted respectfully with all their might. A loud roar resounded throughout the heavenly void mountain, and a surging aura spread out like a landslide. Welcome to the Heavenly Realm Dragon God Palace. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Seeing the hundreds of soldiers he had trained again, Feng Wuchen was also quite happy. Wow! What an imposing Dragon God Palace! It's even more imposing than the Dragon God Palace in the human world. Mad Leopard. Brother Liu. Young Master Zhang. Seeing the huge and imposing Dragon God Palace, as well as the familiar faces, the soldiers became even more excited. Hundreds of soldiers ascended to the heavenly realm, and the Dragon God Palace instantly became lively. Brothers, welcome to the heavenly realm Dragon God Palace. Lu Qingyang laughed happily. From today onwards, you are the Dragon God Army. Crimson Emperor will be the commander of the Dragon God Army. Huan Yang will be the vice commander, and Chaos God will be the commander. Feng Wuchen said majestically. Yes. Alliance Master. Crimson Emperor and the other soldiers replied respectfully. Not bad, not bad. During this period of time, the genius disciples of the Dragon God Palace and the other major forces should be ascending one after another. Feng Jingxiong laughed happily. Qi Yuan smiled and said, the more people ascend, the more powerful our heavenly soul continent is. Set up a banquet. Let's give our brothers a welcome dinner. Feng Wuchen shouted. Set up a banquet. Let's hold a welcoming dinner for our brothers. Lu Qingyang roared. The soldiers responded one after another, their emotions surging. 1 second to remember, book maze building, wonderful, no pop-up window free read, the Dragon God Temple was already on the right track, and its strength was growing day by day. Now with the help of a powerful cultivation space, in a few months, the strength of the Dragon God Temple would definitely undergo an earth-shaking change. But Feng Wuchen knew that this was far from enough. Compared to the celestial worthy temple, the Dragon God Temple was nothing. The Dragon God Temple had to become even more powerful. After arranging for the soldiers to cultivate, Feng Wuchen turned the 4th level into a cultivation space, which still had 5 times the time. As the number of people in the Dragon God Temple increased, the 5th level could no longer accommodate so many people. Feng Wuchen had no choice but to turn the 4th level into a cultivation space. In this way, the strength of the Dragon God Temple would increase by leaps and bounds. The 4th level. Feng Wuchen and Long Zun sat opposite each other. Feng Wuchen seemed to be thinking about something. Can the soul puppet of the 4th level be integrated into Long Zun's body? Feng Wuchen frowned and thought. No, wouldn't integrating the soul puppet into Long Zun's body be an insult to my previous life? Feng Wuchen shook his head and immediately rejected it. Long Zun had a reputation in the heaven realm. Using the soul puppet was indeed an insult to Long Zun. The reason why Feng Wuchen kept Long Zun's corpse was to let Long Zun appear in the form of resurrection. As the young master of the dragon gods, Long Zun had already cultivated an indestructible golden body. This corpse was a supreme treasure. If Long Zun can be resurrected, he will be a powerful general of mine. Feng Wuchen grinned. But Feng Wuchen still hadn't thought of how to resurrect Long Zun. Puppet? Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said in joy, oh right, there are hundreds of soul puppets in the 4th level. I can control them. If I help them reforge their bodies and nurture them into experts, wouldn't that strengthen my strength? Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and hundreds of soul puppets immediately flew out from hundreds of tombs. Each soul body was filled with a strange black aura, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Feng Wuchen was really shocked. This? How is this possible? The appearance of hundreds of soul bodies instantly shocked Feng Wuchen, and his body stiffened on the spot. Hundreds of soul bodies were filled with an extremely terrifying aura. Heavenly. Heavenly Emperor. There's even a late-stage heavenly god. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but exclaim. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. Feng Wuchen didn't see wrongly. Hundreds of soul puppets were actually all above the late stage of the celestial god realm. Just the heavenly emperor realm alone numbered in the dozens. This? What in the world is going on here? When did the cultivation of these soul puppets become so powerful? Feng Wuchen said in disbelief, simply not daring to believe it. Ever since ascending to the heavenly realm, it was still Feng Wuchen's first time summoning the soul puppets in the 4th level space. Feng Wuchen never knew that these soul puppets actually became so powerful. Feng Wuchen completely could not understand what was going on. Universe Tower, what in the world is going on here? Feng Wuchen hurriedly asked. These soul puppets were raised by Ling Shuzi. They will improve along with their master's cultivation. Since you have become the master of the Yin Yang Pagoda, their cultivation will improve along with their master's cultivation, but they will not surpass their master. A respectful voice came from the Yin Yang Pagoda. Increase along with my cultivation? Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. Before Master obtained the Universe Tower, their cultivation already surpassed Master. Hence, there was no increase. The Universe Tower transmitted a voice again. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Feng Wuchen asked. I thought that master knew. Several hundred celestial deity realm and several dozen heavenly emperor powerhouses, this undoubtedly instantly made the dragon god palace grow stronger. Looks like I need to refine a lot of body forging pills to reforge their fleshy bodies and refine battle armors and divine weapons for them. At that time, their combat power will definitely be even stronger. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. These several hundred powerhouses absolutely could not be underestimated. Feng Wuchen could not help getting excited just thinking about it. As for Long Zun's corpse, it can also be made into a puppet. Feng Wuchen said excitedly, then urged the heavenly Tao divine power. Soul-splitting art. Feng Wuchen suddenly gave a low cry, condensing a primordial spirit clone. Go. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, the primordial spirit clone directly entered Long Zun's body. Buzz, buzz, the surface of Long Zun's body suddenly suffused with golden light. An extremely terrifying power spread out from his body, shaking the entire fourth-level space. This terrifying aura already reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, on par with Feng Wuchen's cultivation. It really worked. Using the primordial spirit to control Long Zun. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. With a thought, Feng Wuchen thought to himself, stand up. Sit down. Fly up. Punch out. No matter what Feng Wuchen wanted Long Zun to do, he would do it. Haha. Very good. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. The Long Zun in front of him seemed to have really come back to life. Other than being unable to speak, feeling no pain, and having no thoughts or consciousness, he was just like an ordinary person. Buzz, buzz. Feng Wuchen tried to control Long Zun to activate the heavenly Tao divine power. The golden light flashed again, and an incomparably domineering power burst out crazily. Indestructible golden body. Long Zun roared, and an even more terrifying power burst out. A storm-like wave of air swept out, and its power overflowed into the sky. The surface of Long Zun's body was suffused with a golden light. He was like an existence of the nine heavens war god, majestic and imposing. Amazing. Feeling the power that Long Zun burst out, Feng Wuchen became even more excited. Buzz, buzz. Feng Wuchen activated the heavenly Tao divine power with all his might. The golden light flashed, and the space shook violently again. With a thought, Feng Wuchen ordered Long Zun to attack with all his might. Boom. After the order was given, Long Zun's aura suddenly burst out. He suddenly stomped on the ground and shot out without hesitation. With a strong ear-piercing boom, his speed was extremely terrifying. Let's see how strong you are with the control of a primordial spirit avatar. Feng Wuchen shot out fiercely, and his surging aura was soul-stirring. Boom. Buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fiercely punched each other. With a deafening boom, the destructive energy ripples from the collision swept out wildly. As expected of the indestructible golden body. What powerful strength. Just the control of a primordial spirit avatar, and it has such powerful combat strength. My previous life's physical body was really terrifying. Feng Wuchen said in shock. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. An intense hand-to-hand battle unfolded. Feng Wuchen and Long Zun clashed crazily. Explosions rang out continuously, and the entire fourth level was filled with terrifying energy ripples. In the intense hand-to-hand battle, Feng Wuchen and Long Zun were equally matched. After stopping the battle, Feng Wuchen said excitedly, such a powerful physical body can't be wasted. Let's use the heaven-devouring python's beast soul to merge with Long Zun. The heaven-devouring python's defense is terrifying. Coupled with the indestructible golden body and Long Zun's own armor and divine weapon, even if it's an early-stage heavenly emperor, it's enough to contend with a late-stage heavenly emperor. The primordial spirit avatar controlling Long Zun was ultimately just one of Feng Wuchen's primordial spirits. It was completely unable to unleash Long Zun's true power. The heaven-devouring python beast soul completely obeyed Feng Wuchen. Using its beast soul to fuse with Long Zun, it could similarly control Long Zun. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen could use his primordial spirit to enter Long Zun's body anytime and anywhere. After fusing with the heaven-devouring python beast soul, then using the primordial spirit avatar to control, at that time, I'll be able to unleash the spells of my past and present life, Feng Wuchen said excitedly, already unable to wait to try it out. Heaven-devouring python beast soul. Feng Wuchen shouted loudly and summoned the heaven-devouring python beast soul. An enormous heaven-devouring python soared into the sky from the top of Feng Wuchen's head. An incomparably berserk aura swept out wildly like toppling mountains and overturning seas, the imposing manner majestic. The power of the heaven-devouring python beast soul is far stronger than my primordial spirit avatar. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Following that, urging out soul force, the primordial spirit avatar left Long Xun's body. Feng Wuchen forcefully controlled the heaven-devouring python beast soul to enter Long Xun's body. Roar. Buzz buzz. The two forcefully fused. Long Xun's eyes flashed with a green light, immediately roaring loudly. Berserk and terrifying power rolled out with an unstoppable momentum. Not good. The terrifying energy spread over. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. The distance was too close. Feng Wuchen had just reacted when he was already sent flying by the terrifying energy. This is also too terrifying, right? Feng Wuchen opened his eyes wide, extremely shocked. Long Xun's aura soared crazily. The terrifying aura already broke through middle stage Heavenly Emperor realm. His combat power was several times stronger than before. Such terrifying combat power, I'm afraid I have to use all my strength to contend with it. Feng Wuchen sucked in a deep breath. After the heaven-devouring python beast soul fused with Long Xun, the power that erupted exceeded Feng Wuchen's imagination. Haha. Strong. It's ridiculously strong. After the shock, Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. In his excitement, Feng Wuchen used his mind to control Long Xun, who had fused with the sky-devouring python's beast soul. He told Long Xun to do whatever he wanted. Go. Feng Wuchen waved his hand again, and his primordial spirit avatar entered Long Xun's body again. Teleport. With a thought from Feng Wuchen, Long Xun immediately teleported. Dragon God Shadow. With another thought, Long Xun immediately used his movement technique. His speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he left hundreds of afterimages in the air. Haha. Awesome. Feng Wuchen was so excited that he couldn't stop laughing. The reason why Long Xun was so terrifying was because in his previous life, Long Xun's body was extremely strong. The indestructible golden body, as the name implied, was so strong that the physical body was indestructible. Even with Feng Wuchen's current terrifying physical body, it couldn't be compared to the indestructible golden body. This was the root of Long Xun's strength. In my previous life, I was even stronger than I am now. It seems that I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be so embarrassing. Feng Wuchen smiled and said to himself. In my previous life, from today onwards, we will fight side by side. As a person of two lives, we must destroy the temple of celestial worthy. Zhu Hun, just you wait. Feng Wuchen said in a high-spirited manner. Looking at Long Xun, who was like a living person, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, stay here. With that, Feng Wuchen left the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Whoosh, in a flash, Feng Wuchen arrived at the alchemy pavilion. Alliance Master Xianxia, who was cultivating, opened his eyes slightly. Don't worry about me. I will refine some pills. Great Elder, continue to cultivate and break through to the immortal grade realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen smiled. Are these the only herbs left to refine the body casting pill? Feng Wuchen asked. The herbs needed to refine the body casting pill could only refine a few dozen pills at most. A lot of herbs were needed to refine hundreds of pills. Xianxia nodded and said, that's all. The Chamber of Commerce has just been built, so there are not many herbs left. Manzhan is not familiar with herbs. Even if there are many in the heavenly tomb, it will take a lot of time. It seems that I can only go to the Sage Manor. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen immediately used teleportation to leave the Dragon Temple. After a few teleportations, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the Sage Manor. His supernatural power was terrifying. Lord Feng? The sudden appearance of the figure startled the disciples of the Sage Manor. When they saw that it was really Feng Wuchen, a disciple hurriedly said respectfully, "Welcome, Lord Feng. Is Manor Master Yi here?" Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. "Manor Master and Elder are both here. Lord Feng, please." A disciple respectfully led Feng Wuchen into the sage manor. A disciple had already taken the lead to run to the main hall to report. Knowing that Feng Wuchen had come, Yi Wujing, Elder Luoming Mountain, and the others all walked out of the main hall to welcome him. "Welcome, Lord Feng." Yi Wujing and the others bowed respectfully. "Manor Master Yi, Elder Luo, we are on the same side. There is no need to be so polite." Feng Wuchen smiled politely. "Lord Feng, this way please." Yi Wujing smiled respectfully. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said, "Manor Master Yi, I am here today for an urgent matter. I need some herbs to refine the body-casting pill. The Spirit Region Chamber of Commerce has just finished building, so we don't have many herbs." Yi Wujing nodded slightly and said, "I see. There are many herbs in the manor. Lord Feng, please wait for a moment. Old man will send someone to get them." "Thank you, Manor Master Yi." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. "Lord Feng, you are too polite." Yi Wujing smiled. "Manor Master Yi." At this moment, above the sage manor, a cold and arrogant voice was heard. "It is young Master Xian Ming." Yi Wujing smiled and looked at the young man in the sky. The person was none other than Ming Shura. "Ming Shura, you are still alive." Feng Wuchen looked at Ming Shura in surprise. "Feng Ying." Seeing Feng Wuchen, Ming Shura's face instantly darkened. His dark eyes flashed with murderous intent. Ming Shura would never forget his defeat at the hands of Feng Wuchen. "The hatred of my father's death is irreconcilable," Ming Shura said coldly. His murderous intent and the power of a late-stage heavenly god surged out. "Young Master Xian Ming, this is the sage manor. You cannot cause trouble here." Yi Wujing frowned slightly. "Feng Ying, you coming to the sage manor is really beyond my expectations. Today is the day you die," Ming Shura said coldly, completely ignoring Manor Master Yi. "Ming Shura, even the new heavenly emperor does not dare to behave atrociously in the sage manor. Do you want to try?" Luo Mingshan said in a low voice. "Manor Master Yi, Elder Luo, don't worry. I will not behave atrociously in the sage manor," Ming Shura said coldly. As he spoke, his hands formed a seal and condensed a terrifying power. "Celestial art. Shape-shifting phantom," Ming Shura shouted. In the next second, Feng Wuchen in the square was teleported into the sky in the blink of an eye. "Oh no." Yi Wujing and the others' faces changed drastically. "Oh? You have such an ability." Feng Wuchen was surprised, but he was not afraid at all. "Feng Ying, die." Ming Shura shouted angrily and charged toward Feng Wuchen fiercely. It was because of this that he dared to challenge Feng Wuchen. The grudge of killing his father was irreconcilable. Now that he met Feng Wuchen by coincidence, how could Ming Shura let Feng Wuchen go? "Ming Shura, stop." Yi Wujing suddenly shouted and was about to stop Ming Shura. "Dilla Master Yi, this is between me and him. He wants revenge. You can't stop him, right?" Feng Wuchen quickly said. What he meant was for Yi Wujing to not interfere. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Yi Wujing was stunned at first. Then, he frowned and thought to himself, Lord Feng's cultivation has also broken through? Seeing how calm Feng Wuchen was, without any panic in his eyes, Yi Wujing could vaguely guess. Feng Wuchen did not move at all. He just watched Ming Shura charge over quietly. He had no intention of defending himself at all. Facing Ming Shura, Feng Wuchen acted very conceited. "You're courting death." Ming Shura gritted his teeth and said angrily. He hated Feng Wuchen's arrogant attitude the most. Boom, buzz buzz, in the blink of an eye, Ming Shura punched Feng Wuchen's chest with all his strength. Feng Wuchen had no intention of dodging at all. With a boom, terrifying energy rippled out and the void rumbled violently. What? Ming Shura's expression changed drastically when his punch landed. Oh? Luo Mingshan's old face was filled with shock. As expected, Lord Feng's strength is stronger than old man imagined, Yi Wujing said in shock. High in the sky, Ming Shua's ferocious punch was actually unable to shake Feng Wuchen at all. This is impossible, Ming Shura said in disbelief. He looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. With Ming Shua's terrifying strength as a late-stage heavenly god, how could he be unscathed after hitting Feng Wuchen's chest with all his strength? Ming Shura, if you had met me earlier, you might have been able to fight against me. Unfortunately, it's too late. Feng Wuchen sneered. This is impossible. It's impossible for your strength to increase so quickly. Ming Sholua bellowed furiously. Next, he brought out his immortal artifact. Once again, he gathered up a terrifying power and sent out a full-powered punch at Feng Wuchen. Boom. Buzz. Once again, he punched Feng Wuchen in the chest. With a loud bang, an extremely terrifying energy ripple spread out once again. Compared to the previous power, it was at least twice as strong. However, the result was still the same. He was unable to shake Feng Wuchen in the slightest. Ming Shura, even if you try 100 more times, the result will still be the same. My strength has already far surpassed yours, Feng Wuchen said proudly. Below Heavenly Emperor realm, Feng Wuchen really did not take it seriously. Ming Sholua's expression shook as he asked in shock, you broke through to late-stage celestial god realm? It's the Heavenly Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen grinned, and an extremely terrifying divine power suddenly erupted. Boom. Poowork. Terrifying divine power erupted. With a loud bang, it shook Ming Sholua until he vomited blood, and his figure flew out. Early-stage Heavenly Emperor. Ming Sholua was so frightened that his eyeballs almost popped out. Heavenly Emperor realm. Lord Feng actually broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm. Yi Wujing cried out in surprise, extremely shocked. What a terrifying cultivation speed. It hasn't been long and Lord Feng broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm from early-stage celestial god realm. How is this possible? Luo Mingshan was also shocked. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. Early-stage Heavenly Emperor. Yi Ding was dumbstruck. Everyone in the Sage Manor was terrified. They were all intimidated by Feng Wuchen's terrifying aura. No, less than half a year. I don't believe that his cultivation speed is so terrifying. Ming Sholua looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. He simply could not believe that Feng Wuchen had already broken through to Heavenly Emperor realm. For others to break through to Heavenly Emperor realm, even if they were top geniuses, it would take at least a few years. Ordinary geniuses would also need more than 10 years. Ming Sholua was the Nether realm's top genius. He had cultivated for many years and was only at late-stage celestial god realm. He had not even stepped into Heavenly Emperor realm. But Feng Wuchen broke through to early-stage Heavenly Emperor realm from early-stage celestial god realm in less than half a year. Such a terrifying cultivation speed had never appeared in the Heaven realm. Feng Wuchen did it in less than half a year. No one could imagine how terrifying his cultivation speed was. Ming Sholua, if you came to me for revenge earlier, you might still have a chance, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Ming Sholua was already completely intimidated by Feng Wuchen's terrifying power and pressure. An uncontrollable fear surged into his heart. Feng Wuchen raised his arm, his palm facing the injured Ming Sholua in the distance. Terrifying power condensed on his palm, and a resplendent golden light burst out. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ming Sholua was extremely terrified and shook his head in a daze. Whoosh, boom, pft, the terrifying power condensed on Feng Wuchen's palm suddenly shot out, bringing with it a strong ear-piercing sound and a terrifying power. With a boom, Ming Sholua was shaken until he spat out blood on the spot. His body flew out like a cannonball. How can Wind Shadow's cultivation increase so quickly? I only broke through to late-stage celestial god realm after risking my life to cultivate. How can he surpass me? How can he break through to Heavenly Emperor realm? Ming Sholua roared in his heart. Even after risking his life to cultivate, he was still unable to surpass Feng Wuchen. That kind of merciless blow completely caused Ming Sholua to fall into the abyss. With just one palm, the number one genius of the Nether realm was severely injured. Facing the terrifying power of a Heavenly Emperor, no matter how strong Ming Sholua was, he could not withstand it. Lord Feng's combat power has probably surpassed Old Man. Yi Wujing said with a shocked face. Lord Feng is too terrifying. As expected of the young master of the dragon gods. Luo Mingshan swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength made them feel an endless sense of oppression. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Ah. The terrified Ming Sholua couldn't accept the cruel reality. He roared in indignation. His terrifying power surged crazily and had already gone out of control. Whoosh, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Ming Sholua in a flash. His terrifying aura shocked Ming Sholua. The latter shook violently. The terrifying pressure made him unable to move. Ming Sholua, you can't defeat me. Go and see your father. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. His cold voice made people feel as if they had fallen into the depths of hell. Feng Wuchen's index finger slowly pointed at Ming Sholua's forehead. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Wind Shadow. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Ming Sholua's face was ferocious as he gritted his teeth and roared. Whoosh. Chi. A terrifying golden light burst out and instantly pierced through Ming Sholua's forehead. The terrifying power killed Ming Sholua on the spot. As long as I don't agree, you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Those who oppose me will only have their souls destroyed. Feng Wuchen sneered. The terrifying attack had already destroyed Ming Sholua's soul. It could be said that his soul was destroyed. You didn't know that I broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. You surprised me. Looking at the falling Ming Shura, Feng Wuchen sneered. When Feng Wuchen came out of the entrance of the heavenly tomb, he was surrounded by the 7 heavenly emperors. The 7 heavenly emperors already knew that Feng Wuchen had stepped into the heavenly emperor realm. As the young hall master of Xianming Temple, Ming Shura actually didn't know that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the heavenly emperor realm. Ming Shura must have regretted meeting Feng Wuchen. But it was too late for regret. If Ming Shura had chosen to leave from the beginning, he might have been able to save his life. Feng Wuchen descended, and the gazes of Yi Wujing and the rest became even more respectful. Lord Feng, the herbs you asked for have been prepared, Yi Wujing said respectfully, and then handed a storage bag to Feng Wuchen. Thank you, Manor Lord Yi, Feng Wuchen thanked and kept it in his storage ring. With these herbs, Feng Wuchen could build a body for hundreds of puppet souls, making their combat strength stronger. In his excitement, Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. What a strong aura. This aura is very chaotic, but also extremely vigorous. Who is it? Feng Wuchen frowned. That chaotic and vigorous terrifying aura disappeared in an instant. Although it disappeared very quickly, it was still caught by Feng Wuchen. Noticing Feng Wuchen's expression, Yi Wujing frowned and asked, Lord Feng, what's wrong? Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, Nothing, it's just an illusion. Manor Lord Yi, I still have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Thank you for the herbs. Feng Wuchen cupped his hands and thanked him again, then flew away. Seeing Feng Wuchen fly away, Luo Mingshan frowned and said, To be able to make Lord Feng like this again, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. Lord Feng's perception is very strong. He must have sensed some strong cultivators. I'm afraid it's the Celestial Temple. Yi Wujing guessed. Although Yi Wujing had already guessed it, he did not sense that chaotic and powerful terrifying aura. That chaotic aura, who could it be? Furthermore, I can faintly sense a strand of soul power. Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. That strange aura made Feng Wuchen feel somewhat uneasy. After returning to the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the 4th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. He opened his storage bag and took out all the herbs inside. So many herbs are enough. Feng Wuchen said with a joyful smile. Bang! A wisp of black flame ignited in the center of his palm. Then, he activated his soul power. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and dozens of medicinal herbs flew into his palm. With a flip of his hand, a divine-grade body-casting pill was refined. Once again, he displayed the terrifying ability of one-thought pill formation. Let's give it a try first. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. With a thought, a soul puppet floated out of the tomb. This soul puppet was at the early stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Its strength was incomparably fierce. With a flick of his finger, the body-casting pill flew out. Feng Wuchen quickly formed seals with his hands. It was incomparably mysterious. He guided the medicinal power of the body-casting pill into the soul puppet. Using his powerful soul power to control the soul puppet to absorb the medicinal power of the body-casting pill, Feng Wuchen began to refine the body for the soul puppet. With the help of the powerful soul power and medicinal power, the soul puppet condensed a body at an astonishing speed. Starting from the feet, it quickly grew up bit by bit. Very good. Everything is going smoothly, Feng Wuchen said happily. He was very much looking forward to it. After an hour, the soul puppet successfully condensed a body and turned into a handsome young man. Its closed eyes suddenly opened. Two terrifying rays of light suddenly shot out from its dim eyes. The first soul puppet condensed a body, and its aura instantly increased by several times. Succeeded. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and said, "What a powerful aura." After reforging the body, the combat power indeed increased quite a bit. Following that, Feng Wuchen started refining body-casting pills in large quantities. Refining with both hands at the same time, the divine ability pills forming a thought was displayed consecutively. In a short 5 minutes, Feng Wuchen refined several hundred body-casting pills. The horrifying pill refining speed, no one in the heavenly realm could match it. Heh, it's about to start. Starting from the Heavenly Emperor realm first, Feng Wuchen said with an excited smile. Feng Wuchen urged his soul power with all his might and reforged the body for several dozen Heavenly Emperor-level soul puppets at the same time. The frenzied action consumed a huge amount of soul force. After several dozen Heavenly Emperor-level soul puppets finished reforging the body, Feng Wuchen also collapsed due to exhausting his soul force, his complexion incomparably pale. However, it was all worth it. Several dozen Heavenly Emperor-level puppets, the aura emanating from their bodies was even stronger than before. The heavens reward those who work hard. Feng Wuchen grinned and said. Feng Wuchen only rested for a moment and immediately sat down cross-legged to cultivate. After his soul force recovered to its peak, Feng Wuchen continued to reforge the body for the soul puppets. After his soul force was exhausted, he continued to cultivate, recovered and continued to reforge the body. After several days, Feng Wuchen finally reforged the body for several hundred soul puppets. Phew! It's finally done. Feng Wuchen completely heaved a sigh of relief. These few days could be said to be exhausting. Looking at his masterpiece, Feng Wuchen's face revealed a gratified smile. Long Zun and these puppets will all become my secret weapons, Feng Wuchen said with an excited smile. Next is to prepare immortal artifacts for them. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. As long as these puppets were equipped with immortal artifacts, their combat strength would be even more terrifying. As long as Feng Wuchen did not die, even if these soul puppets were destroyed by experts, Feng Wuchen would be able to reform their soul bodies. After all, these were soul bodies raised by Ling Shuzi and had now become one with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's soul force was extremely terrifying and was already a peak existence in the heaven realm. These soul puppets could be said to be existences with copper skin and iron bones. Their cultivation will increase along with my cultivation. When I break through to the great Heavenly Emperor realm, they will also step into the great Heavenly Emperor realm. At that time I will have hundreds of great Heavenly Emperor realm experts, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. The more he thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. At that time, with hundreds of great Heavenly Emperor realm experts, the dragon gods and the various major alliance forces in the heaven realm, Feng Wuchen would have enough strength to challenge the celestial palace. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and began to refine immortal artifacts, including battle armor and divine weapons. Feng Wuchen had a lot of immortal spirit stones and a lot of materials to refine immortal artifacts. It was enough to refine a large number of immortal artifacts. One by one, the immortal artifacts were refined. Feng Wuchen spent a few days refining more than 700 immortal artifacts, all of which were equipped with the puppets. The combat strength of the puppets had increased greatly. It's a pity that there are no divine spiritual stones. Otherwise, I would have refined all of them into divine artifacts for you. Feng Wuchen had already secretly decided that after finding the divine spiritual stones, he would replace all of these puppets with divine artifacts to strengthen their combat strength. Ling Long Pavilion. Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guegu had recovered from their injuries, but the main hall was filled with grief and indignation. Tianji was mercilessly killed by Feng Wuchen, which undoubtedly made them lose their backing. Not only did they fail to avoid the elixir formation, but they also lost their master's life. Junior brother, what are your plans? Dan Yuzi asked in a deep voice, looking at the silent Mr. Guegu. Even if you and I join forces, we can't defeat Feng Ying. Even if I'm the Grand Elder of the Saint Temple and have many experts under me, I can't do anything to him. The dragon gods have already awakened. Mr. Guegu shook his head slightly. He knew how terrifying the dragon gods were. Feng Wuchen's strength was nothing in their eyes, but the strength of the dragon gods was not to be underestimated. Long Nidian alone was enough to defeat Mr. Guegu. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would at most be tied with Long Nidian. Are we just going to let go of Master's revenge? Dan Yuzi said unwillingly. Mr. Guegu was silent. Although he was not the Grand Elder of the Saint Temple, he did not have the right to send the experts of the Temple of Heavenly Venerate to encircle Feng Wuchen. The Heavenly Venerate was asleep, and everything was decided by the Grand Elder Zhuge Wuji. Why don't I take revenge for you? At this moment, an old voice that carried a hint of a sneer rang out in the hall. Who is it? Dan Yuzi suddenly shouted coldly. Old man didn't notice this person approaching. Mr. Guegu was shocked. With Mr. Guegu's cultivation at the peak of the 8th Heavenly Emperor, he couldn't detect someone approaching. This showed how terrifying this person's strength was. Senior brother, be careful. This person's cultivation is above us. Mr. Guegu immediately transmitted his voice. In the main hall, an old man in a black robe appeared out of thin air. The old man was wearing a hat, so they couldn't tell who he was. However, the aura exuding from the old man was quite terrifying, which made Mr. Guegu and Dan Yuzi secretly shocked. There is such an expert in the heaven realm. Mr. Guegu frowned deeply and looked at the old man in front of him. Dan Yuzi stared at the mysterious old man warily and asked with a frown, Who are you? I'm here to help you get your revenge, the old man said with a cold smile. His words were filled with hostility. Who are you? Mr. Guegu asked in a deep voice. He had already activated the power of a peak 8th level Heavenly Emperor. He did not believe that this mysterious old man would be so kind. Dan Yuzi also activated the power of an 8th stage Heavenly Emperor, his old face extremely solemn. The old man's identity was definitely not simple, but he didn't know who Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guegu were. I need the two of you to help me with something. The mysterious old man sneered. Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guegu frowned again, not knowing what the mysterious old man wanted to do. I would like to borrow the soul power of the two of you. The mysterious elder sneered. Hearing this, Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guegu's old faces changed. Then, they became ferocious, and their eyes flashed with murderous intent. Nonsense! Dan Yuzi shouted angrily. Terrifying power condensed in his palm and he immediately sent out a palm attack. Boom boom. Poo-pee-you. But at this moment, Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guegu both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. It was so sudden that the two of them couldn't react at all. Divine level. Mr. Guegu was shocked. How is this possible? This person's soul power is comparable to Master's. Dan Yuzi widened his eyes in shock. He didn't expect the old man in front of him to be at the divine level. What shocked them even more was that the two of them couldn't see that the old man had soul power. In just one exchange, Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guegu were severely injured by the terrifying soul power. Their injuries were serious, and their faces were pale. Divine level inscriptionist. Who are you? Mr. Guegu asked in shock. You. What do you want? Dan Yuzi asked in shock. A dignified pale soul of the heavenly realm, your soul power is only SOSO. The mysterious old man sneered. Dan Yuzi's pale face was incomparably ferocious. If he could see that the mysterious old man was a divine-level inscriptionist, he wouldn't have been severely injured by his soul power just now. Not good. In the Linglong Pavilion, Shurchen frowned and immediately rushed to the palace. But the moment Shurchen rushed out, he was suddenly blocked by a terrifying force. In the main hall, the mysterious old man once again activated his terrifying soul power, and then his palm grabbed at Dan Yuzi. Senior brother. Go quickly. Mr. Guigu's face changed drastically, and suddenly shouted. Go? Is it so easy? The mysterious old man sneered disdainfully, then he waved his hand and shouted, Immortal art. Space imprisonment. What? Space imprisonment. Mr. Guigu's face changed again, and he looked at the mysterious old man in shock. In an instant, Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guigu's bodies were unable to move, and even the surrounding space was imprisoned. The art was very powerful. You are from the Xianxia family. Dan Yuzi looked at the mysterious old man in shock, and he had already guessed the old man's identity. Mr. Guigu said in shock, You are Xianxia. The mysterious old man sneered and didn't say anything. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed it directly on Dan Yuzi's head. What do you want to do? Dan Yuzi panicked and struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The mysterious old man sneered, Humph. I have already said that I will borrow your soul power. Stop. Mr. Guigu anxiously shouted. The mysterious old man's hand clawed and directly absorbed Dan Yuzi's soul power. Stop. Stop. Dan Yuzi shouted in panic, but he couldn't resist and his body couldn't move at all. Ah! Dan Yuzi screamed as his soul power was absorbed. Humph! The soul power of a divine-grade alchemist is indeed powerful. The mysterious old man sneered proudly and crazily absorbed Dan Yuzi's soul power. In just a moment, Dan Yuzi's soul power was sucked dry, and he couldn't struggle anymore. Senior brother! Senior brother! Mr. Guigu was extremely shocked. Dan Yuzi, whose soul power was sucked dry, fell to the ground, and he was half dead. Mr. Guigu, it's your turn. The mysterious old man sneered. Even if he knew Mr. Guigu's identity, the old man was not afraid at all. Xianxia. You old bastard. Mr. Guigu cursed. The withered hand pressed on Mr. Guigu's head and absorbed his soul power without hesitation. How dare you? How dare you absorb my soul power? Mr. Guigu roared in panic and tried his best to break free, but it was in vain. After so many years, you still haven't stepped into the divine grade, what a pity. The mysterious old man sneered. Stop it. Quickly. Mr. Guigu quickly weakened and didn't even have the strength to shout. After a while, Mr. Guigu's soul power was also absorbed by the mysterious old man, and Mr. Guigu fell to the ground. Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guigu were extremely weak and could die at any time. Humph. Everything went well, and I still have to thank Kazakage for killing Tianji and getting rid of my biggest problem. The mysterious old man said with a sinister smile. Speaking of which, Wind Shadow's soul power is indeed terrifying. The mysterious old man said again. After absorbing Dan Yuzi and Guigu's soul power, the mysterious old man's soul power became even more terrifying. After absorbing your soul power, this lord's cultivation level will reach an even higher level. This lord will become an existence that you can only look up to. The mysterious old man sneered arrogantly. You bastard. Dan Yuzi scolded weakly. His body was trembling as he stared at the mysterious old man viciously. I didn't kill you. I'm already very merciful. You should thank me. How can you have resentment? The mysterious old man sneered. I will definitely annihilate your Xianxia family. Mr. Guigu endured his injuries and shouted angrily. Is that so? The mysterious old man sneered. He wasn't threatened at all. The mysterious old man glanced at Guigu and sneered, You should worry about the dragon gods. Wind Shadow is not simple. I have never seen him grow so fast. I'm afraid he's the nemesis of your celestial palace. What's a little Wind Shadow? Guigu said angrily. Is that so? Guigu almost died in the hands of Wind Shadow many times. You two and Tianji's soul power are not as good as Wind Shadow. The mysterious old man sneered. You have been secretly monitoring us? Guegu said angrily. He didn't expect that the mysterious old man had been watching them for a long time. The old man sneered and said, that's right. Tianji didn't even notice my existence. It's a pity that Tianji's soul power is wasted. Otherwise, it would be enough for me to step into an even more powerful domain. However, comprehending the rune with a thought might not be impossible. If you can't find an alchemist to inject spiritual force into you within an hour, your spiritual bodies will wither and die. Take care of yourselves. The mysterious old man sneered. After he finished speaking, his figure silently disappeared. After the mysterious old man left, the space imprisonment dissipated. Whoosh! Xianxia dashed over in a flash. Pavilion Master. Guegu. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He didn't know what was going on. He only knew that he was blocked by a terrifying force and couldn't enter. Quick! Quick, go find an alchemist. Quick! Dan Yuzi said weakly. It looked like he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Seeing that Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guegu couldn't hold on any longer, Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly set up a barrier to protect the hall and immediately disappeared. Xianxia. I will never forgive you. Mr. Guegu said angrily. Xianxia was the patriarch of the Xian family. He was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. While his cultivation was profound, he was also a divine grade inscription master. He had an extremely high prestige in the Heaven realm. The strength of the Xian family was very strong, and it was one of the transcendent powers of the heavenly realm. It could also be said that it was a giant existence. However, Xianxia did not dare to kill Dan Yuzi and Mr. Guegu. After all, Mr. Guegu was backed by a heavenly venerate. No matter how strong the Xian family was, no one could contend against an Empyrean. Xianxia did not dare to offend the celestial worthy temple. Dragon God Temple. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen was thinking about something. He was very engrossed, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Big brother Feng, what are you thinking about? Everyone is ready and waiting for you. Let's go. Lu Qingyang rushed into the main hall with a smile on his face. Feng Wuchen nodded and walked out of the main hall. Outside the hall, Ling Xiaoxiao, Miao Qingqing, Zhang Junlan, Bai Deyan, Lin Yu, Yi Tianqing, Dong Zhantian, and the Dragon Emperor were waiting for Feng Wuchen. Aren't Yi Tianwei and the others going? Walking out of the main hall, Feng Wuchen glanced at everyone and then asked. They want to break through to the heavenly monarch realm. They said that anywhere would be better than the 5th level. They are still in seclusion. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. They are really working hard to improve their cultivation. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled. Long Qing, where are we going? Zhang Junlan asked curiously. Everyone looked at Long Qing curiously. Long Qing smiled and said, the Mystic Ice Valley. Your cultivation is about to break through to the heavenly monarch realm. The Mystic Ice Valley is the best place for you to break through. The Mystic Ice Valley is in the ancient region, the coldest place in the heaven realm. Most experts who cultivate the ice attribute will go to the Mystic Ice Valley to cultivate. There is also a treasure in the Mystic Ice Valley called the 1000-Year Ice Soul. It contains a very violent ice attribute power, Long Qing continued. That's great. I happen to cultivate the ice attribute. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled excitedly. The coldest place. It must be very dangerous, right? Lin Yu asked worriedly. I am a refiner. I cultivate the fire attribute. I don't have the ice attribute. Is it appropriate for me to go? Zhang Junlan quickly asked. Don't ask so many questions. You will know when you get there. Long Qing raised his eyebrows and smiled. The environment in the Mystic Ice Valley is very bad. In short, you have to be mentally prepared. Let's go. Feng Wuchen said seriously. For Feng Wuchen to say this, it meant that the Mystic Ice Valley was a very scary place. Big brother Feng, what kind of place is the Mystic Ice Valley? Why do I feel that it is very scary? Miao Qingqing asked in a low voice. It is a place that can freeze people to death. Feng Wuchen grinned. What? Freeze people to death? Hearing Feng Wuchen's answer, Lu Qingyang and the others were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. What was the background of this mystic ice valley? It could even freeze people to death. Feng Wuchen and the others immediately set off for the ancient region. Lu Qingyang and the others felt uneasy, expectant, and afraid. Mystic Ice Valley? After Feng Wuchen and the others flew away, an illusory figure appeared near the heavenly void mountain. The corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. The illusory figure only appeared for a moment before disappearing. Kuang Ying. After the illusory figure disappeared, Nia Hanfeng appeared in the Dragon God Palace's plaza. Don't worry, that guy can't do anything to young master. Long Yun's voice sounded. Is it really appropriate for master to bring them to the Mystic Ice Valley? The Mystic Ice Valley is one of the forbidden areas of the Heaven Realm. The cold chi there is very scary. Xianxia appeared and frowned. Master has his own plans. He won't take them to the profound ice valley to cultivate if he isn't completely sure. Besides, he cultivated in the profound ice valley in his previous life, so he's very familiar with it, said Nia Hanfeng. He wasn't worried at all. Nia Hanfeng was worried about Kuang Ying. With the help of the teleportation formation, it would not take much time. Ancient region Immortal Wind City. Young master, we are not far from the Mystic Ice Valley. Let's rest in the city and eat and drink before going. Long Qing said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded. He naturally knew what kind of place the Mystic Ice Valley was. Feng Wuchen naturally knew. Why do I feel like we are going to die? Dong Zhantian said with a face full of fear. He felt like he was going to the execution ground. If you are not careful, you will really die. Long Qing said with a scary look. After eating and drinking their fill, Feng Wuchen's group continued on their way. Along the way, there were many cultivators heading towards the profound ice valley, and there were even heavenly emperors among them. So many people are going to die? Dong Zhantian muttered to himself. Zhang Junlan frowned and said, it's such a dangerous place, but there are still so many people going there. It seems like it's a cultivation treasure land, and not all of them are ice attribute cultivators. Do you see that majestic mountain in front? That's the profound ice valley. Long Qing smiled and said. In the sky far ahead, there was a majestic snow-white mountain floating in the sky. It was shrouded in celestial mist, and it was faintly discernible. Lu Qingyang and the others looked at the profound ice valley in the distance. The closer they got to the profound ice valley, the bigger it became. When they felt the cold air coming from the profound ice valley, Feng Wuchen's group stopped. Long Qing, how can this cold air freeze people to death? Who are you trying to fool? Dong Zhantian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Long Qing when he felt that the cold air wasn't scary at all. Feng Wuchen said, you don't know much about the profound ice valley. The cold air at the foot of the mountain is enough to make it difficult for people to move. The cold air in the valley can indeed freeze heavenly monarchs to death. The foot of the mountain can make it difficult for us to move? Zhang Junlan and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, the profound ice valley is at the center. Even great heavenly emperors don't dare to step into it easily. The cold air in the profound ice valley is no small matter. We'll move around the periphery of the profound ice valley. In addition, there's another danger in the profound ice valley. There's an ancient skywolf in the valley. It's a very terrifying ancient beast. Long Qing added. Ancient skywolf? Lu Qingyang and the others' faces changed slightly. The profound ice valley is a gathering place for all the major and minor forces of the ancient domain. We can't cause trouble, but if someone dares to bully us, we can't lose face for the Dragon God Temple. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. He took the lead and flew towards the profound ice valley. Lu Qingyang and the others followed behind. The closer they got to the profound ice valley, the stronger the cold air became, and they began to tremble. This mysterious ice valley is really strange. We haven't even reached the foot of the mountain, but the cold air seems to have increased several times in an instant. It's really not ordinary cold. Lu Qingyang said in a trembling voice. His body couldn't help but tremble. It's so cold. Lin Yu's snot flowed out. Even Ling Xiaoxiao felt extremely cold. Her beautiful face had turned red from the cold. Too cold. I can't take it anymore. Miao Qingqing was trembling violently. Even if she activated the power of Tian Yuan, it was difficult for her to withstand the terrifying cold qi. Persevere, the more adversity you are in, the more helpful it will be for your breakthrough. It can stimulate your potential. Feng Wuchen encouraged. Lu Qingyang and the others have not even reached the foot of the profound ice valley, but they already found it difficult to move. Aside from them, many cultivators around the profound ice valley are also in the same situation. Those with weak cultivation are all struggling against the terrifying cold air. After half an hour, Lu Qingyang and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain. The distance is only a few hundred meters, but it took them half an hour to arrive. It can be seen how terrifying the cold air is. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Lu Qingyang and the others' clothes have already been covered in ice. Even their hair and eyebrows have been frozen. Tian Yuan is simply unable to resist the cold air. The profound ice valley can be said to be a hellish existence. There are many frozen cultivators at the foot of the mountain, all of them were frozen to death by the terrifying cold air. Seeing those frozen cultivators, Lu Qingyang and the others started to panic. So many people have been frozen to death. Feng. Big brother Feng, are we going to cultivate here? Lu Qingyang's whole body trembled as he asked, his mouth almost unable to speak. This is such a terrifying place, but there are still so many people cultivating here. Zhang Junlin's face was full of shock. At the foot of the profound ice valley, in addition to those frozen to death, there are many cultivators risking their lives to cultivate here. They are all heaven monarchs. In order to become stronger, these cultivators are risking their lives. As heaven monarchs, they can barely cultivate at the foot of the profound ice valley. Further inside is where Heaven God Realm and Heaven Emperor Realm cultivators cultivate. If I knew this, I wouldn't have come. It's just torture. Beidou Yan trembled. Cultivating in the ninefold cosmos pagoda is definitely heaven, but here is the 18th level of hell. Hee, it's too late to regret. Long Qing laughed gloatingly. You tricked me into coming here. Tianqing glared at Long Qing angrily. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, is it still cultivation if you don't suffer a little? You are all at the critical moment of breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. After a few days, you should be able to break through. Then, I will bring you in. Among them, only Ling Xiaoxiao who broke through to the mid-stage of the Heaven Monarch realm was better. After all, Ling Xiaoxiao had the divine power and could barely resist the cold air. Feng Wuchen and Long Qing didn't use their power to resist, and their clothes were frozen to ice. Young master, there are fewer people over there. Let's go over there. Long Qing said. The group immediately moved to a place with fewer people. Although the profound ice valley is big, there are many cultivators here, and the good spots have been taken by others. Coming to the profound ice valley at the Heavenly King realm? Are you crazy? If you don't have the ability, don't come here to die. Can't you see so many people are frozen to death? You know you can't do it, but you don't know your own limits. Wretches will always be wretches. At this moment, some ear-piercing words were heard. Several late-stage Heaven Monarch realm experts looked at them with disdain. What did you say? Lu Qingyang suddenly shouted angrily and glared fiercely at those Heaven Monarch realm experts. Oh? You have a bad temper, but you don't know what it means to court death. A Heaven Monarch realm expert sneered. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, are you talking about you? Hey, big brother, a beauty at the mid-stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Another man was instantly attracted by Ling Xiaoxiao's stunning appearance. She is simply as beautiful as a fairy. Late-stage Heaven Monarch realm is also very beautiful. Another man stared at Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing without restraint, as if he couldn't wait to rush up. Feng Wuchen's cold and intimidating eyes suddenly swept over, which immediately frightened those Heaven Monarch realm experts. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Feng Wuchen's aura was so strong that they almost couldn't breathe. What a terrifying gaze. This kid is not simple. He's probably a celestial god realm expert, a man said in horror and was so frightened that he took a few steps back. Big brother, let's go somewhere else? I keep feeling that this place isn't very good for cultivation, another man said in horror. The man who was called Big Brother also said with a face full of horror, third brother's words make sense. We'll go somewhere else. Let's go, let's go. Several Heaven Monarch Realm experts could see how terrifying Feng Wuchen was and were all scared away. The cultivators who were cultivating nearby couldn't help but be intimidated by Feng Wuchen's terrifying aura. They looked at Feng Wuchen in fear and reverence. End of chapter. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. After making arrangements for Ling Xiaoxiao and the others to cultivate, Feng Wuchen and Long Qing went deeper into the valley. Other than bringing Ling Xiaoxiao and the others here to cultivate, the other reason was to find the 1,000-year ice soul. The 1,000-year ice soul contained an enormous amount of ice energy. It was a great supplement for ice cultivators. The 1,000-year ice soul was comparable to a heavenly immortal grade pill. The 1,000-year ice soul was the reason why the profound ice valley attracted heavenly emperors and great heavenly emperors. Feng Wuchen had the dragon god's breath, and his body contained all kinds of elemental energy. The 1,000-year ice soul was also very important to Feng Wuchen. It was even more powerful than the Chaos Origin Immortal Stone. After so many years, more and more experts have come to the profound ice valley to cultivate. Feng Wuchen said calmly as he entered the depths of the profound ice valley. He looked at the experts cultivating on the strange stone cliffs. Many of the heavenly gods who were in the midst of cultivation opened their eyes to take a look when they noticed that someone had appeared. Then, they continued with their cultivation. Among these heavenly gods, apart from the ancient region, there were also heavenly gods from other regions. Compared to the past, the cold chi is not as scary as before because there are too many people here, Long Qing said. Indeed. It seems like the cold chi in the profound ice valley will be depleted at some point. Feng Wuchen nodded. Alright, you stay here and search. It's not difficult for you to break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Be careful of the ancient sky wolf. You won't be able to withstand it any longer, Feng Wuchen said. Young master, be careful. Long Qing nodded. Brat, this is not the place for you to chat. At this moment, a heavenly god said coldly as he looked sharply at Feng Wuchen and Long Qing. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Get lost. Another heavenly god shouted coldly. You. Long Qing's face darkened. He wanted to say something, but Feng Wuchen stopped him. Cultivate properly here. Don't cause trouble, Feng Wuchen said softly. Then I'll wait for them to provoke me, Long Qing said coldly with a fierce look in his eyes. Brat, you don't seem to be convinced. The cultivator who had spoken earlier seemed to have noticed the ferocious look in Long Qing's eyes. He looked sharply at Long Qing. We only spoke softly, and I have already apologized. Why do you have to bully us? Isn't it better to let it? There's no need to disturb other people's cultivation, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Little brother, you're right. It's just a small matter. There's no need to fuss over it. A heavenly deity old man said calmly. Lu Yunchong, forget it. They are just 2 juniors, why do you have to be so calculative? Another heavenly deity persuaded. Many people felt that this was just a small matter. Humph. Still a celestial deity realm powerhouse, just this bit of magnanimity. Long Qing said disdainfully, sweeping a glance over that powerhouse coldly. Stinking brat. What did you say? Hearing Long Qing's mocking words, the man's face immediately darkened. I said you're petty. What's wrong? So many people are cultivating here. Who is so petty like the 2 of you? Long Qing said without any trace of politeness. You're courting death. The man was enraged. Middle stage heavenly god realm power suddenly erupted. Biting cold killing intent locked onto Long Qing. Being able to come here, do you think I'll be afraid of you? Long Qing said coldly without any fear. Oh? Is that so? Just as Long Qing's words fell, a cold voice with some arrogance sounded out. Only to see a young man slowly open his eyes. His gaze swept towards Long Qing and he said, I want to see what capabilities you have to say this. A very terrifying aura spread out from the young man's body. He was already late-stage heavenly god realm. The moment this person spoke, the other heavenly god realm powerhouses all shut their mouths. Clearly, they were very wary of this person. "Young master, let me take care of this brat," the man said fiercely. He suddenly urged his power and shot out. His aura was majestic and surging, giving people a strong sense of oppression. "Humph!" Longqing sneered disdainfully. Then, he walked out of the void step by step. Feng Wuchen did not stop him. Since the other party was bullying him, there was no need for him to tolerate it anymore. Longqing's cultivation was at late-stage heavenly god realm. His physical body was extremely strong. A mere mid-stage heavenly god was nothing in his eyes. The man arrived in the blink of an eye. Terrifying power gathered in his palm and he slammed it towards Longqing mercilessly. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Longqing did not dodge at all. He allowed the man's palm to hit his chest. With a boom, terrifying power swept out wildly, shaking the valley. Countless ice blocks shattered. The weaker heavenly god realm powerhouses all retreated in a flash. What? When the palm landed, the man's expression changed drastically. He stared at Longqing with his eyes wide open. The young man who was called young master frowned slightly. His expression became more serious. Hiss, many heavenly god realm powerhouses gasped. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. They could not see through Longqing's cultivation. No one expected Longqing's strength to be so terrifying. "Frankly speaking, this bit of strength of yours, I don't take it seriously at all." Longqing laughed coldly and said mockingly. Just relying on his powerful physical body, he blocked the full power attack of a mid-stage heavenly god realm powerhouse. Longqing's strength could be said to be very powerful. Powerhouses below heavenly emperor realm who could match him were in the minority. Boom, poo-work, finishing his words, Longqing punched out. With a boom, the violent and terrifying power stomped on the man's chest. Immediately after, a mouthful of blood spurted out. His figure flew out like a cannonball. The young man who was called young master reached out and grabbed across the air, pulling him back. What terrifying strength! This person must be at late-stage heavenly god realm. Heavily injuring Lu Yuncheng with one palm. Who is this kid? Oh? He actually has such powerful strength. He hasn't used his strength yet. Many heavenly god realm powerhouses turned pale with fright. They were all stunned by Longqing's ferocious strength. You asked for it. Longqing said with a cold smile. His icy gaze swept over to that young master. Longqing asked, "Do you want to try?" "Indeed have some ability." "I underestimated you," the young man said coldly, his face already darkening. "Young master, be careful. This person is very strong," the man hurriedly reminded, looking at Longqing in horror. "Everyone is here to cultivate. Why make a big deal out of it? I think we should just let it go," Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. If this continued, not only would they not be able to cultivate, even the many heavenly gods would not be able to cultivate. "Injuring my people, we're just going to let it go like this?" The young man's icy gaze swept over Feng Wuchen. Clearly, he would not let the matter go. "Come at me if you want to." "I don't care what young master you are," Longqing said coldly and arrogantly. He reached out and hooked his finger at the man provocatively. "Kill him." The young man ordered coldly, his words filled with terrifying killing intent. "Kill him." Following that young lord's voice faded, over a dozen celestial deity realm powerhouses present stood up, their fierce gazes staring at Longqing and Feng Wuchen like venomous snakes. Over a dozen celestial deity realm powerhouses were very clearly that young lord's subordinates. Whoosh! 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 Over a dozen celestial deity realm powerhouses swarmed forward, one tyrannical aura after another erupting. Yo? So many people? No wonder you all are so arrogant, your background isn't small, Longqing said in surprise. But it was merely surprise. With Longqing's ferocious strength, it was absolutely not what the opponents could deal with just numbers. Longqing gave Feng Wuchen a glance. He was waiting for Feng Wuchen's orders. You handle it yourself. Don't harm their lives. Otherwise, it will delay our time, Feng Wuchen said helplessly. Young lord, rest assured, Longqing said with a tyrannical sneer. His figure then flew to the high altitude. Chase! A middle-stage celestial deity realm powerhouse yelled angrily. Over a dozen people rushed to the sky one after another. Young and impetuous. An old man shook his head slightly. The two of them are really quite bold. Looks like they don't know young Lord Zhang's identity, another celestial deity realm powerhouse said in a low voice. Isn't this nonsense? If they knew, their guts would be scared out of their wits, another celestial deity realm said in a low voice. Young Lord Zhang's identity was clearly very terrifying. Otherwise, these celestial deity realm powerhouses also would not be so apprehensive. Buzz. Buzz, horrifying energy ripples already spread to the entire profound ice valley, startling all the cultivators cultivating. Another powerhouse got into a conflict. Everyone's gazes all looked towards the high altitude. It's Longqing. Did that guy get into trouble? Lu Qingyang recognized Longqing with one glance and could not help saying in surprise. So many celestial deity realm powerhouses, are they going to throw their lives away? Beta Yan shook his head slightly. Longqing's strength, they were very clear. Dong Zhantian smiled coldly and said, overestimating their own ability. High up in the sky, Longqing's face had a sinister cold smile all along. But his eyes became extremely ferocious. Facing over a dozen celestial deity realm powerhouses, Longqing did not have fear. Instead, he was very excited. I won't show mercy. Longqing sneered. In the blink of an eye, the first mid-god shot over. His presence was tremendous as he threw a vicious punch at Longqing. Too slow. Longqing said disdainfully, punching out with an even more terrifying speed. Boom. Pooh. His fist landed on the man's chest. With a loud bang, the man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. His violent strength heavily injured his opponent with a single punch. Hiss, the horrifying strength caused many cultivators to gasp in horror. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Swish. Swish. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Longqing's figure flickered rapidly. Wherever he passed, almost in the blink of an eye, 6 to 7 heaven gods were sent flying with blood spurting from their mouths. You guys are too weak. Longqing sneered and his figure flickered again. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Another 6 to 7 heaven gods were severely injured. In less than 30 seconds, more than a dozen heaven gods were defeated. They did not even have a chance to attack. Dealing with these heaven god realm powerhouses was like playing games to Longqing. Gulp, the many cultivators watching the battle swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Even the heaven god realm powerhouses were also dumbstruck at this moment. The overwhelming power intimidated the entire place. Longqing's strength was beyond their imagination. More than a dozen subordinates were defeated in the blink of an eye. Young Lord Zhang's face already became hideous. Big brother. It's that person just now. Just now, we almost. The Heaven Lord powerhouse who had some friction with Feng Wuchen's group previously said in horror. He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. Luckily, we didn't provoke them. 16 heaven gods were all defeated by him in the blink of an eye. Another heaven lord was scared out of his wits. He wouldn't be a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse, right? The big brother in the lead froze on the spot, his face full of fear. They were all secretly rejoicing that they did not offend Feng Wuchen they all. Otherwise, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Longqing this guy, his strength is really terrifyingly powerful. Lu Qingyang said with a face full of shock. It was his first time seeing Longqing take action. Such terrifying strength, quasi-heavenly emperors are probably not his match too. Zhang Junlan also could not help sucking in a cold breath, his expression unbelievably stiff. Beta Yan said in horror, if they really attack, none of them will be able to survive. Longqing amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Buzz, buzz, right at this time, a very horrifying power seeped out from the valley downwind. Young Lord Zhang's gaze filled with killing intent stared at the Longqing high up in the sky. Death divine power, turns out that it's a member of the divine race, Longqing said with a cold smile. His figure slowly floated down, the coldness and arrogance that penetrated deep into his bones was still the same. Young Lord Jiang erupted with death divine power. His aura already broke through to the realm of peak late-stage celestial deity realm. He already had half a foot into the realm of Heavenly Emperor. His strength was even more terrifying than the number one genius of the nether realm, Ming Shura. Feng Wuchen looked at young Lord Jiang calmly and said, "Your surname is Jiang. You are the young lord of the ancient region's mystic imperial palace. Your father is Jiang Lianqing, right? I know the strength of the mystic imperial palace, but I advise you not to take action. I'll tell you clearly, you are not his match." He actually knows young Lord Jiang. He even knows about the mystic imperial palace. Knowing young Lord Jiang's identity and still daring to take action, who are they? I think they are not afraid of the mystic imperial palace at all. They know that there are tigers in the mountain, but they still want to go there. This means that their background is even more terrifying than the mystic imperial palace. The celestial deity realm experts were all shocked. They were all very curious about who Feng Wuchen was. You know about the mystic imperial palace? Who are you? Young Lord Jiang looked at Feng Wuchen and asked with a frown. You don't need to know who I am. We came to the mystic ice valley to cultivate too. This matter ends here. If you still want to pursue the matter, I'm afraid that the consequences are not what you can bear, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Young Lord Jiang's expression was incomparably grim, but he was stunned by Feng Wuchen's words. Young Lord Jiang was a member of the mystic imperial palace and also a member of the god race at the same time. If not for coming here with other objectives, Feng Wuchen would probably have already made a move to kill these people from the god race. Looking at Longqing, Feng Wuchen issued an order and said, "Cultivate well, don't stir up trouble again." Yes. Longqing answered respectfully. Feng Wuchen directly flew deeper into the valley after that. Many celestial deity realm experts looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise again. That was a place that only Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouses dared to step foot in. Feng Wuchen actually dared to go deeper. They could not see through the depths of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, but they already dared to confirm that Feng Wuchen was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse in their hearts. Their eyes also turned from surprise to reverence. Cultivators who dared to enter deeper were absolutely Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. Is he a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? Who the hell is he? Young Lord Jiang frowned and thought to himself. Seeing Feng Wuchen fly deeper, young Lord Jiang secretly rejoiced that he did not make a move. End of chapter. Watching Feng Wuchen fly into the depths, the valley was silent. The celestial deity realm powerhouses were all stunned on the spot. Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. He's a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse less than 30 years old. This is absolutely a pinnacle genius. After a moment of silence, the celestial deity realm powerhouses cried out one after another. Feng Wuchen's identity made them even more curious. He's indeed a Heavenly Emperor realm. Who the hell is he? It's impossible for the ancient region to have such a terrifying genius. Goody Temple was destroyed, and the Goody Temple's young lord has already fallen. It's impossible to have a genius stronger than me. Furthermore, he's even so much younger than me. The ancient region, no, the entire heaven realm, it's impossible to have such a monster. Young Lord Zhang's heart was greatly shaken. Feng Wuchen already entered the depths of the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's cultivation. This was undoubtedly a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. Otherwise, who would go in to court death? Looking at young Lord Jiang and the rest's extremely shocked expressions, Longqing smiled smugly. Everyone, I'm really sorry for disturbing your cultivation. Only after Feng Wuchen entered the depths did Longqing open his mouth. This was a sincere apology. Young Lord Jiang glanced at Longqing, brows deeply furrowed, but did not speak and did not have the intention of making a move either. Longqing heavily injured more than a dozen celestial deity realms effortlessly just now. Furthermore, he did not deploy his power yet. No one knew what realm he was at. But Longqing staying here to cultivate, then he must be late-stage celestial deity realm. May I ask which faction's genius your esteemed self is from? An old man could not resist asking curiously. Old senior, this is a secret. Forgive me for not telling. Longqing replied coolly. Following that, he casually found a place to sit down cross-legged and directly entered a cultivation state. Longqing not saying, everyone also shut up sensibly and continued to cultivate obediently. Young Lord Zhang's solemn gaze kept looking at Longqing. He was very curious about Feng Wuchen and Longqing's origins. But no matter how he guessed, he could not guess. What astonishing cultivation speed! Not long after entering a cultivation state, the celestial deity realm powerhouses present opened their eyes in shock one after another. Everyone's gaze looked at Longqing in shock. How is this possible? How can his cultivation speed possibly be so astonishing? Peak late-stage heavenly god realm. His cultivation is above mine. Young Lord Jiang was also shocked as he looked at Longqing in disbelief. I can't believe it. Who is he? This cultivation talent is too terrifying. His aura is extremely vigorous. This should be the realm of a peak late-stage heavenly deity. No wonder his strength is so terrifying. Peak late-stage heavenly god. His aura seems to be the aura of a god. The heavenly gods exclaimed in shock. They were all dumbfounded. Can you all be quiet? Longqing of the cultivators asked. Yes, yes, yes. The celestial deity realm powerhouses all nodded. No one dared to offend Longqing. None of them dared to provoke the aura of the god race. After recovering from the shock, young Lord Jiang frowned and thought to himself, I didn't expect him to be from the god race. That brat should be from the god race as well. Could he be one of the new goodies men? Longqing had concealed the aura of the dragon gods, but when he cultivated, the aura of the god race could not be concealed. What's wrong with this guy? Killing intent suddenly multiplied. Still want to make a move? Longqing, who was cultivating secretly, found it strange, but he also ignored it. As long as young Lord Jiang dared to make a move, Longqing would dare to retaliate. Arriving at the deeper parts of the valley, the fewer the powerhouses. Cultivating. Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses were also only around a dozen people cultivating. Those able to enter here were all heavenly emperors whose strengths were more powerful. Only 12 heavenly emperors? Haven't come for several decades, the profound ice valley hasn't changed in the slightest, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen's appearance aroused the attention of the 12 heavenly emperor powerhouses who were cultivating. They all opened their eyes one after another. Such a young heavenly emperor powerhouse? Who is he? This kid isn't simple. His cultivation is concealed extremely deeply. His background isn't small. For this kid to actually be able to come here, his cultivation must have stepped into the heavenly emperor realm. The heavenly emperor level powerhouses were all extremely shocked in their hearts. They had never seen such a young heavenly emperor powerhouse before. Little brother, may I ask who you are? A late-stage heavenly emperor old man could not resist asking curiously. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Junior came from the spirit realm's Dragon God Temple. Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen's reply immediately made the faces of the 12 heavenly emperor powerhouses change drastically. The Dragon God Temple contending with the 8 great heavenly emperors? It's actually a member of the Dragon God Temple. Lord Feng's subordinates aren't strange anymore. Old man, I heard that the previous 8 great heavenly emperors were all finished off by the Dragon God Temple powerhouses. Even the 18 heavenly emperors whose might shook the heaven realm. To actually say that Lord Feng's Dragon God Temple still has the help of Dragon God's powerhouses. Feng Wuchen's reply involuntarily made the 12 heavenly emperor powerhouses extremely shocked. Their gazes when looking at Feng Wuchen instantly became respectful. Seniors, cultivate first. Junior won't disturb any more, Feng Wuchen said politely, then flew to the left. Before long, Feng Wuchen came to a place where the cold energy was more dense. There was no one cultivating here. It's here. Indeed, places where the cold energy is denser, heavenly emperor powerhouses don't dare to approach too, Feng Wuchen muttered, his palm pressing on the ice rock. The denser the cold energy, the more terrifying the energy. Heavenly emperor level powerhouses did not dare to easily approach too. Oh? This enchantment that I set up back then is actually still there. Under slight sensing, Feng Wuchen could not help being surprised. Since the enchantment is still there, the 1,000-year ice soul must still be there. Feng Wuchen said with wild elation. Feng Wuchen set up the enchantment here back then precisely because he found the 1,000-year ice soul here back then. In order to not let others snatch away the 1,000-year ice soul, Feng Wuchen set up the enchantment. It was just that he did not expect that when he returned again, it was already several decades later. Feng Wuchen urged his divine power, kneaded seals with one hand, and cried out in a low voice, "Open!" A golden profound array formation suddenly appeared on the peculiar ice rock in front of him. Following Feng Wuchen breaking the enchantment, the array formation disappeared in a flash. The enchantment disappeared. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The peculiar ice rock in front of him floated out. Immediately after, a blinding white light suddenly flashed out. Extremely horrifying ice attribute energy swept out. After the peculiar ice rock, a crystal that resembled a transparent crystal appeared in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Over there was the 1,000-year ice soul. In several decades, the 1,000-year ice soul's energy became more and more massive, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. Horrifying ice attribute energy swept out, startling the 12 heavenly emperor powerhouses in the midst of cultivation right away. This aura is the 1,000-year ice soul. Someone actually found the 1,000-year ice soul. It wouldn't be that dragon god temple powerhouse, right? He found the 1,000-year ice soul? How is this possible? The heavenly emperor level powerhouses cried out in surprise one after another and immediately stopped cultivating, speeding over in the direction of the 1,000-year ice soul at lightning speed. The 1,000-year ice soul contained very massive ice attribute energy. To heavenly emperor level powerhouses, that was equivalent to a heavenly immortal grade medicinal pill. It was absolutely a paramount treasure. End of this chapter. The Profound Ice Valley's 10,000-year-old profound ice is indeed incomparably hard. It's hard for heavenly emperor powerhouses to destroy it too. Using it to refine ice attribute immortal artifacts is most suitable. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself and started plucking the 1,000-year-old ice soul. Whoosh! 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 12 heavenly emperor-level powerhouses appeared with a flash. But they had just flashed over when they were immediately forced to retreat in horror by the horrifying cold air. The horrifying cold air, even late-stage heavenly emperors did not dare to approach too. It's indeed him. That heavenly emperor powerhouse from the Dragon Divine Temple. He can actually withstand such horrifying cold air. Could he be great heavenly emperor realm? 1,000-year-old ice soul. It's a 1,000-year-old ice soul. He actually found it. The heavenly emperor level powerhouses were given a big fright by Feng Wuchen once more. In such a place where the horrifying cold air was concentrated, Feng Wuchen was actually completely unscathed. However, what they did not know was that Feng Wuchen actually could not withstand such horrifying cold air. But the existence of the crow fire was the nemesis of cold air. The crow fire was a primordial divine fire, the most terrifying flame in the world. How could mere cold air hurt Feng Wuchen? The eyes of the 12 heavenly emperor-level powerhouses became increasingly wary at this moment. None of them dared to speak, just watching quietly. Feng Wuchen ignored them too and just cared about taking the 1,000-year-old ice soul. Feng Wuchen discovered that this place gave birth to a 1,000-year-old ice soul back then. He risked his life to find it. One had to know, the Long Zun back then did not have crow fire and relied on his powerful strength and fleshy body to enter this dense place. Feng Wuchen's cultivation breaking through to the heavenly emperor realm, the effect of the chaos origin divine stone was already greatly reduced. The 1,000-year-old ice soul was the best choice. Seeing Feng Wuchen take the 1,000-year-old ice soul with all his might, those 12 heavenly emperor powerhouses were extremely envious, even drooling. The 1,000-year-old ice soul that Feng Wuchen discovered was an ice soul king-like existence. The numbers were extremely massive. 1,000-year-old ice soul king. It's definitely a 1,000-year-old ice soul king. Looking at the massive numbers of 1,000-year-old ice souls, a heavenly emperor powerhouse could not resist crying out in surprise. Your father has never seen before so many 1,000-year-old ice souls in this lifetime, another heavenly emperor powerhouse said dumbfoundedly. I'm afraid the deepest part of the profound ice valley doesn't have this 1,000-year-old ice soul king, right? Another heavenly emperor powerhouse said in a daze. His eyeballs were about to pop out. The massive amount of thousand-year-old ice souls was sufficient for Feng Wuchen to break through to the great Heavenly Emperor realm. Swish! Swish! Feng Wuchen waved his hand. 5,000-year-old ice souls flew towards the dozen over Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Thank you, little brother. Thank you, little brother. We're leaving right now. I won't leak any information. The 12 Heavenly Emperors understood what Feng Wuchen meant. After expressing their gratitude, they immediately went back to cultivate. If news of such a huge amount of thousand-year-old ice souls were to spread, it would definitely attract the pity of countless experts. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Feng Wuchen naturally had to pay some hush money. Breaking through to the great Heavenly Emperor realm back then, it was also all thanks to the thousand-year-old ice souls. The title of Ice Emperor wasn't for show, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself with a smile. Extracting the ice attribute source inside the thousand-year-old ice souls should be able to let Long Zun regain ice attribute power. And I myself possess ice attribute. At that time, when 2 ice emperors descend into the world, I wonder what kind of expressions the Empyrean Temple's people will have, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, rather looking forward to it in his heart. But just as Feng Wuchen was plucking the thousand-year-old ice souls in wild joy, his brows suddenly furrowed, seemingly detecting something. Who is it? Feng Wuchen said with a cold cry. What keen perception, to actually be able to detect my existence. Not simple. A surprised voice sounded out. Immediately after, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged man was dressed in black brocade, his entire body suffused with a horrifying aura. He already reached late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen sized up the middle-aged man and asked expressionlessly, "Who is your esteemed self? What business do you have here? Little brother, you found so many thousand-year-old ice souls. Can you share some with me?" The middle-aged man asked with a smile. How many do you want? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. His hands kept plucking the thousand-year-old ice souls into his storage ring. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "You can keep one for yourself and the rest will belong to me. Or I can kill you and all the thousand-year-old ice souls will belong to me. Choose one of the 2 paths. You have to know that if I kill you, even if your identity is not simple, no one will know that it was me who did it. Why should I give you the thousand-year-old ice souls I found?" Feng Wuchen asked. Even if he was threatened, Feng Wuchen was still not afraid. The man said conceitedly, "Because I can kill you." Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a sneer, "I will also give you 2 paths. One is to scram immediately and don't bother me. The second is to kill you. Choose one. You have to know that even if I kill you, no one will know." Brat, it seems that you are very confident in your own strength. But for you to be able to enter such a place with such dense cold energy, it also means that your strength is not weak. However, I am determined to get the thousand-year-old ice souls. The man said coldly, his words mixed with some killing intent. All the thousand-year-old ice souls were kept into Feng Wuchen's storage ring. A large hole appeared on the ice wall. The harvest was huge. The thousand-year-old ice souls are in my hands. Come and take them if you have the ability. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, who had already broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, even if the opponent was a late-stage Heavenly Emperor, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying power erupted from the man's body. The violent aura was soul-stirring. The entire profound ice valley shook violently again. Late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Many of the cultivators were shocked by this terrifying power. The timid cultivators were scared out of their wits. The terrifying power spread out from the depths of the valley. No one dared to enter. Even the Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses did not dare to approach. Boom! In the valley, the man shot out without hesitation. With a strong ear-piercing rumble, he was an existence that surpassed the speed of sound. His attack was fierce. Boom! Buzz buzz! The man arrived in the blink of an eye and punched towards Feng Wuchen. With a loud explosion, the incomparably hard profound ice behind Feng Wuchen exploded with a huge spiderweb-like crack. To be able to cause cracks to appear on the incomparably hard profound ice, it could be seen that this person's strength was extremely fierce. Teleportation? The man was slightly stunned. His punch missed. You are from the dragon gods? The man turned around to look at Feng Wuchen and asked in surprise. Buzz buzz. The terrifying heavenly Tao divine power and the third stage of the sovereign body erupted. The Qilin battle armor and several other divine artifacts were taken out. Feng Wuchen's aura instantly broke through to the middle stage heavenly emperor realm. The terrifying power shook the profound ice valley once again. Divine power. What a domineering power. The middle-aged man's expression changed again, his heart secretly shocked. You're right. Feng Wuchen sneered. He put his palms together and suddenly shouted, Dragon God transformation. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed again, instantly breaking through to the late-stage heavenly emperor realm. His combat strength was incomparably powerful. His combat strength can actually be raised to the late-stage heavenly emperor realm. The man was stunned on the spot. End of this chapter. The aura of the dragon gods. You're indeed a member of the dragon gods. The middle-aged man stared at Feng Wuchen coldly. From this horrifying aura, he could guess that Feng Wuchen was a member of the dragon gods. The aura of the dragon gods. My god. This aura skyrocketed from initial stage heavenly emperor to late stage heavenly emperor. A dragon god's powerhouse is actually in the profound ice valley. What terrifying combat strength. Is this initial stage heavenly emperor cultivation? The 12 heavenly emperor powerhouses, as well as many celestial deity realm and heavenly lord realm powerhouses, were all frightened out of their wits by the horrifying power that Feng Wuchen erupted with. Late stage heavenly emperor. Long Qingshan frowned deeply and thought to himself, knowing that young lord is a dragon god's, he actually still dares to make a move. Big brother Feng's aura. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest who were cultivating all opened their eyes one after another. Teacher's combat strength is getting more and more terrifying. But the enemy's strength is also rather powerful, Zhang Junlan said with a frown. Relax, without full confidence, Big Brother Feng won't take action. We'd better hurry up and cultivate. Even great heavenly emperors can't do anything to Big Brother Feng, let alone a late-stage heavenly emperor. Lu Qingyang was not worried in the slightest. Lu Qingyang's words were not false. Inside the valley, a horrifying aura spread out, and actually completely blocked the horrifying cold energy outside. It's already too late for you to regret it now. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, his eyes flashing with fierce killing intent. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was so confident in his own strength, the middle-aged man frowned deeply and said coldly, Is that so? I want to see if you, a mere initial stage heavenly emperor, really have the power of a late-stage heavenly emperor. I don't know either. You're the first powerful opponent since I broke through to the heavenly emperor realm. I also want to know if my combat strength reached the late-stage heavenly emperor realm or not, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. This kid's combat strength completely relies on powerful divine artifacts and dragon god transformation to increase. He shouldn't be able to unleash the power of a late-stage heavenly emperor. The middle-aged man frowned and thought to himself. But he did not dare to underestimate the enemy either. Boom, thinking of this, the middle-aged man condensed a terrifying power in his palm. Then, he suddenly stepped on the void and shot out. He was as fast as lightning, and his aura surged fiercely. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up slightly, and he did not want to be outdone. Boom. Buzz. The speed of the two was extremely terrifying. They arrived in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, the destructive energy of the collision swept out in a frenzy. Terrifying ripples of energy crazily collided with the ice walls of the valley, violently shaking. Numerous fangs and claws were torn open. The profound ice valley shook violently, causing many Xianxia to tremble in fear. The timid ones had already fled the profound ice valley. Under the fierce head-on collision, the two of them were actually evenly matched. What a tyrannical divine power! I have never seen his divine power before. Could it be the legendary heavenly Tao divine power? The middle-aged man was shocked and his expression stiffened. I wonder if my strength has reached the late-stage heavenly emperor realm. Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile, his expression calm. The middle-aged man's face darkened again. He snorted fiercely and immediately launched a fierce attack. Boom boom boom. Buzz. An intense hand-to-hand battle unfolded. The two of them continuously clashed with each other, causing deafening explosions that resounded throughout the profound ice valley. The terrifying energy of the collision rolled out wave after wave. Even the incomparably hard ice rocks were unable to withstand it and shattered one after another. Feng Wuchen's strength was on par with the man's, relying on his astonishing speed and strength to continuously clash with him. However, as the battle progressed, the middle-aged man gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. As for Feng Wuchen, the more he fought, the stronger he became, and the more tyrannical his strength became. The bodies of the dragon gods are too terrifying. This brat's body is even stronger than the average dragon gods. I am completely powerless to suppress him in close combat. I really can't believe that an early-stage heavenly emperor can actually unleash such a terrifying power. The middle-aged man secretly complained in his heart. Under the intense head-on collision, his hands and feet were already aching. Looks like your ability isn't much. A late-stage heavenly emperor is inferior to an early-stage heavenly emperor like me. Gradually suppressing the man, Feng Wuchen sneered. Boom. After another fierce head-on collision, the middle-aged man borrowed Feng Wuchen's strength to retreat explosively, decisively giving up on close combat. Whoosh. But just as the man retreated explosively, Feng Wuchen flashed over in an instant, very abruptly. What? Teleportation. The man's expression changed drastically. Boom. Ah. Feng Wuchen sneered, not giving the man any chance at all. He punched out fiercely, and with an explosive sound, the incomparably tyrannical power directly sent the man flying. The intense pain on his back made the man scream miserably, and his body fiercely crashed into the ice wall of the valley, creating a huge crater. Teleportation is indeed powerful. The man floated out of the crater and said coldly, but your strength can't hurt me. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. With a thought, he immediately took off the wrist guards and leg guards. Without the weight and suppression, Feng Wuchen's aura soared again. What's going on? Why did this brat's aura increase again? Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength yet? Sensing the increase in Feng Wuchen's aura, the man's heart trembled. In his shock, the man hurriedly took out the immortal artifact sword, and his aura soared rapidly. The immortal artifact is actually suppressed by his divine artifact. The man frowned and thought, his expression becoming more and more solemn. He had already realized how strong Feng Wuchen was. What a coincidence, I also cultivate the way of the sword. Feng Wuchen sneered, and grabbed at the air. The dragon god sword appeared out of thin air, and a surging sword intent soared into the sky. Feng Wuchen's aura increased again, and was already close to the peak of the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. Divine sword. The man's expression changed again, and he was secretly shocked. Why is the stinking brat's entire body full of treasures? Where did he get so many divine artifacts? The dragon gods have never heard of the existence of an artificer. Wait. Artificer? Could he be the divine great artificer of the spirit realm, Lord Feng? The man had already vaguely guessed Feng Wuchen's identity. This guess shocked the man even more. Boom. This time, Feng Wuchen took the lead to launch a ferocious attack. With the dragon god sword in his hand, he shot out with monstrous might, like a bolt of golden lightning, and an intense rumbling sound resounded throughout the valley. The man frowned deeply, and channeled all the power in his body into the immortal sword. A terrifying aura erupted once again, and he shot out without hesitation. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Soul-extinguishing sky slash. Seeing the approaching man, Feng Wuchen suddenly roared, and the dragon god sword was filled with an incomparably domineering sword aura that could shake one's soul. Feng Wuchen held the dragon god sword tightly with both hands, and slashed fiercely from top to bottom, as if it was carrying the power to split Mount Hua. The sword aura power condensed on the dragon god sword could be said to be suffocating, giving people an unparalleled divine might. What sword art is this? The man's expression changed again, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. The middle-aged man did not have time to think, and could only use all his strength to meet it with his sword. End of chapter. Ding. Puff. Buzz buzz. The divine sword and immortal sword collided fiercely. With a crisp sound, the man's immortal sword was instantly broken into two pieces. The terrifying sword energy shook him until he spat out blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball. The extremely overbearing sword energy rippled out, and the ice in the valley collapsed one after another. How is this possible? His sword technique has such terrifying power. Is he really an early heavenly emperor? When did the dragon gods have such an abnormal genius? The man's heart shook again, and his expression froze on the spot again. However, even though he was sent flying by Feng Wuchen's sword, the man was not seriously injured. It was just a small injury. Staring at the man, Feng Wuchen said, "If you only have this much ability, my sword is enough to seriously injure you. I know you are still holding back. You can't fool me. Let's end the test here." Hearing this, the middle-aged man grinned and sneered, "I really didn't expect the dragon gods to have such a terrifying genius like you. Early heavenly emperor cultivation, but your combat power is not inferior to a late heavenly emperor. You really surprised me." After a pause, the man asked again, "Kid, you have so many divine weapons. If I'm not wrong, you should be the divine weapon refiner of the spirit realm, Wind Shadow. I didn't expect you to be a member of the dragon gods. Seems like you know quite a lot." Feng Wuchen sneered. "Even if you are a member of the dragon gods, I will take the 1,000-year ice soul today," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, and an even more terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. Buzz buzz. The middle-aged man used all his strength, and an even more terrifying power erupted from the man's body. Bright green light pierced through the sky and shrouded the entire profound ice valley. The soul-stirring aura terrified the cultivators of the profound ice valley. The power of a late heavenly emperor is definitely not to be underestimated. Feng Wuchen frowned, and his expression became serious. The middle-aged man raised his head slightly, and his sharp gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen. He clenched his fist, and a confident sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Let me see your full strength," the middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Then, he stepped into the void and charged ferociously at Feng Wuchen with the immortal sword in his hand. The man's aura, strength, and speed were all terrifyingly higher than before. He actually retained such a powerful strength. He's like a completely different person. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. In the face of such a powerful opponent, Feng Wuchen did not dare to underestimate him. He urged his strength to meet him head-on, and a monstrous might erupted once again. Ding! Buzz! The collision was as fast as lightning, and extremely destructive energy ripples swept out with an unstoppable momentum, shaking the profound ice valley. However, in this head-on collision, Feng Wuchen was powerless to resist, and was sent flying in a single exchange. "This person's strength is very strong and above mine. I can only deal with him by using spells." Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. His expression became more and more serious. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more power one possessed, the more advantage one would have. Buzz! Before he could stabilize himself, Feng Wuchen immediately channeled his divine power into the dragon god sword. The terrifying sword intent swept out once again, and the overbearing sword radiance spread out. The sword god burst out with dazzling golden light. "Soul-extinguishing sword art!" Feng Wuchen shouted. The dragon god sword fiercely swept out, carrying with it the power to annihilate 1,000 armies. Whoosh! Buzz! The overbearing and terrifying golden sword radiance broke through the air, and the sound of the explosion was ear-piercing. The destructive energy was definitely enough to scare people out of their wits. "Wind Shadow, I have to say that your attainments in the sword Dao are indeed above mine. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful sword art. However, my sword art is definitely not weak," the middle-aged man said coldly and arrogantly. As he spoke, he had already channeled his terrifying power into the immortal weapon. The immortal sword in the man's hand burst out with green light, and the violent sword radiance made people feel incomparably terrified and oppressed. Immortal art. Splitting blade illusory sword. The middle-aged man's sharp eyes stared at the incoming sword radiance. When the overbearing golden sword radiance approached, the middle-aged man suddenly pulled out his sword and swept it out. The green sword radiance flashed, and in an instant, Feng Wuchen's overbearing sword radiance was split into two. Wind Shadow, your strength is indeed very strong, but my strength is above yours. I must have the 1,000-year ice soul. And you can only die. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. The power of the sword art can be condensed on the immortal sword. What a powerful sword art. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought. Boom. After destroying Feng Wuchen's sword radiance, the middle-aged man had already fiercely rushed over. His figure flashed left and right, and his speed was so fast that it was impossible to capture his exact position. In the blink of an eye, the immortal sword in his hand had strangely pierced towards Feng Wuchen's chest. Looking at the middle-aged man's ferocious posture, if this sword hit Feng Wuchen would definitely be seriously injured. Bang! The black fire was quickly activated, and the heavenly divine power was also activated. The two instantly merged and suddenly burst out with a monstrous power that could shake one's soul. The middle-aged man's immortal sword still contained the power of the splitting-edge illusory sword, and seemed to be able to maintain its amplification state. Heaven-burning dragon god fist! Feng Wuchen shouted. His fist, which was covered in black flames and glowing with golden light, smashed forward mercilessly. Boom! Buzz buzz! The fist and the immortal sword collided, and a deafening explosion sounded. In the valley, under the impact of the destructive energy, large amounts of ice and rocks had already fallen. Countless cracks appeared on the ice wall, and it looked like it would collapse at any time. In the incomparably fierce collision, the man's immortal sword actually bent. What? What kind of power is this? The man's face changed greatly. Feng Wuchen's punch had actually bent the man's immortal sword. Rumble. Puff puff. Under the crazy impact, the collision force suddenly exploded. The destructive energy shook the two of them until they spat out blood and were directly swallowed by the energy ripples. What kind of fist technique is Feng Ning using? That black flame actually contains such terrifying power. The power of the fist technique has already exceeded the scope of the immortal art. The man was extremely shocked, and he was intimidated by the power of Feng Wuchen's punch. In this collision, both of them were injured. Divine art. Advent of the ice dragon. In the terrifying energy ripples, Feng Wuchen's shout suddenly sounded. A monstrous aura swept wildly, giving people a feeling of the end of the world. The terrifying aura carried a storm, and the destructive energy ripples were forcibly dispersed. Roar. In the valley, a soul-stirring dragon roar sounded. It could be said that a roar could shake 1,000 mountains. What? Advent of the ice dragon? This is the divine art of the supreme dragon god. The words advent of the ice dragon immediately scared the man out of his wits. That terrifying aura was as if the supreme dragon god was alive, and it pressed down on him until he almost couldn't breathe. At that moment, the figure of Long Zun seemed to appear in Feng Wuchen in the sky. End of chapter. Supreme Dragon God. The middle-aged man's entire body trembled violently, his eyes filled with horror. Ice Empress. Supreme Dragon God's divine art. Who are the dragon gods? To be able to execute Supreme Dragon God's divine art. The 12 heavenly emperor powerhouses were extremely terrified and had already retreated from the valley. Descent of the ice dragon? In the deepest part of the valley, a great heavenly emperor powerhouse who was cultivating could not help but open his eyes. Supreme Dragon God has already fallen, it can't be him. But this aura is extremely similar to Supreme Dragon God, just that the power is inferior to Supreme Dragon God. Looks like the revival of the dragon gods is not just a rumor. Another great heavenly emperor powerhouse was also alarmed by the descent of the ice dragon. The descent of the ice dragon was the divine art that Long Zun cultivated in his previous life. Its power was extremely terrifying. Countless powerhouses were defeated under this divine art. It was precisely because of this that the title of Ice Empress appeared in the heavenly realm. Roar, a dragon roar with dragon might resounded throughout the profound ice valley, intimidating the crowd. The extremely terrifying pressure made everyone unable to bear it. They all felt powerless and unable to move. In the depths of the valley, an incomparably huge ice dragon coiled around Feng Wuchen. Its eyes were scarlet red, and its mouth spat out cold air, fully displaying the majesty of the king of beasts. Didn't you think that you're stronger than me? Let's see how you block my ice dragon. Feng Wuchen shouted. Roar, Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The huge ice dragon roared and charged toward the middle-aged man frenziedly. The monstrous power made people feel powerless to resist. Seeing the huge and terrifying ice dragon rushing over, the middle-aged man's expression was incomparably flustered. He hurriedly urged his strength. Immortal art. Soul-slaying sword. The middle-aged man suddenly roared. The immortal sword flashed with resplendent green light, suffusing with terrifying sword-light power. The surrounding space violently churned and distorted. Whoosh, buzz buzz, the man swept out with his sword. An extremely berserk green sword light burst out. The sonic boom was extremely ear-piercing, filled with the existence of destruction. Rumble. Puff puff. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the huge ice dragon and the cyan sword light collided and exploded. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the mysterious ice valley. The energy of the explosion rolled out without restraint, causing Feng Wuchen and the man to spit out blood. They were both blown away and heavily crashed into the ice wall in the distance. Worthy of being a late-stage heavenly emperor. His strength was not to be underestimated. Only a deity technique can rival it. Feng Wuchen frowned as he thought to himself. Although Feng Wuchen's combat power was terrifying, his opponent was a late-stage heavenly emperor after all. For Feng Wuchen to be able to contend with him by going all out was already very impressive. The power of the deity arts is truly terrifying. Even with my cultivation, I can't block it. How does he know the Supreme Dragon God's divine art? Why did I think that he was the Supreme Dragon God? Is it an illusion? The middle-aged man's heart was filled with shock. Under the fierce head-on collision, his injuries had become serious, and his face was somewhat pale. Terrifying energy ripples covered the entire valley, causing the huge ice boulders in all directions to collapse and shatter. The incomparably hard ice boulders were also unable to withstand their terrifying power. As the terrifying energy ripples gradually dissipated, the middle-aged man's pale face changed drastically again. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and horror. His injuries, healed completely. The middle-aged man was completely stupefied. He did not dare to believe it at all. In the head-on collision just now, Feng Wuchen's injuries were also similarly serious. But in the blink of an eye, he had actually recovered completely. The Oblivion art was just that terrifying. Peerless immortal slaying sword art. God slaying. Feng Wuchen once again urged the heavenly Tao's divine power to pour into the dragon god sword with all his might. With a loud shout, the sword's body exploded with dazzling golden light. Divine might bloomed, and a world-destroying sword beam energy swept out wildly. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, the dragon god sword swept out, and a golden sword beam shot out from the tip of the sword. It charged toward the middle-aged man with an unstoppable momentum. That kind of irresistible pressure made the man almost unable to breathe. Deity art. Another deity art. Sensing the terrifying aura of the sword beam, the middle-aged man panicked. The many cultivators of the Black Ice Valley were also scared out of their wits by this world-destroying sword beam energy. The severely injured man could not help but panic when facing Feng Wuchen in his peak state again. Deity art. Death blood hand. In his panic, the man used all his strength to resist, but the deity art's power had already been greatly reduced. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying power slammed into the sword beam, but it could not shake the domineering and terrifying sword beam at all. Green rainbow sword art. Green rainbow slash. The middle-aged man became more and more terrified. He used the sword art again, and a terrifying energy slash flew out. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, the energy slash collided with the golden sword beam and instantly exploded. It could not block the power of Feng Wuchen's sword beam at all. Impossible. This is impossible. The middle-aged man shook his head in panic. He could already feel the aura of death. You're seriously injured, and your strength can't reach the late stage of Heavenly Emperor. It's impossible for you to block my sword art. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Heavenly Essence Protection. Deity art. The man who was in extreme panic and fear had already lost his mind when using the deity art. His mind was already occupied by fear. Rumble. Puff, buzz. Buzz, the domineering and terrifying sword beam struck the man's body and suddenly exploded. The man vomited blood on the spot, and the destructive energy directly swallowed him. In the Black Ice Valley, the huge ice rock that was like a mountain had already collapsed. Being severely injured by the deity art, even a late-stage heavenly emperor was seriously injured at this moment. After a while, the middle-aged man flew out of the explosive energy. The man was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak. He was in a falling state, and his injuries were so serious that he could not support himself. 2 deity arts were enough to severely injure a late-stage heavenly emperor powerhouse. It could be seen how terrifying the power of the deity art was. Meeting such a perverted Feng Wuchen, the man was filled with regret. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. All of this was caused by greed. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air, and the falling man was sucked over. If you're too greedy, you'll often lose your life, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he glanced at the half-dead man. How did you have such a powerful deity art? The man asked weakly. Since you know that Ice Dragon descends as Supreme Dragon God's deity art, how could you not know who I am? Feng Wuchen asked back. What? The man's expression shook, and he looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. His pale face was extremely stiff, as if petrified. After being frightened for a long time, the man asked in disbelief, You're Supreme Dragon God? You guessed right. It's your honor to be able to die in my hands, Feng Wuchen said coldly, a trace of a sneer at the corner of his mouth. No. Don't kill me, Long Zun, spare my life. The man struggled in fear. Too late. Feng Wuchen replied heartlessly. With a thought, the crow fire was urged out. Pung. Arg. The black flames instantly spread all over the man's body. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. In a few blinks of an eye, he already turned into ashes. The aura of a late-stage heavenly emperor powerhouse disappeared. Is the battle over? Dragon God's powerhouses are really terrifying. A late-stage heavenly emperor was actually not his match. An initial stage heavenly emperor actually finished off a late-stage heavenly emperor. Following the dissipation of the horrifying aura, the battle was already over. The expressions of many powerhouses were all shocked and terrified. The late-stage heavenly emperor powerhouse already turned to ashes. On Feng Wuchen's palm, the late-stage heavenly emperor powerhouse's storage ring and immortal sword were suspended. The more dangerous the moment, the greater the effect of the annihilation art. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself with a smile. Following that, he took away the treasures in the man's storage ring. The harvest this time could be said to be huge. Master. Right at this time, Ling Yunkong's respectful voice came from beside Feng Wuchen's ear. Feng Wuchen was slightly taken aback. Following that, he asked, Is there news? Reporting to Master, Xianyuan Mo's has already been found. Ling Yunkong transmitted respectfully, but his voice carried a trace of heaviness. Where is he? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. He could tell that the situation was not optimistic. In the death region. Ling Yunkong transmitted, It's just what? Quickly say, don't be wishy-washy. Feng Wuchen berated with a voice transmission. Xianyuan Mo's has already lost his memories and doesn't speak either, just like a fool. There's a woman by his side taking care of him. Ling Yunkong transmitted. Lost his memories? Feng Wuchen frowned deeply and asked with a voice transmission, Do you know why? He lost his memories? This subordinate doesn't know and also doesn't know where to find out. For many years, Xianyuan Mo's they all disappeared without a trace. Ling Yunkong transmitted. Continue to find the others. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Feng Wuchen was very curious why Xianyuan Mo's lost his memories. But regarding the matters back then, Long Zun was not clear either. Roar. While Feng Wuchen was pondering, a wolf's howl suddenly resounded in the valley. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying and ruthless aura spread out from the depths of the valley, frightening one's soul. It seems that the battle just now has alarmed the ancient sky wolf. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and immediately left the valley. Ancient sky wolf. The ancient sky wolf has awakened. Let's go. Run for your life. The ancient sky wolf is here. The soul-stirring wolf's howl immediately scared many practitioners away. Even the heavenly god experts immediately left the valley. It could be seen how terrifying the ancient skywolf was. Heavenly Emperor Realm. Long Qing frowned deeply and immediately disappeared in a flash. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of practitioners fled in panic. Only Xianxia's group remained. This ancient skywolf's aura has already reached the Heavenly Emperor Realm. Should we leave? Beta Yan asked with a face full of panic. What a terrifying aura. As expected of a Heavenly Emperor Realm ferocious beast. Lu Qingyang swallowed his saliva in fear. He realized that his legs had turned to jelly. Long Qing flashed and quickly shouted, Xiao, Qingyang, let's go. We haven't even started cultivating yet. Are we leaving now? Can't Brother Feng deal with it? Lu Qingyang quickly said. Wolves usually come in packs. Let's go. Tianqing panicked. It's summoning a pack of wolves. Long Qing frowned and said. A pack of wolves? Lu Qingyang was even more terrified. Roar. The wolf's howl shook the heavens and the earth again. A huge snow-white wolf that was dozens of feet tall rushed out from the depths of the valley. It was a huge wolf with a pair of wings. The wolf's mouth had two huge wolf fangs that were even more frightening. Is that the ancient skywolf? It has wings. Dong Zhantian said in a trembling voice. He was so scared that his soul almost flew away. Still looking? Do you want to die? Let's go. Ling Xiaoxiao scolded. Roar. Roar, as expected, after a short while under the call of the giant wolf, the howls of a pack of wolves reverberated from the depths of the valley, resounding throughout the mysterious ice valley. A large pack of ancient sky wolves crazily dashed out from the depths of the valley, scattering in all directions to chase after the practitioners who were running away. There were more than 10,000 wolves in the pack. Their speed was astonishing, and their cultivation levels were between the Heaven Monarch realm and the Heaven God realm. It's over. We're dead. Help. Who is going to save me? Many cultivators were extremely terrified, and they desperately tried to escape. Roar. Roar, roar. In a few blinks of an eye, many cultivators were bitten by the ancient sky wolves, and their screams were endless. The ancient sky wolves were extremely vicious and cold-blooded. They were either biting mercilessly or attacking with their sharp claws. Their methods were extremely cruel. Especially the Heaven God Realm ancient sky wolves, they were as fast as lightning. Even the Heaven God Realm experts could not escape from their claws. There were too many Heaven God Realm ancient sky wolves, and their combat strength was extremely terrifying. In just a few minutes, hundreds of cultivators had died tragically under the wolf pack. Roar. The Heaven Emperor Realm giant wolf stared at Long Qing and the others with its scarlet eyes. After a roar, it immediately burst out, as if it was going to kill all the humans that invaded its territory. Long Qing. It's coming. Tianqing shouted in horror. Swish. Boom. At this moment, Feng Wuchen teleported over and punched the giant wolf's head. With a loud bang, the giant wolf was pushed back by the domineering power. Roar. The giant wolf leader roared at Feng Wuchen, and its scarlet eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. Its terrifying eyes were absolutely terrifying. However, the giant wolf leader seemed to know Feng Wuchen's identity and strength, and it did not dare to rush forward rashly. Big Brother Feng. Seeing Feng Wuchen coming over, Lu Qingyang and the others were overjoyed. Long Qing, take Xiao and the others away. Feng Wuchen shouted. There were too many wolves, and even if Feng Wuchen could stop the giant wolf leader, he could not guarantee the safety of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Yes, young master. Long Qing said respectfully and immediately did as he was told. He took Ling Xiaoxiao and the others and fled in a flash. Roar. Roar, roar. The wolf pack roared crazily and chased after the human cultivators. Everywhere they passed, many cultivators died tragically. The snow-white profound ice valley was dyed red with blood. Young master, be careful. Leave quickly. Don't worry about us. A Heaven God Realm expert shouted in panic. Young master. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Hurry up and leave. Another heavenly deity shouted at young Lord Jiang. Bastard! Young Master Jiang was furious. He gritted his teeth and fought against the heaven god realm Skywolf with all his strength. Seeing the cultivators around the profound ice valley being mercilessly killed by the wolf pack, Feng Wuchen's face was extremely gloomy. Bang! Feng Wuchen activated his black fire and formed seals with both hands. He quickly condensed many giant black dragons. Roar! Roar, roar! Dragon roar sounded, and a terrifying dragon might spread out. Then, more than a dozen giant black dragons shot out in all directions. Wherever the giant black dragons passed, the ancient sky wolves were burned to ashes. They blocked the wolf pack and gave the human cultivators a chance to escape. Leave quickly! Feng Wuchen looked at young Master Jiang and the others and shouted. Dragon God's expert! Thank you for saving our lives! Seeing the giant black dragons blocking the wolf pack, many cultivators thanked him. Young Master Jiang looked at Feng Wuchen gratefully and said in shock, he is actually a dragon god's expert. Could that overbearing aura be him? He can actually finish off a late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Is an initial stage Heavenly Emperor cultivation really so powerful? Young Lord Jiang looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme shock, his face full of disbelief. Feng Wuchen stepping into the Heavenly Emperor realm at a young age was enough to make young Lord Jiang extremely shocked. But he never thought that Feng Wuchen's combat power was actually so horrifying. An initial stage Heavenly Emperor killing a late stage Heavenly Emperor, how horrifying was that? Time did not allow young Lord Jiang to think too much. He hurriedly fled the profound ice valley with the mystic Imperial Hall's powerhouses. Roar! 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 With the black fire dragon blocking, the wolf pack's ferocious and cold-blooded eyes involuntarily looked at Feng Wuchen like staring at prey. Roar! The giant wolf leader roared furiously, seemingly giving an order to the wolf pack. The wolf pack charged at Feng Wuchen frenziedly, all looking like they were not afraid of death. Feng Wuchen reached his hand out and grabbed across the air. The Dragon Divine Sword flashed out of thin air, then shot towards the wolf pack. Dragon Divine Shadow! Feng Wuchen gave a low cry and displayed his movement technique. His figure swayed and flickered rapidly. The speed was so fast that Feng Wuchen's figure could no longer be seen with the naked eye. Chi! 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 Feng Wuchen unleashed a frenzied massacre. Places that he passed by, each sword cut down. A wolf. In a blink of an eye, he killed dozens of wolves. Wolf blood sprayed out continuously. Roar! Seeing the wolf pack being crazily slaughtered by Feng Wuchen, the leading giant wolf roared again and again. Immediately after, it charged ferociously at Feng Wuchen, its might overflowing to the sky. Humph! Waited for you for a long time. Sensing that the leading giant wolf was charging over, Feng Wuchen said with a slight sneer. Turning around, he wielded the Dragon Divine Sword and charged at the giant wolf leader. The leading giant wolf was merely an initial stage Heavenly Emperor. Even if its strength was very terrifying, Feng Wuchen was not the slightest bit afraid too. No matter how strong the leading giant wolf was, it was also impossible to be stronger than a late-stage Heavenly Emperor. Roar! The giant wolf shot over explosively, its sharp and huge wolf claws tore at Feng Wuchen mercilessly. The attack was ferocious to the extreme. Clank! Buzz! The Dragon God Sword and the huge wolf claw collided, and sparks flew out. The terrifying collision rippled out and shook the entire profound ice valley. Although Feng Wuchen looked very small in front of the giant wolf, his strength did not lose to the giant wolf. Glancing at the giant wolf, Feng Wuchen said, as an ancient fierce beast, with your cultivation as a heavenly emperor, you should have gained intelligence. I won't kill you, but my people need to cultivate in the profound ice valley. If you agree, immediately order the wolf pack to retreat to the Omphalos. Otherwise, I will destroy all of you. I know you're a member of the dragon gods. Our celestial wolf clan doesn't want to be enemies with the dragon gods, but you're too late. The giant wolf spoke in a hoarse voice. The celestial wolf tribe was not even worth mentioning in front of the dragon gods. Too late? What do you mean? Feng Wuchen frowned, not understanding the meaning of the giant wolf's words. It means that you have to die in the profound ice valley today. the giant wolf said fiercely. Horrifying killing intent spread out. With a roar, it erupted with an even more terrifying power. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely, and a domineering sword-light power erupted. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily, "Scram!" Boom! Buzz! The domineering sword-light power forcibly sent the giant wolf flying. "Since that's the case, then I won't be polite," Feng Wuchen said coldly, and a fierce killing intent also spread out. Roar! In the depths of the profound ice valley, two more shocking wolf roars came, and an extremely terrifying violent aura swept out. Late-stage Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply and thought to himself, in a few decades, the Celestial Wolf Clan's strength has grown so much. I'm afraid that the Wolf King of the Celestial Wolf Clan has already stepped into the great Heavenly Emperor realm. Swish, swish. Two intense sounds of tearing through the air came from the depths of the valley. Two streaks of white lightning shot out. They were two ancient celestial wolves, late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. "Brat, just with you alone, you still can't exterminate my Celestial Wolf Clan." A late-stage Heavenly Emperor giant wolf roared angrily. Two late-stage Heavenly Emperor giant wolves sealed off Feng Wuchen's path of retreat. Two late-stage Heavenly Emperor celestial wolves, their strength was absolutely terrifying. Feng Wuchen's strength was absolutely no match for them. "Dragon God's brat, your strength is indeed not simple, being able to finish off late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. But my strength is much stronger than him," another late-stage Heavenly Emperor giant wolf said coldly. "Looks like there's already no room for discussion." Feng Wuchen responded coldly and began to display his peak state. Buzz! Horrifying power erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. Fully armed, his aura soared crazily to late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm, almost reaching peak late-stage Heavenly Emperor. The space within several tens of thousands of feet was shaking violently. Two late-stage Heavenly Emperor celestial wolves. This is troublesome. Far away from the profound ice valley, Longqing frowned deeply, secretly worried. These ancient celestial wolves are also too terrifying, right? Lu Qingyang said in horror. If we fight, Big Brother Feng will probably be in danger. Ling Xiaoxiao said worriedly. That's why I said that the profound ice valley is very dangerous. The profound ice valley is one of the heaven realm's forbidden lands. If we're not careful, we'll really die. Furthermore, the profound ice valley's cold energy storm has yet to appear, and the Celestial Wolf Clan's Wolf King has also yet to appear. Longqing said solemnly. Cold energy storm? Wolf King? Hearing Longqing's words, Beta Yen and the rest became even more alarmed. What? Are you all very worried about Wind Shadow? Just as Longqing's words fell, a cold sneer suddenly sounded out. Who is it? Longqing's face suddenly flashed as he shouted coldly, his expression becoming extremely ugly. With Longqing's cultivation, he actually did not detect this person approaching. It could be seen that this person's cultivation was also above Heavenly Emperor realm. Boom! Poowork! Longqing had just reacted when suddenly, there was an explosion. Longqing vomited fresh blood, his figure flying out. Longqing! Only now did Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest react to it. Middle stage Heavenly Emperor. Longqing became ferocious and said angrily, "They are people from the Empyrean Temple." In the valley, hearing Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest's panicked cries, Feng Wuchen's expression changed slightly, abruptly lifting his head to look over. "Young lord. It's a powerhouse from the Empyrean Temple." Longqing transmitted to Feng Wuchen right away. "Not good. People from the Empyrean Temple. Xiao." Feng Wuchen immediately used teleportation and flashed over. Teleportation. A celestial wolf said in a solemn voice. They did not make a move to stop it either and were also powerless to stop it. But right at this time, a sword was already placed on Ling Xiaoxiao's shoulder. A horrifying force trapped Ling Xiaoxiao. "Wind Shadow, do you think your teleportation is faster, or my sword is faster?" The man who made a move to heavily injure Longqing asked with a cold smile. The man's speed was very terrifying. It was not what Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest could react to at all. Xiaoxiao. The faces of Lu Qingyang and the rest changed drastically. Lu Qingyang scolded angrily, "Bastard. you despicable villain. It's your cultivations that are too weak. The man said disdainfully, his face carrying a haughty sneer. Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash, his expression incomparably cold. His entire body was suffused with a biting cold-killing intent as he said coldly, I'll only say it once, let her go. End of chapter. Let go? The man sneered disdainfully and said, Wind Shadow, you don't need to scare me. Since I dared to come, I have full confidence. The power of time erupted. Before the man finished speaking, his head already flew out. A stream of blood sprayed out and was directly frozen into a blood crystal. The man's corpse fell down and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Crack! The man's corpse was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell down. With a crack, the corpse could be said to be torn apart. Terrifying. Very terrifying speed, the middle stage Heavenly Emperor man was instantly insta-killed by Feng Wuchen. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The man dared to use Ling Xiaoxiao to threaten and already angered Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, the man could no longer hear. The Skywolf race's 3 Heavenly Emperor giant wolves looked at Feng Wuchen in extreme shock. The speed was too terrifying. They completely did not see what happened clearly. Big brother Feng, well killed. Lu Qingyang shouted angrily, venting his hatred. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? Feng Wuchen asked with concern. With big brother Feng around, Xiaoxiao is fine. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head and said with a smile. Alliance chief, looks like this trip won't go so smoothly. Beta Yen said solemnly, they definitely came prepared. What terrifying means? What power did he mobilize? That ancient aura is extraordinary. A giant wolf said fearfully. With Feng Wuchen's method of insta-killing a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor just now, the giant wolf absolutely did not dare to say that it could avoid it. Another late-stage Heavenly Emperor giant wolf said in shock, such terrifying speed, we probably can't do anything to him even if we use our hands. Kill Wind Shadow. Only your Wolf King can save his life. An arrogant sneer sounded in the ears of the 3 giant wolves. Following that, a figure flashed and appeared. The person who came was none other than Empyrean Temple's powerhouse, Kuang Ying. His body was suffused with an extremely terrifying aura, making people feel powerless. Profound Ice Valley is your territory. Killing him shouldn't be difficult. Kuang Ying said with a cold smile, slowly floating in front of the 3 giant wolves. Swish! Swish! High up in the sky, several dozen Heavenly Emperor powerhouses appeared with a flash, surrounding Feng Wuchen's group. So it was you. It seems the Celestial Wolf Clan is under your control. Feng Wuchen looked at Kuang Ying coldly. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am Kuang Ying, from the Celestial Palace. I am a 5th-level Heavenly Emperor. Kuang Ying laughed arrogantly, giving people a feeling of extreme arrogance. Kuang Ying was at the 5th Heavenly Emperor realm. He had the capital to be arrogant. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Kuang Ying sneered, Wind Shadow, the method you used to kill my subordinates is indeed powerful. But since you've come to the profound Ice Valley, don't even think about leaving here alive. Is that so? Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. Do it. Kill Kazekage. Mad Shadow sneered. Roar roar roar. The 3 giant wolves roared. For the sake of the Wolf King's safety, the 3 giant wolves shot out without hesitation. Over a dozen Heavenly Emperor powerhouses erupted with horrifying power one after another and also attacked without the slightest hesitation. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled into a trace of a threatening arc. Horrifying time power urged out once more. The instant over a dozen Heavenly Emperor powerhouses approached Feng Wuchen, they all stopped. The scene was bizarre and shocking. What's going on? Why did they all stop? Are they trapped? A giant wolf turned pale with fright and abruptly stopped. This power is very strange. Another giant wolf also jumped in fright. Staring at Feng Wuchen with a cold gaze, Kuang Ying furrowed his brows slightly and thought to himself, I've long heard that Kazekage possesses a mysterious power that can trap opponents. Sure enough, it's true. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, chi. Chi, a monstrous terrifying aura erupted. Feng Wuchen wielded the Dragon God sword in his hand, his figure vanishing with a flash. As golden light flickered, over a dozen heavenly emperor powerhouses had their throats slit by Feng Wuchen's one sword. Feng Wuchen attacked mercilessly, his methods incomparably vicious. Over a dozen heavenly emperor powerhouses were one-shot by Feng Wuchen on the spot, without even the chance to defend. This terrifying means strongly intimidated those three sky wolves, scaring them until they did not dare to rush up. Kuang-ying, the people you brought are a little lacking. It's still not enough for me to go on a killing spree. Insta-killing over a dozen heavenly emperors in a blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Is that so? Kuang-ying said gloomily. The horrifying power of a fifth firmament heavenly emperor permeated out along with it. Rumble. Kuang-ying suddenly stepped on the void. With a powerful rumble, he charged towards Feng Wuchen with a monstrous power, an existence that surpassed the speed of sound. Long Qing. Bring them away. Feng Wuchen said with a frown, his gaze staring at the Kuang-ying shooting over explosively. Big brother Feng, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao exhorted. Long Qing immediately cast teleportation, bringing Ling Xiaoxiao they all and leaving with a flash. Rumble, buzz, buzz, Kuang-ying arrived in a flash. A terrifying palm carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth rumbled towards Feng Wuchen. With a heaven-shocking loud bang, the horrifying power directly blasted out a large pitch-black hole in the void. The profound ice valley's ice rocks crumbled one after another. Teleportation. Kuang-ying frowned again. Kuang-ying, your strength indeed surpasses mine by too much, but you can't do anything to me. Feng Wuchen's ice-cold voice came from another high altitude. Teleportation is too terrifying. No matter how fast Kuang-ying is, it's also hard to deal with Wind Shadow. A giant wolf secretly said. Kuang-ying slowly turned around, looked at Feng Wuchen, and said with a cold smile, the dragon god's teleportation is indeed powerful. It can be said to be the heavenly realm's most terrifying movement technique. With my speed, I indeed can't do anything to you. But what if it's a sneak attack? Sneak attack? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Whoosh, rumble, puff, just as Kuang-ying's voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. The person who appeared had already punched out. With a loud bang, the terrifying power shook Feng Wuchen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body shot towards the depths of the profound ice valley. Rumble. Feng Wuchen's figure turned into a black line as he charged into the depths of the valley. With a loud explosion, a large crater appeared in the depths of the valley. Wind Shadow. Don't forget whose territory this is. The person who came sneered mockingly. Goody. Feng Wuchen was furious, shameless villain. Goody's attack was extremely fierce. This punch instantly caused Feng Wuchen to be seriously injured. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Goody, you went too easy on him. He's still alive. Kuang-ying frowned, then looked at the three giant wolves and shouted, hurry up and attack. Profound ice storm. The three giant wolves swooped down, and a terrifying power erupted at the same time. The three giant wolves opened their mouths, and a terrifying cold energy was spat out from their mouths. Weng weng, not long after, an incomparably terrifying profound ice storm condensed. It was so huge that it covered the entire profound ice valley and drew out the terrifying cold energy from the depths of the valley. The huge profound ice storm was a spectacular sight, and it was quite a visual impact. Wind Shadow, enjoy the most terrifying ice of the profound ice valley. Kuang-ying grinned sinisterly. End of chapter. The huge black ice storm covered the entire profound ice valley. The terrifying storm rushed to the sky and spread unscrupulously. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was frozen into ice. It was indeed one of the forbidden zones of the heaven realm. If such a terrifying black ice storm had appeared at the beginning, all the experts who were cultivating in the profound ice valley would have died. The most terrifying thing about the celestial wolf tribe is that they can control the most terrifying cold air in the profound ice valley. Even I can't withstand such a terrifying black ice storm. Kuang-ying, who was far away in the sky, was secretly afraid. Even though he was far away from the black ice storm, he still felt very cold. Those practitioners who had escaped from the profound ice valley were all scared out of their wits when they felt the terrifying cold air spreading from the profound ice valley. Black. Ice storm. Everyone was scared out of their wits when they saw the terrifying storm rushing to the sky. In the distant sky, Lu Qingyang and the others were also looking at the huge and terrifying black ice storm in horror. The most terrifying thing about the profound ice valley is this black ice storm. Even the flames of our dragon gods can't resist it. Long Qing frowned and his eyes were full of fear. Lu Qingyang looked at the storm in horror and said blankly, Brother Feng can't be inside the black ice storm, right? His body couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the storm in horror. It's hard to say. Long Qing said solemnly. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was full of worry. Her palms were sweaty. The terrifying storm in the profound ice valley didn't destroy the profound ice valley. Instead, it made the profound ice valley's profound ice valley even harder. The ice rocks that had been shattered earlier had recovered and even become bigger. The terrifying black ice storm lasted for 10 minutes. When the storm disappeared, the entire profound ice valley was sealed by ice. A huge ice pillar rushed to the sky. The mountains around the profound ice valley had already turned into ice mountains. Countless plants were frozen to death. We've done what we should do. Feng Ying is dead. Release our wolf king. A giant wolf looked at Kuang Ying and said. Don't worry. I won't go back on my words. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the celestial worthy temple? Kuang Ying laughed arrogantly. Then, he waved his hand and a white light flashed. A giant wolf appeared out of thin air. Roar. The Wolf King ferociously roared at Kuang Ying. His roar was earth-shattering and breathtaking. Damned humans! Get out of the profound ice valley now! The Wolf King roared at Kuang Ying, and an extremely terrifying aura swept out. The Sirius clan's Wolf King's cultivation was at the second level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Kuang Ying sneered, Don't worry, we'll leave. Don't get angry. I'm just controlling you, not hurting you. I can't sense Wind Shadow's aura. He should be dead, Goody said, glancing at Mad Shadow. Hard to say. Kuang Ying shook his head. I still feel like he's alive. I can't rest assured without seeing his corpse. Goody furrowed his brows and said, Even if Feng Ying's physique is strong, his organs will be injured if he doesn't die. Coupled with the black ice storm, I don't believe that he can survive. If it were anyone else, Goody's all-out attack would be enough to turn them into ashes. Wolf King, if you don't want to be controlled by me again, please go down and see if Kazekage is still alive. Mad Shadow sneered at Wolf King, looking extremely arrogant. You. Wolf King was furious, but his cultivation was no match for Mad Shadow. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. Roar. Roar. The three wolves also roared at Mad Shadow, but they didn't dare to do anything. After confirming that Kazekage is dead, we'll leave immediately. We won't disturb you anymore. Mad Shadow sneered, not daring to offend Wolf King. Go down and take a look. Wolf King ordered the three wolves. The fact that the ancient sky wolves could survive in the depths of the profound ice valley meant that they weren't afraid of the profound ice valley's cold air. Although Mad Shadow was a 5th-level celestial emperor, he was still powerless against the terrifying cold air. Buzz. At this moment, the calm profound ice valley suddenly shook, and an extremely domineering divine power spread out from the depths of the valley. Heavenly Tao divine power. He's still alive. How is this possible? Is this kid a monster? He can't be alive. Goody's expression changed drastically, and his face was full of disbelief. Someone can actually survive the black ice storm. It's unbelievable. Wolf King was incomparably shocked as he looked down at the valley with his scarlet eyes. He's actually still alive. The three-headed giant wolf was also shocked. Mad Shadow sneered, I knew this kid was still alive. How can the young master of the dragon gods be killed so easily? What? He's the young master of the dragon gods? Wolf King was shocked again, and then he roared at Mad Shadow, You bastard. Do you want to kill my Skywolf clan? If anything happens to the Skywolf clan, this king will never forgive you. Mad Shadow ignored Wolf King and thought to himself, to be able to erupt with such domineering divine power with such serious injuries, Kazekage should have recovered from his injuries. Looks like it's the art of annihilation. Whoosh. Suddenly, a huge black pillar of fire with a diameter of 3 meters shot up into the sky from the depths of the profound ice valley. It pierced through the incomparably hard ice and soared into the sky. It was extremely domineering. Buzz. Wherever the domineering black flame passed, the huge ice pillar in the void began to melt rapidly. A large crack tore open and began to collapse in an instant. The ice in the valley also began to melt into water. In a minute, the valley had turned into a huge lake, and a large number of wolves fled in fear. What kind of flame is this? It can actually melt the ice in the profound ice valley. Wolf King was shocked again. How is this possible? The ice in the profound ice valley can't be melted. Even the flames of the dragon gods can't resist the ice. What is this black flame? A huge wolf was extremely shocked and dumbfounded. The most terrifying ice in the heaven realm was actually so weak in front of the black flame. Wolf King. The descendant of our Skywolf clan. Another huge wolf exclaimed. This is bad. Wolf King turned pale with fright and immediately dove down. He anxiously roared, Kazekage. Don't hurt the descendant of my Skywolf clan. Wolf King. Don't go down. You can't withstand this black flame. A huge wolf in the late stage of Heavenly Emperor hurriedly stopped Wolf King. Kazekage. Don't hurt this king's children. Wolf King anxiously roared. Kazekage's true fire is indeed terrifying. It's definitely not something that the 9 motifs true fire and beast fire can compare to. Goody frowned deeply. He was extremely afraid of this flame that was filled with terrifying cold energy. The black flame spread in all directions from the sky, forming a huge black sea of fire. The terrifying cold energy did not affect the profound ice valley. The 10,000-year-old ice in the profound ice valley began to melt, and the surrounding mountains that had turned into ice mountains also began to melt. The scene was extremely spectacular. Your wolf pups are fine. Feng Wuchen's voice came from the incomparably huge lake. After a while, Feng Wuchen's figure slowly floated up from the lake. The surface of his body was wrapped in a black flame ball, and Feng Wuchen was carrying 3 wolf pups in his arms. And Feng Wuchen was completely unharmed. End of this chapter. Many thanks. Many thanks. Seeing that the pups were safe, the Wolf King repeatedly expressed his thanks. As Feng Wuchen's figure floated into the air and away from the black flames, the water in the profound ice valley began to freeze at a visible speed. The entire profound ice valley was covered in ice mountains. Wolf King, since you were forced to do this, I won't bicker with you. Take your children and the wolf pack back to the profound ice valley. Don't interfere again. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the 3 wolf pups slowly flew towards the Wolf King. Go! The Wolf King shouted. The wolf pack swooped down and used their sharp claws to dig through the frozen rocks, removing the ice that covered the profound ice valley. The wolf pack's speed was astonishing. They quickly dug out a path that led to the deepest part of the profound ice valley. Soon, the Wolf King and the wolf pack disappeared from the surface of the profound ice valley. Wolf claws are truly terrifying. They can easily dig through such hard ice. Feng Wuchen was inwardly shocked. After the celestial wolf tribe disappeared, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the sea of black flames in the sky gradually dissipated. Coldly staring at Goody and Kuang Ying, Feng Wuchen said, I'll remember this. Kill him. Attack. Kuang Ying said coldly and immediately shot out, Goody following closely behind. Whoosh! But just as Kuang Ying and Goody attacked, a figure suddenly appeared beside Feng Wuchen. The appearance of this figure caused Kuang Ying and Goody's expressions to change. They hurriedly stopped and looked at the figure with extreme fear. Long Zun. Kuang Ying said in a trembling voice, his eyes wide open as he stared at Long Zun. This? Goody was so terrified that he couldn't speak for a long time. His entire body trembled, and his face was extremely pale. The person who had appeared was indeed Long Zun. Long Zun had his arms crossed in front of his chest and his eyes closed. He looked majestic and domineering. Seeing Kuang Ying and Goody completely stunned by Long Zun, Feng Wuchen inwardly sneered. Long Zun is dead, there's no way he's still alive. This was absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. Mad Shadow shook his head in a daze, his pale face filled with fear. It must be fake. He can't be Long Zun. Goody also shook his head in horror. Long Zun's appearance scared them out of their wits. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, and they felt powerless. They couldn't help but retreat. Is that so? Long Zun suddenly spat out 2 words. Boom! Long Zun's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the ears of Kuang Ying and Goody. Their bodies trembled, and the fear in their hearts increased several times. Long Zun's voice. That's Long Zun's voice. Goody cried out in horror. You've got guts. You must be tired of living, Long Zun said coldly. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His dark and frightening gaze scared Kuang Ying and Goody so much that they turned around and flew away. They were so terrified that they couldn't bear it anymore. In that instant, Kuang Ying and Goody felt as if their lifespans had been shortened by several decades. Long Zun has been resurrected. Long Zun has been resurrected. Kuang Ying yelled like a madman. Long Zun's existence, just the 2 words Long Zun, were filled with terrifying energy. Not to mention, Long Zun's terrifying combat strength was absolutely terrifying. It was precisely because of this that Kuang Ying and Goody's fear of Long Zun had reached the depths of their souls. Seeing Kuang Ying and Goody flee in fear, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but sneer. What a bunch of cowards. You've been scared to this extent? What a good-for-nothing. Feng Wuchen was no match for Kuang Ying and Goody, so he could only use Long Zun to scare them. But the effect was pretty good. Long Qing, bring Xiao and the others back to continue cultivating. Feng Wuchen immediately transmitted to Long Qing. Young master, has the matter been resolved? Long Qing asked. Kuang Ying and Goody have already fled. The celestial wolf tribe has also left. Bring them back and let them cultivate properly. I'll make a trip to the celestial wolf tribe. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Yes. Young master, you must be careful. Long Qing transmitted respectfully. Feng Wuchen swooped down and flew through the tunnel that the celestial wolf tribe had dug out, heading straight for the depths of the valley. Feng Wuchen had the protection of the black flames. Even if he entered the depths, the terrifying cold energy couldn't harm him in the slightest. Roar, roar. Roar. Sensing a human approaching, the wolf pack in the depths of the valley roared. Roar. The wolf pack leader suddenly roared, ordering the wolves to retreat. Wind Shadow, we bear you no malice, nor do we wish to become enemies with the dragon gods. It's only because Kuang Ying forced us that we had no other choice, the wolf pack leader said gravely. It seemed to think that Feng Wuchen had come to settle the score. Don't worry, I'm just here to greet the Wolf King. I have some friends cultivating in the Mystic Ice Valley. I hope the Wolf King won't make things difficult for them. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Young Master Dragon God, the descendant of the Rakshasa celestial race. The celestial wolf tribe can't afford to offend you. Young Master Dragon God, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for them. I have to thank you for not holding a grudge against the celestial wolf tribe, the Wolf King hurriedly said. He had already sensed the Rakshasa celestial race's aura in Xianxia's body. There are still descendants of the Rakshasa celestial race alive. The Wolf King was very curious, but he didn't ask much. Feng Wuchen bade farewell and left. However, he didn't leave the Mystic Ice Valley. Instead, he went to a place suitable for heavenly emperors to cultivate and began to refine the ice attribute energy of the 1,000-year ice soul. Before Lu Qingyang and the others broke through to the heavenly monarch realm, Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't leave the Mystic Ice Valley alone. Feng Wuchen refined the ice attribute energy while using his primordial spirit clone to refine and absorb the energy of the 1,000-year ice soul to improve his cultivation. 7 days later, Feng Wuchen merged the refined ice attribute energy into Long Zun's body and successfully planted the ice attribute energy in Long Zun. Lu Qingyang and the others also broke through to the heavenly monarch realm under the harsh environment. Because of the terrifying mystic ice storm, countless cultivators were terrified. Until now, no one dared to come to the Mystic Ice Valley to cultivate. Even heavenly emperors didn't dare to come. After breaking through to the heavenly monarch realm, I finally feel much better. The cold energy here is really too terrifying, Lu Qingyang said with a bitter smile. To be honest, although this place is terrifying, it is indeed very helpful for cultivation. Moreover, it can also strengthen our physical bodies, Zhang Junlan said with a faint smile. Ling Xiaoxiao, who was at the side, chuckled and said, the place that Big Brother Feng brought is definitely not wrong. The soldiers of the Dragon God Palace should come to the Mystic Ice Valley to cultivate. However, they still have to wait until they reach the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. Xiaoxiao is right. I have the same intention. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, let's go. We can leave the Mystic Ice Valley and bring you to eat delicious food. We can finally leave. I won't come to this damned place even if I'm beaten to death. Bei Duyan let out a deep breath. If I can't beat you to death, you have to come. The Dragon Emperor said with a mischievous smile. After Feng Wuchen and the others left the Mystic Ice Valley, the Wolf King flew over from the depths of the Mystic Ice Valley. He looked at Feng Wuchen who was flying far away and said, young Master Dragon God, this person's existence is much more terrifying than Long Zun back then. End of chapter. Immortal Wind City. After returning from the Mystic Ice Valley, they returned to Immortal Wind City. Feng Wuchen and his group were having a meal in a restaurant in the city to celebrate Lu Qingyang's breakthrough to the Heaven Monarch realm. After returning, I will immediately enter seclusion and break through to the Heaven God realm as soon as possible. I will strive to surpass Xiaoxiao. Lu Qingyang said confidently as he took big bites of meat. Not bad. Feng Wuchen smiled and nodded. Big brother Lu, Xiaoxiao is about to break through to the late stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. We just broke through to the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Miao Qingqing rolled her eyes. Glancing at Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang swallowed the meat in his mouth and said seriously, Xiaoxiao, after returning, play with Big Brother Feng more. I will definitely surpass you. PFFF. Bei Duyan, who was drinking, immediately spat it out. Is this why you are so confident that you will surpass Xiaoxiao? Bei Duyan looked at Lu Qingyang and asked. Haha. The Dragon Emperor and the others couldn't help but laugh. After returning, I will break through to the late stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Let's see how you will surpass me. Ling Xiaoxiao raised her head and smiled confidently. Just cultivating is not enough. Otherwise, only cultivation will increase, but combat strength will not catch up. You have to fight more often to improve faster. Feng Wuchen chuckled. Alliance leader is right. Just cultivating is not enough. You have to fight. Yi Tianqing agreed. Hurry up and eat. After eating and drinking, we will return to the Dragon God Palace and seize the time to cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled. After cultivating in the Mystic Ice Valley for a few days, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had improved a lot with the help of the 1,000-year-old Ice Soul. However, he was still a distance away from breaking through. Just as Feng Wuchen and the others were wolfing down their food, the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside the restaurant. Big brother Feng, there are people fighting outside. Are you not going to take a look? Lu Qingyang asked as if he wanted to join in the fun. It's just the Heaven Monarch realm. What's there to see? Lin Yu shrugged. Brother Feng, this aura is a little familiar. It seems to be Su Xiangyang's aura, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly said, but she was not sure. Su Xiangyang? The Dragon Emperor and the others looked at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao in confusion. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, it is indeed Su Xiangyang's aura. He is at the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Let's go out and take a look. Boom boom boom. Buzz. On the street outside, two people were engaged in an intense hand-to-hand battle. Their fists and feet fiercely collided, and the powerful force shook the street until it exploded. The buildings on both sides of the street were shaken by the powerful force of the two people. One of the two people fighting fiercely was Su Xiangyang. However, Su Xiangyang's strength was far inferior to his opponent, and he was completely at a disadvantage. Brother Feng, it's really Su Xiangyang. His opponent is even stronger than Su Xiangyang. He is at the late stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, Ling Xiaoxiao said. For a middle-stage Heaven Monarch to be able to contend with a late-stage Heaven Monarch, his strength is already very good. Su Xiangyang's strength is also very special. In his continent, he is known as the War God. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. War God? Lu Qingyang and the others looked at him in surprise. The intense battle attracted many cultivators to watch. Su Xiangyang and his opponent fought from the city to the sky. They clashed with all their strength, and the terrifying collision force continued. Brother Feng, Su Xiangyang won't be able to hold on for long. Brother Feng has to help him. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, worried about Su Xiangyang's safety. As the battle went on, Su Xiangyang's heaven origin energy was greatly depleted, and his injuries were serious. He was already unable to withstand his opponent's fierce attacks. Su Xiangyang, it's over. The burly man shouted coldly and fiercely blasted a palm across the sky. A terrifying blue palm print burst out with majestic aura. Humph. Su Xiangyang snorted coldly. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he was not afraid. Su Xiangyang quickly formed seals with his hands and finally put his palms together. He shouted, Immortal Art. Sky Thunder Absolute Sky. A terrifying thunder force burst out, and the attack was extremely ferocious. Boom. Boom. PFFF. The two terrifying forces instantly collided and exploded. The explosion resounded throughout the city. The terrifying energy ripples shook Su Xiangyang until he vomited blood and was sent flying. This bastard's cultivation is above mine. With my strength, I can't hurt him at all. Damn it. Su Xiangyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. His pale face was extremely gloomy, and he was very unwilling. The opponent was too strong, and Su Xiangyang was no match for him. Now, his injuries had worsened. Big brother Feng, it seems like Su Xiangyang can't win. Lu Qingyang shook his head and said. They're fighting so hard. I wonder what kind of deep hatred they have. Beta Yan shrugged. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, the opponent's strength is indeed very strong. With Xiaoxiao's strength, I'm afraid she can only fight him to a standstill. If it was an ordinary late-stage heaven monarch, Su Xiangyang would definitely not be in such a sorry state. Su Xiangyang. Die. The burly man rushed over fiercely. His palms were condensed with terrifying strength, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. I can only fight to the death. Su Xiangyang gritted his teeth and was prepared to fight to the death. He circulated all the strength in his body. You're seriously injured, and you still want to fight head-on? You're courting death. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly rang in Su Xiangyang's ears. This is Feng Wuchen's voice. Su Xiangyang was shocked. He immediately looked around and quickly searched for Feng Wuchen's position. Just as Su Xiangyang was distracted, the burly man's ferocious attack was approaching. Oh no! Su Xiangyang sensed something and his face changed. Feng Wuchen did not see it and neglected his opponent. When Su Xiangyang reacted, the burly man's attack had already arrived. Su Xiangyang could not dodge it in time. Humph. Today is the day you die. The burly man sneered viciously as he slammed his palm towards Su Xiangyang's chest. Boom. PFFF. Just at this critical moment, a black shadow appeared and attacked at an even more terrifying speed. With a boom, the burly man coughed up blood and was sent flying. So fast. This guy is at least in the heaven god realm. The burly man was shocked. As soon as he stabilized himself, he looked at the person who attacked him in horror. Brother Feng. It's really you. I thought it was an illusion just now. You're so powerful. It seems like you've broken through to the heaven god realm. Seeing Feng Wuchen in front of him, Su Xiangyang was overjoyed. However, he was also secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. He could actually injure a late-stage heaven monarch expert with one palm. Brother Feng, why are you in the ancient region? Are you alone? Su Xiangyang asked excitedly. He was very surprised to meet Feng Wuchen in the ancient region. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, My friends and I just came back from cultivating in the Black Ice Valley. I also did not expect to meet you in the Immortal Wind City. Are you done with your nonsense? At this moment, a cold angry shout came from below the Immortal Wind City. The voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the Immortal Wind City. An extremely terrifying aura swept out violently, causing people's hearts to tremble. End of this chapter. Mid-Heavenly God Realm. A terrifying aura swept out, and Feng Wuchen saw through this person's cultivation. This guy's strength is terrifying. Brother Feng, you shouldn't have interfered. This is bad. I've implicated you. Su Xiangyang's face was filled with guilt. Brother Feng, it's not too late for you to leave now. I don't want to implicate you. If anything happens to you, I won't be at ease for the rest of my life. Su Xiangyang added. Who are they? What grudges do you have with them? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. There was no trace of fear on his face. They're from Luohan Temple. That guy is the Luohan Temple's young temple master, Chu Tianqiu. He's one of the top geniuses in the ancient region. Luohan Temple is one of the major powers under Goody Shrine. They're very powerful. Su Xiangyang frowned. What power do you belong to? Feng Wuchen asked again. Disciples of Heavenly Gate. Su Xiangyang smiled awkwardly and said, Heavenly Gate's strength is far inferior to Luohan Temple. Sigh, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Brother Feng, don't ask any more. Leave quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Su Xiangyang was truly afraid of implicating Feng Wuchen. Don't you treat me as a friend? Feng Wuchen asked Su Xiangyang. Of course. You're the first friend I made after ascending to the heavenly realm. Because of this, I don't want to implicate you. Su Xiangyang said seriously. You're also the first friend I made after ascending to the heavenly realm. Since we're friends, how can I not care about your life and death? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Brother Feng, don't act recklessly. You can't beat them. The Goody Shrine is no longer the same as before. The previous Goody was killed by the young master of the dragon gods. The current Goody is a third-stage heavenly emperor. Not long ago, he used his powerful martial arts to suppress the various major powers of the ancient region, Su Xiangyang hurriedly said. The more he spoke, the more afraid he became. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile, They're here. Now, they can't leave even if they want to. Who is that kid? He actually dared to meddle in young Master Chu's affairs. Is he tired of living? Looks like he's a heavenly deity. However, to become young Lord Chu's enemy, only death awaits him. Humph. Those who meddle in other people's business often don't live to see tomorrow's sun. I can't think of any other outcome other than death for offending Chu Tianqiu. In Immortal Wind City, many cultivators shook their heads. It's over. Brother Feng, if you offend them, I'm afraid your dragon deity temple will also. Seeing Chu Tianqiu and the other experts flying over, Su Xiangyang helplessly smiled bitterly. What happened between you and them? Feng Wuchen asked. Su Xiangyang frowned deeply, gritted his teeth and said angrily, I just had a small conflict with that guy Chu Tianqiu. I accidentally bumped into him, and it's useless to apologize to him. He just had to break one of my hands. He's just using his power to bully me. I've long heard that Chu Tianqiu is someone who haggles over every ounce. The dignified Luohan Temple's young hall master only has this much tolerance? Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked, and couldn't help but take another look at Chu Tianqiu who was flying over. Kid, who are you? Chu Tianqiu coldly asked as he stared coldly at Feng Wuchen, his face full of arrogance. Su Xiangyang's friend, Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This matter has nothing to do with you, scram. Chu Tianqiu said coldly. He looked at Feng Wuchen with disdain, and then said, Of course, if you want to interfere, this young master will also break one of your hands, or kill you. Brother Feng, leave quickly. Hearing Chu Tianqiu's words, Chu Tianqiu quickly whispered to Feng Wuchen. Originally, he was worried that he would implicate Feng Wuchen, but unexpectedly, Chu Tianqiu didn't plan to deal with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was fearless, and sneered at Chu Tianqiu, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, you might still be able to live. Since Chu Tianqiu was a member of a force under Goody Shrine, then Feng Wuchen didn't need to be polite. Moreover, 7 days ago, Feng Wuchen was severely injured by Goody's sneak attack. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Su Xiangyang was shocked, and quickly shouted in a low voice, Brother Feng, are you crazy? What did you say? It was rare that Chu Tianqiu didn't plan to deal with Feng Wuchen. This was a good opportunity to save his life, But Su Xiangyang didn't expect that Feng Wuchen would dare to say such arrogant words. It could be said that he was very angry. Then what did that kid say? Did I hear wrongly? Arrogant. Simply arrogant to the extreme. He actually dares to ask young Master Chu to kneel down and beg for mercy? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? I can't believe that there is actually someone in the ancient region who dares to speak to Chu Tianxiu like that. Feng Wuchen's words caused many cultivators in Immortal Wind City to jump in fright. Each and every one of them was dumbstruck and in disbelief. Chu Tianxiu's face instantly turned ferocious. Blue veins popped out one after another, and the flesh on his face twitched violently. He was clearly in a state of rage, and a biting cold murderous aura also erupted. Stinking brat! What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. An early heavenly god expert pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily, as he was about to attack Feng Wuchen. I'm not targeting only you. Feng Wuchen looked at Chu Tianxiu and sneered, I'm talking about the 7 of you. Whoever kneels down and begs for mercy, I'll spare that person. Brother Feng. Do you know what you're saying? Su Xiangyang berated, and fiercely glared at Feng Wuchen. Kill him for me. Chu Tianxiu couldn't help but roar. His ferocious eyes were fixed on Feng Wuchen, and he couldn't wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. The 3 heavenly god experts suddenly attacked, and a terrifying power was released, rushing towards Feng Wuchen without hesitation. Feng Wuchen was able to heavily injure a late-stage heaven monarch with one palm. It was obvious that his cultivation was definitely above the heavenly god realm. Brother Feng, be careful. Su Xiangyang was incomparably alarmed. After all, it was 3 heavenly god experts. Humph. Feng Wuchen's mouth curved into a dangerous arc, and his cold eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Swish. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The moment the 3 heavenly god experts attacked, Feng Wuchen also attacked at the same time, but at an even more terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, 3 explosions resounded, and the 3 heavenly god experts, without knowing what happened, were blasted away, and vomited blood on the spot. What? How is this possible? Seeing the 3 heavenly god experts vomiting blood and flying out, Su Xiangyang was completely stunned. This is impossible. Chu Tianxiu was also stunned, simply not daring to believe that Feng Wuchen had such ferocious strength. Even Chu Tianxiu himself also did not dare to say that he could injure 3 heavenly god realm experts in an instant. Hiss. The numerous cultivators watching the battle in Immortal Wind City were all intimidated by the terrifying strength that Feng Wuchen displayed, and all had dumbfounded expressions. I'll give you one more chance. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can spare your life. Otherwise, even if the Luohan Temple Lord and all the experts come, they can't save you too. Feng Wuchen looked at Chu Tianxiu and said with a cold smile. End of this chapter. Did I see wrongly? How can Brother Feng's cultivation be so strong? He hasn't even used his full strength. Just by relying on his terrifying speed and physical strength, he managed to injure 3 heavenly gods in an instant. Su Xiangyang was shocked to the point of disbelief. At this moment, Su Xiangyang finally realized that he had been underestimating Feng Wuchen all this while. At this moment, Su Xiangyang finally felt that unparalleled aura from Feng Wuchen's body. What's going on? Why do I feel a domineering pressure from this kid? I didn't even feel this way when I faced the Goody Divine Palace's young hall master. Chu Tianxiu looked at Feng Wuchen with fear in his eyes. Have you thought it through? Seeing that Chu Tianxiu didn't say anything, Feng Wuchen asked again. Chu Tianxiu's face turned gloomy again. As the Luohan Temple's young hall master, how could he be intimidated by his opponent, Weng Weng? The terrifying power of a mid-stage heavenly god erupted. His body emitted a dazzling blue light. The void within a radius of several thousand feet collapsed violently. The Immortal Wind City turned dark in the blink of an eye. The biting cold killing intent made people tremble. Chu Tianxiu's aura soared to the peak of the mid-stage heavenly god realm. His combat strength was extremely ferocious. In the dark void, Chu Tianxiu's blue light was extremely dazzling. He was like a god of war. Kid, you're not weak. Among all the opponents I've met in the entire ancient region, other than the dead Gu Yun, you're the first one who made me use my full strength. Chu Tianxiu said fiercely. Then, with a wave of his hand, a jade pendant glowing with white light appeared on his chest. Innate great immortal artifact. As soon as the jade pendant appeared, Chu Tianxiu's aura instantly broke through the late-stage heavenly god realm. This was Chu Tianxiu's strongest state. As expected of the Luohan Temple's young hall master, one of the top geniuses in the ancient region. What powerful combat strength! How terrifying! Just looking at it makes me scared. That kid isn't weak either. However, I'm afraid he won't have a good ending after offending Chu Tianxiu. While the cultivators of Immortal Wind City were shocked by Chu Tianxiu's terrifying strength, none of them thought highly of Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, what is your cultivation level? Can you beat him in a fight? Don't try to show off, Su Xiangyang asked in a low voice. He was extremely worried. It wasn't that Su Xiangyang was looking down on Feng Wuchen, but he didn't know Feng Wuchen's exact cultivation level. On top of that, Chu Tianxiu's strength was terrifying. Is this your answer? Feng Wuchen's expression remained unchanged as he asked with a sneer. Humph. Make your move. Let's see what you've got. Chu Tianxiu shouted fiercely. He clenched his fist and a terrifying power spread out. It was as if his power was overflowing. Young lord. Kill this brat. That's right. Too arrogant. Kill him. The celestial deity realm and heaven monarch experts behind Chu Tianxiu all yelled out furiously. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, since you want to sever one of my friend's hand and want to kill me, then I'll sever both of your hands. Arrogant. Chu Tianxiu yelled out malevolently. He suddenly stepped on the void and burst out. He was as fast as lightning, and his attacks were extremely vicious. Immortal Wind City instantly quietened down. Many cultivators' eyes fell on Chu Tianxiu as they held their breaths, who was stronger in the battle between Feng Wuchen and Chu Tianxiu. Brother Feng, be careful. Seeing Chu Tianxiu burst over ferociously, Su Xiangyang was even more panicked and worried. His body was already trembling uncontrollably. Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up into a threatening arc, but he didn't make any move. The more Feng Wuchen didn't make any move, the more worried Su Xiangyang was. His heart was about to jump out. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't move at all, he felt that Feng Wuchen didn't take him seriously at all. Chu Tianxiu's heart was even more furious, and his killing intent instantly multiplied. Go to hell. Chu Tianxiu roared ferociously. His fist that contained violent power blasted onto Feng Wuchen's chest mercilessly. Boom, buzz. Buzz, under everyone's gaze, Chu Tianxiu's fist landed solidly on Feng Wuchen's chest. There was a loud explosion, and extremely violent energy ripples swept out violently. Humph. After hitting Feng Wuchen with a punch, Chu Tianxiu's mouth curled up into a trace of complacent sneer. But Chu Tianxiu, who had just let out a sneer, his complacent smile instantly froze on the spot, and his eyes instantly widened to the extreme. This is your strength? Feng Wuchen grinned and asked with a cold smile. How is this possible? Chu Tianxiu's expression was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. His face was filled with shock, as if he was petrified. Su Xiangyang behind Feng Wuchen was even more shocked until he couldn't speak. Monstrous waves surged in his heart. In Immortal Wind City, the numerous cultivators were deathly silent. They were all dumbstruck, and many people were rubbing their eyes. Boom, after the deathly silence, the entire Immortal Wind City instantly burst into an uproar. I didn't see wrongly, right? That brat actually used his physical body to block young Lord Chu's all-out attack. Completely unscathed. He's actually completely unscathed. Such terrifying strength, Too terrifying. Too terrifying. Chu Tianxiu's all-out attack actually couldn't injure him in the slightest. Could he be a heavenly emperor powerhouse? The entire city boiled over. Cries of surprise shot straight to the clouds, reverberating above the city. Facing Chu Tianxiu's horrifying strength, although Feng Wuchen did not make a move, he used the strength of his body to completely block Chu Tianxiu's horrifying attack, displaying his terror in the most terrifying way. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can a mere physical body possibly block my strength? The incomparably shocked Chu Tianxiu shook his head in horror. Humph. It's my turn, Feng Wuchen said with a cold sneer. His right hand quickly grabbed Chu Tianxiu's wrist. The instant his wrist was grabbed, Chu Tianxiu's heart thumped. An extremely intense aura of danger instantly coiled around his entire body. An intense fear welled up from the depths of his heart. Chu Tianxiu instinctively started struggling, but he discovered that with his strength, he was completely unable to break free from Feng Wuchen's control. Who exactly are you? Chu Tianxiu asked in horror. He had already realized that Feng Wuchen's strength was extremely terrifying. Crack. Ah. Feng Wuchen gently twisted, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Chu Tianxiu's face twitched, and he immediately let out a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered. Feng Wuchen actually forcefully twisted Chu Tianxiu's right arm off, causing fresh blood to gush out. Feng Wuchen said before that he would break both of Chu Tianxiu's arms. Right now, it was only the first one. Gulp. Seeing that brutal scene, Su Xiangyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror. His entire body trembled, and even his soul was scared out of his body. Something happened. Something big happened. Chu Tianxiu's miserable scream made everyone in Immortal Wind City feel an indescribable fear, as if the sky was about to collapse. Young Master's right arm was twisted off. Luohan Temple's powerhouses were scared out of their wits. Quickly report this to the Temple Master. A heavenly god powerhouse of Luohan Temple roared in fear. End of chapter. That brat really dared to twist off Chu Tianxiu's arm. It's over. This brat is in big trouble. The Luohan Temple Lord will definitely be furious. This brat is dead for sure. He actually dared to twist off young Master Chu's arm. The Luohan Temple Lord will definitely not let him off. Looking at the terrified Chu Tianxiu, many practitioners in the Immortal Wind City seemed to feel the monstrous fury of the Luohan Temple Lord. Ah! My arm! My arm! You actually dared to twist off my arm. The intense pain from the broken arm spread throughout his body, triggering all the nerves in Chu Tianxiu's body. He let out a heart-wrenching scream and roared furiously at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen threw away the broken arm, then sneered and said, I said I would break both your arms, and now I only broke one. There's still one left. You dare. Chu Tianxiu angrily roared at Feng Wuchen. At the same time, he retreated in fear, blood dripping continuously. However, Chu Tianxiu's threat was completely useless against Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's body flashed, and arrived in front of Chu Tianxiu in the blink of an eye. His claw once again clasped onto Chu Tianxiu's left arm. Chu Tianxiu's complexion changed greatly, and roared in panic, Feng Wuchen. Are you tired of living? You dared to break my arm, the Luohan Temple will definitely not let you off. No matter where you run to, the Luohan Temple will find you. Gotcha. Ah. Chu Tianxiu's threat not only had no effect, instead, it made Feng Wuchen twist off his other arm even faster. Chu Tianxiu's face twitched again, the intense pain of having his arm forcibly twisted off once again spread throughout his body, stimulating all the cells and nerves in his body. In the end, he screamed miserably like a pig being slaughtered. Gulp. Seeing Feng Wuchen's ruthless methods, the people of Immortal Wind City became even more terrified. All of them could not help but swallow their saliva as their faces turned pale. The less courageous cultivators had already fled in fear, afraid that they would be implicated. Big Brother Feng is so ruthless when dealing with evil people. Lu Qingyang gloated. Middle stage celestial deity realm dares to make a move against Alliance head, simply seeking death. Beta Yen said with a cold smile. Long Qing, what's the strength of Luohan Temple like? The Dragon Emperor quickly asked. Luohan Temple Lord is a middle stage heavenly emperor. There are 3 other heavenly emperor powerhouses in the hall. Not to mention heavenly deity realm powerhouses, their strength is very strong. Long Qing said with a faint smile. After a pause, Long Qing continued, perhaps it's because the Luohan Temple is a subordinate force of the Goody Shrine that the young master is so ruthless. For heavenly emperor powerhouses, compared to the many factions, the strength of the Luohan Temple is indeed very strong. Dong Zhantian nodded his head. Luohan Temple was one of the major forces under the Goody Shrine. The might of their strength was far above a Moon Divine Palace back then. Arg! You actually dare to break my hands. I absolutely won't spare you. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Chu Tianqiu, whose hands were forcibly twisted off, roared crazily at Feng Wuchen. As the young hall master of Luohan Temple, all of Chu Tianqiu's pride and dignity were mercilessly trampled on by Feng Wuchen at this moment. How could the arrogant Chu Tianqiu endure it? Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen said with a disdainful sneer, but I don't think you have this capability. Kill me if you have the guts. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you. Everyone related to you must die. The furious Chu Tianqiu roared crazily. His eyes were bloodshot, wishing that he could tear Feng Wuchen into pieces immediately. Sewer. Right at this time, a loud shout full of majesty and worry came from the sky far away. An extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky, sweeping towards Immortal Wind City crazily. Apart from this, there were also 3 other terrifying auras. They were the 3 great elders of Luohan Temple. After Luohan Temple Lord received the news, he immediately rushed to Immortal Wind City with the 3 great elders. Father! Chu Tianqiu was overjoyed. He finally saw hope. Luohan Temple Lord. Luohan Temple Lord is here. A heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. That brat is dead for sure. He broke Chu Tianqiu's 2 hands. Luohan Temple Lord definitely won't let him off. Luohan Temple Lord is enraged. Not only will that brat die for sure, the Heaven Gate will also be destroyed. Immortal Wind City's cultivators were terrified. They were extremely fearful of Luohan Temple Lord. Swish! 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 In the sky above Immortal Wind City, 4 figures appeared with a flash. The arrivals were precisely the Luohan Temple's Hall Master and the 3 great elders. An extremely terrifying aura enveloped the entire Immortal Wind City, scaring countless cultivators until they were incomparably terrified. No one dared to speak. Swish! 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 Before long, over a dozen sonic booms sounded out in the sky again. It was the 17 celestial deity realm powerhouses rushing over from Luohan Temple. Knowing that something happened to Chu Tianqiu, it could be said to have alarmed many powerhouses of Luohan Temple. It's over. Brother Feng, we're in big trouble. They're the Luohan Temple's Hall Master and the 3 great elders. We're dead for sure this time. I'm afraid that the Heaven Gate will also be implicated by me because of this. Su Xiangyang said in extreme fear. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Trust me." Su Xiangyang was instantly stunned. Only now did he realize that Feng Wuchen was not worried or afraid at all. Even if the Luohan Temple Lord came, Feng Wuchen still appeared very calm and even confident. Just who is Brother Feng? Did he really ascend from the Heavenly Soul Continent? Su Xiangyang was very curious about Feng Wuchen's identity in his heart. Sewer. Seeing Chu Tianqiu's arms were broken, Luohan Temple Lord's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly flashed over and asked anxiously, "Sewer, your arms, how dare you? Who did this?" An extremely terrifying killing intent instantly erupted from Luohan Temple Lord's body. His fierce gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen and Su Xiangyang. This is simply preposterous. Who dares to be so arrogant? An elder yelled in a gloomy voice. His surging aura also erupted. Father! It's that brat. He broke both of my arms. Kill him. Quickly kill him. Chu Tianqiu pointed at Feng Wuchen and roared. He could not wait to kill Feng Wuchen. Stinking brat! You're tired of living. Luohan Temple Lord glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. His terrifying aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "Why do you say that? You're courting death." Feng Wuchen's arrogance was exchanged for Luohan Temple Lord's ferocious charge. Buzz buzz. The terrifying power of a mid-stage heavenly emperor erupted. The void within a radius of 10,000 feet collapsed instantly. The space turned dark in a blink of an eye. Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered without any fear. Soon after, he shot out explosively, unwilling to be outdone. Is Brother Feng crazy? Luohan Temple Lord is a mid-stage heavenly emperor. Seeing Feng Wuchen shooting out explosively, Su Xiangyang was completely stupefied. Is that brat crazy? Doesn't he know that Luohan Temple Lord is a heavenly emperor powerhouse? Everyone in Immortal Wind City was also stupefied. Facing Luohan Temple Lord, Feng Wuchen actually dared to make a move. Wasn't this seeking his own death? Boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen and Hall Master Luohan collided head-on. Bang! An enormous explosion that shook the heavens and the earth resounded as destructive energy ripples swept out without restraint, causing the entire Immortal Wind City to tremble. End of chapter. The fierce clash between Feng Wuchen and the Luohan Temple Lord left all the cultivators in the city dumbfounded. Chu Tianxiu, the three elders, and more than a dozen celestial gods were all dumbfounded. They weren't the only ones. Even Palace Master Luohan was shocked. Why, you're a celestial emperor? After being shocked for a long time, the Luohan Temple Lord couldn't help but ask in shock. What do you think? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Celestial Emperor. Brother Feng actually broke through to Celestial Emperor. Su Xianxia suddenly exclaimed in shock. It was like a bolt from the blue. Under the fierce clash, Feng Wuchen wasn't seriously injured or even killed by the Luohan Temple Lord as everyone imagined. Feng Wuchen easily blocked the Luohan Temple Lord's attack. He didn't even take half a step back. Celestial Emperor level powerhouse. He's actually a Celestial Emperor level powerhouse. How is this possible? He stepped into the Celestial Emperor level at such a young age. When did the ancient region have such a terrifying genius? Celestial Emperor level powerhouse. How is this just a genius? This is simply a monster. A monster. The Immortal Wind City was once again in an uproar. This is impossible. Impossible. How can the ancient region have such a powerful junior genius? The terrified Chu Tianxiu shook his head in panic. His face was extremely pale. Buzz buzz. After being shocked, the Luohan Temple Lord frowned deeply. His face turned gloomy. A terrifying power erupted, causing the void to shake violently. Boom. The terrifying power erupted. The Luohan Temple Lord's fist shook violently. With a boom, Feng Wuchen was directly sent flying. However, what made the Luohan Temple Lord incredulous was that such a terrifying power actually didn't injure Feng Wuchen. Who exactly is this brat? I've never seen him in the ancient region. He shouldn't be someone from the ancient region. The Luohan Temple Lord frowned deeply. He was secretly curious about Feng Wuchen's origin. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's figure stopped. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The heavenly Tao divine power and the third stage of the supreme body in his body were activated. Golden light flashed, and extremely tyrannical power crazily erupted. The dark void was shrouded by the golden light. Feng Wuchen was like a god of war, majestic and domineering. Feng Wuchen's aura instantly broke through the mid-stage Heavenly Emperor level. Early stage. His combat power actually reached stage Heavenly Emperor level. God's power. He's a member of the god race. Luohan's eyes widened in shock. Emperor. How is this possible? Brother Feng actually broke through realm? God gods. God race S gods? Otherwise, how could he activate God's power when he ascended to the heavenly realm? Su Xiangyang exclaimed in shock. Heavenly Emperor Chu Tianxiu was so scared that his legs went soft. Who knew what kind of terrifying existence he provoked? The Immortal Wind City's practitioners were scared out of their wits by the power that erupted from Feng Wuchen. This extremely tyrannical power finally made them understand why Feng Wuchen was so arrogant and ruthless. Why he wasn't afraid of Luohan Temple Lord. That was because Feng Wuchen possessed sufficient strength. Activating the Qilin battle armor, Feng Wuchen's aura soared again. It instantly rose to the peak of the Heavenly Tao Emperor middle stage. Boom. His eyes flashed fiercely. The black wings suddenly shook. Feng Wuchen turned into a golden lightning and shot out. His might overflowed. It was full of pressure, making people unable to breathe. Who is he? Goody Shrine's genius? No, if it's Goody Shrine's genius, it's impossible for this Temple Lord to not know. Luohan Temple Lord was already completely stunned. His figure was sluggish and fearful as he looked at Feng Wuchen, who shot over. Whoosh. Boom. Pfft. Feng Wuchen's speed was astonishing. The golden lightning disappeared in a flash. With a loud explosion, only to see Luohan Temple Lord vomit blood. His figure flew out like a cannonball. Instant disappearance. That's teleportation. He's a member of the Dragon Gods. His power is actually so tyrannical. Luohan Temple Lord was greatly shocked. Just one punch and it made the mid-stage Heavenly Emperor Luohan Temple Lord vomit blood. Temple Lord. The three great elders and the celestial god realm powerhouses turned pale with fright. Feng Wuchen's power was beyond their imagination. Early stage Heavenly Emperor, divine power, and so young. Who is he? Xianxia muttered in a daze. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators in the city gasped in horror. Each and every one of them trembled violently and broke out in cold sweat. Injuring Luohan Temple Lord with one punch, how terrifying was this power? It's him. It's him. A celestial god realm powerhouse of Luohan Temple said in a trembling voice. His face was as pale as a dead man. He pointed at Feng Wuchen while trembling violently. His figure retreated uncontrollably. Who is he? The three great elders and the celestial god realm powerhouses looked at the man who was terrified to the extreme. Gulp. The man swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty and said in shock, Feng Fenging. Back then, the 8 great celestial emperors and the powerhouses of various major forces under them besieged Fenging. It was him who slaughtered many celestial god realm powerhouses with his power alone. He is Fenging. Fenging? Young Lord of the Dragon Gods? Luohan Temple's expression changed drastically. He stared at Feng Wuchen in horror. What? Fenging? Luohan Temple's 3 great elders and the celestial god realm powerhouses were all greatly shocked. Fear instantly crawled onto their faces. That's right. It's him. The Spirit Emperor was finished off by him. He actually already broke through to the celestial emperor realm. That man nodded his head repeatedly in horror. Young Lord of the Dragon Gods. Xianxia's vision turned black, and he directly fainted from fright. Xianxia never would have thought that he would provoke the young Lord of the Dragon Gods. Such a terrifying race, forget about Luohan Temple, even the Goody Shrine did not dare to provoke. This enmity, he could not take revenge anymore. Not only could he not take revenge, it was very likely that they would all die in Immortal Wind City. Su Xiangyang looked at Feng Wuchen stiffly. He was already completely petrified. You are the young Lord of the Dragon Gods? Luohan Temple Lord forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and asked uncertainly. Don't you already know? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. Luohan Temple Lord's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, Old man did not know the identity of the young Lord of the Dragon Gods. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I have offended you, please forgive me, young Lord of the Dragon Gods. Misunderstanding? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully and said, This is not a misunderstanding. We are enemies to begin with. Luohan Temple is one of the major forces under the Goody Shrine, isn't it? Luohan Temple Lord's old face darkened. He already guessed that Feng Wuchen would not let this matter rest, and his heart became even more terrified. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, Feng Wuchen stepped into the void. With a flap of his wings, he once again turned into a streak of golden lightning and shot out. His aura was still as terrifying as before. Temple Lord, be careful. Let's join hands and kill Wind Shadow. The 3 grand elders made their moves one after another. Reporting to Goody. Wind Shadow is in Immortal Wind City. Requesting Goody to quickly come and support us. Luohan Temple Lord hurriedly transmitted a message to Goody. This was the only way to save Luohan Temple. End of this chapter. Wind Shadow? In the Divine Temple of Goody, after receiving Luohan Temple Lord's distress signal, Goody opened his eyes. Is Wind Shadow still in the ancient region? Goody frowned deeply as Long Zun's face appeared in his mind. Fear quickly surged into his heart. Long Zun revived? What's going on? The Long Zun I saw before couldn't be fake. Goody frowned deeply. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. The instant they met Long Zun in the profound ice valley, Kuang Ying and Goody immediately fled without any hesitation. Kuang Ying had already informed the Great Elder of the Celestial Palace that he saw Long Zun with his own eyes. However, Zhuge Wuji and the Great Elder didn't believe it. The Celestial personally killed Long Zun, how could it be fake? Leave immediately. Goody transmitted. What? Leave immediately? Luohan Temple Lord's expression changed greatly as an indescribable fear surged into his heart again. Goody didn't even dare to show himself, and instead allowed Luohan Temple Lord and the others to escape. How terrifying was that, seeing Feng Wuchen rushing over, Luohan Temple Lord's expression was extremely gloomy. He was unwilling to leave just like that. As the Hall Master of the Luo Soul Palace, the fact that his son's arms had been broken had already infuriated him. Now that he had escaped in front of so many cultivators in the Immortal Wind City, how could Luohan Temple Lord have the face to stay in the ancient region? Wind Shadow doesn't intend to let us go. He can teleport, it won't be easy for him to escape. We can only risk it all. Luohan Temple Lord thought in his heart as he glanced at Su Xiangyang not far away. 3 elders, help me deal with Wind Shadow. This person's strength is extremely tyrannical, we can't fight him head-on. Let's first exhaust his divine power. Luohan Temple Lord hurriedly transmitted. At the same time, he took out an immortal tool and activated his full strength. A terrifying aura surged out. As soon as the transmission ended, Luohan Temple Lord immediately dodged Feng Wuchen's tyrannical and ferocious attack. You don't dare to fight me head-on? Feng Wuchen secretly sneered. Xiao xiao xiao. Luohan Temple Lord and the 3 elders appeared in a flash and scattered around Feng Wuchen. Wind Shadow, I wanted to reconcile with you. Unfortunately, you don't want to. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Luohan Palace Master said coldly. His eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. Feng Wuchen shrugged without panicking and sneered. Let's see what you're capable of. Shiqing, capture that brat. Aren't you afraid that Kazakage won't obediently surrender? Luohan Palace Master transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen was powerful, and he might not win if he fought him head-on. Therefore, Luohan Temple Lord planned to use Su Xiangyang to threaten Feng Wuchen. Yes. Temple Lord. Shiqing transmitted his voice respectfully. His cold gaze swept towards Su Xiangyang, who was still in shock. Xiao. Shiqing attacked without hesitation. His body shot out like a launcher. His speed was terrifying, and he arrived in an instant. Not good. Su Xiangyang, who was still in shock, sensed the murderous aura and suddenly woke up. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Obviously, he had already sensed it. His cold gaze swept towards Shiqing. Attack! Luohan Temple Lord shouted angrily. The 4 heavenly emperors immediately attacked to prevent Feng Wuchen from teleporting to save Su Xiangyang. The corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth rose slightly. Not only did he not save Su Xiangyang, but he also faced Luohan Temple Lord and the other 3. Boom. Pooh. However, just as Shiqing's palm was about to land on Su Xiangyang, who had yet to react, a black shadow suddenly appeared in a flash. With an even more terrifying speed, the palm landed on Shiqing's body. With a loud bang, the violent power shook Shiqing, causing her to spit out blood. Her body was sent flying like a cannonball. Late Heavenly God Realm. Shiqing was shocked. He did not expect there to be another expert. The person who appeared was Long Qing. He had been watching the battle. The moment Shiqing attacked, he had already sensed it. The fierce attack directly injured Shiqing. Well done! Lu Qingyang shouted excitedly. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted, Long Qing. Kill them. What? Luohan Temple Lord's expression changed greatly. You didn't think I came to the ancient region alone, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Luohan Temple Lord glared at Long Qing. Then, he ordered the Luohan Temple's Heavenly God Realm experts, kill him. More than 10 Heavenly God Realm experts attacked one after another. Terrifying energy burst out one after another. Long Qing, kill without mercy. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes. Young Lord. Long Qing replied respectfully. Terrifying divine energy burst out. Killing intent surged as he shot out without hesitation. Shio shio shio. Boom boom boom. Pu pu pu. Long Qing's attacks were ruthless. Relying on his divine teleportation skill, his figure flickered continuously. Everywhere he passed, the Luohan Temple's heavenly god realm experts were killed by Long Qing. Long Qing's figure was extremely strange. No one could catch him. More than 10 heavenly god realm experts were not lucky enough to escape. Gulp. All the cultivators in Immortal Wind City fell into fear. The entire city was deathly silent. No one dared to speak. Their pale faces were already filled with fear. Long Qing's strength was truly terrifying. More than 10 heavenly god realm experts were instantly killed by him. Luohan Temple Lord and the 3 great elders couldn't help but jump in fright. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Young Lord. He has fainted. Do you want to kill him? Long Qing's wrist grabbed Chu Tianchu's neck and lifted him up. He asked Feng Wuchen. Young Lord. The 3 great elders turned pale with fright. Sewer. Luohan Temple Lord's expression changed greatly. He anxiously shouted, Stop. Let him go. Otherwise, this Temple Lord will be buried with you. Kill. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Yes. Long Qing said respectfully and attacked without hesitation. Stop. Luohan Temple Lord was burning with anxiety. He roared angrily, Wind Shadow. If you dare to kill my son, this Temple Lord will guarantee that you won't live. Gotcha. Long Qing broke the unconscious Chu Tianchu's neck without hesitation. He then looked at Luohan Temple Lord and said coldly, I've already killed him. Boom! Long Qing's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding violently in Luohan Temple Lord's ears. At that moment, a monstrous rage erupted from Luohan Temple Lord's body like a volcano. His eyes were instantly bloodshot. Long Qing slowly released his grip. Chu Tianchu, who didn't even know what was going on, fell to the ground. Sewer. Luohan Temple Lord roared in grief and anger. He suddenly dove down. Young Lord. The 3 great elders also panicked. Luohan Temple Lord hugged Chu Tianchu's corpse, who had lost both arms. He cried out in grief, Sewer. Sewer. Chu Tianchu was already dead. His fate was the most tragic. He didn't even know how he died. Monstrous rage crazily attacked Luohan Temple Lord's mind. A terrifying murderous aura erupted uncontrollably. Stinking brat. I'll kill you. The furious Luohan Temple Lord swept his blood-red eyes towards Long Qing. Soon after, he shot out in a frenzy. Luohan Temple Lord was completely dominated by rage. You won't have the chance. Feng Wuchen teleported over. His bone-chilling voice rang in Luohan Temple Lord's ears. End of chapter. Taking advantage of the 3 elders' panic and grief, Feng Wuchen immediately used teleportation. Sensing Feng Wuchen's appearance, the 3 elders turned pale with fright and shouted in unison, Temple Master, be careful. Boom. Pfft. Feng Wuchen did not give Luohan Temple Lord the slightest chance. He teleported and punched Luohan Temple Lord's back. With a loud explosion, the domineering and terrifying power shook Luohan Temple Lord until he spat out blood and flew out together with Chu Tianchu. Temple Master. The 3 elders flew out one after another. Swish. Feng Wuchen suddenly flashed over with a dangerous sneer on his face. Seeing Feng Wuchen flashing over to stop them, the 3 elders' faces changed. They were so frightened that they hurriedly stopped and looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. 3 elders, you should take care of yourselves first. Feng Wuchen sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen had already punched towards one of the elders. The fist force was domineering and brought up a strong gust of wind. Boom. Gotcha. That elder was incomparably terrified and hurriedly raised his hands to block. With a loud explosion, that elder's face twitched as he heard the bones in his hands shattering. His body directly turned into a black line and flew out. Boom boom. Pft pft. After sending an elder flying with a punch, Feng Wuchen flashed again and again, heavily injuring the other 2 elders in the blink of an eye. In front of Feng Wuchen, 3 heavenly emperor-level powerhouses were simply unable to withstand a single blow. The terrifying strength that Feng Wuchen displayed was beyond everyone's imagination. The entire immortal Wind City was deathly silent. Everyone felt as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain, making them unable to move and find it difficult to breathe. Ah! Buzz buzz. In the distance, the Luohan Temple Lord roared madly due to his anger. Ignoring his injuries, the power of his anger also surged out. Turbulent waves of qi rolled wildly, spreading tens of thousands of meters away. Even though the enraged Luohan Temple Lord was injured, his strength was still terrifying. Anger has stimulated his potential. This power has already reached the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The human body really does have endless power. This kind of power is inexplicable. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, but it was only slightly serious. He was not worried at all. The mid-stage Heavenly Emperor Luohan Temple Lord had obtained a brand new power because of his anger. At this moment, his power had already reached the late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Gulp. Looking at the ferocious and terrifying Luohan Temple Lord, everyone in the Immortal Wind City was terrified. They felt that the Immortal Wind City was no longer safe. Luohan Temple Lord stared at Feng Wuchen with his bloodshot and ferocious eyes. He roared furiously, "All of you must die." Ah! Luohan Temple Lord crazily roared. Resplendent green light exploded, enveloping the dusky void. A heaven-toppling might crazily swept out. The pain of losing his son made the Luohan Temple Lord turn into a ferocious beast. Boom! Luohan Temple Lord crazily charged at Feng Wuchen. With an intense ear-piercing boom, his attack was extremely ferocious. Buzz buzz. With a thought, Feng Wuchen immediately took out the Dragon God's gauntlet and other divine artifacts. He also took off the wrist guards and leg guards. In that instant, Feng Wuchen's power crazily rose. A boundless aura crazily swept out. Brother Feng's power can actually still rise. This is the peak of the late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Feeling Feng Wuchen's terrifying power, Su Xiangyang was once again stupefied. His body was incomparably stiff. Too terrifying. Everyone in Immortal Wind City looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. No one dared to believe that the early-stage Heavenly Emperor Feng Wuchen's battle prowess could soar to the peak of the late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Boom! Buzz buzz. The wings on his back shook, and Feng Wuchen shot out like lightning. Like a hot knife through butter, he fearlessly clashed with the Luohan Temple Lord. With an earth-shattering boom, extremely destructive energy ripples spread out. The power of anger is only SOSO. Feng Wuchen coldly said. Hand over your life. Luohan Temple Lord crazily roared. His mind was filled with revenge, and he wanted to immediately launch a frenzied attack. Boom! But before Luohan Temple Lord could make a move, Feng Wuchen's fist had already landed on his abdomen. With a boom, Luohan Temple Lord instantly bent like a shrimp. Humph! Feng Wuchen coldly sneered. His tyrannical power erupted again, and directly sent Luohan Temple Lord flying. Even with the power of anger, Luohan Temple Lord was still no match for Feng Wuchen. Immortal Art. Purple Cloud Demonic Palm. Luohan Temple Lord forcefully stabilized his body. His hands formed a profound seal, and with a final roar, he blasted out a palm. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. A huge cyan palm print shot out with a berserk might. An intense ear-piercing explosion shook everyone in Immortal Wind City, causing them to cover their ears. They looked at the huge and terrifying palm print with extreme fear. Luohan Temple Lord, is your strength only at this level? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. Facing the terrifying palm print, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. The Dragon God's gauntlet emitted a golden light, condensing an incomparably tyrannical power. Immemorial Dragon God's Fist. Boom! When the huge palm print flew over, Feng Wuchen punched it with his bare hands. With a loud bang, the huge palm print was stopped on the spot. The place where Feng Wuchen punched instantly exploded, and a huge crack appeared. Under the horrified gazes of everyone in Immortal Wind City, the huge energy palm print shattered. He defeated Luohan Temple Lord's immortal art with a single punch. Everyone was dumbstruck, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. The furious palace master Luohan's face was filled with shock. Feng Wuchen's tyrannical power completely suppressed Luohan Temple Lord. Bang! Buzz buzz. On Feng Wuchen's fist, a black flame suddenly ignited. The terrifying divine power once again condensed, and an even more terrifying power spread out, shocking everyone's soul. Luohan Temple Lord. Be on your way. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. As he spoke, his wings flapped, and his figure shot out like lightning. Heaven-burning dragon god's fist. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. In an instant, he arrived. With a shout, he ruthlessly punched out. Feeling Feng Wuchen's terrifying power, Luohan Temple Lord's expression was filled with fear. His body was trembling. That intense pressure made him feel powerless. Boom! Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant. Luohan Temple Lord did not move at all. He was completely stunned. A ruthless punch landed on Luohan Temple Lord's chest. The tyrannical power instantly penetrated Luohan Temple Lord's chest. A punch that penetrated a mid-stage Heavenly Emperor's chest. Just how terrifying was that power? Feng Wuchen's power was too tyrannical. Even if Luohan Temple Lord obtained the power of anger, he was still unable to match Feng Wuchen. Immortal Wind City was deathly silent. Countless fearful gazes landed on Feng Wuchen. Luohan Temple Lord has been killed. A few minutes later, the entire Immortal Wind City exploded. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen's merciless punch had already destroyed the Luohan Temple Lord's soul. An overlord of the ancient region had fallen, and the corpse of the Luohan Temple Lord was falling towards the mountain range below. Temple Lord. The three severely injured elders cried out in grief. Unfortunately, the Luohan Temple Lord could no longer hear them. Feng Wuchen ignored them and flew towards Su Xiangyang, who was still in shock and fear. Seeing Feng Wuchen coming over, Su Xiangyang woke up from his fear. Before Feng Wuchen could say anything, Su Xiangyang asked anxiously, "Brother Feng, are you really a heavenly emperor? Are you from the god race? What kind of divine power do you have? They said you're the young master of the dragon gods, is that true?" Also, Su Xiangyang asked a series of questions in one breath, which gave Feng Wuchen a headache. However, Feng Wuchen still answered Su Xiangyang's doubts. Hearing Feng Wuchen's answer personally, Su Xiangyang was shocked again. Su Xiangyang could not imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was. They ascended to the heavenly realm on the same day, and now Feng Wuchen's cultivation had already broken through to the heavenly emperor realm, while Su Xiangyang had yet to break through to the heavenly god realm. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. "Brother Xiangyang, if there's anything in the future, Jingguang can find me at the Spirit Region's Dragon God Temple." Feng Wuchen patted Su Xiangyang's shoulder and smiled. At this time, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others flew over and greeted Su Xiangyang politely. "Brother Feng, are you leaving?" Su Xiangyang quickly asked. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. "It's time to go back." "Oh right, Brother Xiangyang, there's something I need your help with," Feng Wuchen suddenly said. "Brother Feng, please speak. Since we're friends, as long as it's something I can do, I won't refuse." Su Xiangyang patted his chest and said. "Good." Feng Wuchen smiled happily. "Help me inform the major forces of the ancient region that the Dragon God Temple is sincere in forming an alliance with them. Ask them what they think." "Alliance?" Su Xiangyang was stunned at first, as if he knew what Feng Wuchen wanted to do, then he quickly said, "Feng Wuchen, leave this matter to me." "Thank you." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Before he left, he gave Su Xiangyang a bottle of Xianxia lotion. After returning to the Dragon God Temple, Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest continued to cultivate in the Yinyang Tower. "Ling Yunkong, tell me Xianyuan Mo's exact location, I want to go take a look." Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Xianyuan Mo's matter had always been on Feng Wuchen's mind. "Master, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to find him alone. Xianyuan has completely concealed his aura, I'll personally bring you there." Ling Yunkong's respectful voice transmitted. "Have you found Aching and Iching?" Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Ling Yunkong appeared in a flash and said respectfully, "There's no news for now, we're still searching, but there should be news soon." "Let's go," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Xianyuan Mose was in the death region, while Feng Wuchen and Ling Yunkong were already on their way to the death region. Master, Xianyuan is in the death region's endless city. After entering the death region, Ling Yunkong reported respectfully. They were currently flying towards the death region. Half an hour later, Feng Wuchen and Ling Yunkong arrived at the endless city. Under Ling Yunkong's lead, Feng Wuchen came to a corner of the endless city. There were many people coming and going on the streets, it was very lively. And at the corner, there was a small wine shop. Outside the shop, there was a sloppy man drinking wine, the smell of alcohol was extremely strong. Master, he is Xianyuan. Ling Yunkong pointed at the sloppy man and said. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and looked at the sloppy man without saying anything. The man was wearing the clothes of a poor person, his long hair was messy, and he looked muddle-headed, as if he had lost his soul. From time to time, he would pour wine into his mouth, his eyes empty and dark. It was a pair of eyes with a story. The man who looked like a beggar was the top expert in the heaven domain, Xianyuan Mose. And beside Xianyuan Mose, there was a young and beautiful woman in a white muslin dress accompanying him. Who is this girl? Feng Wuchen looked at the girl and asked curiously. Ling Yunkong said respectfully, she is the daughter of the Endless City's Yang family, Yang Xianxia. She has already bought the wine shop, and she takes care of Xianyuan every day. She is very considerate. Feng Wuchen nodded and then activated his soul power. With a flick of his finger, the overbearing soul power forcefully entered Xianyuan Mose's body. Xianyuan Mose paused for a moment, as if he had sensed something, but then he continued drinking. His meridians are stable, and there are no abnormalities. He did not lose his memory. Feng Wuchen frowned. What? He did not lose his memory? Then how can he not recognize me? Ling Yunkong was shocked and looked at Xianyuan Mose. At this time, a group of people walked on the street. The leader was an arrogant young master, and there were many guards behind him. At the same time, there was a dignified middle-aged man with elders and guards. Master, that is the Yang family's patriarch, and the other is the Wu family's young master. Ling Yunkong said respectfully. The Yang family's patriarch and young master Wu came to the entrance of the wine shop and looked at Xianyuan Mose with disdain. The Yang family's patriarch said gloomily, trash. Xianyuan Mose continued drinking, and there was no change in his expression, as if he did not understand what they said. Father, you are not allowed to insult him. Yang Xianxia shouted. Xianxia, father will give you one last chance, come back with me. The Yang family's patriarch said angrily. I will not go back. I only like big brother Xianyuan. I would rather die than marry him. Yang Xianxia said stubbornly and glared at young Master Wu. Shut up. The Yang family's patriarch said angrily, what do you know? The Wu family is the strongest family in Endless City. Many people want to join the Wu family, but they are not qualified. It is rare that young Master Wu likes you, and you are not willing. Whoever likes him can marry him, but I don't like him. Yang Xianxia said firmly. You. The Yang family's patriarch was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Xianxia, marrying this trash will only make your Yang family a joke. Do you think he can give you happiness? Follow me, and you will be able to enjoy wealth and endless cultivation resources. Young Master Wu said with a gloomy face, and there was a trace of arrogance in his words. I don't care. Yang Xianxia said firmly. Humph. It is not up to you now. Men, tie her up and bring her back. The Yang family's patriarch shouted angrily, and his face was red with anger. As the Yang family's daughter, she was actually serving a drunkard in a wine shop. It was a disgrace to the Yang family. Young Master Wu took out a sword and pointed it at Xianyuan Mose's chest. He said disdainfully, trash will always be trash. You will never be able to change the fate of trash. I will free you now. End of chapter. Wu Lusheng. How dare you hurt big brother Xianyuan? I will kill you even if I have to risk my life. Seeing that Wu Lusheng wanted to kill Xianyuan Mose, Yang Xianxian angrily rebuked. She stared at Wu Lusheng with murderous eyes and instantly activated the power of a mid-stage heaven monarch. As long as Wu Lusheng dared to make a move, Yang Xianxian would definitely fight him to the death. However, Xianyuan Mose didn't care about what was happening in front of him. It was as if he didn't see anything. There was still no change in his expression and only focused on drinking. The entire endless city knew about Xianyuan Mose's existence. He was a drunkard. Every day, other than drinking, he would only drink, and he would never leave the tavern. Yang Xianxian, on the other hand, would buy him wine every day. Seeing Yang Xuanxuan's cold eyes, Wu Lusheng was furious. He couldn't wait to kill Xianyuan Mose, but he didn't dare to. Xianxian, we have known each other since we were young. You also know that I like you. All these years, I have been very good to you. How am I inferior to him? Why did you treat me like this? Why? The furious Wu Lusheng roared, venting all the resentment and anger that had accumulated during this period. The furious Wu Lusheng scared the pedestrians on the street and made them run away. Sorry, I only treat you as my big brother, Yang Xianxian said apologetically. But I don't want to be your big brother. Wu Lusheng shouted angrily, looking very pained. Wu Luosheng's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of green veins. He was already in a state of rage. He is a drunkard. What do you like about him? Clan head Yang shouted angrily. He never thought that his daughter would fall in love with a drunkard. Father, I beg you. Don't interfere. This is my business. Yang Xianxian begged. Tsk. Young Lord Wu of Endless City, Wu Lusheng. You are so useless that you can't even deal with a woman. What a joke. At this moment, a strange sneer was heard. On the other side of the street, a young man walked over unhurriedly with a few heaven monarchs behind him. Obviously, he was someone with status. Hearing this, Wu Luosheng's face darkened. He glared at the man and shouted angrily, Tang Yi. I am in a bad mood today. You better not provoke me. Oh? Is that so? I'm so scared. Tang Yi sneered and stared at Wu Lusheng with a vicious gaze. Yi, this is none of your business. Yang Xianxian. Uncle Yang, this endless city doesn't belong to your Yang family. You can't control where this young master wants to go, right? Tang Yi spread his hands and sneered, not bothering to hide his arrogance. To you. To you. To get. To get to. The dignified daughter of the Yang family actually fell for a sloppy drunkard. What a disgrace to the Yang family. Tang Yi sneered disdainfully. You shut up. Wu Lusheng shouted angrily. His eyes narrowed and murderous intent flickered. The angrier Wu Lusheng was, the happier Tang Yi was. He sneered fearlessly, Wu Lusheng, there are some B****Gs who prefer trash over you. How pathetic are you? She likes to play with trash, but she doesn't want to play with you, the young master of the Wu family. Tsk, how pitiful. Haha. The experts behind Tang Yi laughed out loud. Shameless bastard. Yang Xianxian cursed angrily. Tang Yi. Wu Lusheng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The terrifying power of a late-stage heaven monarch surged out as he was about to make a move. Tang Yi sneered, Wu Lusheng, have you forgotten that my strength is above yours? Humph. Old man, today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of your father. Family head Yang said coldly. The terrifying aura of a middle-stage heavenly deity spread out. Tang Yi frowned and said viciously, teach me a lesson? Family head Yang, if you want to die, go ahead and try. Swish, as soon as Tang Yi finished speaking, a figure appeared in a flash. An extremely terrifying aura swept out and shocked everyone present. Late-stage heavenly god realm. Family head Yang's face changed drastically as his eyes flashed with fear. How could the Tang family have a late-stage heavenly god realm expert? Wu Lusheng frowned as his heart was filled with fear. The anger and murderous intent from before had disappeared in an instant. Why? Are you scared? Tang Yi sneered proudly, looking even more arrogant. Just as Tang Yi was showing off, Feng Wuchen walked step by step towards Xianyuan Mose. He happened to walk past Tang Yi and Wu Lusheng. His eyes were fixed on Xianyuan Mose. Even though the two sides were about to fight, Xianyuan Mose's expression didn't change at all. He was still drinking his wine. Xianyuan Mose sensed something and glanced at Feng Wuchen. However, he was shocked when he looked at him. His eyes. Xianyuan Mo's looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Long Zun's eyes instantly appeared in his mind. Brother Xianyuan. Sensing Xianyuan Mo's reaction, Yang Xianxian also looked at Feng Wuchen, who was walking towards them. Stinking brat. Get lost. Or I'll kill you. Tang Yi shouted at Feng Wuchen angrily. Feng Wuchen ignored him completely as if he didn't hear him. He only stopped when he was in front of Xianyuan Mo's. What are you trying to do? Yang Xianxian quickly stepped forward to stop Feng Wuchen. She didn't know Feng Wuchen and had never seen him before. However, Feng Wuchen gave her a feeling of fear. The terrifying aura around Feng Wuchen was something that Yang Xianxian had never felt before. Xianyuan Mo pushed Yang Xianxian away slightly and looked at Feng Wuchen with a stiff expression. Yang Xianxian was stunned. She didn't know what was going on. However, Xianyuan Mo's change made Yang Xianxian very happy. You're courting death. Tang Yi was furious when he was ignored by Feng Wuchen. He suddenly rushed forward. Boom. Pfft. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. With a boom, Tang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. So strong. Wu Lusheng frowned. Heavenly God realm? The Yang family head looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The late-stage Heavenly God realm expert from the Tang family quickly caught Tang Yi and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. His terrifying aura was terrifying. Everywhere he passed, the ground cracked and collapsed. Kill him for me. The injured Tang Yi shouted angrily. The late-stage Heavenly God realm expert arrived in an instant and punched towards Feng Wuchen. Bang! Feng Wuchen didn't even look at it. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the man's fist. The terrifying power dissipated instantly and there was no energy ripple. What? The late-stage Heavenly God realm expert's expression changed. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and said, My lord, you're a heavenly emperor? The Yang family head, Wu Lusheng, and the guards were shocked. Their eyes widened. What powerful strength! He blocked the attack of a late-stage Heavenly God realm expert with his bare hands. Wu Lusheng was dumbfounded. End of chapter. He's so strong. Yang Xianxian was completely stunned by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. Her delicate body trembled slightly and she could no longer move. Feng Wuchen slowly released his hand and ignored the late-stage Heavenly God expert. The late-stage Heavenly God expert did not dare to move at all. Xianyuan, you disappoint me too much. Looking at Xianyuan Mo, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. He actually knows Big Brother Xianyuan? Yang Xianxian was incomparably shocked. However, Yang Xianxian had never seen Feng Wuchen before. Boom. Xianyuan Mo's expression was once again shocked. His body completely stiffened on the spot. It was as if a huge bomb had exploded beside his ears. His eyes widened as he stared unblinkingly at Feng Wuchen. You disappoint me too much. You disappoint me too much. This sentence kept echoing in Xianyuan Mo's mind for a long time. At that moment, Xianyuan Mo felt as if he had returned to a few decades ago. Xianyuan, you disappoint me too much. Scenes of Long Zun's disappointment appeared in Xianyuan Mo's mind. However, it was Long Zun's words of disappointment that encouraged Xianyuan Mo, causing Xianyuan Mo to constantly work hard and grow. Only then did Xianyuan Mo, whose name shook the heaven realm. The memories of the past made Xianyuan Mo's eyes slightly wet. Feng Wuchen's gaze and those words made Xianyuan Mo feel as if he was looking at Long Zun. Big Brother Xianyuan. Yang Xianxian had been observing Xianyuan Mo's changes. She could see the sadness, pain and self-blame in Xianyuan Mo's eyes. Yang Xianxian did not know what Xianyuan Mo had experienced, but she also felt sad in her heart. After a long time, Xianyuan Mo, who had been staring at Feng Wuchen, asked, Who are you? Feng Wuchen's appearance was not Long Zun. Xianyuan Mo did not know who Feng Wuchen was. Xianyuan Mo was very curious. Big Brother Xianyuan, you spoke. You spoke. Hearing Xianyuan Mo speak, Yang Xianxian was overjoyed. She was so happy that she cried, and sparkling tears fell. Xianyuan Mo had a solemn expression that had never appeared before. The sloppy drunkard appearance of the past had disappeared without a trace. Xianyuan Mo's sudden words shocked Patriarch Yang and Wu Lusheng. In Endless City, everyone thought that Xianyuan Mo was a mute, a fool. Other than drinking, there was nothing good about him. However, Feng Wuchen's appearance made Xianyuan Mo become a completely different person. In my impression, you should not be like this. Among the 5 of you, you are the most hardworking one. Iching and Ouching are not as good as you, but my people are never useless. Feng Wuchen said calmly. Xianyuan Mo's expression changed again. Feng Wuchen's words were undoubtedly revealing his identity. Master. He is master. Xianyuan Mo was shocked. Xianyuan Mo, you bastard. How dare you ignore me before? Are you regretting it now? Leng Yunkong's voice came. Leng Yunkong, tell me quickly. Is he Master Long Zun? Xianyuan Mo asked telepathically. You are right. He is Master Long Zun. Master has been reborn and has obtained the memories of his past life. Gu Yuan, Yu Yan, and Qing Xian have all returned. I came to find you because of Master's intention, Leng Yunkong said telepathically. Master has been reborn. Xianyuan Mo was shocked again. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly surged out of Xianyuan Mo's body. It had been hidden for decades, and now it suddenly exploded. It was like an ancient beast had awakened. The surging aura was soul-stirring. Xianyuan Mo's eyes instantly became incomparably sharp. Yang Xianxian beside him looked at Xianyuan Mo in shock. She had no idea that Xianyuan Mo was actually such a terrifying expert. Great Heavenly Emperor Realm. The late-stage Heavenly God exclaimed in shock. What? Great Heavenly Emperor? Patriarch Yang and Wu Lusheng were terrified. They had already been shaken to the ground by the terrifying aura. How is this possible? This drunkard is actually a terrifying expert. The injured Tang Yi was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Xianyuan Mo's terrifying aura covered tens of thousands of feet in an instant. The entire Endless City fell into fear. Xianyuan Mo's aura was endless like a bottomless pit. The terrifying aura was as high as the 7th Heavenly Emperor realm. With Endless City as the center, the terrifying aura crazily spread in all directions. In an instant, it spread to the entire Death region and still spread out of the Death region at a terrifying speed. Death Shrine. The Heavenly Emperor of Death suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with horror. Xianyuan Mo has awakened. The Heavenly Emperor of Death turned pale with fright. His eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? He has disappeared for so many years. Why did he appear at this time? The Heavenly Emperor of Death's face was filled with horror. This matter must be reported to the Great Elder immediately. Since Divine General Xianyuan Mo has awakened, the other 4 Great Divine Generals will definitely appear. For some reason, the Heavenly Emperor of Death felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. 7th Heavenly Emperor Realm. This aura is too familiar. It's the Divine General Xianyuan Mo of the Dragon God. There's actually a 7th Heavenly Emperor Realm expert in the Death region. This is the Divine General Xianyuan Mo's aura. What a terrifying aura. The experts from the Death Shrine and the other major forces in the Death region were all terrified by this terrifying aura. The cultivation of a 7th Heavenly Emperor was enough to instill fear in countless cultivators. It was definitely an existence that could destroy heaven and earth. Greetings, Master. Xianyuan Mo respectfully knelt down on one knee. He was ecstatic and excited. Xianyuan Mo never thought that Long Zun, who had been dead for dozens of years, could actually be resurrected. Xianyuan Mo felt that this was a dream. Master? Yang Xuanxuan's beautiful face changed again. She looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Yang Xianxian didn't know what was going on. At this moment, she felt that Xianyuan Mo was very unfamiliar. This was not the sloppy and dispirited Xianyuan Mo from before. Seeing that Xianyuan Mo had awakened, Feng Wuchen's face revealed a smile and said, "This is more like it. Big brother Xianyuan." Yang Xianxian looked at Xianyuan Mo with some fear. She didn't know what to say. You are Yang Xianxian, right? Thank you for taking care of Xianyuan all these years. Feng Wuchen looked at Yang Xianxian and thanked her with a smile. No, I didn't do anything. Yang Xianxian was flattered and shook her head repeatedly. Xianxian, thank you. Are you willing to come with me? Xianyuan Mose looked at Yang Xianxian gently and asked with a gentle smile on his face. Xianyuan Mose's hope and fighting spirit had been reignited. Seeing Xianyuan Mose's smile, Yang Xianxian was stunned at first, then she nodded instinctively. Great! Xianxian, I definitely won't let you down. Xianyuan Mose smiled happily. Let's go, follow me back to Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What? Dragon God Temple? The late-stage Heaven God's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, You are Lord Feng of Spirit Realm? End of chapter. Lord Feng? Patriarch Yang, Wu Luxing, Tang Yi, and the others were all stunned, as if they didn't know who Lord Feng was. Lord Feng? Xianyuan Mose also looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. He didn't know that Feng Wuchen had such a title. You know me? Feng Wuchen looked at the man in surprise and asked. The Sky God Realm expert said excitedly and respectfully, I don't know, but I have heard of Lord Feng's fame in Spirit Realm. You are a divine great artificer, and I also know that Lord Feng is the Dragon Temple Master, the leader of all the major forces in Spirit Realm. Leader of all the major forces? Wu Luxing and the others were shocked again. Just how terrifying was this identity? What? Divine Great Artificer? Patriarch Yang's eyes almost popped out. Leader? Yang Xuanyuan's face was filled with shock again. Lord Feng, this one is Puyuan, a rogue cultivator. I hope to join Dragon Temple. I beg Lord Feng to take me in. Puyuan quickly said respectfully. Rogue cultivator? Feng Wuchen looked at Puyuan and asked, Aren't you one of his people? Puyuan shook his head and said respectfully, I was only invited by the Tang family to help. I am not a member of the Tang family. You are not afraid of death? Xianyuan Mose looked at Puyuan and asked. Puyuan replied without hesitation, No. My life is worthless, I am only afraid of dying in vain. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, Since that is the case, come back to Dragon Temple with me. Great. Thank you, Lord Feng. Puyuan thanked him excitedly, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Since there were people who wanted to join the Dragon Temple, and they weren't weak and weren't evil, Feng Wuchen wouldn't refuse. Xianyuan, after returning to the Divine Dragon Palace, settle Miss Xianxian down. I will give you 3 days. After 3 days, go and find Ao Qing and the others, Feng Wuchen said as he looked at Xianyuan Mose. Yes. Master. Xianyuan Mose said respectfully. Father, I want to go with big brother Xianyuan. Please forgive your daughter for being unfilial. Yang Xianxian looked at Patriarch Yang and said. She was a woman who dared to love and hate. Once she met someone she liked, she would never give up. Big brother Wu, I'm sorry. Yang Xianxian looked at Wu Luxing again. Other than apologizing, she didn't know what else to say. Wu Luxing didn't say anything. Putting aside the fact that Yang Xianxian didn't like Wu Luxing, with Xianyuan Mose's terrifying strength, even if Wu Luxing wanted to snatch her away, it was impossible. Patriarch Yang, don't worry. I will take good care of Xianxian. Xianyuan Mose said politely to Patriarch Yang. Patriarch Yang sighed and didn't say anything. However, he was happy in his heart. His daughter had found such a terrifying expert. This was the Yang family's fortune. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and used teleportation to bring Xianyuan Mose, Yang Xianxian, and Puyuan away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The terrifying movement technique made Patriarch Yang, Wu Luxing, and the others tremble. The streets and wine shops were dead silent. Divine Temple of Heavenly Honor. The Heavenly Emperor of Death hurriedly entered the Great Hall and reported respectfully, reporting to the Great Elder, Your subordinate has sensed the aura of the Divine General Xianyuan Mose in the Death region. He's at the 7th Heaven Emperor realm. Xianyuan Mose? Great Honored frowned and said, This person's strength isn't simple. He is the strongest Divine General of Supreme Dragon God. He is even stronger than Ancient Abyss. Oh? Divine General Xianyuan Mose has appeared? Zhuge Wuji frowned and said solemnly, Kuang-Ying and Goody saw Long Zun in the ancient region. Is it true? First, there was the news of Long Zun's resurrection. Then, Divine General Xianyuan Mo's appeared. Zhuge Wuji didn't believe it at first, but now, he was skeptical. Great Elder, Supreme Dragon God can't be resurrected. In the battle with the Heavenly Master, Supreme Dragon God died. The Long Zun that Kuang-Ying and Goody saw was Long Zun's corpse. Don't forget that Wind Shadow is a divine great alchemist. It isn't difficult for him to control a corpse with his soul power. Great Honored said. Zhuge Wuji nodded and said, Great Honored is right. Divine General Xianyuan Mos has resurrected. It seems that Wind Shadow wants to use the power of the 5 great divine generals to fight against us. Xianyuan Mos has appeared. The other 4 great divine generals will appear one after another. The 18 heavenly emperors and the 5 great divine generals have indeed increased the strength of the Dragon God Palace. With the addition of the Dragon Gods, it won't be easy to deal with them. Great Honored said. After a pause, Great Honored continued, Wind Shadow's growth speed is too terrifying. I feel uneasy. I'm worried that he will become the 2nd Supreme Dragon God. Great Honored is right. Wind Shadow is indeed terrifying. He is even more terrifying than Long Zun. Heavenly Emperor of Death said. Zhuge Wuji was silent for a moment. Then, he said solemnly, It's time to wake up the 2nd Elder and the 3rd Elder. The Temple of Celestial Worthy was powerful. It wasn't as simple as it looked. Dragon God Palace. Xianyuan Mos had already changed into a clean set of clothes. His entire person had become extremely handsome. His entire body was emitting the aura of a powerhouse. Yang Xianxia kept praising him. When Xianyuan Mos appeared, Qing Xian, Long Yun, Ling Yunkong and the others all appeared in the main hall. Seeing so many terrifying powerhouses, Yang Xuanchuan's heart trembled. Even if they didn't have any ill intentions, he was still intimidated by their terrifying auras. Xianyuan, it's been so many years since we last met. Your cultivation has increased a lot. Qing Xian laughed happily. Xianyuan Mos laughed happily, I didn't expect the 18 heavenly emperors to also be in the Dragon God Palace. There are also Dragon God's junior powerhouses. What do you mean junior powerhouses? You make it sound like you're much older than me. Long Ji couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xianyuan Mos laughed and said, In any case, I'm older than you. Xianyuan, this is? Long Yin asked curiously, his gaze sizing up the somewhat timid Yang Xianxian. Yang Xianxian, my lover. Xianyuan Mo said without hesitation, and even with some pride. TSK, not bad. It's been so many years since we last met, and you already have a lover. Nia Hanfeng laughed, and the other 18 heavenly emperors praised him one after another. Xianxian, they are the 18 heavenly emperors who have shaken the heaven realm. They are all from the Dragon Gods, and they are all our friends. This is the young master of the Dragon Gods. Xianyuan Mos introduced to Yang Xianxian. Hello. Yang Xianxian greeted with a smile. Xianxian, there's no need to be reserved in the Dragon God Palace. After Xiao Xiao and Qingqing come out of seclusion, I'll introduce them to you. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Thank you, Hall Master Feng. Yang Xianxian hurriedly thanked him, her beautiful face filled with respect. Even Xianyuan Mos had to respectfully address Feng Wuchen as master, so Yang Xianxian did not dare to be impudent. Where's Heartless? This guy's cultivation should have broken through to the 6th Heavenly Emperor, right? Xianyuan Mos asked curiously, but he did not see Heartless. I sent him to do something, and he hasn't returned yet. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. My old friend is back. At this moment, a voice entered the Dragon God Palace's main hall. The corner of Xianyuan Mos's mouth rose slightly, and said, 7th Heavenly Emperor, Ancient Abyss. End of chapter. Xiao, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's figure appeared in the Dragon God Palace. Greetings, teacher. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster bowed respectfully and knelt down on one knee. Teacher? Yang Xianxian was shocked again. She thought to herself, such a scary elite is Lord Feng's disciple. Just how scary is Lord Feng's power? Rise, Feng Wuchen said plainly. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, long time no see. I did not expect you to reach the 7th level of Sky Emperor. Xianyuan Mose looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and smiled. Glancing at Xianyuan Mose, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster smiled and said, "You disappeared for so many years. I thought you were dead. If I did not give you a chance to defeat me, how could I die?" Xianyuan Mose grinned. "This time I will defeat you," Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said confidently. "If you do not use the Art of Oblivion, it will be useless even if you try 100 times." Xianyuan Mose smiled. He was very confident in his own power. "Now is not the time. When the time is right, I will defeat you." Ancient Abyss Grandmaster raised his fist confidently. Long Yin glared at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and said, "You will lose for sure." "Xianxia, this is Master's first disciple, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. Xianxia is the 3rd disciple. The other disciple is Fairy Yu Yin." Xianyuan Mose introduced them to Yang Xianxia. Within a day, Xianyuan Mose had completely revived. He had become a completely different person. Yang Xianxia still felt that it was unreal. "How is the construction of the Spirit Emperor God Palace?" Feng Wuchen asked Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said respectfully, "It has been completed. Many elites have joined us. I wanted to return to the Temple of Empyrean to inform Zhuge Wuji, but I felt Xuanyuan's aura by accident. So, I came to take a look." "Very good." Feng Wuchen nodded and said seriously, "The Temple of Celestial Venerate is no longer in Spirit Realm. We'll slowly extend our influence to the other hells. The Dragon God Temple isn't strong enough yet, so we'll need to form alliances with other great forces." Looking at Xianyuan Mose, Feng Wuchen said, "Xianyuan, get Ouching and the others back as soon as possible." "Yes, Master." Xianyuan Mose replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen looked at Gu Yuan and said, "Ancient Abyss, you stay in Spirit Emperor Divine Palace and strengthen yourself. If Zhuge Wuji suspects anything, bring Yu Yan back immediately." "Yes." Ancient Abyss Grandmaster politely replied. He then flashed and left Dragon God Hall. "Nia Hanfeng, continue your mission," Feng Wuchen ordered. "Yes, Master." Nia Hanfeng said respectfully. "What can I do?" Yang Xianxian suddenly asked. She seemed embarrassed to do nothing. Xianxian smiled sweetly and said, "Xianxian, just cultivate with me. I'll let you break through to the Heavenly God realm as soon as possible. Cultivating in Dragon God Temple will raise your cultivation quickly." "Thank you." Yang Xianxian smiled and thanked her. She was grateful in her heart. "Qingxian, thank you." Xianyuan Mose looked at Qingxian gratefully and smiled. "You guys stay in Dragon God Temple. I have something to do," Feng Wuchen said. Then, he disappeared into thin air. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already at the Spirit Realm Chamber of Commerce. "Welcome, Lord Feng." The guards of the Chamber of Commerce greeted him respectfully. At the same time, someone ran into the palace to report. Feng Wuchen entered the Chamber of Commerce. Qiao Sanfeng welcomed him excitedly. "Lord Feng." In the spacious hall, many cultivators saw Feng Wuchen and greeted him respectfully. No one dared to be disrespectful. "Lord Feng." Qiao Sanfeng personally greeted him respectfully. In front of outsiders, he could only call Feng Wuchen Lord Feng. In private, he called him Master. "Elder Qiao." Feng Wuchen smiled happily and was very polite. "Lord Feng, it's been a long time since you came to the Chamber of Commerce." "Lord Feng, this way please." Qiao Sanfeng smiled happily and led Feng Wuchen into the back of the hall. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "There have been a lot of things recently." Entering the hall, Gu Tongtian greeted him respectfully and said with a smile, "Welcome, Lord Feng." "President Gu, Great Elder." Feng Wuchen smiled politely. "Lord Feng, please take a seat." Gu Tongtian received him respectfully and motioned for the maid to serve tea. Feng Wuchen took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "President Gu, I came to the Chamber of Commerce this time to ask for your help." Gu Tongtian smiled faintly and said, "Lord Feng is the leader of our alliance. There's no need to be polite. As long as old man can help, I will not refuse." The Chamber of Commerce has gradually returned to normal. I want the Chamber of Commerce to help me collect a large number of treasures suitable for experts of the Heavenly Monarch realm to cultivate. For example, Xianxia lotion, mixed yuan divine stone, as long as it's a treasure or spirit liquid that can improve one's cultivation. There are also medicinal herbs. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Lord Feng wants so many treasures for your friends who have just ascended to the heavenly realm to cultivate? Great Elder guessed. Yes, there will be more people ascending in the future. The Dragon Temple is very lacking. Feng Wuchen nodded and said. Lord Feng, don't worry. Leave this to Old Man. The Chamber of Commerce has dealings with the tycoons of various regions. When the time comes, I will definitely send someone to deliver it to the Dragon Temple. Gu Tongtian said. I will send someone here once every half a month. Later, I will send someone to deliver some immortal weapons to the Chamber of Commerce to sell. Feng Wuchen said. Alright, everything will be decided by Lord Feng. Gu Tongtian nodded again. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, there's no need to be too anxious about this. I don't want too many people to know about this. Lord Feng, don't worry. We will not leak it. Gu Tongtian smiled. President Gu, here are 3,000-year-old ice souls. They can help you and Great Elder break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen smiled and then handed the 3 ice souls to Gu Tongtian. 1,000-year-old ice souls? Gu Tongtian and the 3 Great Elders were shocked. At the same time, their eyes widened in shock. I found them in the profound ice valley. Consider it a reward for the Chamber of Commerce. President Gu, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and disappeared after saying that. After the matter was settled, Feng Wuchen immediately returned to the Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen originally wanted to cultivate in seclusion. After all, with the help of the ice souls, the increase in cultivation would be very shocking. Breaking through to the mid-stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm was not a problem. But just as Feng Wuchen was about to cultivate in seclusion, Heartless' respectful voice came, Master. Heartless? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned and then quickly asked through voice transmission, did you find something? Yes, I have confirmed the location of the Portrait of Emptiness. Heartless transmitted. Where? Feng Wuchen was ecstatic and hurriedly asked. In the Immortal Divine Domain's Nether King Cave. Heartless replied respectfully. Nether King Cave? Feng Wuchen frowned and said, Nether King Cave is one of the heavenly world's forbidden lands. Why would the Portrait of Emptiness be in Nether King Cave? While Feng Wuchen was puzzled, Heartless' voice sounded again, Master, there are people from the Celestial Palace in Nether King Cave. There is also another mysterious force, it seems to be the Ximen family. Ximen family? Feng Wuchen frowned again and asked doubtfully, is this ancient family also looking for the Portrait of Emptiness? End of chapter. The Portrait of Heavenly Life recorded a mysterious and powerful cultivation method. Since even heavenly venerables wanted it, the Ximen family naturally wanted it too. All the major forces in the heavenly realm wanted it, but there were very few people who knew the whereabouts of the Portrait of Heavenly Life. Therefore, no one knew where the Portrait of Heavenly Life was. Master, the Crystal Pearl can sense the existence of the Portrait of Heavenly Life. The Netherworld King's Cave has a strong reaction. The Crystal Pearl might be used to open the seal. Don't alert them first. If the Crystal Pearl is used to break the seal, then they shouldn't be able to get the Portrait of Heavenly Life. First, find out the purpose of the Ximen family. Observe in the dark. Don't let them find out. No matter what, we can't let the Portrait of Heavenly Life fall into their hands. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Heartless replied respectfully, yes. Master. The Ximen family, this ancient family rarely appears in the heavenly realm. I remember that there is a powerful inscription, Master. After so many years, he should have stepped into the divine level. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Feng Wuchen didn't think too much. With a thought, he immediately entered the 4th level of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The 4th level also had 5 times the time, so Feng Wuchen planned to cultivate there. With a large amount of 1,000-year-old ice souls, Feng Wuchen was quite confident that he could break through to the middle stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Spirit Splitting Technique. Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged, clasped his hands together, and shouted. In the blink of an eye, dozens of primordial spirit avatars condensed, just like Feng Wuchen's avatars. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a 1,000-year-old ice soul appeared in his palm. The Supreme Dragon God technique began to circulate, and Feng Wuchen directly entered a state of cultivation. His original body refined and absorbed the pure energy of the 1,000-year-old ice soul, while his primordial spirit avatars absorbed spiritual energy to cultivate. With dozens of primordial spirit avatars cultivating together, coupled with his original body refining the 1,000-year-old ice soul, his cultivation speed was extremely shocking. If someone was present, their jaw would definitely drop. His cultivation is rising so fast. As expected of the 1,000-year-old ice soul, Feng Wuchen's heart was incomparably excited. He had just started cultivating, and Feng Wuchen could clearly feel that his cultivation was rising. It had to be said that the 1,000-year-old ice soul was very powerful. Within 3 months. Within 3 months. With 5 times the cultivation time, cultivating in the Universe Tower for 3 months was equivalent to half a month to 20 days in the outside world. Qing. Would. And. If adding in all of my previous life's subordinates, plus them, apart from Empyreans, resisting the Empyrean temple shouldn't be a problem. After breaking through, I still have to make a trip to other regions personally, Feng Wuchen thought to himself, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. The them that Feng Wuchen was talking about, it was still not known for the time being who it was referring to. Long Zun's might shook the heaven realm back then. The powerhouses under him were numerous. 18 heavenly emperors, 5 great divine generals, and 3 disciples were also just one of them. Thinking that the Dragon God Temple would grow stronger very soon, Feng Wuchen was abnormally excited in his heart. But in the end, he still forcefully suppressed his excitement and focused on cultivation. 17 days passed in a twinkle. Sure enough, a loud noise suddenly sounded out in the quiet 4th-level space. Buzz. Buzz, an extremely horrifying energy swept out wildly from within Feng Wuchen's body. The entire 4th-level space was in the midst of intense tremors, feeling like it would collapse at any time. This horrifying aura that erupted from Feng Wuchen's body already reached the level of middle-stage Heavenly Emperor. That's right. Feng Wuchen broke through middle-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Finally broke through. Sure enough, it's around the same time as I guessed. Feng Wuchen opened his eyes slightly and said with an excited smile. The disparity in strength between initial stage and middle stage is actually so huge. With my current combat power, dealing with late-stage heavenly emperors is absolutely nothing difficult. Clenching his fists and feeling the power within his body, Feng Wuchen became more and more excited. Cultivation breaking through to middle stage heavenly emperor, Feng Wuchen's fleshy body also obtained further strengthening, getting closer and closer to the inextinguishable golden body. Looking at the unmoving Long Zun by the side, Feng Wuchen said with an excited smile, the heaven-devouring python beast soul and divine artifact are connected. My cultivation broke through to the heavenly emperor realm. Long Zun's realm indeed also obtained an improvement. Long Zun possesses the inextinguishable golden body and will likely step into the great heavenly emperor realm a step faster than me. The heaven-devouring python beast soul fused into one with Long Zun's inextinguishable golden body. His cultivation was naturally above Feng Wuchen's. Although the fleshy body obtained strengthening, there's still a distance from the inextinguishable golden body. Cultivation temporarily stops. I must cultivate the inextinguishable golden body. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. In comparison, breaking through to late-stage Heavenly Emperor was not as important as cultivating the inextinguishable golden body. As long as I cultivate the inextinguishable golden body, my strength can still increase again, Feng Wuchen said with an excited smile. With a thought, Feng Wuchen controlled several hundred puppets to appear. Each puppet emitted a horrifying aura. Very good. The realm of the puppets indeed also obtained an improvement. All broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. The realm of the several hundred puppets became more and more powerful. They would be Feng Wuchen's secret weapons. Once Feng Wuchen stepped into the great Heavenly Emperor realm, it meant that the several hundred puppets would also step into the great Heavenly Emperor realm along with him, just thinking about it made people excited. With a thought, Feng Wuchen arrived at the second space in an instant. Test out how the power of middle stage Heavenly Emperor is like, Feng Wuchen said excitedly, unable to wait to test out the power of middle stage Heavenly Emperor. Buzz, buzz, gaze staring at a majestic and lofty mountain peak in the distance, Feng Wuchen urged divine power and condensed it on his palm. Horrifying power swept wildly without the slightest scruple. The massive second-level space trembled violently. Haven't activated yet, and there's already such astonishing power. Looking at the palm that emitted resplendent golden light, Feng Wuchen was even more excited. Huh! Feng Wuchen gave a fierce roar, a palm rumbling out across the air. A 100,000 feet massive golden palm print shot out explosively with an unstoppable momentum, its aura monstrous, breathtaking people's souls, full of oppression. Rumble. Buzz, buzz, the horrifying golden palm print slammed onto the lofty mountain peak in a blink of an eye. The horrifying power instantly turned the entire lofty mountain peak into nothingness. The energy ripples that spread out even destroyed the surrounding mountain peaks one after another. The destructive power was very terrifying. The many lofty mountain peaks in the distance completely disappeared in a blink of an eye. A casual palm has such terrifying power? Feng Wuchen was surprised and delighted. This was just a casual palm. If unleashing an immortal art, the power would definitely be even more terrifying. Below Great Heavenly Emperor, there shouldn't be anyone who can threaten me. Feng Wuchen grinned and clenched his fists tightly. Feng Wuchen could be said to be rather confident in his own strength. End of this chapter. After Feng Wuchen exited the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he discovered that Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Jingxiong, Long Zhantian, and the rest of the first batch of ascenders had all come out of seclusion. Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, and the rest were still in seclusion. Heavenly God Realm. That's great. Xiaoxiao, you've broken through to Heavenly God Realm. Father, Mother, and Head Elder all broke through to the Celestial Deity Realm. Feng Wuchen said with an excited smile on his face. Of course. Grandfather, Uncle Long, and the rest have also broken through to Heavenly God Realm. Ling Xiaoxiao said happily, revealing a sweet smile. Long Zhantian and the rest had successfully broken through to Heavenly God Realm. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 Heavenly God Realm experts, greatly increasing the strength of Dragon God Palace. After seclusion for so long, we've finally broken through to Heavenly God Realm. Baili Tian Realm said happily. Feng Qianyang stroked his white beard and smiled faintly. About 3 years, half a year should have passed in the outside world. Although our cultivation has broken through to Heavenly God Realm, we haven't gotten used to it yet. Yan Long added. Feng Wuchen smiled, getting used to it is easy, fighting is the best way. The first floor of the Universe Pagoda can be provided for everyone to spar with each other. Spar? Hee, I like it. The huge three-eyed demon ape laughed, its huge eyes looking at the arrogant mad leopard in the air. Mad leopard, who sensed something, closed its eyes and said, "You can't beat me." How would we know if we don't try? The three-eyed demon ape laughed confidently. There was no chance in the mortal realm, but it was different in Heavenly Realm. Mad leopard was too lazy to care, it was still arrogant. Cultivation is rising too fast, we need to pay attention to our fighting strength, or else it won't work if our fighting strength is not enough. Feng Wuchen continued. Feng Jingxiong nodded, Chen'er is right, we've been in seclusion for so long, although we've reached Heavenly God Realm, it's hard for us to unleash the true strength of Heavenly God Realm. Like Yan Long said, we haven't gotten used to it. Yun Yuzi smiled calmly, with Alliance Leader's Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, it isn't difficult and won't take much time. Stepping into the Celestial God Realm meant that he had entered the ranks of the experts. In terms of fighting prowess, he could slowly raise it. Let me introduce everyone. This is Shanyuan Mose and Yang Xianxian. This is Puyuan. From now on, he will be a member of our Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen then introduced everyone. Shanyuan Mose politely cupped his fists towards Feng Jingxiong and the others. Xianxian greets the seniors. Yang Xianxian bowed politely. My name is Puyuan, please advise me, seniors. Puyuan politely cupped his fists. Sect Master Xingfeng smiled happily and said, we are all family. There is no need to be so polite. This person's power is very strong. He is even stronger than Heartless. No, I should say that he is stronger than Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. Could he be a powerful cultivator under Dragon God's previous life? It shouldn't be wrong. Wild Leopard guessed. His gaze was fixed on Xianyuan Mo's. Xianyuan Mo's power is not simple. He might be able to fight with Long Qinghun. Long Zhantian thought. Wild Leopard and the others came from Tianhun continent. They were all top experts of the continent. They were very sensitive to the strong. They could see that Xianyuan Mo's was very fierce. They also guessed that he was a powerful cultivator under Long Zun's previous life. Master's friends from the human realm are not simple. Descendants of the dragon gods, Rakshasa god race, and ancient beasts. To be able to ascend to the heaven realm, they are naturally the top experts of the human realm. Xianyuan Mo's thought. Xianyuan, do you have any news about Ao Qing and I Ching? Feng Wuchen asked. Xianyuan Mo's respectfully said, I have already found them. But Master's death back then was a huge blow to them. I'm afraid that Master will have to go personally for them to believe. Who would believe that someone who had died for dozens of years would suddenly be reborn? In the beginning, Xianyuan Mo's did not believe it either. If Feng Wuqing did not appear personally, Xianyuan Mo's would definitely not believe it. Chen it seems like the experts from your previous life don't know that you have been reborn. Xiao Qingqing frowned. Mother is right. They still don't know, so it is hard for them to believe. Feng Wuchen helplessly spread out his hands and smiled bitterly. Brother Feng, how many experts did you have in your previous life? Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Many, from all the major regions. Xianyuan and the others were the 5 divine generals under me in my previous life. However, I am not sure if they are still alive. In the battle back then, I am afraid that many of them fell. It will not be easy to find them. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Master, don't worry. I will definitely find them and bring them back. Xianyuan Mo said respectfully. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, there is no hurry. If they are still alive, they will come back sooner or later. The most important thing now is to increase the strength of the Dragon Temple. I have an ominous feeling that the Temple of Celestial Worthy will launch an attack soon. We must be prepared. Mingyue requests an audience with Lord Feng. At this moment, Mingyue's voice came from outside the hall. Mingyue? Hearing this clear and familiar voice, Feng Wuchen was stunned at first, then said, I will go out and take a look. It's her. Ling Xiaoxiao was also a little surprised and said to herself, Mingyue hasn't come to the Dragon Temple for a long time. Is it because of me? That girl from the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Xiao Qingqing said to herself. She could not help but glance at Ling Xiaoxiao. A faint smile appeared on her face, and she said to herself, it seems that Mingyue has fallen in love with our Chen. On the square outside the hall, Feng Wuchen walked over with a smile. Mingyue, long time no see. How have you been? How is brother Zhueyue? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Mingyue's delicate body trembled slightly. She nodded expressionlessly and said, the Sky Shadow Pavilion has a very dangerous mission. The reward is a map of an ancient cavern. A map of an ancient cavern? Feng Wuchen was surprised. Azure Domain, Purple-Eyed Taoist, Peak Late-Stage Heavenly Emperor. His current strength is very terrifying. The Pavilion Master has already gone into seclusion. Zhu Feng also doesn't have the strength. Only you have the strength to carry out this mission. Mingyue said. Purple-Eyed Taoist? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He had never heard of this person. Purple-Eyed Taoist is a rogue cultivator. This person is extremely vicious. He cultivates an evil demonic technique. He kills the innocent and drinks their blood to cultivate. Mingyue said solemnly. I see. Looks like he's very strong. I haven't carried out an assassination mission for a long time. Looks like after this mission, I'll be another heavenly leader level assassin. The reward for a map of an ancient cavern is indeed very tempting. I'll accept this mission. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I'm going back to report. Be careful. Mingyue immediately turned and left. Mingyue doesn't look too good. Is there something on her mind? Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and did not think too much about it. After Ying Hun came out of seclusion, he should have stepped into the great heavenly emperor realm. Brother Tian Ming should also be able to smoothly break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Master, I've already retrieved the treasure from the Chamber of Commerce. We can begin. After Mingyue left, Nia Hanfeng appeared in a flash. End of chapter. Nia Hanfeng handed a storage ring to Feng Wuchen. Inside the storage ring, what was stored were numerous natural treasures and spirit liquids collected by the Chamber of Commerce. Oh? So many natural treasures? Bring them to the 4th level space. After a simple check, Feng Wuchen was immediately overjoyed. Yes. Nia Hanfeng received the order respectfully and immediately disappeared with a flash. Chen did Mingyue leave? Xianxia came out of the great hall, glanced around, and asked Feng Wuchen. She came to pass on a mission. She already went back to report. Feng Wuchen nodded his head. Xianxia was taken aback and asked, Chen you're still carrying out assassin missions now? This might be the last one. At that time, I'll be a renowned heavenly leader-level assassin. Feng Wuchen said with a proud look. Be very careful. Don't forget that the celestial venerate temples people want to kill you all the time, Xianxia said with concern, secretly worried in her heart. Mother, rest assured. I'll be fine. Don't forget that teleportation is very powerful. Feng Wuchen smiled smugly and said, Alright, mother, you all just came out of seclusion. Relax well for a few days. I still have other things to take care of. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Feng Wuchen already disappeared without a trace. In the great hall, everyone started chatting idly. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he already arrived at the 4th level space. Paying respects to Master. Feng Wuchen's appearance, a loud and clear voice suddenly sounded out in the calm 4th level space. A large group of people knelt down on one knee virtually at the same time. Master, there are 3,000 people here. Their cultivations are all between Heavenly Lord and Celestial Deity Realm, Nia Hanfeng said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded his head in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the 3,000 people kneeling on one knee. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, I'm very happy to meet all of you. I'm sure all of you already know my identity, but please keep it a secret. The reason why I gave all of you a chance to be reborn is not because I'm benevolent, but because I need to nurture all of you into experts. Experts who fight for me will always have their lives in danger. From today onwards, all you need to do is focus on cultivation. I will provide you with all the cultivation resources you need. There are heavenly treasures, earthly treasures, and medicinal pills to help you increase your cultivation base. This space has 5 times the time. Simply put, if you cultivate here for 10 hours, only 2 hours will pass outside. You've been cultivating in seclusion for 5 years, but only 1 year has passed in the outside world. You have enough time to cultivate and break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, or even the Great Heavenly Emperor realm. You must not reveal your existence to anyone. Also, the only outcome for those who betray me is death. Feng Wuchen had a solemn expression on his face the whole time. He used both kindness and authority, which was quite intimidating. Yes, Master. The 3,000 practitioners answered respectfully. For the 3,000 practitioners, they were already very happy to see hope in the midst of despair. Now that they knew that it was the young master of the dragon gods who gave them hope and even provided them with cultivation resources to nurture them into experts, they were extremely excited. How could they betray him? With such good treatment, they would definitely be fools to betray him. Of course, there might also be some ambitious people. Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his face. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a storage ring flew to the leading Heavenly God Realm man. Feng Wuchen asked, What's your name? Reporting to Master. This subordinate is Mu Chongkong. A tall and thin man with white hair answered respectfully. Mu Chongkong, there are heavenly treasures, spiritual liquids, and medicinal pills in the storage ring. Distribute them to everyone. Nia Hanfeng will deliver them every half a month. Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Mu Chongkong replied respectfully. He was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger, and a golden light instantly entered between Mu Chongkong's eyebrows. He said, "From today onwards, all of you will cultivate the 9-revolution heaven-warring imperial physique, which can increase your cultivation speed. Of course, if your cultivation technique is an immortal technique or even stronger than an immortal technique, you don't have to cultivate the 9-revolution heaven-warring imperial physique." Feng Wuchen's words made everyone even more excited. "Cultivate, I will give you half a year. After half a year, I will come in to see the results of your cultivation. I hope you won't disappoint me." Feng Wuchen smiled. With a thought, he left the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. After Feng Wuchen left, Nia Hanfeng said, "Master is very benevolent, but he is also ruthless to his enemies." The lives of the 18 heavenly emperors were also saved by Master. Because of Master, there are 18 heavenly emperors today. Don't disappoint Master, and don't betray Master. Otherwise, I will personally kill you. Yes. The 3,000 cultivators answered respectfully. As soon as Feng Wuchen came out, Nia Hanfeng appeared right after. 3,000 is still a little too little. Continue to search, the more the better. Feng Wuchen looked at Nia Hanfeng and said. Nia Hanfeng asked, "How many people does Master plan to nurture?" 10,000. Feng Wuchen said. 10,000? Nia Hanfeng's face changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his back. 10,000 heavenly emperors, or even great heavenly emperors, how terrifying was that? Nia Hanfeng didn't dare to imagine. Looking at the shocked Nia Hanfeng, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "The Celestial Worthy Temple must have nurtured many experts over the years. The Celestial Worthy Temple's 3 great protectors, Second Elder, and Third Elder all have many great heavenly emperors under them. In the battle back then, it was because of them that the dragon gods suffered great losses. Otherwise, do you think the Celestial Worthy can sleep so peacefully?" Recalling the tragic battle back then, Nia Hanfeng frowned and said, "The number of experts under the Celestial Worthy is indeed beyond our expectations. That's why I need to nurture more experts. I have 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, and I have 5 times more time than they do. The Chamber of Commerce provides the treasures of heaven and earth, and the Dragon God Temple has the pills. I'm not afraid that their cultivation can't increase. Since I have the chance to be reborn, in this life, I will make them pay 10 times the price." Feng Wuchen said fiercely, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. In the battle back then, the dragon gods suffered great losses, and many experts died miserably, including Man Wu-er. These were all things that Feng Wuchen could not forgive. Everything of the dragon gods. I want to take it all back. I want all their blood to sacrifice to Man Wu-er's soul in heaven. Feng Wuchen said firmly. "I know what to do. Master, don't worry." Nia Hanfeng nodded heavily, then disappeared in a flash. "Xianyuan, follow me to the Azura region immediately." Feng Wuchen transmitted. A silhouette appeared without a sound. It was Xianyuan Mo's. "Master, Ao Qing and I Ching are in the Azura region. Because Master's death was too big a blow to them, they are now living the lives of ordinary people." Xianyuan Mo said respectfully. "If Master goes personally, you will be able to wake them up and reignite their fighting spirit." Xianyuan Mo said. "It's time to meet them. Tian Luo and the others should also be in the Azura region." Feng Wuchen nodded. 10 venerables. The corners of Xianyuan Mo's mouth rose slightly. End of chapter. He did not need to rely on the teleportation array. He only needed to teleport and he could reach the Azura region immediately. This was the first time Feng Wuchen had come to the Azura region since his rebirth. With the memories of his previous life, Feng Wuchen was not unfamiliar with the Azura region. Instead, he was very familiar with it. The Azura region was the territory controlled by the Azura Heavenly Emperor. There were countless forces of all sizes scattered around. "Ghost Valley City," Feng Wuchen said in the sky of the Azura region, "see if you can sense the aura of Tian Luo and the rest." "I can't sense Tian Luo's aura." Xianyuan Mo shook his head after sensing for a bit. "You go find Ao Qing and the rest first. I have something to do," Feng Wuchen said as he changed into the Wind Shadow Assassin's clothes and descended to the city below. "A heavenly leader assassin." Xianyuan Mo laughed softly and then disappeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen descended into the city and disappeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen already knew about the purple-eyed Taoist from Mingyu. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in front of a magnificent pavilion in the Ghost Valley city. Peak late Heavenly Emperor stage. This person should be the purple-eyed Taoist, Feng Wuchen thought to himself as a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Who is it? In the pavilion, the purple-eyed Taoist sensed something and suddenly shouted coldly. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the third floor of the pavilion. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed and appeared. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. Assassin from the Sky Shadow Pavilion? Seeing Feng Wuchen's clothes, the purple-eyed Taoist guessed that he was an assassin from the Sky Shadow Pavilion. A disdainful sneer appeared on the purple-eyed Taoist's face as he said, "The Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins are really meddlesome, coming from the spirit domain to the Azura region. However, from what I know, the strongest in the Sky Shadow Pavilion is only Ying Hun. The only Sky Leader assassin is only an early Sky Emperor. If you are not Ying Hun, then you are here to die. I don't need Ying Hun to kill you." Feng Wuchen said coldly. "Tell me your name." The purple-eyed Taoist said viciously. "Feng Wuchen." Feng Wuchen replied with a sneer. "Feng Ying?" Hearing these two words, the purple-eyed Taoist's sinister face suddenly stiffened. He looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. The divine great artificer who shook the entire spirit realm, the Dragon God Temple's Hall Master Feng Ying? Purple-eyed Taoist looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. "It seems that my name is quite famous. Even Ghost Valley City has heard about me." Feng Wuchen sneered. "Only Feng Ying came alone. According to the Shura Heavenly Emperor, this kid has stepped into the early Heavenly Emperor realm. His strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, he is the young master of the Dragon Gods. The Dragon God's teleportation is extremely powerful, but I am already half a step into the great Heavenly Emperor realm. If he wants to kill me, he won't escape. Since that's the case, I will take this opportunity to kill him." The purple-eyed Taoist frowned, his eyes flashing fiercely. Since Feng Wuchen came to court death, the purple-eyed Taoist would not show mercy. "Feng Ying, since you dare to come to kill me, it means that you are very confident in your strength. As an assassin from the Sky Shadow Pavilion, you should have known my background and my cultivation." The purple-eyed Taoist said coldly. A biting cold murderous aura began to spread out and became stronger. Buzz. As he spoke, the terrifying power of the peak of the late Heavenly Emperor realm was activated. The power was extremely violent and full of deterrence. In an instant, the entire Ghost Valley shook violently. The purple-eyed Taoist's terrifying power erupted, alarming all the cultivators in the Ghost Valley. Purple-eyed Taoist's aura. What a terrifying murderous aura and power. What's going on? In an instant, the cultivators in the city were in a panic. They were all scared out of their wits by the purple-eyed Taoist's terrifying murderous aura and power. Humph. The purple-eyed Taoist snorted fiercely and immediately shot out. Swoosh. In an instant, the purple-eyed Taoist's palm blasted out. Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared strangely and appeared in the sky above the Ghost Valley in the blink of an eye. The purple-eyed Taoist raised his head slightly and said coldly, "Humph. I want to see what ability you have." Boom. Stepping on the ground, the purple-eyed Taoist flew into the sky and arrived in the sky above the Ghost Valley as fast as lightning. The cultivators in the Ghost Valley looked at the sky in horror. Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin. It's the Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin. That's great. The Sky Shadow Pavilion has finally sent out an assassin. The purple-eyed Taoist is dead. The Sky Shadow Pavilion must have sent out a Sky Leader assassin. Seeing Feng Wuchen's clothes, everyone in the Ghost Valley city recognized that he was an assassin from the Sky Shadow Pavilion and was overjoyed. The purple-eyed Taoist's existence could be said to be notorious. He drank human blood to cultivate and killed countless cultivators. He was extremely vicious and was hated by countless cultivators in the Ghost Valley city and even the Azura region, but no one dared to provoke him. Because the purple-eyed Taoist was very powerful. Buzz buzz. The heavenly divine power and the third stage of the sovereign body were activated at the same time. Bright golden light shot into the sky and enveloped the entire Ghost Valley city. The Qilin armor, the sky-devouring python armor, and the dragon god gloves were activated at the same time. The terrifying aura and domineering power skyrocketed at the same time. In an instant, he had already broken through the peak of the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Divine Artifact. The power of the peak of the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. How is this possible? He can actually increase his combat strength by so much. Feeling Feng Wuchen's domineering power, the purple-eyed Daoist's face changed drastically. An intense uneasiness and fear surged in his heart. The purple-eyed Daoist had never seen anyone who could increase their combat strength to such a terrifying level. Peak of the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. His aura has surpassed the purple-eyed Daoist. Divine Artifact. 3 divine artifacts. No, it's 4 divine artifacts. He is Wind Shadow. The only assassin in the Sky Shadow Pavilion who has a divine artifact is Wind Shadow. Spirit Realm's divine artifact refiner, Wind Shadow. Wind Shadow's cultivation has actually grown to such an extent? This is too terrifying. All the cultivators in the Ghost Valley city were shocked and overjoyed. They exclaimed incessantly, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. Humph. Looking at the purple-eyed Daoist who had a frightened expression, Feng Wuchen sneered and suddenly stepped on the void and burst out. Boom. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's aura was extremely fierce, bringing with it a strong roar. Wherever it passed, the void would tremble slightly. His speed was fast, surpassing the speed of sound. Primordial Dragon God Fist. Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant. His fist condensed a domineering power, causing people to suffocate. Finally, with a loud shout, he punched out ruthlessly. What a domineering power! The purple-eyed Daoist's face changed again. There was no time for the purple-eyed Daoist to think. He hurriedly exerted all his strength, put his palms together, and shouted, Immortal Art. Ice Soul Divine Shield. Boom. Kacha. Buzz buzz. A huge ice shield condensed, and Feng Wuchen's domineering fist hit it. With a loud explosion, the ice shield suddenly exploded. Extremely domineering energy ripples spread out in circles, and the purple-eyed Daoist flew out like a cannonball. End of this chapter. What a domineering power. He actually broke my defense with one punch. The purple-eyed Taoist who was sent flying had a look of horror on his face. He was already drenched in cold sweat. The purple-eyed Taoist was secretly glad that he did not meet Feng Wuchen head-on. If he did, he would have been injured by Feng Wuchen's domineering power. He broke the purple-eyed Taoist's defense with one punch. What a powerful power. As expected of the Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin. His combat strength is really terrifying. The purple-eyed Taoist is completely at a disadvantage. He is dead today. Everyone in Ghost Valley City was shocked by Feng Wuchen's domineering power. They were all stunned. I have to go all out. The purple-eyed Taoist frowned deeply. He had suffered because he underestimated the enemy. He did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen anymore. As he flipped his palm, a black jade pendant appeared out of thin air. The purple-eyed Taoist's evil aura began to surge out wildly. This jade pendant is emitting an evil aura. He should be relying on this jade pendant to absorb blood to cultivate. I have to destroy this jade pendant. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. From the perspective of a refiner, Feng Wuchen was sure that this jade pendant was an immortal artifact used to absorb blood to cultivate. With a thought, Feng Wuchen immediately removed the 3 pieces of leg guards and wrist guards. Without the terrible weight binding him, Feng Wuchen's aura rose wildly again. His suppressed cultivation also rose instantly. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's realm was half a step into the great celestial emperor realm. How is this possible? His aura can still rise. The purple-eyed Taoist was shocked again. He looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Only now did the purple-eyed Taoist realize how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. An inexplicable thought of retreating surged in his heart. Hiss. All the practitioners in Ghost Valley City gasped in horror. Their faces were so stiff that they couldn't say a word. Feng Wuchen's monstrous power shocked everyone in Ghost Valley City. Whoosh. With a thought, Feng Wuchen used instant transmission and arrived there in an instant. Not good. The frightened purple-eyed Taoist's face changed, but it was too late. Feng Wuchen reached out his hand, which was burning with a black flame, and forcibly snatched the black jade pendant from purple-eyed Taoist. The dark crystal devilish pendant. The purple-eyed Taoist was shocked and shouted angrily, "Take it back!" The purple-eyed Taoist fiercely slammed his palm towards Feng Wuchen. His attack was ferocious and the wind from his palm whistled, bringing with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Rumble. Buzz. The purple-eyed Taoist priest's palm hit the void and immediately exploded. The sound echoed throughout the Ghost Valley city. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. The destructive energy ripples rolled out unscrupulously. The vast void collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Ghost Valley city was plunged into darkness. However, such a terrifying attack did not hit Feng Wuchen. Purple-eyed Taoist, you rely on this to cultivate by sucking blood, right? Because of this jade pendant, I wonder how many people have died in your hands. Feng Wuchen's cold voice came from another place in the sky. Wind Shadow. Return the dark crystal devilish pendant. The purple-eyed Taoist roared ferociously, his murderous aura rising sharply again. Bang! Feng Wuchen bent his hand into a claw, and the black fire instantly became several times more intense. The black jade pendant in Feng Wuchen's hand was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stop! Stop! Seeing the fairy artifact melting, the purple-eyed Taoist roared anxiously and rushed towards Feng Wuchen like a madman. As the dark crystal devilish pendant melted rapidly, the purple-eyed Taoist gradually lost contact with it and his aura gradually weakened. After a while, the powerful fairy artifact turned into a liquid under the crazy burning of Feng Wuchen's black flame. Finally, it slowly evaporated and disappeared. How dare you! I will kill you! The purple-eyed Taoist was furious. His eyes flashed red and a terrifying power condensed. His hands formed a mysterious seal. Without this evil jade pendant, your strength has weakened a lot. How are you going to kill me? Feng Wuchen sneered. With the dark crystal devilish pendant destroyed, the purple-eyed Taoist's combat strength had indeed weakened a lot. Celestial Art. Thousand Shadow Blade Cut. The purple-eyed Taoist roared, and a huge purple energy blade condensed above his head. He waved his hand, and the energy blade slashed down at Feng Wuchen with a force that could split a mountain. It was a ferocious attack that was unstoppable. Humph. As expected, you are only at this level. Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. He did not take the purple-eyed Taoist's energy blade seriously at all. Annihilation Heavenly Punishment Cut. Feng Wuchen condensed a domineering divine power in his right hand and then shouted coldly and waved his arm violently. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! A golden energy slash soared into the sky, bringing with it a strong ear-piercing sound. The space within tens of thousands of feet shook violently. The terrifying energy slash seemed to want to split the heaven and earth. Rumble! Puff! In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying energy slashes collided fiercely. The purple energy slash instantly shattered and exploded. It could not withstand a single blow. The purple-eyed Taoist also vomited blood because of it. How is this possible? It is impossible for a middle-stage heavenly emperor to have such terrifying power. The purple-eyed Taoist said with a face full of horror. As a peak late-stage heavenly emperor, he could not withstand a single blow in front of Feng Wuchen. Boom! Feng Wuchen's domineering energy slash soared into the sky. With a loud bang, it blasted a huge hole in the void. The terrifying destructive power shocked everyone. Gulp! Looking at the huge hole in the void, everyone in Ghost Valley City swallowed their saliva in horror. They were so scared that their legs went weak and their bodies trembled. Without the immortal equipment, your strength is only SOSO. Feng Wuchen sneered. His body had already shot out fiercely like a golden lightning bolt. I really didn't expect you to have such powerful combat strength. No wonder you have the guts to kill me. The purple-eyed Taoist said gloomily, his eyes narrowed slightly. To be honest, I disdain to kill you, but the reward is very tempting. Feng Wuchen said coldly. I'm afraid you won't have the life to enjoy it. The purple-eyed Taoist shouted angrily. His face was extremely ferocious, as if he could not wait to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Immortal art. Green-scaled demon Luo Tong. The purple-eyed Taoist roared fiercely. His eyes instantly flashed with purple light. His eyes were like a poisonous snake's, strange and very scary. Seeing the purple-eyed Taoist's purple eyes, Feng Wuchen's body trembled. His eyes also flashed with purple light. His exploding body stopped, as if he was being controlled. Humph. Wind Shadow, the terrifying thing about this Taoist is not my strength, but my control. No one can survive under this Taoist's control. There's nothing great about a divine-grade weapon refiner. The purple-eyed Taoist said coldly. Then, he bent his palm and used his heaven origin to condense a purple energy blade. The purple-eyed Taoist grabbed the air and directly sucked Feng Wuchen, who was being controlled, over. This Taoist will send you on your way now. The purple-eyed Taoist said fiercely. The energy blade ruthlessly stabbed towards Feng Wuchen's heart. End of chapter. Green-scaled Mara Luo Tong. It's over. Wind Shadow is being controlled. Seeing the purple light in Feng Wuchen's eyes, the people of Ghost Valley City were extremely worried, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was rare for a powerful expert to deal with the purple-eyed Taoist. They did not want Feng Wuchen to die under the green-scaled Mara Luo Tong. No one can survive under my green-scaled Mara Luo Tong. Wind Shadow. You're going to die. The purple-eyed Taoist shouted angrily as his energy blade pierced towards Feng Wuchen's heart mercilessly. Ding. However, what shocked the purple-eyed Taoist was that when the energy blade pierced towards Feng Wuchen's heart, it was blocked outside and could not enter the village. Divine armor. The purple-eyed Taoist frowned and said fiercely, "Can the divine armor protect your head?" After failing to stab Feng Wuchen's heart, the purple-eyed Taoist stabbed towards Feng Wuchen's head again. However, at this moment, a mysterious and strange energy spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. The purple-eyed Taoist, who was attacking fiercely, slowed down by dozens of times and even stopped. What's going on? What kind of power is this? The purple-eyed Taoist was shocked and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart again. He did not know what had happened, but he knew that his actions were restricted by some mysterious power. Green-scaled Mara Luo Tong is just SOSO. Feng Wuchen suddenly sneered. Boom. Puff. With that, Feng Wuchen punched the purple-eyed Taoist's chest. With a boom, the domineering and terrifying power caused the purple-eyed Taoist to spit out blood and fly back. So powerful. Green-scaled Mara Luo Tong can't control Wind Shadow. I can't believe that there is someone who can't be controlled by green-scaled Mara Luo Tong. Wind Shadow is too powerful. The purple-eyed Taoist will definitely die. The cultivators of Ghost Valley City were shocked again and their previous worries turned into ecstasy. After being hit by Feng Wuchen, the purple-eyed Taoist's injuries worsened and his face was slightly pale. This is impossible. The green-scaled devil Luo Tong has already controlled him. How can he still attack? The purple-eyed Taoist looked at Feng Wuchen in horror, as if he was looking at a monster. The green-scale devil Luo's eye was an immortal art that had extremely strong control. The purple-eyed Taoist had never failed in using this move, but he had failed on Feng Wuchen. This puzzled purple-eyed Taoist. He stared at Feng Wuchen with fear, then asked in disbelief, How did you break the green-scale fiend Luo pupil? You're clearly under my control. That's impossible. To be honest, your green-scaled Mara's eye does have a very powerful controlling power, but it can only control the body. Since you know that I'm a dragon god, then you should know that I have a powerful physical body. With your strength alone, you can't control me. Feng Wuchen sneered. Buzz. Domineering and terrifying divine power erupted, shaking the void once again. Resplendent golden light illuminated the dusky space. Purple-eyed Taoist, have you seen a deity art before? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. At the same time, Feng Wuchen's hands had already formed a mysterious seal, then he clasped his hands together. What? Deity art? The purple-eyed Taoist's face changed greatly, and he was extremely terrified. His sharp eyes slightly raised, sweeping towards the purple-eyed Taoist in the distance. Feng Wuchen's mouth curled into a dangerous sneer. Deity art. Divine fall from the heavens. Feng Wuchen roared fiercely, and a monstrous aura soared into the sky. In the next second, in the dusky void, a huge meteorite condensed out of thin air, as if it had flown from outer space. The scene was extremely visual, and the terrifying pressure was suffocating. What is that? What kind of art is that? Heavens, that's a meteorite. What a terrifying aura. Is that a deity art? Wind Shadow actually knows such a terrifying art. I've never seen it before. Ghost Valley City's cultivators instantly fell into a strong fear. Seeing the huge meteorite, everyone was inexplicably terrified, as if it was the end of Ghost Valley City. No one dared to imagine what would happen to Ghost Valley City if the huge meteorite fell. Divine fall from the heavens. The purple-eyed Taoist was extremely frightened, his body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with fear. Dragon God's deity art. Wind Shadow actually knows Dragon God's deity art. In the past, Long Zun relied on divine fall from the heavens to injure Sky Sovereign. The purple-eyed Taoist was extremely frightened, and the last line of defense in his heart had completely collapsed. So you know divine fall from the heavens? Feng Wuchen sneered. Dragon God was killed by Sky Sovereign dozens of years ago, you can't possibly know Long Zun's deity art. The purple-eyed Taoist was frightened. I am Long Zun. Feng Wuchen said coldly. That's right. Divine fall from the heavens was Long Zun's deity art. The huge meteorite fell at an extremely fast speed, and it did not give the purple-eyed Taoist any time to think. Deity art. 7 Roaring Sky Palm. The purple-eyed Taoist used all his strength to activate his strength, and he shouted in fear, and then struck out with his palm. Boom! The palm print that contained terrifying strength hit the meteorite, but other than an explosion, there was no effect, and it could not move the meteorite at all. What? Seeing the palm print's strength being destroyed, the purple-eyed Taoist was even more frightened. Purple-eyed Taoist, no matter how strong the deity art is, it is still nothing in front of a deity art. Feng Wuchen sneered. Deity arts were called deity arts because deity arts were completely above deity arts, whether in terms of momentum or power, it was not something that deity arts could compare to. Deity art. Scarlet Refining Ghost Claw. Deity art. 8 Desolation Sky Palm. Deity art. The terrified purple-eyed Taoist continuously used deity arts to attack, and earth-shattering explosions sounded continuously, and destructive energy ripples ruthlessly destroyed the void. However, no matter how many deity arts the purple-eyed Taoist used, he could not move the terrifying meteorite. Impossible. This is impossible. No. Looking at the terrifying meteorite pressing down, the purple-eyed Taoist was completely desperate, and in the end, he instinctively stretched out his hands to block it. Humph. Can you block it? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. Boom. Puff. The huge meteorite crashed down, and with a loud explosion, the extremely terrifying power shook the purple-eyed Taoist until he vomited blood, and his injuries instantly worsened. The huge meteorite pressed down on the purple-eyed Taoist until he fell into the mountain range far away from the Ghost Valley City. Rumble. Buzz. The mountain range could not withstand a single blow, and a huge crater was formed by the meteorite. Countless gravel sputtered, and at the same time a terrifying gale swept out, and large abyss-like cracks constantly spread out, and the mountain range shook violently, as if the entire Azura domain was shaking. The power of a deity art was so terrifying. Gulp. Many cultivators in the Ghost Valley City looked at the huge meteorite in horror, and that spectacular and frightening scene scared them out of their wits. The whole city was dead silent. The purple-eyed Taoist was pressed down by the huge meteorite, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. End of chapter. Whoosh, on the huge meteorite, Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash. A gentle breeze blew past, blowing Feng Wuchen's long black hair. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and said, after so many years, a divine meteor descending from the sky appears again. How many powerhouses will tremble in fear? Whoosh, before long, the purple-eyed Taoist who was crushed under the huge crater by the huge meteorite used Earth Escape to escape. Being severely injured by the divine art, the purple-eyed Taoist's injuries were extremely serious. His face was pale, and his aura was incomparably weak. Your life is very tough. You didn't even die. Sweeping a sharp gaze at the purple-eyed Taoist who flew up, Feng Wuchen said with an evil smile. The purple-eyed Taoist panted heavily, staring at Feng Wuchen with a horrified gaze. Any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. A terrifying power already condensed on his index finger. Forcefully suppressing the turning blood in his body, the purple-eyed Taoist said fiercely, "Humph. It's still too early for you to want to kill this Taoist. Keep your last words." Smack, finished speaking, the purple-eyed Taoist put his palms together. With a crisp smack, he forcefully urged on a terrifying power. Buzz buzz, hiss, the surrounding space shook violently, immediately tearing out a series of pitch-black cracks. Inside each crack, an extremely terrifying aura pervaded. Summoning powerhouses? Feng Wuchen grinned coldly, still without a look of worry. That's right. The purple-eyed Taoist was summoning powerhouses. From the pitch-black cracks, the terrifying auras that spread out were all above the Heavenly Emperor realm. Moreover, there were several great Heavenly Emperor auras. One had to admit that the purple-eyed Taoist indeed had some ability. Otherwise, there would not be so many powerhouses coming to help. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. And great Heavenly Emperors. So many powerhouses. Something big is going to happen. Wind Shadow probably can't escape. Shameless villain. Can't beat, call for reinforcements. Feeling the terrifying aura pervading from the cracks, the Ghost Valley City cultivators turned pale with fright, exclaiming incessantly. Wind Shadow. This Taoist wants to see how you die. After summoning powerhouses, the purple-eyed Taoist scolded fiercely. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. He was not worried at all and did not say anything. Not long after, several figures walked out from each of the pitch-black cracks. There were many experts, a total of 13 of them. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse frowned and said, "Taoist summoned us here in such a hurry. Looks like you've encountered a powerful enemy." His gaze then looked towards Feng Wuchen in the distance. Oh? To be able to injure a Taoist so severely, looks like that brat's strength is really not simple. Another Heavenly Emperor powerhouse looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Is that kid at the Great Celestial Emperor realm? A Great Celestial Emperor powerhouse said with a frown. He could not believe that with the terrifying strength of the purple-eyed Taoist, he could not defeat a junior. The purple-eyed Taoist said gloomily, he's a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor. He's called Wind Shadow. Kazakage? Spirit Realm's Divine Great Artificer, Wind Shadow? A Great Celestial Emperor suddenly exclaimed. A mid-stage Heavenly Emperor can injure a Taoist so severely? The other Heavenly Emperors were shocked. This brat is not simple. His background is not simple either. He's not just a divine great artificer, he's also the young master of the dragon gods. 8 great celestial emperors can't do anything to him, a great celestial emperor powerhouse in the lead said solemnly, his cold gaze fixed on Feng Wuchen. What? He's the young master of the dragon gods? The Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were all shocked. Some even felt fear and had thoughts of retreating. The strength of the dragon gods was not something they could afford to provoke. Azura Heavenly Emperor? Seeing a great celestial emperor powerhouse in the lead, Feng Wuchen could not help but be surprised. The great celestial emperor powerhouse in the lead was the new Azura Heavenly Emperor. No wonder no one in the Azura region dares to touch you. Turns out that you have the Azura Heavenly Emperor backing you. Feng Wuchen sneered slightly. Facing more than a dozen Heavenly Emperors and great celestial emperor powerhouses, Feng Wuchen was still not afraid. But that's good too. Saves me the time to find you. Today, I'll take this opportunity to kill all of you. Feng Wuchen sneered fiercely, looking very confident. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword. With the appearance of a level 9 divine sword, Feng Wuchen's aura rose again, and his combat strength became even more terrifying. The Azura Heavenly Emperor sneered disdainfully. Is that so? I'm afraid you'll run away. A vast aura burst out. Feng Wuchen said fiercely, of course I won't leave before the mission is completed. I can't break the rules of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. If I fail the mission, the Sky Shadow Pavilion won't have any other assassins to kill me. I can't possibly commit suicide, right? Not simple. Feng Ying's aura is already close to a level 1 Celestial Emperor, a great Celestial Emperor powerhouse said in disbelief. Boom, Feng Wuchen suddenly stepped into the void. With a loud boom, he actually took the initiative to attack. Kill him. The Azura Heavenly Emperor ordered coldly. The terrifying power of a level 3 Celestial Emperor was fully activated. The space shook and collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, it became dark again. Weng, a terrifying power erupted. With the Azura Heavenly Emperor in the lead, over a dozen powerhouses immediately shot out, their auras majestic. Seeing the Azura Heavenly Emperor and the rest shooting over fiercely, Feng Wuchen grinned and sneered. In the next second, when the Azura Heavenly Emperor and the rest approached, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. It's teleportation. Everyone be careful, a great Celestial Emperor shouted, frowning deeply. The Celestial Emperor powerhouses were all alarmed, afraid that Feng Wuchen would suddenly appear in front of them and launch a fatal attack. Whoosh, when Feng Wuchen appeared again, he had already strangely arrived in front of the purple-eyed Taoist. It was very abrupt. Not good. The purple-eyed Taoist's expression changed drastically, frightened out of his wits. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The Dragon God sword had already ruthlessly swept out. Humph. This emperor guessed that you would make a move against the purple-eyed Taoist first. But right at this time, the Azura Heavenly Emperor's cold voice sounded out. At the same time, a palm blasted towards Feng Wuchen at an even more terrifying speed. Boom, weng, the Azura Heavenly Emperor's terrifying palm slammed onto Feng Wuchen's body. With a boom, it shook heaven and earth, but Feng Wuchen's figure turned into ashes and dissipated. Afterimage. The Azura Heavenly Emperor frowned slightly. Azura Heavenly Emperor, if you can guess it, how can I not? Feng Wuchen's cold laughter came over. Chi. Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared and beheaded a mid-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, scaring the other Heavenly Emperor powerhouses to the extreme and pulling away. A mid-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse did not even know how he died. Azura Heavenly Emperor, who do you think I'll kill next? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. His laughter could be said to make people feel like they had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. Finished talking, Feng Wuchen displayed teleportation once more, his figure disappearing strangely. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Feng Wuchen displayed teleportation in succession, his figure constantly flickering in front of over a dozen Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, his speed swift until it made people unable to capture his position. Feng Wuchen did not launch an attack. But the more it was like this, the more it made the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses feel panic. Even great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also felt uneasy. Vote all of your recommendation votes for me. 7-1 thanks you. End of this chapter. Purple-eyed Taoist, leave this place first. Wind Shadow's mission is to kill you. This emperor cannot guarantee your safety. Looking at Feng Wuchen's flickering figure, Heavenly Emperor Shura's expression turned grave. Purple-eyed Taoist's pale face was extremely ugly. He was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The purple-eyed Taoist glanced at Feng Ying viciously and then flew away. Although he was unwilling, this was the best way to save his life. The Dragon God's teleportation was too powerful. No one knew who Feng Wuchen would kill next. Sensing purple-eyed Taoist flying away, Feng Wuchen sneered contemptuously. Purple-eyed Taoist, you can't escape from my palm. Heavenly Emperor Shura, do we have to leave too? With Wind Shadow's teleportation, we can't capture his position at all. One of the great Heavenly Emperors frowned. This is the Azura region. Wind Shadow came here alone to carry out a mission. Before killing purple-eyed Taoist, he will not leave. With such a great opportunity, why should he leave? Just a mere mid-stage Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Shura said coldly. Even if Feng Wuchen had powerful teleportation, Heavenly Emperor Shura was not afraid. Set up the barrier. Don't let Wind Shadow escape. Heavenly Emperor Shura shouted. Swish. Swish. Swish, the four great Heavenly Emperors flashed around Feng Wuchen and activated their Heavenly Essence power at the same time. At the same time, they formed the same seal and shouted, Azure Barrier. Seal. A massive azure spatial body over 100,000 feet in size sealed everyone within, as if it were a cubic space. Even so, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change at all. He was not afraid at all. Staring coldly at Feng Wuchen, Heavenly Emperor Shura said coldly, "Wind Shadow, your arrogance ends here." Hearing that, Feng Wuchen grinned and said with a sinister smile, "Is that so? Set up the barrier and limit your range of movement. If I can't run, the other Heavenly Emperors can't run either." Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Swish, swish. 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 Feng Wuchen immediately displayed teleportation and launched a ferocious attack. As sword light flashed, a stream of blood spurted out. In virtually a blink of an eye, a deep bloody mark appeared on the necks of the 8 Heavenly Emperors. One sword to seal the throat, 8 Heavenly Emperors were instantly slaughtered. Even if they sensed it, they couldn't catch Feng Wuchen's aura. They didn't even know where Feng Wuchen was attacking from. It was simply impossible to guard against. Really, really scary. 8 Heavenly Emperors were instantly wind shadow speed. I don't know what's going on. Instantly, killed Heavenly Emperors, the cultivators of Ghost Valley City were once again scared witless. They felt that they could not keep up with their breathing, and their bodies were no longer under their control. Heavenly Emperor was heavenly. Heavenly defense. The great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses condensed energy barriers one after another. At the very least, they could defend against Feng Wuchen's sneak attack. With Feng Wuchen's strength, he could not break their energy barriers. Is it worth it to send so many Heavenly Emperor subordinates to their deaths for a purple-eyed Daoist? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Smack, Heavenly Emperor Shura put his palms together and condensed a terrifying power. He said viciously, "As long as I can kill you, any sacrifice is worth it." Heavenly Emperor Shura shouted and gritted his teeth, injecting a terrifying power into the barrier. Wind Shadow. Your teleportation is indeed powerful, but you're merely a mid-stage Heavenly Emperor. You can't withstand the power of a great Heavenly Emperor, right? Heavenly Emperor Shura sneered mockingly. Following Heavenly Emperor Shura's voice, the massive cyan three-dimensional spatial barrier actually started to shrink rapidly. As it shrank, Heavenly Emperor Shura's terrifying power started to spread out from the barrier. The barrier has shrunk. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. At the same time, there was a terrifying energy coming at him. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for Feng Wuchen to move and breathe. Buzz. Buzz. At this time, the remaining 4 great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also began to erupt with terrifying power. They planned to use this terrifying power to tear Feng Wuchen apart. As the space of the barrier became smaller and smaller, the terrifying power became more and more terrifying. The barrier began to distort. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely distorted. Apparently, he had reached his limit. Under the pressure of the terrifying power, Feng Wuchen could not move at all. He could not resist the power of the great Heavenly Emperor even if he used all his strength. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had a strong physical body and a divine artifact to protect him. Otherwise, he would have exploded and died. Hee hee. Wind Shadow, let's see how long you can last. Heavenly Emperor Shura sneered when he saw Feng Wuchen's pale and distorted face. Boom, poof, when the terrifying power reached a certain level, it seemed that Feng Wuchen would not be able to hold on any longer. The distorted barrier exploded first. The terrifying power shook Feng Wuchen so much that he vomited blood. The energy of the explosion instantly sent Heavenly Emperor Shura and the other 4 great Heavenly Emperors flying. The terrifying power of the explosion caused Feng Wuchen to be seriously injured. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. Wind Shadow is seriously injured. Do it quickly. Don't let him escape. Heavenly Emperor Shura roared anxiously. He immediately shot out as fast as lightning. Swish. 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 The other 4 great Heavenly Emperors also hurriedly shot out. They had to kill Feng Wuchen while he was seriously injured. If they were late, Feng Wuchen might forcibly use teleportation to escape. However, before they could get close to Feng Wuchen, Heavenly Emperor Shura and the other great Heavenly Emperors' faces suddenly changed. Oh no! Wind Shadow's injuries have healed. One of the great Heavenly Emperors suddenly exclaimed. He was extremely shocked. This is Supreme Dragon God's art of annihilation. Heavenly Emperor Shura was also shocked. He recovered from such a serious injury in an instant. The other three great heavenly emperors were also shocked and in disbelief. The cultivators of Ghost Valley City were stunned. They stood motionless as if they were completely petrified. Heavenly Emperor Shura, the method just now was really good. To be honest, I was also shocked. It was really thrilling, but it's a pity. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen activated the heavenly divine power and formed a seal with one hand. He sneered and said, Heavenly Emperor Shura, do you still remember the 10 venerables under Long Zun? What? The 10 venerables? Heavenly Emperor Shura's expression changed drastically. His eyes flashed with fear. Do you want to see their strength? I would like to see it now. Feng Wuchen sneered and formed a sword finger. His eyes widened instantly. 10 venerables. Awaken! Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. Buzz buzz. At that moment, the void was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heaven and earth changed color. A terrifying power erupted from all over the Azura region. It was earth-shattering. The entire Azura region was shocked by the destructive energy. Master is summoning the 10 venerables. Xianyuan Mo suddenly looked up at the void. End of chapter. Wind Shadow is summoning the 10 venerables. How is this possible? How can Wind Shadow summon the 10 venerables under Supreme Dragon God? What a terrifying power. Is this the power of the 10 venerables? Waves of destructive power suddenly erupted without any warning. It was as if a beast had been awakened from its slumber. The aura of a heavenly king. They are still alive. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed when he felt the familiar aura. In a mysterious place in the Azura region, a man suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out. This summoning is... The man was shocked and his expression was dull. After a while, the man frowned and said doubtfully, This is not Master summoning. This power is the legendary heavenly divine power. The summoner is only a mid-stage heavenly emperor. But Master is dead. Who can summon us? What is going on? In another mysterious place in the Azura region, another man opened his eyes and said in shock, Is it Master summoning? No, this is not Master's aura. But who can summon us? Only Master has the summoning spell. Master summoning? Mid-stage heavenly emperor? Who is this aura? Why can he summon us? Another man said in shock. The first reaction of each of the 10 venerables who were summoned was that Long Zun was summoning them. But when they felt the power and aura of the summoning, they instantly denied it. They were sure that it was not Long Zun's summoning. In the entire heaven realm, no one knew that except for Long Zun had the summoning spell. Long Zun had fallen. Who would know about the summoning spell? The 10 venerables were puzzled. At the same time, they were very curious about who was summoning them. At the same time, the frightened Shura Heavenly Emperor quickly sent the news back to the Celestial Worthy Temple. Reporting to Great Elder. Wind Shadow is in the Azura region's Ghost Valley City. I can't do anything to him. He is now summoning the 10 venerables. Great Elder must have sent reinforcements. Shura Heavenly Emperor was terrified. In the Celestial Worthy Temple, Zhuge Wuji was surprised when he received Shura Heavenly Emperor's message. Summon the 10 venerables? Zhuge Wuji was puzzled. How is that possible? Wasn't Long Zun the only one who could summon the 10 venerables under Supreme Dragon God? How could Kazekage be summoned? The 10 venerables have disappeared for so many years. Are they still alive? 8 great celestial emperors, listen up. Head to the Azura Domain's Ghost Valley City to support Celestial Emperor Azura. Zhuge Wuji didn't think much and immediately gave the order. Great Honorable, you should go as well. If the 10 Great Honorables are summoned, their strength cannot be underestimated, Zhuge Wuji said with a frown. Yes. The Great Venerable respectfully accepted the order and immediately disappeared. The Great Honorable and the other 7 Sky Emperors, including Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, immediately rushed to the Azura region's Ghost Valley City. Swish. Swish. Above the Ghost Valley City, Xianyuan Mo's, Ao Qing, and I Ching appeared at the same time. Divine General Xianyuan Mo's. Sensing that someone had appeared, Celestial Emperor Azura thought that it was an expert from the Temple of Celestial Worthy. However, before he could rejoice, he was scared out of his wits. The divine general under Supreme Dragon God. The other 4 great celestial emperors were extremely frightened and involuntarily retreated. Xianyuan Mose ignored Celestial Emperor Jura and the others. He didn't even look at them. Xianyuan, he is master? A handsome man in white brocade asked in shock as he sized up Feng Wuchen. He can summon the 10 great honorables. A beautiful young woman in a green dress stared at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes. Xianyuan Mo smiled faintly and said, that's right. He is our master, Long Zun. Master has been reborn and has recovered his memories. Only Master can summon the 10 great honorables. Do you believe me now? Ao Qing looked at Feng Wuchen without blinking. And said, it is indeed Master's bloodline aura. It is exactly the same. However, his divine power has become heavenly Dao divine power and his cultivation is only at the mid-stage Sky Emperor realm. Master has really been reborn? This is unbelievable. I Ching had an expression of disbelief. No matter what, it was hard to believe. Looking at the two's shocked and disbelieving expressions, Xianyuan Mo smiled and said, I was like you at first. I didn't believe that Master had been reborn. Feng Wuchen turned his head slightly and looked at Ao Qing and I Ching. He smiled faintly and said, I have been waiting for you for a long time. I understand your feelings. I will tell you when we return. Shoo shoo shoo, the moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, 9 people appeared in the sky above Ghost Valley City. They were all terrifying great heavenly emperors and the one leading them was a great honorable. Greetings, great honorable. Shura Heavenly Emperor and the other 4 great heavenly emperors knelt on one knee respectfully. Great honorable. Great honorable of the Celestial Palace. The other new heavenly emperors are also here. It can't be, right? They actually alarmed the great honorable. Everyone in Ghost Valley City panicked. Especially when they saw the great honorable, they felt as if they had seen the king of hell. Great honorable. Xianyuan Mo's frowned and looked at the great honorable coldly. Feng Wuchen's expression became extremely ugly. Seeing the great honorable again, the image of Man Wuer appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. A terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted. Wind Shadow, we meet again. I trust you have been well since we last met. The great honorable said expressionlessly. His voice was so cold that it made one's heart tremble. The great honorable looked at Xianyuan Mose and said, Divine General Xianyuan Mose, I didn't expect you to be here too. Are there only 3 of you among the 5 divine generals? Looking at you, it seems that you have already followed Wind Shadow. Xianyuan Mose sneered and said, Great honorable, I'm afraid you still don't know that your death date is near. Oh? Is that so? The great honorable didn't think much of it and said, Xianyuan Mose, do you know the consequences of being arrogant in front of this honorable? I also want to know. Great honorable, why don't you try? Xianyuan Mo sneered and his aura erupted. An incomparably violent divine force spread out. Don't worry. This honorable can easily kill you. The great honorable said disdainfully. The great honorable looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said coldly, Wind Shadow, I didn't expect you to be able to summon the 10 great honorable under Long Zun. This honorable is really surprised. However, it seems that they don't approve of you and are unwilling to show themselves. After pausing for a moment, the great honorable sneered and said, What kind of arrogant existences are the 10 great honorable? Why would they listen to a puny heavenly emperor like you? They only listen to Sovereign Dragon God. Compared to Sovereign Dragon God, you are far inferior. It seems like you don't know that I can forcefully summon them. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word was filled with killing intent. 10 great honorable. Why aren't you showing yourselves? What are you waiting for? Feng Wuchen angrily shouted. End of chapter, forceful summoning? The great honored frowned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following Feng Wuchen's angry roar, streaks of light shot out from all over the Azure region like meteors. Their auras were majestic, and they appeared above Ghost Valley City in the blink of an eye. 10 figures appeared. Each of them emitted a terrifying aura that made it hard for people to breathe. The newcomers were none other than the 10 venerables under the Dragon Sovereign. Tian Luo. The great honored frowned again. He looked at the man emitting a terrifying aura. 10 Great Venerables. The expressions of the 8 great heavenly emperors were incomparably terrified, their complexions somewhat pale. The 10 honored cultivated by Supreme Dragon God were second only to the 5 divine generals. They were very powerful. Great honored? The leader Tianluo glanced at the great honored. He was only surprised. He didn't show any emotion. He didn't fear the great honored. The great venerate, who was ignored, had a cold expression on his face. His squinted eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster? When Tianluo saw where Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was standing, his face sank. Did Ancient Abyss Grandmaster betray us? Another honored said coldly. Seeing Tianluo and the others, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster smiled and said, Tianluo, long time no see. How have you been? Tianluo looked at the great honored and then at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. He didn't say anything. Xianyuan? Aoqing? Yiqing? But when the 10 venerables saw Xianyuan Mose and the other 2, their faces filled with shock and ecstasy. It really is you. The 10 honored smiled excitedly. Tianluo, Mohen, long time no see. How have you been? Xianyuan Mose smiled happily. Aoqing and Yiqing also smiled happily. Xianyuan, who is this? Tianluo asked curiously when he saw Xianyuan Mose and the others. He was curious about who Feng Wuchen was. Without waiting for Xianyuan Mose to speak, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I'll tell you when we get back. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Mohen wanted to ask something, but was stopped by Xianyuan Mose. He shook his head at the 10 venerables. Xianyuan, you have to at least tell me something. This brat can forcefully summon us. That's not normal at all. Just what is his relationship with Master? Tianluo asked curiously. If he didn't get some answers, his heart wouldn't be at ease. Only Master knows the incantation to summon you, and only Master can summon you. Moreover, it's a forceful summon. Who do you think he is? Xianyuan Mose asked. What? He's the Master? Tianluo's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he stared at Feng Wuchen. His expression froze on the spot. Are you done with your nonsense? The Great Venerable finally couldn't help but ask coldly. Tianluo, let the Great Venerable see your strength. Without my order, you can beat him to death. Feng Wuchen coldly said. This is Master's tone. Mohen and the others' expressions changed. At that moment, they seemed to have seen Long Zun's figure. Tianluo looked at Xianyuan Mose in shock, and then looked at Feng Wuchen. He said in shock, is he really Master? This tone. Leave Ancient Abyss to me. Xianyuan Mose took the initiative to say. Xianyuan, I can finally fight with you. Come, bring out your full strength. Ancient Abyss happily laughed. An intense battle intent was aroused. A surging aura erupted. Xianyuan Mose smiled and said, don't be scared to tears by me. Boom, after saying this, Xianyuan Mose took the lead and shot out. With an intense rumbling sound, Ancient Abyss also made his move, not to be outdone. 7 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses began an intense battle. What's going on with Ancient Abyss? Did he submit to the Empyrean Temple? Mohen frowned. His expression was extremely ugly. Aoqing slightly shook her head and said, I don't know for now. Everything will have to wait until the battle is over. Attack! Tianluo suddenly shouted. The 10 great venerables shot out at the same time. A monstrous aura erupted. It was breathtaking. The 10 great venerables made their move. Their aura shook the Azura region. The 10 great venerables under Long Zun were all 5th Heavenly Emperor and above. Other than Tianluo, who was a 7th Heavenly Emperor, the others were all 5th Heavenly Emperors. At the same time, Aoqing and Yiqing also made their move. They fiercely charged towards Immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others. Kill! Immortal Heavenly Emperor angrily shouted. In a situation of 7 against 2, he was not afraid. Divine Generals and Venerables have already appeared. How did Wind Shadow do it? The Great Venerable was secretly puzzled. He was very curious about what method Feng Wuchen had to find Long Zun's subordinates. However, there was no time for the Great Venerable to think. The 10 Great Venerables fiercely shot over. Buzz buzz. Extremely terrifying divine power burst out from the Great Venerable's body. Dazzling radiance soared into the sky, illuminating the dark void. The destructive aura was like a violent storm. The strength of the 10 Great Venerables cannot be underestimated. Their cooperation can be said to be perfect. There are no flaws. Moreover, their attacks are tricky and vicious. The slightest carelessness will give them a fatal attack. The most frightening thing is the combination of the 10 Great Venerables. It seems like this Great Venerable will have to go all out. The Great Venerable frowned. Even when facing Long Qinghun, the Great Venerable had not been so dignified. 8th Heavenly Emperor, Great Venerable. Your cultivation has improved a lot in these years. It's time to settle the grudges between us. Tianluo coldly said. The corner of his mouth curved into a dangerous arc. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The battle broke out. Waves of destructive energy spread out from the void. The fierce battle between the great celestial emperors could be said to have shaken the entire Azure region. Countless cultivators fell into panic. Tianluo and the others' cultivation has improved a lot. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction. Using the power of space, Feng Wuchen put his palms together and shouted, "Spatial shift." As his shout fell, the space in front of Feng Wuchen suddenly twisted. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. Wind shadow. The moment the person saw Feng Wuchen, his face changed. He had no idea what had happened. Purple-eyed Taoist, I said that killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. You can't escape from my palm. Feng Wuchen sneered. No one can save you now. They are all very busy. Feng Wuchen fiercely sneered. A terrifying power condensed in his fist. No. Don't. Wind shadow. I beg you to spare me. Purple-eyed Taoist begged in fear. His body trembled violently. That won't do. The temptation of the bounty is too great. Feng Wuchen mercilessly refused. His fist containing a tyrannical power punched towards Purple-eyed Taoist's heart without hesitation. Azure Heavenly Emperor. Save me. Seeing Feng Wuchen make a move, Purple-eyed Taoist was scared out of his wits. He cried out in fear. Boom. Puff. The tyrannical power directly collapsed Purple-eyed Taoist's heart, shattering his internal organs and destroying his primordial spirit. Purple-eyed Taoist died on the spot. End of chapter. Only after completing the mission of killing the Sky Emperor can I be considered a true Sky Leader killer. After killing the Purple-eyed Taoist, Feng Wuchen grinned. Your storage ring is mine. Feng Wuchen gently waved his hand and forcefully took the Purple-eyed Taoist storage ring. The green-scaled demonic Luo pupil's technique is indeed not bad. After going back and modifying it, I might have a stronger control ability, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He was very interested in the Purple-eyed Taoist's green-scaled demonic Luo pupil. After forcefully erasing the soul imprint in the storage ring, Feng Wuchen quickly found the green-scaled demonic Luo pupil's technique and put it into his storage ring without hesitation. Immortal technique, immortal equipment, herbs, pills, treasures of heaven and earth. TSK, the storage ring of a Sky Emperor powerhouse is indeed filled with countless treasures, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. This was another huge harvest. Xiao. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger and a strand of black flame instantly engulfed the Purple-eyed Taoist's corpse. It was instantly devoured. After completely eliminating the Purple-eyed Taoist, Feng Wuchen raised his head and looked at the intense battle in the sky. Boom boom boom. Weng weng. High up in the sky, Xianyuan Mose and Ancient Abyss Grandmaster were engaged in an intense battle. The terrifying aura was soul-stirring. They used all their strength in every move. The explosions were earth-shattering and ear-splitting. The energy ripples that could destroy heaven and earth surged violently. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, it seems like you have been training very hard these past few years. Your strength has increased so quickly, Xianyuan Mo said excitedly. He enjoyed the thrill of the intense battle. In order to surpass you, I have never stopped training these past few years. It seems like I have a chance to defeat you today, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said excitedly. That might not be the case, Xianyuan Mo said with a smile. He was very confident in his own strength. The two of them were experts nurtured by Feng Wuchen. The cultivation techniques they cultivated were very powerful. Their fighting power was extremely fierce. Come on. This is a rare opportunity. Let's go all out and fight. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster shouted. An even more surging aura burst out. Good. Show me what you've got. Xianyuan Mo shouted. His monstrous aura soared once again. Looking at the two of them fighting intensely, Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's power is increasing very quickly. Over the past few years, Xianyuan and the others' cultivation has been increasing slower. That is because of him. Then, he looked at the 10 venerables of Heaven's Net. The Great Exalted fought the 10 Great Exalted with his tyrannical strength. Even though he was fighting 1 against 10, the Great Exalted did not fall into a disadvantageous position. However, it was not that easy for a Great Venerable to suppress the 10 venerables of Heaven's Net. When Heavenly Luo unleashed his full strength, his fighting strength had already reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Mo Hen, Mu Yu, Jiang Nan, and the others all had fighting strengths that had reached the 6th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The 10 venerables were actually evenly matched with the great venerables of the Temple of Celestial Worthy, which showed how terrifying they were. The 10 venerables' combined attacks were perfect, not giving the great venerables a chance to attack them one by one. The 10 of them were as fast as lightning, intertwining with each other and surrounding the great venerables. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The collision of power shook the heavens and the earth. The destructive energy had already spread to the various regions of the Heaven Realm. Countless top experts of the Heaven Realm were alarmed by their monstrous power. Great Venerable, how long do you want to preserve your strength? Until you die? Heavenly Luo said coldly. The Great Venerable said coldly, as expected of the 10 Great Venerables under the Supreme Dragon God. If it was someone else, even if there were 10 more of them, this Venerable would not put them in his eyes. You guys are indeed not simple to be able to force this Venerable to use his full strength. Buzz buzz. As he spoke, an even more terrifying power burst out from the Great Venerable's body. His aura soared and shook the entire Heaven Realm. The terrifying aura was so strong that it almost made people unable to breathe. The terrifying power burst out, and the ferocious airwaves blasted the 10 Great Venerables dozens of meters away. After not seeing him for so many years, has the Great Venerable's strength become so strong? Heavenly Luo frowned and his expression became solemn. The Great Venerable has indeed preserved his strength in the battle with Long Qinghun. I'm afraid his strength is on par with Mr. Guegu. This power is enough to contend with Long Nidian. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought. Attack! Heavenly Luo shouted angrily. The 10 Great Venerables once again launched a ferocious attack. The 10 Great Venerables quickly dispersed at a terrifying speed. It was impossible to see their figures. The Great Venerable stared coldly at Heavenly Luo and said, Heavenly Luo, as long as this Venerable severely injures you, I will be able to completely defeat the 10 Great Venerables' combined attack. That will depend on your ability. Heavenly Luo replied coldly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 10 Great Venerables' ferocious attacks had already arrived. The Great Venerable's eyes flickered with ruthlessness. He faced the 10 Great Venerables without fear. Boom boom boom. The intense battle started again. The 10 Great Venerables' ferocious attacks collided with each other and a deafening explosion sounded. However, this time, Heavenly Luo and the others were unable to withstand the Great Venerable's power. They gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Heavenly Luo, it seems like your strength has reached its limit. The Great Venerable sneered disdainfully and immediately seized the opportunity to attack. Swish swish swish. The Great Venerable's speed became more and more terrifying. His figure flickered unceasingly. He was so fast that Heavenly Luo and the others were unable to catch him. Everyone, be careful. This scoundrel's battle prowess has already reached the level of a 9th Heaven Emperor. He is almost at the peak. Heavenly Luo warned through sound transmission. His speed is too fast. We can't catch up with him at all. Jiangnan said through sound transmission. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. In the next second, the Great Venerable finally made his move. His figure flickered and the 10 Great Venerables were sent flying one after another. There was no warning sign. No one was able to dodge. Jiangnan and the others, who had weak cultivation, were all injured by the Great Venerable's attack. Too fast. I can't see him at all. Heavenly Luo was greatly shocked. Heavenly Luo. Quickly combine. Feng Wuchen shouted through sound transmission. Combine. Heavenly Luo shouted without hesitation. The 10 Great Venerables rushed over in a flash. The 10 Great Venerables activated all of their power and formed the same seal at the same time. Resplendent golden light burst out and engulfed the 10 Great Venerables in an instant. A huge energy tornado condensed. Combine. The Great Venerable frowned slightly. Combine? Xianyuan Mo's, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others looked over. Buzz buzz. After a while, the 10 Great Venerables' aura combined into one and suddenly burst out with even more terrifying power. Their aura crazily soared and instantly soared from the strongest 7th Heaven Emperor to the 9th Heaven Emperor realm. 9th Heaven Emperor realm. The combination of the 10 Great Venerables can actually erupt with such terrifying power. Immortal Heavenly Emperor cried out in alarm. This is impossible, right? 9th Heaven Emperor? Their aura is still rising. Death Heavenly Emperor was extremely frightened and was so frightened that his entire body trembled. After the resplendent golden light dissipated, a violent and ferocious aura swept out with an earth-shattering momentum. It was incomparably surging. End of chapter. Peak 9th Heavenly Emperor. A terrifying chi wave swept out. Xianyuan Mo's and the others looked at it in shock. 10 reverends combined and their terrifying aura soared to peak 9th Heavenly Emperor level. The golden light dissipated and Tian Luo appeared in front of everyone. His body was still glowing with golden light. He looked like a war god from the 9th heaven. He was majestic and domineering. That kind of unparalleled oppressive feeling made people feel endless fear. 10 reverends combined and became Tian Luo. His fighting strength soared to peak 9th Heavenly Emperor level. Tian Luo's lips curled into an arrogant sneer. After combining, his fighting strength increased by so much. Great Reverend frowned. His expression became serious again. Immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others swallowed their saliva in fright. Their bodies were trembling. The power after combining is indeed terrifying. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. This is the most terrifying part of 10 reverends. Great Reverend is going to suffer. Xianyuan Mo's laughed. Tian Luo stepped out of the void. He stared at Great Reverend and sneered, Great Reverend, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. Boom, while speaking, Tian Luo punched. He did not condense any power. However, a terrifying gale swept up. Moreover, a large amount of wind blades were condensed and shot out. Chi. In an instant, a terrifying wind blade swept towards Great Reverend. With a chi sound, a shallow wound appeared on Great Reverend's face. A casual punch could cause a gale to injure Great Reverend. It could be seen how terrifying 10 reverends combined were. Great Reverend scratched the wound with his thumb. His expression became gloomy. Tian Luo, there is no need to show mercy. Feng Wuchen said coldly. All right. Tian Luo sneered. He glanced at Great Reverend. Soon after, he put his palms together and shouted, Sacred Heart Sutra. Buzz buzz, after Tian Luo shouted, his terrifying power that had just reached 9th Heavenly Emperor level increased again. What? Sacred Heart Sutra? Great Reverend's expression changed. Using Sacred Heart Sutra after combining? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked over. He was extremely shocked. His strength has increased again. Xianyuan Mo's also looked at him in shock. How is this possible? His strength can still increase. Immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others were once again terrified. In the blink of an eye, Tian Luo's aura had already surpassed that of a Great Venerable. Ha! Tian Luo suddenly shouted, and the terrifying power in his body burst out. The unparalleled destructive energy swept out madly with the power to destroy everything. The dazzling golden light covered the heaven and earth, making people unable to open their eyes. What a terrifying power! It actually spread to the celestial realm. I'm afraid it has spread to the entire heaven realm, right? What kind of expert is this? What happened in the Azure region? This aura is the aura of the 10 great venerables under Supreme Dragon God. Oh my god, have they woken up? The top experts from various regions of the heaven realm were extremely shocked. The combination of the 10 venerables has already reached this level? Zhuge Wuji, who was in the celestial worthy temple, was shocked and in disbelief. This is the power of the combination of the 10 venerables. In the Ling Long Pavilion, Dan Yuzi and Mr. Gui Gu were both horrified. Looking at the sky above the Ghost Valley, Feng Wuchen was excited when he saw the growth of the 10 venerables. Great Venerable, it's time for you to die. Do you feel the aura of death? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. The Great Venerable did not seem to hear him. He looked at Tian Luo blankly with fear on his face. The combination can only last for an hour. During this hour, I can't fight it head-on. The Great Venerable frowned, and his expression was extremely solemn. Great Venerable! Prepare to die. Tian Luo suddenly shouted angrily, and immediately stepped on the void and shot out. Boom! Tian Luo stepped on the void, and with a loud boom, a huge black hole appeared in the void where he was standing. He flew out with the power to pierce through heaven and earth, surpassing the speed of sound. What? Sensing Tian Luo's terrifying speed, the Great Venerable's expression changed greatly. Boom! Tian Luo's speed was so terrifying that even the Great Venerable could not detect him. In an instant, with a loud boom, the Great Venerable's face was hit by a terrifying iron fist. His body turned into a black line and shot out, piercing through the towering mountains in the distance. What kind of speed is this? The Great Venerable was shocked, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. So powerful. Ao Qing and I Ching were dumbfounded, and they became stiff on the spot. Great Venerable! The Immortal Heaven Emperor and the others were extremely frightened, and they wanted to escape from the Ghost Valley immediately. The Great Venerable was unable to resist such terrifying strength. Great Venerable, where did all your power and confidence go? Tian Luo asked with a sneer. Before he finished speaking, Tian Luo's figure had already appeared behind the Great Venerable in the distance. What? The Great Venerable's expression changed greatly again. Boom! Puff! Tian Luo fiercely punched again, and with a loud boom, it hit the Great Venerable's back. The terrifying power shook the Great Venerable, and he spat out blood. His body turned into a black line and shot out again. How terrifying was it to be able to make the Great Venerable spit out blood with one punch? Damn it! After fusing with the Sacred Heart Sutra, can he really withstand such a terrifying power? The Great Venerable said angrily, and his face became extremely malevolent. Boom! Tian Luo stepped on the void again, and with a loud boom, the terrifying power destroyed the surrounding mountains, and his body rushed towards the Great Venerable with an unstoppable force. Immortal Sutra. Tai Profound Shield. The Great Venerable forcibly stabilized his body, and with a loud shout, a Tai pattern appeared in front of him, and it was filled with a powerful defensive power. Humph! Can you block it? Tian Luo sneered disdainfully, and his figure arrived in front of the Great Venerable in a flash. His fist was filled with violent power, and golden light burst out. Boom! Hiss! The fist fiercely hit the energy profound shield, and with a loud boom, the terrifying power caused a spiderweb-like crack to appear on the profound shield. Tian Luo still hasn't used his full strength. The Great Venerable frowned. Your Tai profound shield can't block my power. Tian Luo said with a sinister smile, and the power of his fist suddenly increased. Not good. Sensing the sudden increase in Tian Luo's power, the Great Venerable's expression changed greatly. Boom! Gotcha! The terrifying power destroyed the profound shield, and it instantly shattered. The violent power once again sent the Great Venerable flying, and he was unable to withstand it. Tian Luo's power, I'm afraid it has already surpassed the peak of the 9th Heaven Emperor. The Great Venerable said in shock, and the blood in his body churned violently. Great Venerable! Hand over your life! Tianluo shouted angrily, and he raised his palm to the sky, and a huge energy seal appeared in the sky. Humph! Don't think that only you can increase your fighting power. The Great Venerable shouted fiercely. Soon after, he put his palms together and shouted, Immortal Sutra. Dolua Tian Xian. End of chapter. Celestial Art. Dolua Tian Xian. Buzz buzz. The great honored warrior shouted, and his aura soared. His terrifying aura soared as the dazzling radiance covered the heavenly emperor. His terrifying power shook the entire heaven realm. He stared at Tianluo fiercely as his aura soared to the same level as Tianluo's. His surging aura was breathtaking and gave people a feeling of powerlessness. His strength has increased. Tianluo frowned as his expression turned serious. If that's the case, then the great honored warrior's fighting strength is comparable to that of an elder. Feng Wuchen frowned as he felt the terrifying power of the great honored warrior. The aura of the great honored warrior. He was indeed hiding his strength. In a mysterious place, Long Nidian opened his eyes as he felt the aura of the great honored warrior. Oh? That bastard actually hid such a terrifying power. I injured him in the previous battle. He must be crazy. Long Qinghun curled his lips. Almost at the same time, all the top experts in the heaven realm felt the terrifying power of the great honored warrior. They were all shocked. Tianluo, come on. The real battle begins now. The great honored warrior said coldly. Other than the cold killing intent in his eyes, there was also confidence. Boom. Buzz buzz. The great honored warrior took the initiative to attack. With a loud boom, the destructive energy shook the void. The great honored warrior's figure shot out like a laser with a ferocious attack. Humph. Let's see how strong you really are. Tianluo snorted coldly as he shot out at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound. The battle between the 9 heavenly emperors had just begun. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, Tianluo and the great honored warrior reached each other in the blink of an eye. When their fists collided, a deafening boom resounded throughout the azure region. The destructive ripples from the collision swept out wildly as if they were going to destroy the world. Hurry up and leave. Xianyuan Mose yelled and immediately retreated. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Immortal Heavenly Emperor and the rest also retreated at the same time. Their battle was forcefully interrupted. To Immortal Heavenly Emperor and the rest, this was definitely a good thing. If this terrifying power came any slower, they would definitely die in the hands of Ao Qing and I Ching. The battle had not been going on for long, and Ao Qing and I Ching had only fought for fun. They still managed to severely injure Immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others. Hey, that power is spreading down. Hurry up and leave. Let's go. It's over. We're dead. Save me, I can't move. Brother, save me. Take me away. Many cultivators in the Ghost Valley city were terrified. A large group of cultivators ran for their lives. Many of them were so scared that they could not move. Their bodies did not listen to them, even their souls were scared away. Not long after, a terrifying power spread down from the void. The Ghost Valley city was instantly reduced to ashes. The land, mountains, rivers, cities, palaces, and so on within a radius of 10,000 feet were all reduced to ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spreading down from the void and possessing such terrifying destructive power, one could see how terrifying this energy was. In the void, the two people fiercely clashed, neither of them gaining the upper hand. Great honored warrior, your true power is only SOSO. Tianluo sneered calmly, without any worry or fear. The great honored warrior squinted his eyes and said coldly, Tianluo, your fusion will only last for 1 hour. It will exhaust all of your power. At that time, this honored warrior will see if you can still smile. Your fusion time will be up soon. Before the time is up, I will kill you first. Tianluo said fiercely and immediately launched a fierce and merciless attack. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. An intense hand-to-hand battle unfolded in the void. Every collision was earth-shattering. Every loud sound seemed to hit the hearts of countless cultivators in the azure region. Tianluo, your fusion time will not last long. End this quickly. Xianyuan Mose quickly transmitted a message. Understood. Tianluo replied and immediately gave up on the hand-to-hand battle. Buzz buzz. With a flash, Tianluo took the initiative to open up the distance. At the same time, he activated his terrifying power, golden light burst out, and his aura surged. Immortal art. Destructive lightning sword. Tianluo suddenly shouted. His aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. A golden energy sword that was tens of thousands of feet long condensed in the void. Its size was enough to scare people to death, not to mention how terrifying its power was. Swish. Buzz buzz. Tianluo waved his hand, and the energy sword shot out like a hot knife through butter. It brought along an intense and ear-piercing sound. Looking at its terrifying power, once one was hit by it, one would definitely be annihilated. Immortal art. 9 Profoundly fire palm. The great honored warrior did not hesitate, and immediately shouted. He used the immortal art to counterattack, and a violent and destructive palm print broke through the void. Looking at the two extremely huge and terrifying energies in the void, countless cultivators in the Azura region became more and more frightened, and many of them even despaired. Rumble. Puff puff. Buzz buzz. In the dusky void, the two extremely dazzling energies collided fiercely, and they exploded upon collision. The terrifying power that was enough to destroy the heavenly domain swept out crazily. It shook Tianluo and the great honored warrior to the point of vomiting blood, and they were swallowed by the energy ripples in the blink of an eye. In every part of the Azura region, large abyssal cracks appeared crazily. Countless cultivators were in danger, and they all fell into panic and despair. Before long, Tianluo and the great honored warrior were shot out from the destructive energy one after another. Under the full force collision, both of them suffered different degrees of injuries. In the distant sky, Feng Wuchen, Xianyuan Mose, and the others were watching the battlefield without blinking. Can Tianluo win? Ao Qing asked with a frown, and looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and said, in terms of power, the great honored warrior is at a disadvantage, but in terms of time, I'm afraid he won't make it. The time for the fusion is almost up. If we can't defeat the great honored warrior before then, I'm afraid we will all be in danger. Ao Qing said with a bit of worry. The fusion of the 10 great honored warriors could only last for half an hour. In the intense battle, a lot of time had already passed. Half an hour's time is almost up. Tianluo won't be able to hold on for long. The great honored warrior said fiercely in his heart, and he stared at Tianluo like a vicious wolf. Tianluo. Quickly use your divine technique. If you use your divine technique, you can heavily injure the great honored warrior. Feng Wuchen promptly reminded him. All right. Tianluo's eyes flashed with fierceness, and he immediately urged all the power in his body. His monstrous power erupted once again, and an extremely terrifying power condensed unceasingly. Great honored warrior. If you have the guts, then take this move of mine. Tianluo sneered in disdain, and he quickly formed seals with his hands, and shouted, Divine Technique. World Exterminating Battle Spirit Seal. An extremely frightening aura burst out from him. Divine Technique? The great honored warrior was shocked, and his eyes opened wide. End of chapter. Deity Art. World-destroying Battle Soul Seal. Tianluo shouted. Violent and destructive energy condensed into a huge golden energy seal in the void in a few blinks of an eye. It was magnificent and visually impactful. Great Venerable. Take this. Tianluo didn't hesitate. He shouted and waved his hand. The terrifying energy seal smashed down with monstrous power. It was unstoppable. Such a terrifying energy seal was enough to raise the entire Azura region to the ground. What a terrifying power. This power is terrifying. I Ching said with a pale face. Her delicate body was trembling. The great venerable was already intimidated by the terrifying and tyrannical pressure of the divine technique. He looked at the energy seal that was smashing down with an extremely frightened expression. Great venerable, be careful. The immortal heavenly emperor and the others shouted in horror. They couldn't help but retreat. His shout woke up the Great Venerable from his shock. The Great Venerable's face turned sinister. He gnashed his teeth and crazily circulated the power in his body. The pride of the Great Venerable of the Celestial Worthy Temple didn't allow him to dodge because of fear. Deity art. Mixed blood blade. The frightened Great Venerable suddenly shouted. He gathered all the power in his body and used the deity art. The terrifying energy blade soared into the sky. Rumble. Puff. Buzz. The terrifying energy blade collided with the energy seal. It was like an egg hitting a rock. The energy blade instantly shattered. The terrifying energy shook the Great Venerable and made him spit out blood. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. How is this possible? The Great Venerable was shocked. His eyes almost popped out. He used all his strength to use the deity art, but he couldn't even shake Tian Luo's energy seal. The terrifying energy seal was like an invincible existence. The reason why deity arts were superior to deity arts was because deity arts were more powerful than deity arts. Very good. The Great Venerable is seriously injured. He can't run away. Feng Wuchen sneered. His eyes narrowed and killing intent flickered. The power of deity arts is really terrifying. Xianyuan Mose was also shocked. His expression was stiff. At the same time, Xianyuan Mose and the others were intimidated by the terrifying energy seal. Deity art. Mysterious soul hand. Immortal art. 9 profoundly fire palm. Immortal art. The frightened Great Venerables, perhaps because of their desire to survive, used their immortal techniques with all their might and frantically bombarded the energy seals that were smashing down. But in the end, he suffered a double loss. Not only did he fail to destroy the energy seal, but every collision caused him to be injured. No. Don't. When the Great Venerable saw the large energy seal that was smashing down mercilessly, he shouted in panic. Rumble. Buzz. The energy seal mercilessly bombarded the Great Venerable's body and suddenly exploded. Energy ripples spread out in all directions like shockwaves, mercilessly destroying everything in the Azura region. The Great Venerable was swallowed by the destructive energy ripples, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. With the Ghost Valley City as the center, the land within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was razed to the ground. The destructive power was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. The terrifying energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes before the space slowly regained its tranquility and brightness. The ground was destroyed beyond recognition, and it was a ghastly sight. After the space regained its brightness, the Great Venerable's figure appeared in the void. The Great Venerable's injuries were so severe that he could die at any time. His body that was floating in the void was on the verge of collapse. The Great Venerable had been defeated in this battle. Swish. Swish, swish. When the space regained its tranquility, the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others immediately rushed over. Great Venerable. When the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others saw the severely injured Great Venerable, they were frightened out of their wits. Heavenly King, well done. Feng Wuchen rushed over and fiercely glanced at the severely injured Great Venerable. He coldly said, Great Venerable, your time has come. The severely injured Great Venerable half opened his eyes and stared at Feng Wuchen. He was already speechless. Xianyuan Mose, the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others are heavily injured. Kill them. Feng Wuchen coldly said. This was a rare opportunity, and Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't miss it. At least, it could weaken the Celestial Palace's strength. Yes. Xianyuan Mose respectfully accepted the order and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared on Heavenly King's body. Golden light flickered and 10 figures appeared. The time for the fusion had come. The 10 Great Venerables had appeared. However, because of the fusion, the 10 Great Venerables were extremely weak. They had already exhausted all their strength and were unable to support themselves. They fell down one after another. The power obtained from the fusion was indeed terrifying, but the side effects were also severe. Once the fusion ended, Heavenly King and the others would become extremely weak. They wouldn't have any strength left. Not good. Heavenly King and the others have exhausted all their strength. Xianyuan Mose turned pale with fright. Ao Qing, go and kill the Great Venerable, Feng Wuchen ordered. Then, he used the power of space to move the 10 Great Venerables in front of him. He quickly took out pills and fed them to their stomachs. The side effects of the fusion are very severe. However, my pills are enough to help you recover and reduce the pain caused by the side effects, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Thank you very much, Heavenly King said with difficulty. He still couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was Long Zun. You are really Master Long Zun? Jiang Nan couldn't help but ask curiously. You didn't disappoint me. Your cultivation has improved a lot over the years. When we return, I will tell you what happened. Don't worry, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Swish. Swish, buzz. Buzz, just as Xianyuan Mose and Ao Qing attacked, there were 2 ear-piercing explosions in the void. 2 terrifying green energy pillars shot towards the 2 of them. Feng Wuchen, who had sensed something, was shocked. 9th Heaven Emperor. Ao Qing, be careful. Dodge. Xianyuan Mose's expression changed as he shouted hurriedly. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom, Xianyuan Mose and Ao Qing narrowly dodged. The 2 terrifying green energy pillars blasted 2 deep pits in the ground that had been flattened. This aura is... Heavenly King's pale face changed. He seemed to have guessed who it was. Feng Wuchen and the others immediately looked towards the void. A figure appeared in front of Immortal Heavenly King and the others. It was a 9th Heaven Emperor elite. He was a middle-aged man wearing white brocade. His white hair was very eye-catching. His whole body emitted the aura of a king. The man waved his hand gently, and the heavily injured Great Honorable flew towards him. Immortal Heavenly King and the others were terrified. At the same time, they were ecstatic. They immediately knelt down on one knee. Greetings to the 3 protectors. One of the 3 protectors. Ancient Abyss frowned. Only Ancient Abyss didn't kneel down. It really is him. One of the 3 protectors, Wu Xian. Xianyuan Mose frowned as he looked at the man seriously. Wu Xian. Feng Wuchen also stared at Wu Xian with cold eyes. Wu Xian was one of the 3 great protectors of the Temple of Exalted Celestial. He was a 9th layer Heavenly Emperor and was very powerful. As one of the 3 great protectors of the Temple of Exalted Celestial, he was even stronger than a Great Venerable. Great Heavenly Emperors were all top experts in the Heavenly Realm, and those who stood at the peak of Great Heavenly Emperor were existences that could sweep through the Heavenly Realm. Wu Xian calmly sized up Feng Wuchen, Xianyuan Mose, and the others. His terrifying aura made people feel endless pressure. Your Wind Shadow, right? Spirit Realm's Divine Great Artificer, young master of the Dragon Gods, Wind Shadow. Your name is very famous in the Temple of Exalted Celestial. Seeing you reminds me of Long Zun. Wu Xian smiled faintly. Wu Xian's strength is above a Great Venerable. Be careful. The weak Tianluo frowned. Emohen solemnly said, this person is very strong. Even if we combine, we might not be able to defeat him. After not seeing you for so many years, Wu Xian's cultivation has advanced to such a level. I presume the other 2 great protectors have also reached their peak. Feng Wuchen frowned and guessed. This protector is really curious. How did you summon Long Zun's experts? And why did the 5 great divine generals and the 10 great venerables follow you? According to this protector's knowledge, only Long Zun can summon the 10 great venerables. Wu Xian said calmly as if he was talking to a good friend. After a pause, Wu Xian continued, not long ago, I received news that Kuang Ying and the Heavenly Emperor of Death met Long Zun and said that Long Zun had been resurrected. You're a divine great artificer and have a powerful soul force. There are few in the heavenly realm who can match you. Could it be that you used your soul force to control Long Zun's body? Control Long Zun's body? Wu Xian's words made the 10 great venerables suspicious. They couldn't help but glance at Xianyuan Mose, as if they were worried that they had been deceived. You talk a lot of nonsense, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Wu Xian spread his hands and smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, this protector doesn't care. Immortal Celestial Emperor, take the Great Venerable back to recuperate, Wu Xian said expressionlessly. The immortal heavenly emperor was stunned for a moment before he asked curiously, "Aren't you going to kill them?" Wu Xian shook his head slightly and said, "We have already missed the opportunity to kill Kazekage. Do you think the dragon gods didn't notice such a big movement? Immediately bring the great venerable back to treat his injuries." As one of the three great protectors, how could Wu Xian be a mediocre person? With Wu Xian's profound cultivation, he might have already sensed the existence of the dragon gods. Even if they attacked forcefully, they might not be able to kill Feng Wuchen. Instead, it would be a waste of time. You are absolutely right. The immortal celestial emperor and the others replied respectfully. They did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect and left in a flash. The great venerable's injuries were extremely serious. If he wasn't treated in time, his life would be in danger. Xianyuan Mose wanted to stop them but was stopped by Feng Wuchen, who said, "Let them live for a while longer. Don't worry, this protector is not here to fight today." "It is meaningless to attack now," Wu Xian said indifferently. He appeared as if he was only here to save the great venerable. "Kazekage, we will meet again," Wu Xian smiled faintly and left in a flash. As soon as Wu Xian left, a figure appeared in the void. It was Long Nidian. "Greetings, young master." Long Nidian bowed respectfully. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Nidian, with your cultivation, if you fight to the death, do you have the confidence to defeat Wu Xian?" Long Nidian, Xianyuan Mose, Tianluo, and the others were overjoyed. Jiang Nan said excitedly, "No wonder Wu Xian doesn't dare to attack. It seems he has already sensed you hiding in the dark. Brother Nidian, long time no see." Long Nidian first nodded at Xianyuan Mose and the others, then said to Feng Wuchen, "Wu Xian is no match for me, but the great protector might have the ability to do so. If we fight to the death, the three great protectors working together will be able to defeat me." "Very good, your cultivation is about to break through to the 9th heavenly emperor level. This 1,000-year-old ice soul should be enough for you to cultivate. Break through while you still have time. At that time even the three great protectors might not be your match." Feng Wuchen took out a 1,000-year-old ice soul and passed it to Long Nidian. "Thank you, young master." Long Nidian thanked him respectfully. Feng Wuchen sighed softly, "Just as I guessed, the battle is coming soon. Xianyuan Mose, bring Venerable Xian and Xianxia back to the Dragon God Temple as soon as possible." "Yes, master." "Master." Xianyuan Mose said respectfully. "The battle is imminent, all we can do is raise our cultivation. Let's go back to the Dragon God Temple." Feng Wuchen said. The appearance of Wu Xian, one of the three great protectors, proved this point. After returning to the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen told Tianluo and the others what had happened. With Qing Xian and Long Nidian as witnesses, the venerables finally believed that Feng Wuchen was the Long Zun from back then. However, the matter of reincarnation shocked the venerables. "You don't need to doubt me. The fact that I can summon you is enough to explain everything." Looking at the shocked Tianluo and the others, Feng Wuchen smiled. "Nidian, do something for me." In the hall, Feng Wuchen looked at Long Nidian. "Please speak, young master." Long Nidian said respectfully. "Find the ancient divine weapon, Blood Seeker, and bring it back. The ancient ruins of the Heaven Domain are about to open. I need the Blood Seeker to devour the ancient ruins' evil spirits." Feng Wuchen said seriously. "Yes." Long Nidian said respectfully and immediately went to work. "Qing Xian, arrange for Tianluo and the others to rest. I'll make a trip to the Sky Shadow Pavilion." Feng Wuchen said. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen disappeared. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already at the Sun and Moon Lake. Whoosh, a water sword suddenly burst out from the calm Sun and Moon Lake and pierced towards Feng Wuchen as fast as lightning. "Early stage Heavenly Emperor." Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. His figure magically moved slightly and instantly dodged the water sword's attack. Whoosh, boom, buzz. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared at a terrifying speed and punched towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen immediately retaliated with a punch. With a boom, a terrifying force swept across the Sun and Moon Lake, creating huge waves. Mid-stage Heavenly Emperor? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! 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 Two black figures burst out as fast as lightning and launched a fierce attack on Feng Wuchen. A series of head-on collisions resounded throughout the Sky Shadow Pavilion. As the battle began, another black figure joined the battle with a majestic aura. Boom! 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 For a moment, Feng Wuchen was fighting 1 against 3. The intense battle burst out waves of terrifying power. The assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion were alarmed and came over. They watched the battle on the Sun and Moon Lake with their mouths agape. Wind Shadow is fighting 1 against 3 and still has the upper hand. Wind Shadow's strength is simply terrifying. Even Lord Fang's speed can't catch up to him. 3 great heavenly leader-level assassins working together and still can't defeat Wind Shadow. The assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion exclaimed, their faces full of shock and horror. All of them were intimidated by Feng Wuchen's ferocious strength. End of chapter. Bang! 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 In less than 2 minutes of intense hand-to-hand combat, Feng Wuchen easily defeated the 3 Sky Leader-level assassins. Wind Shadow, isn't your strength too freakish? I'm afraid even the Pavilion Master isn't your match. After the battle, Tian Ming asked with a face full of shock. He stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Really strong. You don't even need to use divine power. Just based on the origin of your physical body, it's simply unbelievable. Zhu Feng was dumbfounded. He simply did not dare to believe that the 3 of them working together were actually unable to suppress Feng Wuchen. Lord Feng, have you broken through to mid-stage Heavenly Emperor? The Sky Leader assassins asked blankly. Feng Wuchen fought 1 against 3 without using any power at all. He completely relied on his powerful physical body to suppress the 3 Sky Leader assassins. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, just broke through not long ago. Mid-stage Heavenly Emperor? Tian Ming's eyes widened again. He took a deep breath and said in disbelief, isn't this cultivation speed too fast? You just broke through to early-stage Heavenly Emperor not long ago. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I only broke through to mid-stage Heavenly Emperor because of a fortuitous encounter. I see. I was just wondering how it was possible to improve so quickly. I could only break through to mid-stage Heavenly Emperor in 2 months by cultivating in the Universe Tower. Zhu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was still shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. I'll also go to the Dragon God Temple to cultivate later. Tian Ming hurriedly said. You're welcome anytime. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Looking at Qing Lu, Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, the mission is complete. Shouldn't you give me the ancient cave abodes map? Qing Lu waved his hand, and a scroll flew toward Feng Wuchen. He smiled faintly and said, congratulations to young Master Dragon God for advancing to Sky Leader Assassin. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger, and a Chaos Origin Divine Stone flew toward Qing Lu. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, many thanks. This Chaos Origin Divine Stone can help you break through to mid-stage Heavenly God realm. Many thanks, young Lord Dragon God. Qing Lu thanked him respectfully, his heart filled with ecstasy. Kazakage, is there anything else? Give me one, too. Munchaser promptly asked. Feng Wuchen had many treasures. He would be an idiot not to ask. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and another Chaos Origin Divine Stone flew out. Great! Thank you very much. Munchaser was extremely excited. The other assassins were envious and jealous, but they didn't dare to speak. Is the Shadow Spirit Pavilion's master still in seclusion? Feng Wuchen flew over from the Sun and Moon Lake and asked Qing Lu. Qing Lu shook his head and said, not yet. Pavilion Master is currently breaking through to the Great Celestial Emperor realm. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. He opened the scroll and asked, are you sure this map is an ancient cave residence? Don't worry, young Master Dragon God. I've already sent people to investigate. It's indeed an ancient cave abode. I can sense a faint ancient aura, Qing Lu said with certainty. Very good. Feng Wuchen smiled expectantly, if it's an ancient cave abode, there must be many treasures. Next time, remember to leave such good things for me. Certainly. Qing Lu smiled faintly. After chatting for a while, Feng Wuchen left the Sky Shadow Pavilion. As soon as Feng Wuchen left, Mingyu revealed half of her body from the entrance of the hall. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. Take it easy. If you like someone, you don't have to get him. It's not necessarily a bad thing to hide it in your heart. Won't you be relieved if you see him well? A soft voice entered Mingyu's ears. Wave chasing, if you talk nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongue. Mingyu said coldly. Wave chasing shrugged and smiled, you don't have to hide anything. I can see that I also have someone I like. Unfortunately, the person I like doesn't like me and even hates me. It's not a good feeling. You're much better than me. Sometimes, it's not good for you to say it out loud. Wave chasing shook his head and walked out of the hall. Looking at Wave chasing's back, Mingyu didn't know what to say. After returning to the Dragon Palace, Feng Wuchen immediately began to check the map of the ancient cavern. The aura of the scroll still has a trace of ancient aura. Feng Wuchen gently opened the scroll. Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing immediately looked over. Big brother Feng, is this map really the ancient cavern? Lu Qingyang asked anxiously. If Qing Lu says so, then it must be. Feng Wuchen nodded without any doubt. Zhang Junlan guessed, Master, if it's the ancient cavern, then it must have ancient treasures. Hee, of course. I haven't searched for treasures for a long time. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Then, he carefully looked at the map on the scroll. I love searching for treasures. It's so satisfying. Tianqing said excitedly. Where is this marked? Bailey Yufeng was puzzled as he looked at the marked spot on the map. Young master, this is the realm of annihilation. Long Ji said with certainty. That's right. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, it's indeed in the realm of annihilation. The exact location is the realm of annihilation. Realm of annihilation? Lu Qingyang and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. The realm of annihilation is a forbidden area in the heaven realm. It's a very mysterious mountain range with many powerful beasts. It's even more terrifying than the mysterious Ice Valley. Long Qing explained. Long Qing, have you been there? Yi Tianwei quickly asked. No. Long Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly, it's too dangerous. The Patriarch doesn't allow us to enter the realm of annihilation, but young master has been there. Big brother Feng? Master? Lu Qingyang and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Big brother Feng, have you been there? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. Yes. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, that place is very ancient. There are countless treasures. However, the fierce beasts in the realm of annihilation are all at the Heavenly Emperor level. In the depths of the realm of annihilation, there are also unknown terrifying fierce beasts. There are also fierce beasts at the 9th Heavenly Emperor level. I met them back then. Heavenly Emperor level fierce beasts? And 9th Heavenly Emperor level fierce beasts? The Dragon Emperor and the rest were scared witless. Who would dare to go to such a terrifying forbidden area? The realm of annihilation is the most terrifying forbidden area in the heaven realm. Even if a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse barges in, if they are not careful, they might become the prey of fierce beasts. Countless powerhouses have already died in the realm of annihilation. Feng Wuchen continued. Is it that terrifying? Lin Yu was so scared that his face turned pale. Long Qing smiled and said, in short, it's more terrifying than you can imagine. It's precisely because of this that I don't plan to bring you guys there. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. The Crimson Emperor swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, I'd better stay in the Dragon God Palace to cultivate. Young master, I've already broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Let me accompany you. Long Qing hurriedly said, I also want to see what the most terrifying forbidden area in the heaven realm is like. Young master, I'll go too. Long Ji quickly followed. Feng Wuchen smiled in anticipation and said, there's no time to lose. Let's head to the realm of annihilation immediately. End of chapter. Temple of Celestial Worthy. Wu Xian appeared in the temple and bowed respectfully, greetings, great elder. How are the great venerable's injuries? Zhuge Wuji opened his eyes slightly and asked calmly. Wu Xian said respectfully, the great venerable's injuries are very serious. He is already stabilized and his life is not in danger. Rest assured, Great Elder. Zhuge Wuji nodded and said, I did not expect the 10 venerables to have grown to such a level after disappearing for decades. Their combined strength can suppress the Great Venerable. Wu Xian frowned and said solemnly, Long Nidian was also hiding in the dark at that time. If he had taken the opportunity to attack, the great honored warrior would have been dead already. This person hid very well, or did he intentionally let me find out? Long Nidian is indeed not simple. Once he breaks through to the 9th level of Celestial Emperor, I'm afraid even I won't be able to do anything to him. Long Zun is dead, but Long Nidian is still alive. Zhuge Wuji frowned deeply. The dragon gods have awakened, but they have not made a move yet. I feel that the dragon gods are stalling for time. With Long Tianqiu's personality, how can he be satisfied? Wu Xian guessed. Stalling for time? Zhuge Wuji frowned and said, It seems that the dragon gods want to cultivate Wind Shadow into the second Long Zun. They want to use our fear of the dragon gods to let Wind Shadow grow without restraint. I think so too. Long Zun's 5 divine generals and 10 venerables have awakened. This is undoubtedly the lineup of the past. If Wind Shadow grows stronger than Long Zun, the consequences will be unimaginable. The more Wu Xian said, the more worried he became. Feng Wuchen gave him a very uneasy feeling. After a pause, Wu Xian said, Even if the dragon gods have awakened, their strength has not increased by much. Long Tianqiu may not have fully recovered. With the strength of the Temple of Celestial Worthy, even if the Celestial Venerable is still asleep, we can hurt the dragon gods again. I think this is an opportunity to eliminate the forces of Spirit Realm. We cannot let Wind Shadow grow any stronger. Zhuge Wuji frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he said, Third Protector, things are not as easy as you think. Even if Long Tianqiu has not recovered from his injuries, he is still in the Celestial Venerable Realm. Don't underestimate the power of a divine rank. Then, are we just going to let Wind Shadow? The 8 great heavenly emperors had tried to kill Wind Shadow many times. Which time was it not a failure? Wind Shadow was always secretly protected by the powerhouses of the dragon gods. If they didn't exterminate them now, would they have to wait until the Celestial Lord woke up? By then, Wind Shadow will have already grown. Wu Xian said with a frown. Wu Xian's words were not without reason. Every time they failed, it was mostly because of the dragon gods. If this was the case, even if they tried 10,000 times, they would still fail. Great Elder, we cannot stop just because the dragon gods are involved. If this happens every time, we will never be able to kill Wind Shadow. Won't our people die for nothing? When has the Temple of Celestial Worthy ever been afraid of the dragon gods? Wu Xian became more and more agitated. Zhuge Wuji fell silent. Great Elder, the Third Protector's words are reasonable. Even if we cannot destroy the dragon gods, we can at least hurt them. With the strength of the Temple of Celestial Worthy, there is no need to fear the dragon gods. At this moment, an old voice sounded in the hall. Wu Xian said solemnly, Great Elder, don't hesitate. Even if we cannot deal with Long Tianqiu, how can the Celestial Venerable sit by and do nothing? As long as the Celestial Venerable wakes up, the dragon gods will be destroyed. Give the order. Pass down the order. Summon the Second Elder and Third Elder. Gather the great Celestial Emperors and Celestial Emperors of the Temple of Celestial Worthy. 7 days later, we will besiege the Temple of Celestial Worthy and the dragon gods. Those who disobey will die. Zhuge Wuji's dignified order was passed down from the hall. Very good. This time, we will completely destroy the dragon gods. Wu Xian sneered, his eyes flashing with frightening fierceness. We obey the Great Elder's order. In an instant, respectful shouts came from the various palaces of the Temple of Celestial Worthy. A monstrous aura swept out with an unstoppable force. Zhuge Wuji was an existence of great power. It could be said that he was second only to one person and above everyone else. The top experts sleeping in the depths of the Temple of Celestial Worthy woke up one after another. They were like ancient beasts waking up from their slumber. At that moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. A great war to destroy the Temple of Celestial Worthy and the dragon gods was about to begin. Annihilation Region. Feng Wuchen, Long Ji, and Long Qing appeared in a flash and flew towards the primitive heavenly realm without stopping. The primitive heavenly realm was located in the north of the Annihilation region. Very few people set foot there. Young master, what if the mark on the map is in the depths of the primitive heavenly realm? Long Qing asked worriedly. Feng Wuchen looked at the map as he flew. From the mark on the map, it shouldn't be in the depths. The first mark is the primitive heavenly realm and the second mark is the specific location of the primitive heavenly realm. If I remember correctly, this mountain isn't in the depths. If it was in the depths, the ferocious beasts were all great celestial emperor-level existences. Feng Wuchen and the other two's lives would be in danger. About 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen and the other two arrived at the periphery of the primitive heavenly realm. Roar! 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 Earth-shaking roars of ferocious beasts came from the primitive heavenly realm. It was soul-stirring. Waves of terrifying auras spread out from the primitive heavenly realm. The primitive heavenly realm was simply an existence of a primitive mountain range. Not a single person could be seen. The primitive heavenly realm is indeed worthy of being the most terrifying forbidden area in the heaven realm. The ferocious beasts in the periphery are all at the heavenly emperor level. Have they not gained intelligence? Long Qing could not help but be shocked. Feng Wuchen said, they are not spiritual beasts, they are just vicious beasts, different from the spiritual beast clan. No matter how high their cultivation is, it is difficult for them to cultivate intelligence, but there are some exceptions. After being in the heaven realm for so many years, this is the first time I've come to this damned place. Long Ji said. After entering, we must be careful. We have already been targeted by them. We only need to find the ancient cave and not fight with the vicious beasts. Otherwise, we will attract more vicious beasts. Feng Wuchen warned. Yes. Young master. The two of them nodded respectfully. Swish swish swish. The three figures quickly shuttled towards the primitive heavenly realm. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Master. The great elder of the Empyrean Temple has already given the order to encircle and annihilate the Dragon God Palace and the Dragon Gods in 7 days. Zhuge Wuji has already gathered the great celestial emperors and celestial emperors under the Empyrean Temple. Just as Feng Wuchen entered the primitive heavenly realm, he suddenly received news from the ancient abyss. What? 7 days later? Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed, and his body suddenly stopped. Young master, what's wrong? Long Ji and Long Qing asked at the same time. Feng Wuchen's expression was extremely grave as he frowned and said, the Empyrean Temple is going to encircle and annihilate the Dragon God Palace and the Dragon Gods in 7 days. It's even earlier than I imagined. End of chapter. What? Annihilate the Dragon Gods? Long Ji and Long Qing also jumped in fright, their faces full of shock. The news from the ancient abyss realm shouldn't be wrong. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. Young lord, I'm afraid that the Empyrean Temple's second elder and third elder have already awakened. The other two great protectors have also awakened. In this battle, the Empyrean Temple will definitely come out in full force. Long Ji said solemnly. Feng Wuchen nodded his head and said, Long Ji, immediately send the news back to the Dragon Gods, inform my parents, and also inform Long Yun. Long Ji said, I'll send the news back right away. Young lord, aren't we going back now? Long Qing asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, 7 days, there's still time. Send the news back and let them prepare. We just arrived at the desolate heavenly realm, we can't go back right now, right? Roar. Just as the three people stopped to chat, the few fierce beasts that had long been eyeing them suddenly rushed over, bringing with them a deafening roar. Young lord, be careful. Long Ji frowned and shouted. Late-stage heavenly emperor. Long Qing was greatly alarmed. The marked point is in the east, quickly go. Feng Wuchen shouted and immediately used teleportation to dodge. Long Ji and Long Qing, the two of them, flashed and disappeared. Boom. Boom, buzz buzz, Feng Wuchen trio disappeared into thin air. The fierce attacks of the few fierce beasts slammed into the ground, blasting out a shocking crater in the ground. Feng Wuchen trio disappeared strangely. The few fierce beasts were dumbfounded on the spot, thinking to themselves, could it be that they were blasted into powder? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Feng Wuchen trio shuttled towards the marked point at top speed. Their speed was extremely fast. Only black lines could be seen and their figures could not be seen at all. Every time they encountered a powerful fierce beast, they would use teleportation to dodge. "Young lord, it should be that mountain in front." Long Qing pointed to the towering mountain peak not far ahead. Desolate Heavenly Realm was a primitive mountain range that stretched for 100,000 miles. Towering and majestic mountain peaks stood in the sea of clouds. The prehistoric Heavenly Realm was filled with mysteries. There were majestic mountain peaks high and mysterious cliffs low. There were tall mountains and waterfalls, and ferocious beasts ran all over the mountains. "It's that mountain," Long Ji confirmed. This aura is..." Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned and stopped. "Young master, what's wrong? What kind of aura did you sense?" Long Ji asked, looking around vigilantly. Feng Wuchen carefully sensed the aura. Suddenly, his face turned to the left and behind, and he said, "This aura belongs to the otherworldly calamity fruit." "Otherworldly calamity soul fruit?" Long Ji and Long Qing's expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed in unison. "There's no mistake about it. I'm too familiar with its aura. Back then, I came to the prehistoric Heavenly Realm to look for it." Feng Wuchen said with absolute certainty, and without hesitation, he headed in the direction of the otherworld soul disaster fruit's aura. Feng Wuchen was a divine rank alchemist, his soul force was extremely powerful, and he had a special ability to sense auras. A miraculous fruit that can help raise the Heavenly Emperor realm. According to the Great Elder, one fruit was enough to break through. It also has a very powerful effect on great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Even more powerful than the 1,000-year ice soul. Long Qing said in shock. "Quickly go and take a look." Long Ji also could not hold back the agitation in his heart. Feng Wuchen trio came to a mountain peak and looked at the valley behind the mountain. For Heavenly Emperor fierce beasts. This prehistoric Heavenly Realm is really terrifying. Heavenly Emperor level fierce beasts can be seen everywhere. Long Qing frowned slightly. Roar. Roar, roar. In the valley, the four fierce beasts seemed to have detected Feng Wuchen trio and suddenly roared angrily. Fierce giant eyes swept towards the direction of the mountain peak right away. For colossal fierce beasts soared to the sky, charging crazily towards Feng Wuchen trio. Found it. Indeed, the otherworldly calamity soul fruit. On the cliff halfway up the mountain. The Feng Wuchen who ignored the fierce beasts already saw the otherworldly calamity soul fruit, and his face was immediately filled with wild joy. Long Qing followed the direction that Feng Wuchen pointed and looked over. He could not help saying with a face full of shock, "No way, right? Young lord, so far away, you can sense its aura? That's the otherworldly calamity soul fruit? There are actually 13 fruits." Long Ji could not resist sucking in a cold breath, somewhat losing his composure. "Long Ji, you lure them away. Long Qing, let's go pick the treasure," Feng Wuchen said agitatedly. In the valley, on the cliff halfway up the mountain, there was a black fruit tree growing. The black fruit was precisely the otherworldly calamity soul fruit. The otherworldly calamity soul fruit was even a supreme treasure among treasures. It contained extremely horrifying and colossal energy, an existence sufficient to make heavenly emperors and great heavenly emperor powerhouses go crazy. Whoosh, bang. Bang. Bang, Long Ji shot out explosively like lightning, his figure flickering swiftly, unleashing fierce attacks on the four fierce beasts. Mere Heavenly Emperor realm, Long Ji did not take them seriously yet, sending one flying with a punch. At this time, Feng Wuchen and Long Qing already teleported to the location of the cliff halfway up the mountain. What a terrifying aura. Can't imagine what kind of terrifying energy this tiny fruit contains. Long Qing swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. Haven't found the ancient grotto yet and found this treasure first. This trip really wasn't in vain. Feng Wuchen said excitedly, reaching his hand out to pick the otherworldly calamity soul fruit as he said. Right at this time, a crisp flute sound suddenly sounded out. Flute sound? Long Qing immediately had a look of astonishment. There's someone. Feng Wuchen's brows furrowed, his gaze looking towards the source of the flute sound. Roar. Roar, roar. The instant the crisp flute sound sounded out, several dozen fierce beasts' angry roars came from all directions, shaking heaven and earth. A horrifying bloodthirsty aura swept wildly, the aura billowing to the heavens. Young lord! So many fierce beasts are coming over. Long Ji flashed down from the sky and said solemnly. Bang! 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 Roar! 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 The angry roars carried loud footsteps, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Before long, all directions of the valley were sealed off by several dozen heavenly emperor-level fierce beasts. There were running, crawling, flying, all of it. What's with these fierce beasts? They seem to be coming for us. Long Qing was puzzled. Their eyes have turned green, they are being controlled by someone. For the flute sound to be able to control them, this person's cultivation is not simple. I can't sense his aura. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said. Control of the flute sound? Long Ji was slightly stunned, then said, could it be someone from the Hellion family? Other than the Hellion family, I can't think of anyone else in the heaven realm who can use the flute sound to control so many fierce beasts. Feng Wuchen said. Completely correct. As expected of someone from the dragon gods. A faint laughter sounded in the valley, illusory, making it impossible to pinpoint the specific location. You know that we are the dragon gods and still dare to control the fierce beasts to deal with us. You have guts. Long Qing said coldly. Wrong answer. The illusory voice sounded again. The fierce beasts haven't made a move yet, how can they deal with you? As soon as the words fell, a young man dressed in gorgeous white brocade silently appeared. His long hair draped over his shoulders, he was handsome and confident, and he held an emerald jade flute in his hand. I am Hellion John. The man introduced himself in a calm tone. End of chapter. This kid isn't simple. I can't see through his cultivation and can't sense any energy. His eyes seem to be able to see through me. It makes me feel uneasy. Moreover, he gives me a very special feeling. This courage is definitely not something an ordinary person has. Hellion John sized up Feng Wuchen and was secretly shocked. Young master, I'll deal with these beasts. You guys pick the alternate world soul fruit. This kid is probably here to snatch the treasure. He can control heavenly emperor level beasts, which means that his cultivation has reached the heavenly emperor realm. Long Ji transmitted his voice. Around the valley, under Hellion John's control, dozens of terrifying beasts remained motionless. Their green eyes stared at Feng Wuchen and the other two, ready to attack at any time. Feng Wuchen looked at Hellion John calmly and didn't say anything. How should I address the three of you? Hellion John asked indifferently. Feng Wuchen. Long Qing. Long Ji. Feng Wuchen and the other two answered straightforwardly. They wouldn't let others laugh at the dragon gods for their lack of manners. We have never met before and have never offended you. Why are you controlling so many beasts? Feng Wuchen asked expressionlessly. His tone didn't carry any emotions. Of course, it's because of the alternate world soul fruit. Hellion John smiled faintly and said, I've been guarding this treasure for some time. You guys want to snatch it the moment you come. Shouldn't I stop you? Who would believe your nonsense? Long Qing shouted. He didn't believe Hellion John at all. Whether you believe it or not, it's not my problem. It's your problem. Hellion John still had a faint smile on his face. Then, other than the alternate world soul fruit, what other treasures are yours? Feng Wuchen asked again. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Hellion John said, not yet. Since that's the case, then the alternate world soul fruit is yours. Feng Wuchen said straightforwardly. He turned and left without hesitation. What? Long Qing's expression instantly changed. He didn't expect that Feng Wuchen would actually give such a precious treasure to Hellion John. How could Long Qing be willing? However, just as Long Qing was about to say something, Feng Wuchen had already walked far away. Helpless, he could not help but glare angrily at Hellion John before flying away as well. The alternate world soul disaster fruit was indeed a treasure that could only be found by chance, but to Feng Wuchen, it was not a treasure that he must have. After all, Feng Wuchen still had the 1000-year ice soul. Since the alternate world soul disaster fruit was discovered by Xianxia first, Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't snatch it by force. Watching Feng Wuchen and the other two leave, Xianxia called out, "Feng Wuchen. Are they here to search for treasures?" Xianxia guessed. Out of curiosity, he carefully followed them. The alternate world calamity soul fruit was protected by dozens of heavenly emperor ferocious beasts. Xianxia was not afraid that it would be taken away by others. "Young master, such a precious treasure, are you giving it to him just like that?" Catching up to Feng Wuchen, Long Qing asked unwillingly. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, "The alternate world soul fruit was indeed discovered by him first. The 4 ferocious beasts in the valley were already under his control. Otherwise, have you ever seen a territory with 4 ferocious beasts living in harmony? Damn it. I'm really unwilling. The alternate world soul disaster fruit can allow us to break through realms in a short period of time. If young master eats it, breaking through to late stage heavenly emperor, breaking through to great heavenly emperor is definitely not a problem." The more Long Qing thought about it, the more unwilling he was. He wished he could go back and snatch it. Forget it, there must be other places. Our current goal is the ancient cave abode. There might even be ancient treasures. Feng Wuchen did not mind. The strength of the Helian family is not simple. Xianxia should be a descendant of the Helian family. I've never seen him before. Long Ji said. The Helian family is equally famous as the Shiman family. Their strength is indeed not simple. However, they rarely move around in the heaven realm. I've only seen young Master Helian and the Helian family's great elder. Feng Wuchen said. "And? He's following us." After saying that, Feng Wuchen inadvertently sensed that Xianxia was following them. However, he did not expose him. Feng Wuchen might not be able to sense Xianxia who was hiding in the dark, but if he was moving, Xianxia could forget about avoiding Feng Wuchen's senses. After a while, Feng Wuchen and the other two arrived at the mountain peak where the marked point was. However, after searching all over the mountain peak, they did not find the cave abode. They are indeed here to search for treasures. However, what are they looking for? They have a map in their hands. Could it be that they are looking for treasures? Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, was secretly curious. "Young master, we did not find the cave abode. We also did not sense any ancient aura. Could it be that the mark was wrong?" Long Ji asked in confusion. "I did not find it either. It probably is not this mountain." Long Qing shook his head. "It should not be. If the mark was wrong, how did Qinglu find the cave abode?" Feng Wuchen frowned in confusion and opened the map to look again. "It must be here. Look carefully. The people of Sky Shadow Pavilion will not make a mistake. I believe in Qinglu." Feng Wuchen said firmly. "Young master, could it be that a formation has sealed the cave abode? Or an illusion formation?" Long Qing guessed. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, "No, I can't sense the power of the formation. Is there any other method that can seal the cave abode's aura?" Long Ji frowned in confusion. Qinglu said that the people who came to investigate could sense a faint ancient aura from the cave abode. However, we did not sense anything. This is strange. Feng Wuchen was puzzled. "You can sense a faint aura?" Long Qing frowned and thought for a while before guessing. If the cave abode is really on this mountain and we can sense a faint aura, this means that this mountain can isolate the cave abode's aura. Isolate? Feng Wuchen's eyes lit up. He immediately squatted down and pressed his palm against the mountain to sense carefully. In just a moment, Feng Wuchen opened his eyes and exclaimed in joy, "Found it. It is indeed so. This mountain isolates the cave abode's aura. I can sense a faint ancient aura through the mountain." Indeed. Long Ji also sensed the faint ancient aura and said excitedly, "Young master, it's on the cliff over there." Seeing Feng Wuchen and the other two rejoicing, Xianxia thought to himself, "Did you find it?" Following the faint aura, Feng Wuchen locked onto the exact location of the cave abode. It was in the stone wall at the edge of the cliff. Boom! Feng Wuchen struck out with his palm. With a boom, the stone wall collapsed and the ancient cave abode appeared before their eyes. As soon as the cave abode appeared, an ancient aura swept over. Haha. This is great. Young master. Found it. Found it. Longqing laughed excitedly and couldn't wait to rush into the cave abode. With such a terrifying aura, the owner of the cave abode is definitely not simple. Long Ji exclaimed. Feng Wuchen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and reminded, there must be a trap in the ancient cave abode. Be careful. Sensing the powerful ancient aura, Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, exclaimed in shock, they are actually looking for the ancient cave abode. End of chapter. The ancient cave abode was hidden in the mountain rocks. No aura spread out, so it was impossible to detect. If not for sensing the mountain, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have been able to discover the ancient cave abode. Young master, let's quickly go in and take a look, Longqing said excitedly. It seemed like he was also someone who liked excitement. Be careful, Feng Wuchen reminded again and took the lead to enter the cave abode. His expression was solemn as he vigilantly checked the cave abode. After entering the cave abode, Feng Wuchen set up a dragon god barrier at the entrance of the cave. Firstly, it could prevent fierce beasts, and secondly, it could stop Xianxia. The cave abode's passageway stone walls were embedded with crystals that emitted a faint white light, causing the passageway to be rather bright. All kinds of medicinal herbs grew on the stone walls. To an alchemist, this was definitely a huge fortune. The place where the ancient aura is densest is very deep. It's probably in the middle of the mountain. The deeper the cave abode, the easier it is to hide the aura, Longji said. Young master. I can already sense a powerful aura. I wonder what treasure it is. It would be best if we can encounter the alternate world soul disaster fruit. Longqing said excitedly, extremely excited. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, the ancient cave abode indeed didn't disappoint me. Outside the cave abode, Xianxia appeared in a flash. Dragon God Barrier. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile, although the Dragon God Barrier is powerful, it can't stop me. As he spoke, Xianxia lightly pressed his palm on the golden barrier and actually forcefully absorbed the barrier's power. In an instant, the Dragon God Barrier disappeared. He came in. The Dragon God Barrier disappeared. Feng Wuchen sensed it immediately, but he did not pay much attention to it. Outside the cave abode, following the disappearance of the Dragon God Barrier, an incomparably powerful ancient aura swept out. Such an ancient aura, this cave abode is not simple. Looks like there are many ancient treasures inside. Xianxia grinned and walked in without hesitation. Feng Wuchen and the other two carefully walked towards the deepest part of the cave abode. The deeper they went, the stronger the ancient aura. Moreover, Feng Wuchen picked many precious medicinal herbs along the way. About half an hour later, Feng Wuchen and the other two arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The cave was more than 100 square meters in size. It was a man-made cave. The man-made cave abode was not simple and crude. There was an exquisite stone table and stone chairs. On the stone table, there were 2 storage rings and 3 exquisite boxes. There were also exquisite wooden shelves around the cave abode. On them, there were many dried herbs and treasures of heaven and earth. The owner of the cave mansion seemed to be an alchemist when he was alive. These pills are all celestial-grade pills. He must be a celestial-grade alchemist. Feng Wuchen muttered as he looked around the cave mansion. Young master, there are 2 storage rings and 3 boxes. Longqing was overjoyed. However, Feng Wuchen's gaze landed on the innermost corner of the cave. The ancient and terrifying aura was coming from that corner. Young master, what's that? Longji asked curiously as he stared at the corner. Feng Wuchen approached step by step. A faint bloody light was emitted from the corner. Blood essence. Sealed blood essence. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. The blood essence of an ancient expert? Longqing exclaimed excitedly. To be precise, the refined blood essence is no longer blood essence. It is a pure energy. The essence of the essence is enormous. No wonder I couldn't tell it was blood essence from the aura. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. Pure energy? Longqing was even more ecstatic. Break! Feng Wuchen formed a mysterious seal with one hand. Then, he pointed at the seal and yelled, break. Because it had been a long time, the power of the seal was extremely weak. Feng Wuchen could break the seal easily. Hiss! The seal was broken. The terrifying energy was instantly released. The terrifying energy made Feng Wuchen and the other two suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of energy is this? Is this the power of the cave mansion's owner? It can actually reach such a terrifying level. Helly and Jean, who was still in the passageway, could not help jumping in fright from this terrifying energy. The terrifying energy aura quickly spread along the passageway. A moment later, it rushed out of the cave mansion's entrance and spread crazily, scaring many Heavenly Emperor-level fierce beasts to flee in panic. What level of energy is this? Long Ji said in extreme horror. He was so frightened that his entire body was trembling, his face pale. Gulp. This energy is really terrifying. Long Qing was so frightened that he sat on the ground. The power of a peak 9th level Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wuchen was dumbstruck, shocked to the extreme. One had to know that this was refined blood essence energy. To be able to reach such a terrifying level after being refined and compressed, the owner of this blood essence was definitely a 9th level Heavenly Emperor when he was alive. Young Lord. This isn't real, right? Long Qing asked blankly, not daring to believe that he could actually obtain the pure energy of a peak 9th level Heavenly Emperor. Such terrifying pure energy is enough for me to break through to the great Heavenly Emperor realm. After the shock, Feng Wuchen said in wild joy, his face full of a brilliant smile. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and directly stored this terrifying and pure energy into his storage ring. Young Lord. The cave mansion's owner is an ancient powerhouse. His storage ring must have countless treasures. Long Qing suddenly startled awake and jumped up excitedly. The energy disappeared. Looks like it was snatched away by Feng Wuchen. They all. The terrifying aura instantly disappeared. Helly and Jean guessed that it was snatched away by Feng Wuchen. Following that, he quickened his pace. Long Qing, put away these medicinal pills. Feng Wuchen came in front of the wooden shelf in high spirits. Long Qing put the medicinal pills into his storage ring without hesitation. As for the dried-up medicinal herbs, they were already useless. These natural treasures all emit an ancient aura. The energy contained within is also very massive. It's absolutely suitable for Heavenly Emperors and great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses to cultivate. What a gargantuan harvest! Feng Wuchen said agitatedly. With a wave of his hand, he put away many powerful and precious natural treasures into his storage ring. Long Ji and Long Qing did not stand on ceremony. These natural treasures could only be found by chance. They were greatly beneficial to their cultivation. It would be a waste not to take them. Young Lord, quick. There's also the storage ring and box on the stone table. After collecting all the natural treasures, Long Qing hurriedly ran to the stone table and smiled excitedly. Stop peeping. Show yourself. Feng Wuchen glanced at the tunnel and said expressionlessly. Oh? You're really powerful. You can actually sense me. Helly and Jean was surprised. His figure appeared out of thin air. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Helly and Jean guessed, the Hellian family's movement technique is quite special. Only people with strong soul power can sense me when I move. Your soul power should be very strong. It's you. Long Qing frowned and shouted coldly, what are you doing here? Helly and Jean shrugged and said, I'm just curious. This is also my first time seeing an ancient cave mansion. Don't worry, I didn't discover this cave mansion. I won't snatch the treasures from you. Even if you want to snatch it, you don't have the ability to do so. Long Ji said unhappily. I know you're a 6th level Heavenly Emperor. You're much stronger than me. How would I dare to snatch it? Helly and Jean shrugged. On this point, he was still very self-aware. Can you tell me what kind of power that was? Helly and Jean asked curiously as he looked at Feng Wuchen. It's none of your business. Long Qing replied coldly. It's blood essence, Feng Wuchen replied indifferently. He looked at the boxes on the stone table and casually picked one up. A 9th level Heavenly Emperor's blood essence? Helly and Jean was shocked, and his expression stiffened. The power of a 9th-level Heavenly Emperor's blood essence was definitely a supreme treasure. Young master, what's in this box should be a cultivation technique or technique, Longji guessed. Young master? Helian Zhan's expression changed again. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and asked in disbelief, "You're the young master of the dragon gods? Don't I look like one?" Feng Wuchen asked as he looked at the shocked Helian Zhan. "Why? Are you scared?" Long Qing sneered with a cold and arrogant expression. Helian Zhan looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was the young master of the dragon gods. "Young master, quickly open it and take a look. Could it be a divine technique?" Long Ji asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with anticipation, "It shouldn't be wrong. The power of an ancient divine technique is definitely not simple." Feng Wuchen gently opened the exquisite box. In the next second, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept out from the box like a volcanic eruption. Ancient divine artifact. Feeling this terrifying aura, Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. Ancient divine artifact. Long Ji, Long Qing, and Helian Zhan exclaimed at the same time. They stared at the box in shock without blinking. Feng Wuchen and the rest didn't expect that this exquisite box was actually an ancient divine artifact. Inside the box was a black sword hilt. There was only the hilt and no blade. Shadowless sword? Feng Wuchen looked at the 3 words engraved on the sword hilt in surprise. Only the hilt? Long Ji was stunned. Feng Wuchen picked up the sword hilt and looked at it carefully. He was puzzled. This shadowless sword is truly mystical. This is the first time I've seen a divine sword without a blade. Young master, if you infuse your power into it, the blade might appear. Long Qing guessed. Feng Wuchen nodded. He thought the same in his heart. He activated his heavenly god power and infused it into the shadowless sword. The sword hilt immediately glowed with a golden light, and a nearly transparent sword blade condensed. Sure enough. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. The moment the blade was formed, an extremely terrifying bloodthirsty aura began to spread out. It was breathtaking and full of deterrence, just like the King of Swords. What a mystical divine sword. Such a terrifying aura, its power must be quite terrifying. Long Ji said with a face full of shock. This is also the first time I've seen such a divine sword. Helian Zhan was also shocked. Feng Wuchen gripped the shadowless sword tightly. He could feel the disdainful aura of the shadowless sword. He said excitedly, "The shadowless sword is definitely the King of Swords. Its power is absolutely terrifying. It doesn't lose to the 9th-tier dragon god sword. The person who can make such a divine sword must be an incredible blacksmith. Young master, let me try it." Long Qing said excitedly and quickly snatched it from Feng Wuchen's hands. "The ancient divine sword feels different. It feels like my whole body is filled with power. The feeling of being invincible." Long Qing became more and more excited. Long Ji snatched it and tried it. Even Helian Zhan wanted to try it, but he suppressed the curiosity in his heart. After admiring it, Feng Wuchen kept it in his storage ring without hesitation. He looked at the second box. The first box already contained such a terrifying divine sword, which made Feng Wuchen and the others even more curious and expectant of the second and third boxes. "Young master, this box must contain a divine technique," Long Qing said with certainty, his face full of excitement. Feng Wuchen immediately opened the second box. Long Ji and the others stared at it without blinking. Inside the box was a scroll. The moment they saw the scroll, Long Ji and Long Qing were overjoyed. "You guessed it right." Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly and quickly took out the scroll to take a look. "Ancient divine technique. Haha. It's really a divine technique." After opening it, Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. "Ancient divine technique. Ice Soul 9-layer seal." Long Qing and Long Ji looked at the scroll and exclaimed in unison. "Ancient divine technique?" Helian Zhan's shocked gaze also quickly looked at the scroll. Ice Soul 9-layer seal, its power is domineering. When cultivated to greater mastery, it can destroy the world. Looking at the introduction of the scroll, Feng Wuchen was even more excited. As expected of an ancient divine technique, its power is terrifying. Long Qing was shocked and overjoyed. Young master, today's harvest is really good. An ancient divine artifact plus an ancient divine technique. Long Ji laughed ecstatically. That kind of feeling was indescribable. Of course, it's many times stronger than the alternate world soul fruit. Long Qing said excitedly. As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at Hellion Zhan proudly. It's actually an ancient divine technique. The Hellion family doesn't even have a single divine technique. Hellion Zhan was extremely envious and wished he could snatch it by force. However, with Hellion Zhan's strength, even if he could not see through his cultivation, he could not do anything to Feng Wuchen and the others. Once he made a move, his life would be in danger. Feng Wuchen directly kept the scroll in his storage ring. Divine techniques were hard to come by. Having an additional divine technique was equivalent to having an additional life-saving method. Feng Wuchen opened the last box without hesitation. The four of them stared at the treasure in the box. This is an elixir? Looking at a Longan-sized bead emitting a faint blue light inside the box, Long Qing said blankly. This isn't an elixir. This gentle aura doesn't have the smell of elixirs. Long Ji shook his head and said. Young master, what is this? Long Qing asked curiously. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, I don't know either. Never seen before. But this gentle power is very massive. A bead that looked like an elixir, but was not an elixir. It even contained a very massive power inside. Feng Wuchen's group did not know what kind of treasure it was and had never seen it before. Young master, although I don't know what kind of treasure it is, it must be something good. Long Qing said with certainty. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and put the blue bead into his storage ring again. Not good. Young master, there are powerhouses approaching. Right at this time, Long Ji suddenly frowned and said. 6 heavenly emperors, there are still so many powerhouses in the desolate heavenly realm? Feng Wuchen said in surprise. His powerful perception already sensed that the 6 heavenly emperor powerhouses were approaching the abode. The desolate heavenly realm has countless treasures. Although it's dangerous, there are always guys who have no regard for their lives running in. Hellion Zhan shrugged his shoulders and said. They must be aiming for the treasure, Long Qing said coldly. That terrifying ancient power just now was definitely not simple. It should have come from the cave abode in front. That's right, I even sensed the aura of a divine artifact. Someone must have found the ancient cave abode and obtained the treasures inside. The aura just disappeared not long ago. They should still be in the cave abode. We can just guard outside. We'll split the treasures we obtain equally. The 6 great heavenly emperor powerhouses flew over and gathered outside the cave abode. In the cave abode's passageway, Long Qing glared at Hellion Zhan and said, if you didn't break the dragon god barrier, the cave abode's aura wouldn't have spread out. Hellion Zhan shrugged and didn't say anything. You can break my dragon god barrier. If I'm not wrong, your cultivation has already reached the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. Feng Wuchen glanced at Hellion Zhan and said indifferently. Amazing, you actually guessed correctly. Hellion Zhan said. Who is Hellion Feng to you? Feng Wuchen looked at Hellion Zhan and asked. You know my big brother? Hellion Zhan looked at Feng Wuchen with a face full of astonishment and asked. Hellion Feng is your big brother? Long Ji looked at Hellion Zhan in surprise. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and didn't answer. Feng Wuchen, there's no one my big brother doesn't know that I don't know. But I've never seen him talk about you. Hellion Zhan said in surprise. Isn't it normal to not have seen him before? I've never seen you before either. Long Qing said unhappily. Hellion Feng was the young master of the Hellion family. In his previous life, Feng Wuchen had fought with him before. He was definitely the top genius of the heaven realm. In that case, you should be the youngest. You also have a second brother whose cultivation should have broken through to the 3rd level of the heavenly emperor realm. Your 2 brothers are much older than you. No wonder I've never seen you before. Long Ji nodded. I've only seen Hellion Feng and Great Elder Hellion. The dragon gods and the Hellion family don't have a deep relationship. The Hellion family also rarely appears in the heaven realm. It's not strange that you haven't seen me before. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. A short while later, Feng Wuchen's group arrived outside the cave dwelling. Seeing Feng Wuchen's group come out, a late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse said with a mocking sneer, "Turns out that it's a few junior brats. Not simple the ancient grotto was actually discovered by you all. Brat, where's that pure energy from earlier? Hand it over, and there's also the ancient divine artifact," another late-stage Heavenly Emperor said coldly, looking like he was going to kill if they did not hand over the treasures. No. Feng Wuchen shrugged with a smile. There was no fear on his face. No? Another Heavenly Emperor said fiercely, "Humph. If you don't hand it over, this Celestial Emperor will feed you to the beasts." An exalted Heavenly Emperor powerhouse is actually so thick-skinned and shameless, wanting to snatch a junior's things, Long Qing mocked, his face full of disdain. Stop talking nonsense with them. Kill them and we'll split the treasures equally. A late-stage Heavenly Emperor roared angrily. Terrifying power was urged out, and he blasted a palm towards Feng Wuchen without hesitation. The Feng Wuchen who detected something, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. With a thought, he displayed teleportation. Bang! In an instant, Feng Wuchen already grabbed the late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse by the neck and lifted him up, the incomparably tyrannical power locking him down firmly. How is this possible? The late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse turned pale with fright, his heart alarmed to the extreme, simply not daring to believe that Feng Wuchen was actually powerful to such a horrifying realm. So fast. How is this possible? Instant teleportation. He's a member of the Dragon Gods. Dragon Gods. Seeing this scene, the other 5 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were thoroughly frightened silly. The fierce and mocking faces turned stiff on the spot, all replaced by panic and fear, their entire bodies trembling. So strong. Just relying on the power of the fleshy body, he can forcefully resolve the power of a late-stage Heavenly Emperor. Who the hell is he? Does Big Brother really know him? He has such powerful strength, but he did not snatch my otherworld calamity soul fruit. Looks like it's also because he knows Big Brother. Helian Zhan was extremely shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Feng Wuchen's strength was so fearsome. You guys have some guts. Want to even snatch my treasure too, truly tired of living. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Each word carried piercingly cold killing intent, stirring people's souls. Whoosh. 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 The moment Feng Wuchen's voice faded, those 5 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were all frightened until they fled like a wisp of smoke. No one dared to. Stay behind. Whoosh. Long Ji's figure suddenly disappeared with a flash. Bang. 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 Ah. In a blink of an eye, the miserable cries of the 5 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses came from afar. The 5 people were all one-shot by Long Ji mercilessly. Great Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor powerhouse who had his neck gripped was frightened until his soul flew away. They originally wanted to kill people and seize treasures, but did not expect to encounter such a horrifying powerhouse. To dare enter the primeval heavenly realm, how could he be an ordinary person? Little brother, spare my life. I'll give you all of my treasures. I beg little brother to spare my life. The Heavenly Emperor powerhouse who was detained begged for mercy in terror. Too late. Feng Wuchen answered heartlessly. His wrist suddenly exerted force, mercilessly breaking the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's head, and took off his storage ring while he was at it. Young lord, there are still 5 storage rings here, Long Ji opened his palm and said. These were those 5 Heavenly Emperor storage rings. Heh, they are simply delivering treasures to us, Long Qing said with a cold smile. There are still quite a few natural treasures. Looks like they have already been here for a period of time, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, plundering these treasures that delivered themselves to his doorstep without the slightest trace of politeness. Regarding natural treasures, Feng Wuchen would never complain about having too many. He would only complain about having too little. The powerhouses that Feng Wuchen secretly groomed, the cultivation resources that they required were enormous. Just relying on these natural treasures was far from enough. Feng Wuchen, what's your cultivation? Helian Zhan could not resist asking curiously. Feng Wuchen easily finished off late-stage Heavenly Emperors without deploying power. His strength was absolutely terrifying. He Lianzhan could not see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Hence, he was very curious. Feng Wuchen glanced at He Lianzhan and said, "We still have to search for treasures. You don't need to follow us. Time is pressing, farewell." "Wait a moment." He Lianzhan hurriedly dodged to stop and said, "Feng Wuchen, if you can defeat me, as the spoils of war, I'll give you 3 alternate world calamity soul fruits." 5. Feng Wuchen demanded an exorbitant price. Alternate world calamity soul fruits can be chanced upon but not sought. Me giving up 3 is already taking into account the fact that you know my big brother. He Lianzhan furrowed his brows slightly. "Then forget it," Feng Wuchen said without the slightest hesitation. "You." He Lianzhan's face fell. Clenching his fists tightly, he said fiercely, "You seem to be very confident, daring to open your mouth and ask for 5. Looks like you think that you can defeat me." "Not think, but that I can really defeat you," Feng Wuchen said confidently. "Fine. 5 it is then. I want to see what capabilities you have." He Lianzhan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, seriously unable to stand Feng Wuchen's provocation. "Long Qing, go and fetch 5 alternate world calamity soul fruits," Feng Wuchen directly instructed. "You." Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, He Lianzhan was greatly enraged. Gritting his teeth, he roared furiously, "You haven't defeated me yet. You haven't beaten me yet." He Lianzhan roared furiously, his surging aura erupting. Horrifying power even surged out like a mountain torrent. Rumble, He Lianzhan's angry roar had just faded when there was a sudden explosion. An incomparably tyrannical power directly sent him flying out. Teleportation. He Lianzhan's face was hideous. Clearly, this punch of Feng Wuchen's made him feel intense pain. However, He Lianzhan's cultivation was profound, being the late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. This punch of Feng Wuchen's could not hurt him yet. A cold light shot out from the bottom of his eyes. He Lianzhan gnashed his teeth in hatred and immediately stepped on the void, shooting out explosively with a monstrous power. His figure completely turned into a streak of purple lightning. Although the sneak attack of teleportation could easily repel He Lianzhan, the power was considerably weaker. Feng Wuchen wanted to defeat He Lianzhan, he must deploy divine power. Heavenly Tao divine power and the power of the sovereign body's 3rd stage were urged out at the same time. Resplendent golden light flashed explosively, aura skyrocketing. The tyrannical energy was like a volcanic eruption. In the next second, Feng Wuchen shot out explosively without showing any weakness, tyrannical like a tsunami. "What? Middle stage Heavenly Emperor?" Feeling Feng Wuchen's aura, He Lianzhan's expression froze, stunned. A middle-stage Heavenly Emperor instantly killed a late-stage Heavenly Emperor under the situation of not deploying power? What the hell was this? Recalling Feng Wuchen instantly killing that late-stage Heavenly Emperor just now, a chill emerged in He Lianzhan's heart. How strong did this have to be? And now, Feng Wuchen urged divine power, his aura instantly broke through to late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Rumble, buzz, buzz, in a twinkle, the 2 people slammed a punch fiercely. An earth-shaking explosion sounded out. The colliding power was like a mountain torrent rolling, shattering the void. Under the head-on collision, the 2 people's power was evenly matched. What tyrannical divine power! This is the legendary Heavenly Tao divine power. 1 in 10,000 divine power. It was actually activated by him. He Lianzhan was greatly shocked in his heart, shocked until he was in a complete mess. Feng Wuchen's tyrannical divine power and his powerful physical body. Even if Feng Wuchen's cultivation was not as high as He Lianzhan's, he would not lose to He Lianzhan in terms of strength. He Lianzhan, bring out your full strength. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to defeat me. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly and arrogantly. He was quite confident in his own strength. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. He Lianzhan did not waste any more words. He immediately unleashed his full strength. He Lianzhan's aura soared crazily. His imposing aura was like a tsunami. In an instant, He Lianzhan's combat power soared to peak late-stage Heavenly Emperor. Come. He Lianzhan's fighting spirit was high. His surging power drove his entire body, and he immediately launched a fierce attack. Boom boom boom. Buzz. A high-intensity battle unfolded. The lightning-fast collisions caused the prehistoric heavenly realm to shake violently. Many towering mountains collapsed one after another. But at the same time, it also alarmed many powerful beasts. In the intense hand-to-hand combat, Feng Wuchen, who had a powerful physical body, had the upper hand. Xianxia was forced to retreat step by step. He was flustered at the beginning, but in the end, he was powerless to resist and was forced to retreat by Feng Wuchen. Fortunately, Xianxia was strong and only suffered light injuries. I have never seen such a powerful mid-stage heavenly emperor. As a member of the dragon gods, his physical body is too strong. I am not his match in close combat. Xianxia's expression was very solemn. He decisively pulled away. Buzz buzz. Xianxia's eyes flickered with ferocity. He activated his death divine power. His hands formed a seal, and his sleeves fluttered. Surging power surged out. Immortal art. Netherworld mysterious heaven slash. Xianxia roared with the power to control everything. His arm suddenly swung out. It was natural and unrestrained. Swish. Buzz buzz. The terrifying purple energy slash shot out with the power of wind and thunder. It brought along a strong ear-piercing explosion. Everywhere it passed, the void exploded and collapsed. The prehistoric heavenly realm was torn apart. Facing Xianxia's powerful attack, Feng Wuchen not only did not panic, but the corners of his mouth hooked up into a sinister smile. Primordial Dragon God Fist. Heavenly Tao divine power condensed on his fist. Feng Wuchen decisively shot out. When he got close to the energy slash, Feng Wuchen suddenly roared and punched out. Boom. Buzz buzz. With one punch, the energy slash was forcibly smashed into powder by Feng Wuchen's punch. Xianxia was also quite confident in his own strength after activating his immortal art. But Feng Wuchen actually destroyed all his confidence with one punch. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was dumbfounded on the spot. He was so shocked that he doubted life. What kind of power was this? How heaven-defying was this? This was simply abnormal. Very clearly, Feng Wuchen's punch had already had a deterrent effect. Seeing Xianxia's dumbfounded expression, Feng Wuchen's heart was simply overjoyed. There's no need to fight anymore, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, his face calm and confident. Feng Wuchen's words awakened Xianxia from his stupor. Xianxia's face twisted in anger. As one of the geniuses of the Helian family, he would not allow himself to be defeated in such an embarrassing manner. Young master, the alternate world calamity soul fruits are back. 5. At this time, Long Qing had already returned with the alternate world calamity soul fruits. He was extremely excited. One for each of you. The remaining 3 are mine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Great. Long Qing laughed excitedly. Thank you, young master. Long Ji could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Outrageous. Xianxia was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He almost vomited blood. Again. Xianxia roared angrily and condensed his death divine power again. He glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen like a wolf or a tiger. Xianxia waved his hand and took out his innate great immortal artifact. His aura skyrocketed. His hands quickly formed seals and condensed an even more terrifying power. Xianxia roared angrily, immortal art. Thunderous battle of the 9 heavens. Not simple. The fusion of lightning-attributed power and divine power. Feng Wuchen was secretly amazed. However, it was not to the extent that Feng Wuchen was afraid of. Xianxia clenched his hands tightly. Terrifying power flashed and lightning flashed. He fiercely slashed at Feng Wuchen across the sky. This Xianxia is indeed quite capable. Long Ji nodded slightly, acknowledging Xianxia. Immortal art. Descent of the Ice Dragon. Feng Wuchen smiled evilly and shouted in a low voice. Roar. An incomparably noble dragon's roar, carrying with it a soul-stirring power, resounded in this area. A huge ice dragon, carrying with it a domineering aura, shot out explosively. This is Supreme Dragon God's immortal art, Descent of the Ice Dragon. Xianxia was greatly shocked. His whole body stiffened on the spot, and his expression was already filled with fear. Xianxia was already so shocked by the ice dragon that he started to doubt his life. Rumble. Puff. The noble ice dragon collided with the two destructive thunderbolts. Xianxia's power was instantly crushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia could not withstand a single blow from the descent of the ice dragon. There was no suspense in this battle. Xianxia lost. Xianxia, I'll be taking the alternate world calamity soul fruit. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the ice dragon disappeared. A faint smile appeared on his face. Xianxia was severely injured by the ice dragon, suffering serious injuries. At this moment, Xianxia was still in a dumbfounded state. The head-on clash just now, if not for Feng Wuchen taking back the ice dragon in time, Xianxia would probably have already turned to ashes. Immortal arts were simply weak to the max in front of divine arts. After being stunned for a long time, Xianxia hurriedly asked, looking at Feng Wuchen with inexplicable horror in his eyes. How do you know Dragon God Supreme's divine art? Many thanks for your otherworld calamity soul fruit. Send my regards to Helian Feng, Feng Wuchen said with a slight smile and did not answer Xianxia's question. The battle ended. Only then did Feng Wuchen, who was just planning to leave, notice that the surroundings were already filled with all kinds of ugly and ferocious fierce beasts. It was just that the fierce beast horde was very quiet. They did not move at all. They were not controlled by Xianxia, but intimidated by the ice dragon just now. Although they were fierce beasts, they would be afraid too. The abode's treasures were already all plundered and even obtained the otherworld calamity soul fruit. Feng Wuchen trio left the primeval heavenly realm. The space was dead silent. Xianxia and the fierce beast horde were still in panic. No idea how long had passed either before Xianxia woke up from the shock. Feng Wuchen, who in the world is he? A human body, but has the strongest bloodline of the dragon gods, as well as Dragon God Supreme's divine art. Xianxia could not quite figure out Feng Wuchen's identity at this moment. Looking at his hands, Xianxia said in disbelief, I actually lost to a middle-stage heavenly emperor. Xianxia became more and more curious about Feng Wuchen. Thinking that Feng Wuchen knew his big brother, Xianxia immediately returned to the Helian family. Xianxia wanted to ask clearly. Young lord, this otherworld calamity soul fruit is enough to let you step into late-stage heavenly emperor realm within a short few days. I can also break through to middle-stage heavenly emperor. With the otherworld calamity soul fruit, my cultivation can also increase quite a bit. On the way back, Long Qing and Long Ji were abnormally agitated, talking non-stop. Looking at the two excited people, Feng Wuchen said with a smug look, I have 3. Breaking through to great heavenly emperor is just around the corner. The otherworld soul affliction fruit was akin to a miracle medicine to heavenly emperor powerhouses. It would take effect immediately upon eating. After returning to the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and ate an otherworldly tragic soul fruit without hesitation. The enormous amount of pure energy contained in the alternate world soul disaster fruit rapidly spread throughout Feng Wuchen's body. His meridians swelled painfully, and Feng Wuchen's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a rubber ball. As expected of the otherworldly calamity soul fruit. Such a huge amount of pure energy almost made my body explode. Feng Wuchen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. While panicking, Feng Wuchen's heart was filled with ecstasy. He had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh heartily. Feng Wuchen didn't panic. He hurriedly circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique and started to absorb the huge amount of pure energy. It's this kind of feeling. It's this kind of feeling. In the midst of frenzied absorption, Feng Wuchen could not resist roaring out in wild ecstasy. Feng Wuchen's cultivation was akin to pulling up a seedling to help it grow, increasing at an astonishing speed. This was the feeling of Long Zun's cultivation skyrocketing after consuming the otherworld soul disaster fruit back then. The feeling that he had not felt for a long time made Feng Wuchen feel invigorated to the skies. Improve then. Improve to your heart's content. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. The feeling of becoming strong was too wonderful for words. Not only did Feng Wuchen want to break through to late-stage heavenly emperor, But he also wanted to break through to Great Heavenly Emperor. The otherworld soul disaster fruit was undoubtedly the best divine medicine. It could be directly absorbed, saving the time of refining. Several days later, Feng Wuchen witnessed the most terrifying effect. After the otherworld soul disaster fruit's energy was fully absorbed, Feng Wuchen stepped into the late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm like water flowing when conditions were right. To others, how difficult was this thing? Even if it was a genius, breaking through in the Heavenly Emperor realm, with the help of medicinal pills and natural treasures, it would at least take several years, even more than a decade, several decades. Breaking through to late-stage Heavenly Emperor in less than 3 days. Such astonishing speed is absolutely number one in the heavenly realm. Feng Wuchen said excitedly, his face full of brilliant smiles. Breaking through to late-stage Heavenly Emperor in 3 days, how could the word invigorating be impressive? With my current strength, going all out in battle, coupled with the Dragon God transformation and the augmentation of a divine artifact, I have the power to fight even when encountering a first-layered Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wuchen said confidently, his resolute eyes flickering with a brilliant light. Feng Wuchen was also unable to estimate his true combat strength right now. But one thing was certain, under Great Heavenly Emperor, he was truly invincible. There are still 2 other world soul disaster fruits. It's enough for me to break through to Great Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wuchen laughed wildly with joy, feeling overjoyed. There were still 2 other world soul disaster fruits left. It was indeed sufficient to help Feng Wuchen step into the Great Heavenly Emperor realm. But Feng Wuchen did not dare to cultivate right now either. Increasing cultivation too quickly was not a good thing. Furthermore, it would scare people to death. Withdrawing from the Universe Pagoda in an incomparably invigorated mood. Big brother Feng. Just arriving at the plaza, Xianxia's heaven-like voice came over, making people feel incomparably carefree. Xiao, what's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked softly, gently pinching Xiaoxia's beautiful and exquisite face. Big brother Su came to the Dragon God Temple. Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. Brother Xiangyang, is it? Looks like there's news. Feng Wuchen nodded his head. Brother Feng. Su Xiangyang's voice came from one of the palaces on the left. He was walking over quickly with Lu Qingyang and the others. Lu Qingyang and the others had come out of seclusion once again. Not only had they broken through to the Heavenly Monarch realm, but they had also consolidated their cultivation, greatly increasing their combat strength. Arriving at the main hall, Feng Wuchen went straight to the point and asked, what's the attitude of the ancient region's major forces? Su Xiangyang shook his head and said bitterly, they're all a bunch of cowards. They said they don't want to participate in any battles. Some of the major forces even refused to meet me. I'm afraid the alliance, it's fine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as if he had already expected this. Brother Feng, I'm really sorry. Su Xiangyang said guiltily. Brother Xiangyang, you don't have to blame yourself. I just asked you to help me inquire about their attitude. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and said indifferently, this is their decision. We have no right to interfere. Xianxia said coldly, humph. They'll regret it when they betray us. Live off one person while betraying another? Su Xiangyang's expression froze as he looked at Xianxia in confusion. Su Xiangyang still didn't know that Feng Wuchen was the young master of the dragon gods, so it was normal for him to be confused. In the past, the dragon gods controlled the heavenly realm, and the major forces of the 8 regions were all under the control of the dragon gods. Now, the Dragon God Temple was trying to rope in the ancient region in the name of an alliance, but the major forces of the ancient region had expressed their attitude. In Qingxuan's opinion, they were betraying us. There's no need to rush this matter. We'll talk about it after we get through this. It doesn't matter if there's one less ancient region. When the time comes, I'll make them beg me on their knees. Feng Wuchen sneered, his pitch-black eyes flashing with ruthlessness. Feng Wuchen was in a good mood and wasn't in a hurry. There was a more important matter at hand, and that was the impending war. With the war imminent, Feng Wuchen had to make preparations before the war. 10 venerables, 5 divine generals, and 18 celestial emperors all appeared in the main hall. In addition, there was Long Yun, Qing Xian, Old Man by Mia, Long Qing, Long Ji, and dozens of young powerhouses of the dragon gods. The lineup was quite terrifying. The aura that controlled everything made everyone in the Dragon God Temple tremble in fear. At the same time, they also saw hope. Heartless, how's the progress of the Heavenly Tao Portrait of Emptiness? Feng Wuchen asked via voice transmission. The people of the Celestial Worthy Temple have already evacuated. It should be because of this war. The remaining Shiman family is searching, but they haven't found it yet. Heartless transmitted. Feng Wuchen secretly sneered and said, let them search. Without the crystal bead, they can't break the seal even if they find it. Forget about snatching the Heavenly Tao Portrait of Emptiness. Xianyuan, where's Venerable Xian and Xianxia? Feng Wuchen looked at Xianyuan Mose and asked. They will only arrive at the Dragon God Temple tomorrow, Xianyuan Mose replied respectfully. Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded. Looking at everyone, Feng Wuchen said solemnly, everyone already knows the news. In 4 days, the Celestial Worthy Temple will launch a general attack to annihilate the Dragon God Temple and the Dragon Gods. This is a battle of life and death. The Celestial Worthy Temple is coming out in full force. Their strength is beyond our imagination, Long Zhantian said solemnly. Moreover, the powerhouses that are mobilized are all Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. The situation is very unfavorable for us, Qi Yuan added. Alliance Master, do you have a plan? Crimson Emperor asked solemnly. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was silent for a moment, then said solemnly, there is no plan for the time being. The Celestial Worthy Temple mobilized Heavenly Emperors and Great Heavenly Emperors. Moreover, no one knew how terrifying their strength was. Considering the danger of this war, everyone will temporarily hide in Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. This was the only way to save the lives of the people of the Dragon God Temple. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, the hall quieted down. Facing a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, with their current cultivation, it was simply impossible to resist. Lu Qingyang and the others gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, unwilling to give up. The Divine Dragon Temple was in the most difficult time, but they could not contribute, and instead had to hide. This was simply a disgrace to them. The Dragon God Temple is in trouble, but we have to hide? Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily, his face turning ferocious. Bei Duyan said coldly, I would rather die than hide and drag out an ignoble existence. That's right. If you want to fight, let's fight. If you are afraid of death, you are not a man. Yi Tianwei shouted. If you're afraid of death, you're not a real man. Huan Yang and the others ordered. Seeing everyone's unwillingness and anger, Feng Wuchen said solemnly, I know that everyone is unwilling, I can understand your feelings, but this is all we can do now. As long as we survive this battle, we still have a chance. Your cultivation has not reached the heavenly deity realm. Taking action will only be sending you to your deaths, watching helplessly. Old man understands that feeling, but life is more important, Bai Mia said solemnly. Alliance Master, Shadow Spirit Pavilion Master and President Gu are all here. Lung Muching entered the hall and said respectfully. Quickly invite them in. Feng Wuchen ordered. Shadow Spirit, Gu Tongtian, Su Xian, Bai Hun, Jiang Yuya, Yi Wujing, Yi Ding, Bing Yan Emperor, Tian Shi, Good and Evil Venerable, Tian Ming, Zhu Feng, Tian Kuwei, and the others entered the hall together. A total of more than 30 people came, and only 10 of them were heavenly emperors. The rest were all heavenly deities. Everyone's expression was especially solemn. Shadow Spirit said respectfully, Young Master Dragon God, Old Man's good friend, will come tomorrow. Alliance Master. Old Man has also already contacted good friends with whom he has a good relationship. They are already preparing to go to the Dragon God Temple tomorrow. Yi Wujing said respectfully. Immediately after, Gu Tongtian, Su Xian, Bai Hun, Jiang Yuya, and the rest also expressed that there would be many powerhouses coming to help. With their powerful rallying power, they believed that there would be many heavenly emperor powerhouses giving face. Thank you for your trouble, Feng Wuchen nodded and said solemnly, right now, the best news is that the Empyrean has not awakened yet. If a great battle breaks out, it is very likely to awaken the Empyrean. Shadow Spirit Pavilion Master said with a solemn face. Feng Wuchen then gave a few instructions, then used teleportation to return to the Dragon Gods. With the strength of the dragon gods, they could not defeat the temple of Empyrean at all. The dragon gods were the strongest backing. "Welcome, young master." Long Nidian personally welcomed. "Is everything ready?" Feng Wuchen asked solemnly. Long Nidian said respectfully, "Everything is ready, just waiting for young master to return and give the order." Feng Wuchen nodded. The two flashed and headed for the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, Long Tianqiu, the elders of the dragon gods, and many upper echelons had already been waiting for a long time. "Long you're finally back." Mother Dragon walked forward excitedly. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, Long Tianqiu and the rest all revealed a hint of a smile. "Mother." Feng Wuchen smiled happily. "Long looks like your cultivation has improved quite a bit again," Long Tianqiu said with a smile. One could tell at a glance that Feng Wuchen was greatly different from before. "An late-stage heavenly emperor." Feng Wuchen nodded. Hiss. Late-stage heavenly emperor, these three words violently struck the hearts of everyone in the Great Hall like a shockwave, making them suck in a deep breath of cold air. Just what kind of terrifying speed could allow Feng Wuchen to improve so quickly in a short period of time? As expected of Long he actually broke through to late-stage heavenly emperor. Mother Dragon was overjoyed. Young master's cultivation speed is unparalleled in the entire heaven realm. Long Xingchen smiled happily. The upper echelons praised one after another. Feng Wuchen's cultivation surpassed who knows how many juniors of the dragon gods. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation speed, in the entire heaven realm, if Feng Wuchen said he was second, there was absolutely no one who dared to say they were first. After chatting for a while, they got to the main topic. "Father, the Temple of Celestial Worthy has mobilized in full force this time. Their goal is very clear, to weaken the strength of our dragon gods." Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Long Tianqiu's eyes flashed with a cold light and said with a sneer, "Isn't this also a chance for us to weaken the Temple of Celestial Worthy?" The Temple of Celestial Worthy has indeed become much stronger these few years and has nurtured many experts, but the dragon gods haven't been idle either. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Nidian and said with a smile, "Nidian, it's you who did it, right? Otherwise, with your talent, you would have already stepped into the 9th heavenly emperor realm. Other than the immortal divine realm, I have nurtured many experts in the other 7 hells." Long Nidian said respectfully. The Temple of Celestial Worthy's 3 great protectors and elders have already come out of seclusion. The Heavenly Emperor Pavilion will definitely be mobilized. This battle will be very dangerous. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Long Tianqiu smiled lightly and said, "Long you will personally lead the dragon gods in this battle. Leave Zhuge Wuji and the other old bastards to me." Feng Wuchen grinned and said fiercely, "In this battle, I will let them see how terrifying the reborn Long Zun is." The next day, hundreds of powerhouses rushed to the dragon god temple one after another. They were itinerant cultivator powerhouses from various regions. More than 100 heavenly emperors, among them were more than a dozen great heavenly emperors, and the rest were all celestial deities. One had to admit that Yi Wujing and the rest's rallying power was very strong. No wonder the 8 great heavenly emperors back then did not dare to easily provoke them. Seeing hundreds of powerhouses rushing over, Lu Qingyang and the rest were incomparably shocked. Their mouths could be stuffed with fists. "Welcome to the Dragon God Temple, I thank everyone on behalf of the Dragon God Temple." Feng Wuchen welcomed them very politely. Knowing that they were dealing with the Celestial Venerate Temple, these powerhouses still dared to make a move. It could be seen that they were all people who valued friendship. Just this friendship alone was worthy of Feng Wuchen's respect. "Young Master Dragon God is too polite. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Frankly speaking, old man has selfish motives, but in order to avenge his wife and children, there's no other way. The divine race's authority is corrupt, causing countless people in the heaven realm to suffer unreasonable oppression. How can we look on with folded arms? That's right. In today's battle, even if we can't destroy the Celestial Venerate Temple, we'll still make them suffer great losses." The powerhouses roared one after another, their auras soaring. Swish! Swish! Right at this time, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dragon God Temple. Surging and vast auras swept out violently. "Who is it?" Great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Their cultivation is very terrifying. 5th and 6th level Heavenly Emperors, they wouldn't be powerhouses from the Celestial Venerate Temple, right? Sensing the two people's appearance, the many powerhouses gathered in the Dragon God Temple all became vigilant. Only Xianyuan Mo's and the 10 Great Venerables had smiles on their faces. However, just as the crowd was alarmed and shocked, what happened next shocked them so much that their jaws dropped. Mystic Venerable. Xianxia. Greetings, Master. The two people who appeared in midair first looked at Feng Wuchen excitedly, then knelt down on one knee at the same time, actually calling Feng Wuchen Master. What? Mystic Venerable? Xianxia? They are Mystic Venerable and Xianxia of the 5 Great Divine Generals. The 5 Great Divine Generals under Sovereign Dragon they call Young Master Dragon God Master. Weren't they here to help? What's going on? Many experts exclaimed in shock. Welcome back. Feng Wuchen smiled calmly. The Mystic Sovereign and Xianxia's appearance in the Dragon God Temple meant that the 5 Divine Champions had finally gathered. Sovereign Mystic and Xianxia arrived beside Feng Wuchen in a flash, suppressing the ecstasy in their hearts. Knowing that today was a special day, they had no choice but to endure it. What's more, the fact that Feng Wuchen was the reincarnation of Long Zun in his previous life was not known to outsiders for the time being. He could not let the rumor leak out because of his excitement. Master, should Junior Sister Yu Yan and I join the battle? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's respectful voice suddenly rang out in Feng Wuchen's mind as Sovereign Mystic and Xianxia returned. You and Yu Yan, don't attack for now. You are our last trump card. Don't act blindly without thinking. Feng Wuchen immediately sent a message to them. It seemed like he already had a plan. The 5 Divine Generals, the 10 Venerables, and the 18 Celestial Emperors had all gathered. The Dragon Gods had also made their preparations. Everything was ready. The only thing left was for the great battle to descend. Taking advantage of the 3 days left, Feng Wuchen set up a powerful double array on the Heavenly Void Mountain. First, it could protect the Dragon God Temple, and second, it could defend against the enemy. That's right. 9 layers of the universe-killing God array. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, this array's power was thousands of times stronger than in the human world. It might even be more terrifying. After the array was set up, Feng Wuchen immediately locked himself in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen was preparing pills and runes. In battle, pills and runes played the most obvious role. 1. They could heal injuries, and 2. They could increase one's combat strength. The pills and runes refined by the divine rank Feng Wuchen were definitely powerful. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the great battle. The Celestial Palace arrived as promised. Buzz buzz. The mighty army of the Celestial Palace stepped into the Dragon God Temple on the Heavenly Void Mountain with the momentum of thousands of soldiers and horses. Their surging aura caused the void to tremble. The domineering aura that was like a tsunami made everyone in the Dragon God Temple feel intense fear. This was the strength of the Celestial Palace. They're here. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. He was unprecedentedly solemn. The 10 Venerables, the 5 Divine Generals, the 18 Celestial Emperors, and other top experts also had solemn expressions. After all, the opponent was the strongest Celestial Palace in the Heaven Realm, an existence above the Dragon God Temple. Whoosh! After feeling the strong aura, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dragon God Temple. It was Zhuge Mingjun. Zhuge Mingjun's face was cold. With his appearance, figures appeared in rows one after another as if magic. The number of people increased, and the pressure became stronger. Celestial Emperor Pavilion. Xianyuan Mo's frowned slightly. The strength of the Celestial Palace is indeed stronger than we imagined. Tian Luo frowned, and his face became more solemn. Oh my god, they're all great Celestial Emperors and Celestial Emperors. Isn't there too many of them? How is this possible? Is this the strength of the strongest force in the Heaven Realm? Do the Dragon Gods have so many experts to contend with them? Seeing the great Celestial Emperors and Celestial Emperors appear one after another, and the number of people kept increasing, Lu Qingyang and the rest were scared out of their wits. They were completely stunned. They had never seen such a terrifying existence before. With Zhuge Mingjun as the leader, the number of great celestial emperors and celestial emperors in the Celestial Emperor Pavilion was as high as 3000. It was simply appalling. This was definitely a terrifying number. How terrifying was the lineup of 3,000 great celestial emperors and celestial emperors? Compared to the past, the strength of the celestial palace has grown to such an extent. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. It was stronger than he had expected. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately after, the three great protectors of the celestial palace, Sage Temple's Mr. Guegu, and the Great Honorable appeared in a flash. Tensho. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at the leader of the three great protectors. Three great protectors? Heartless frowned deeply. Sure enough, they've turned out in full force. Ao Qing said coldly, looks like a fierce battle is inevitable. Xianyuan Mo said solemnly, the three great protectors have been in seclusion for many years, and their cultivation has improved a lot. The appearance of the five people undoubtedly made the top experts of the dragon gods even more solemn. The five of them were the top experts of the celestial palace. After a while, the experts under the three great protectors and Mr. Guegu also appeared one after another. The terrifying experts had increased by a few hundred people. The 10 honorables, 5 divine generals, and 18 celestial emperors under the supreme dragon god have all gathered. The great protector, Tensho, smiled coldly and swept his cold gaze across the people of the dragon god's temple. Tenchi's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level celestial emperor realm, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. The army of the celestial palace was personally led by the three great protectors. The army was pressing in, and a fierce battle was about to begin. The ferocious and terrifying might had already spread from the spirit realm to the entire heaven realm. There were close to 4,000 experts led by the three great guardians. Such a terrifying lineup was enough to crush the entire heaven realm. Welcome to the Dragon God Temple. As the host, Feng Wuchen welcomed them politely. Wind Shadow, let's cut the crap. Let the dragon gods show themselves. I can't wait to destroy your dragon gods. Tensho looked at Feng Wuchen with disdain and laughed arrogantly. Flatten the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen sneered in disdain. How dare a bastard like you have the face to talk about flatten the dragon gods? Pfft. When Feng Wuchen said that, the dragon gods could not help but laugh. You. Tensho was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Tensho was the leader of the three great guardians. How could he endure such humiliation? Who would dare to humiliate him like this? You just want to see the power of the dragon gods so that you can enjoy the feeling of accomplishment. I will fulfill your wish. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Tensho sneered, humph, you are still so stubborn even when you are about to die. I will make sure you can't laugh later. Where are the dragon gods? Feng Wuchen shouted. Roar. An earth-shattering and majestic aura filled the air. The sound of a dragon's roar filled the air. The majestic aura seemed to break through the sky. Swish. The experts of the dragon gods led by Long Nidian and Long Qinghun appeared one after another. Their aura was like that of a ferocious beast, frightening everyone. This was the dragon aura of the dragon gods. Long Nidian. Tenchi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Long Nitian's cultivation has improved a lot. The great honored master frowned, his expression serious. The dragon aura of the dragon gods did have a deterrent effect. However, in terms of numbers, they were far inferior to the celestial worthy temple. The total number of dragon gods, great celestial emperors and celestial emperors was less than 500. In that battle, the dragon gods suffered great losses and many of their people were slaughtered. This caused the strength of the dragon gods to be greatly weakened. How are we going to fight with less than 500 people? The celestial palace has thousands of people. This is simply courting death. Seeing that less than 500 dragon gods had arrived, everyone in the dragon god temple was dumbfounded. Hundreds against thousands, what kind of international joke is this? Hundreds of people are not enough to fill the gap between the teeth. Big brother Feng, the dragon gods only have so few people. Lu Qingyang calmed himself down, suppressed his fear, and asked in a low voice. That's not all. Feng Wuchen sneered. Seeing Feng Wuchen's confident sneer, Lu Qingyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If there were only a few hundred of them, the dragon gods would not be able to defeat the celestial worthy temple and would definitely be devoured until nothing was left. Hiss. At this moment, hundreds of pitch-black cracks suddenly tore open in the clear sky above the dragon god temple. It was very sudden and caught everyone off guard. A terrifying aura spread out from the pitch-black cracks. They're here, they're here. Feeling this terrifying aura, Lu Qingyang and the others could not help but feel their blood boil. They excitedly looked at the cracks in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! From the pitch-black cracks, figures came one after another. There were both great celestial emperors and celestial emperors. There were more than 1,000 of them. In the blink of an eye, they had strengthened the strength of the dragon gods. However, a lineup of less than 1,500 people was far inferior to the celestial worthy temple. However, to the dragon gods, this was already enough to fight. Who else is there? Feel free to call them over. The rallying power of a divine rank shouldn't be just this, right? Third Protector Wu Xian sneered disdainfully. Feng Wuchen's rallying power was definitely terrifying, but in front of the celestial worthy temple, it was enough to make countless experts in the celestial world wary. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen did not use his rallying power to show off. Wu Xian looked at Feng Wuchen with disdain and said, "Wind Shadow, it seems that this protector has overestimated you. Is that so?" Feng Wuchen shrugged playfully. Long Nidian took a step forward, and a domineering aura shot out like a shockwave toward the celestial worthy temple's army. Gulp. Just this simple action caused the thousands of experts from the celestial worthy temple to swallow their saliva in fear. Who was it that said they wanted to flatten the dragon gods? Step forward, said Long Nidian coldly. There was not the slightest emotion in his voice. This protector. Tenzhou stepped forward without hesitation. Long Nidian, take care of him, said Feng Wuchen with a smirk. Haha. Tenzhou laughed arrogantly and said, Long Nidian, you think you can take care of me? This protector has been in seclusion for so many years. My strength is not inferior. Whoosh. Bang. Before the arrogant Tenzhou could finish his sentence, Long Nidian was already there. Without any warning, Long Nidian sent the arrogant Tenzhou flying with a punch. It happened in an instant, and it was beyond everyone's reaction. Everyone was stunned when they saw the arrogant Tenzhou being sent flying. The speed of the slap was faster than flipping a book. Before Tenzhou could finish his act, he was slapped in the face by Long Nidian in front of everyone. Tenzhou was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. This guy's strength is not below mine. He always gives off a feeling that I can't see through him, said Tenzhou with a ferocious expression. The two protectors, Great Venerables, and Mr. Guegu were all stunned by Long Nitian's domineering aura. Dead silence. Everyone was dead silent. Pfft. A piece of trash like you dares to talk shit here, said Feng Wuchen with disdain. Buzz. The heavenly astral divine power that almost destroyed the heaven region burst out from Long Nitian's body. Golden light flashed and shook the entire heaven region, causing countless cultivators to tremble in fear. Indestructible golden body. Divine dragon transformation. Long Nidian suddenly shouted in a life and death battle. Violent divine power rolled out like a tsunami. The unparalleled aura was so strong that it shocked the experts of the Temple of Heavenly Venerables. In the next second, Long Nitian's aura surpassed the peak level 9 Heavenly Emperor realm and reached the quasi-Heavenly Venerables realm. Is this Long Nitian's true strength? Long Nitian's aura has reached the quasi-Heavenly Venerables realm. How is this possible? Terrifying. Terrifying. Everyone was scared out of their wits by Long Nitian's terrifying combat strength. Long Nitian's cultivation has reached such a terrifying level? The 10 great venerables and the 5 great generals were shocked. Quasi-Heavenly Venerables realm. Is this Long Nitian's true combat strength? Great Venerables and Mr. Guegu were stunned and petrified. Tenzhou, Ji Yun, Wu Xian, the three of you can come at me together. Long Nidian said arrogantly as he unleashed his true strength. That's right. Long Nidian wanted to fight 3 people at once. Oh? Long Nidian has grown to such a powerful level? As expected of the dragon god's top prodigy, second only to Long Zun. This is Long Nidian's true strength. It's enough to contend with the elders. Other than Long Tianqiu and Long Xingchen, no one else in the dragon gods is Long Nidian's opponent. I'm afraid he already has the power to fight with me. This person's threat is not much weaker than Long Zun. Long Nidian has such ability? He can even fight with the Great Elder? In the Temple of the Celestial Worthy, Zhuge Wuji and the other two elders were shocked and in disbelief. Spiritual Beast Clan. What an overbearing celestial divine power. In the heaven world, there are less than 5 people who can cultivate celestial divine power to such a level. In the Spiritual Beast Clan's territory palace, Patriarch Man Zhonglo exclaimed. Not simple. His power can actually spread to the heavenly tomb. Long Nidian did not embarrass the dragon gods. An elder nodded slightly. Patriarch, this is Long Nidian's true strength? Manzhan's face was full of shock. He was already a little stiff and stuttering. Man Zhonglo nodded slightly and smiled faintly. This is indeed Long Nidian's true strength, the Quasi-Celestial Master Realm. Quasi-Celestial Master Realm. The Spiritual Beast Clan experts took a deep breath. Ximen family. An old man in a black robe looked at the void and said solemnly, Quasi-Celestial Master, the dragon gods are really amazing to have produced such a terrifying junior. The old man was none other than Ximen Xuanzi. Patriarch, isn't the war between the dragon gods and the Temple of the Celestial Worthy exactly what we are looking forward to? When both sides are injured, it will be the day when the Ximen family dominates the heaven world. An elder said coldly. Ximen Xuanzi was silent. Long Nidian's strength is indeed terrifying. In the heaven world, there are not many who can reach the quasi-celestial master realm. The war between the dragon gods and the Temple of the Celestial Worthy is indeed our chance. Another elder said solemnly. Ximen Xuanzi shook his head and sighed, you have underestimated a person. Patriarch is referring to Kazakage? Great Elder Ximen Chongkong immediately guessed Feng Wuchen's name. Ximen Xuanzi said in a deep voice, this man is not an ordinary person. I can't see through him. There are too many secrets behind him. His existence is even more terrifying than Long Zun. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. This man cannot be provoked. Ximen Xuanzi's words silenced the elders and the higher-ups. Hellion family. Do you feel this power? Quasi-Empyrean realm. After Long Zun, another one of the dragon gods has stepped into the Quasi-Empyrean realm. Long Nidian really isn't simple. This king's aura really makes my heart tremble. The head of the family, Hellion Gushin, sighed. There was even a hint of shame in his words. Great Elder Hellion Qing stroked his white beard and said, such amazing talent is really beyond my reach. Quasi-Empyrean realm and indestructible golden body. Admirable, admirable. Long Nidian. Hellion Feng frowned and looked in Long Nidian's direction. Father, who will win the battle between the dragon gods and the Temple of Celestial Worthy? Hellion Zhan asked, looking very interested. Hellion Gushin pondered for a moment and said, it's hard to say. All the major forces in the heaven domain were paying close attention to the battle between the dragon gods and the Temple of Celestial Worthy. Above the Temple of Celestial Dragon. Long Nidian's arrogant words angered the 3 great protectors. However, Long Nidian's quasi-Empyrean realm made the 3 great protectors wary. In a one-on-one battle, the 3 great protectors were not confident that they could defeat Long Nidian. Therefore, the 3 great protectors had to work together. Long Nidian, since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. Tenchu's face darkened. Since Long Nidian had spoken, the 3 of them would go with the flow. Cut the crap. Long Nidian was expressionless, and his voice was cold. It was as if he did not care about the 3 great protectors. Attack! Tenzo suddenly shouted. Long Nidian's disdainful look made him very unhappy. The 3 great protectors attacked together, and their destructive divine power shot out without hesitation. The monstrous power frightened countless cultivators. Long Nidian did not show any weakness. He stepped into the void and shot out. In a battle to the death, Long Nidian was not afraid of the 3 great protectors. Boom. Boom. Buzz buzz. Long Nidian and the three great protectors engaged in a battle of life and death. They used all their vicious moves. Every time they clashed, the crowd's heart trembled. At the same time, Temple of Celestial Worthy's Heavenly Emperor, listen up. Destroy the dragon gods. Kill them all. The great protector suddenly ordered. His cold voice made everyone feel as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. Zhuge Mingjun then shouted, kill. Buzz. Buzz, thousands of experts from the Temple of Celestial Worthy erupted with terrifying power at almost the same time. Thousands of forces shot into the sky and blasted a huge black hole in the void, shaking the entire heaven realm. The great celestial emperors from the Temple of Celestial Worthy led the charge, and the heavenly emperors followed behind. 5 great divine generals. 10 great protectors. 18 heavenly emperors. Kill them all. Feng Wuchen suddenly ordered like a general on the battlefield. Sacred Heart Sutra. The 5 great divine generals and the 10 great protectors shouted at the same time. Their divine power exploded, and their cultivation rose by a small realm. Xianyuan Mo stepped into the 8th level of Heavenly Emperor, and Tian Luo also rose to the 8th level of Heavenly Emperor in an instant. The others' combat power also rose sharply. The 18 Heavenly Emperors activated their divine power and soared into the sky without fear. At the same time, Great Protector, come. Watch me smash your head. Long Qinghun shouted. You overestimate yourself. The Great Protector said disdainfully. He did not put Long Qinghun in his eyes at all. Kill them all. Long Qinghun immediately shouted. He stared at the Great Protector with a cold gaze and attacked with all his might. The great celestial emperors and heavenly emperor powerhouses cultivated by the dragon gods all erupted with terrifying power and charged fiercely at the Temple of Celestial Worthy's army. Great celestial emperors of the dragon gods. Kill them all. Feng Wuchen ordered again, fully displaying his dragon might. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the hundreds of great celestial emperors and heavenly emperor powerhouses of the dragon gods used teleportation at the same time. A great battle was about to break out. Taking advantage of the outbreak of the great battle, the hundreds of dragon gods' powerhouses took action. This was Feng Wuchen's plan. Teleportation could catch the enemy off guard, and sudden attack could catch the enemy off guard, not to mention the enemy in the middle of a battle. Hundreds of dragon gods' powerhouses were mercilessly and crazily slaughtering the Temple of Celestial Worthy's powerhouses under the powerful teleportation. Wherever they passed, a large number of powerhouses were mercilessly slaughtered. Kuang-ying. Kill the great celestial emperors of the dragon gods. Mr. Guegu shouted. Mr. Guegu, I admire your courage. At the same time, I'm curious who gave you the courage to step into my dragon god temple. At this moment, a cold voice that made Mr. Guegu's heart tremble was heard. Feng Wuchen's cold voice was like a curse, scaring Mr. Guegu out of his wits. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's palm was already condensing in overbearing soul power. Not good. Mr. Guegu's face changed and he wanted to escape. Since he was here, how could Feng Wuchen let Mr. Guegu escape? Boom. Puff. The overbearing soul power had already locked onto Mr. Guegu. In the blink of an eye, the overbearing power directly injured Mr. Guegu, causing him to spit out a bowl of blood. Severely injuring Mr. Guegu in the blink of an eye, this was as awesome as it could get. Mr. Guegu was not even a divine heavenly sovereign. In front of Feng Wuchen, he was simply trash among trash. Mr. Guegu. The 3 great guardians and the great honored warriors' expression changed drastically, but they could not support Mr. Guegu at all. Kill Feng Ying. The severely injured Mr. Guegu roared with a ferocious face. Many heavenly emperor powerhouses swooped down toward the dragon god temples Feng Wuchen below one after another, with an aggressive aura. However, Feng Wuchen did not plan to give up. Soul State. Feng Wuchen shouted again as he activated his soul power and attacked fiercely with his divine heavenly sovereign heart state. Feng Ying, stop. Mr. Guegu shouted in extreme fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom. Puff. Mr. Guegu's state of mind was attacked, as if a bomb had exploded inside his body. He spat out another mouthful of blood. After being severely injured by Feng Wuchen twice, Mr. Guegu lost consciousness and his body fell. No one was surprised that Feng Wuchen could easily injure Mr. Guegu. Feng Wuchen's divine heavenly sovereign heart state was no longer a secret. I will deal with the heavenly emperors alone. Trash heavenly emperors from the divine palace of celestial worthy, come and kill me. After dealing with Mr. Guegu, Feng Wuchen scolded the heavenly emperors from the divine palace of celestial worthy with a face full of arrogance. Preposterous. How dare you look down on us? How dare you call us trash? Kill Kazakage first. Mother of Cur, I'm going to chop this brat up and feed him to the dogs. Little bastard. How dare you insult us? He must be tired of living. The heavenly emperor powerhouse flew into a thunderous rage, one green vein after another bulging out, killing intent surging to the sky as he suddenly accelerated and dove down. Humph, humph. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled into a dangerous hideous smile. He wanted to deliberately enrage this group of heavenly emperor powerhouses. Buzz. Activating his heavenly Tao God Force and Sovereign Physique's third stage power, Feng Wuchen took out the Qilin battle armor, heaven-devouring Python battle armor, Dragon God gauntlets, and Dragon God sword. Taking off the wrist guards and leg guards, Feng Wuchen's aura soared rapidly. In a blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura already broke through the level of late-stage heavenly emperor. Dragon God transformation. Feng Wuchen immediately shouted, and his aura surged again. He was already in existence that surpassed the peak of the late-stage heavenly emperor realm. Seeing Feng Wuchen raise his combat power to an existence that surpassed peak late-stage heavenly emperor in one breath, everyone present was shocked until they were dumbfounded. Is this beast a monster? Rising close to 2 realms in a blink of an eye. My god, this is simply a freak. Peak late-stage heavenly emperor. No, wait, this tyrannical aura already surpassed peak late-stage heavenly emperor. The exclamations of the powerhouses present directly covered the loud noise of the battle. Each and every one of them had thick eyebrows and wide eyes, plus being stupefied. Instantly erupting with such horrifying power, Feng Wuchen felt great in his heart. All of you trash, are you all scared? Empyrean Temple's trash, quickly come and kill me. I've already waited until the flowers have withered. Feng Wuchen started laughing hideously, his posture becoming increasingly arrogant. Insolent thing. Stinking brat. Hand over your life. A late-stage heavenly emperor powerhouse gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly in disdain and said, You say hand over your life and I'll hand it over? Wouldn't I lose a lot of face? Whoosh, swish, Feng Wuchen's voice had yet to fade when he cast teleportation. In a blink of an eye, sword light flashed. The late-stage heavenly emperor powerhouse's head flew out, a blood sword sprang out. One-shotting a late-stage heavenly emperor with one sword. Simply unbelievably awesome. This sword of Feng Wuchen's was filled with awe-inspiring power, forcefully scaring a large swathe of heavenly emperor powerhouses diving down until they braked. Intimidating over 1,000 heavenly emperor powerhouses with the power of one person, looking at the entire heavenly realm, there was probably only Feng Wuchen alone. Heh, trash, all don't stop, continue. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly mockingly, completely treating the Empyrean Temple's heavenly emperors as trash. Everyone, attack together. This little bastard is just one person, this emperor doesn't believe that he can kill all of us. No matter how strong a peak late-stage heavenly emperor is, there will always come a time when his strength is exhausted. Attack together. Kill this arrogant little bastard. After the shock, the heavenly emperor powerhouse roared angrily once more. As a heavenly emperor powerhouse, how could he be intimidated by a junior? Ninefold universe-killing god formation. Open. Feng Wuchen formed profound seals with both hands and finally put his palms together. Immediately following that, he gave a loud cry. Buzz, buzz, an incomparably massive golden light flashed explosively. Following that, it covered the heavenly void mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a semicircular enormous basin, protecting the heavenly void mountain as well as the Dragon God Temple. Humph. Feng Wuchen laughed hideously, immediately stepping on the golden array formation. Feng Wuchen held the Dragon God sword in his hand and soared to the sky, the power stirring people's hearts and souls. Whoosh, 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 With a thought, teleportation was cast. Feng Wuchen turned into a golden light and rushed into the group of heavenly emperors, unleashing a merciless massacre. Golden light flickered, akin to a shooting star, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Places that Feng Wuchen passed through, large swaths of heavenly emperor powerhouses had their throats slit with one sword, not even knowing how they died. Over 1,000 heavenly emperor powerhouses were akin to death warriors, attacking one after another. Feng Wuchen massacred frenziedly, showing no mercy, his methods ruthless. In the end, Feng Wuchen even took out 13 divine swords, unleashing a frenzied massacre while controlling the divine swords to kill the enemy. Tyrannical and horrifying power, no one could rival it. The Feng Wuchen who coexisted as a killing god and a devil, in the group of heavenly emperors, fighting 1 against 100, 1 against 1,000, was undoubtedly an invincible existence. In a short few minutes, there were already several hundred heavenly emperor powerhouses who died tragically under Feng Wuchen's sword. Has Wind Shadow already grown to such a terrifying extent? The Great Venerable was secretly alarmed in his heart. Gulp. Looking at Feng Wuchen massacring frenziedly, and the heavenly emperor powerhouses were powerless to do anything, this made many powerhouses feel intense fear, their atoms apple rolling non-stop, their foreheads covered in sweat beads. Heaven Realm's strongest faction groomed you all, this bunch of moronic trash? Feng Wuchen mocked, the contempt in his eyes growing even stronger. At the same time as he was talking, Feng Wuchen urged his power, formed seals with one hand, and said with a hideous grin, awarding you all a gift. This is not good. Quickly run. Quickly run. Seeing that the mark that Feng Wuchen formed was somewhat familiar, a heavenly emperor powerhouse roared in extreme fear, immediately running away without any hesitation. Wind Shadow is going to cast the gates of hell. Quickly run for your life. The heavenly emperor powerhouses all panicked, fleeing in panic and despair. It wasn't easy for me to lure you down. Now it's too late to run. Feng Wuchen sneered dangerously. Murderous intent surged in his dark eyes. Feng Wuchen lured the heavenly emperor powerhouses of the celestial worthy temple down. Firstly, it could reduce the pressure on the dragon god powerhouses. Secondly, it could also eliminate the heavenly emperor powerhouses of the celestial worthy temple. Of course, this was only one of Feng Wuchen's plans. Time energy erupted, crazily spreading in every direction. In a blink of an eye, places that the power of time passed through, the heavenly emperor powerhouses that were fleeing for their lives in panic were all strangely bound, their movements becoming several dozen times slower. Feng Wuchen controlled time energy to a certain extent. To Feng Wuchen, this was a piece of cake. They're not moving. No, they're moving very slowly. I've long since heard that Feng Wuchen has a mysterious ability to control people. But what kind of power is this? I really don't dare believe it. Seeing over 1,000 heavenly emperor powerhouses instantly slowed down several dozen times, the numerous powerhouses present were all extremely shocked, all in a dumbfounded state. Good job, Feng Ning. Tianming excitedly shouted. Sir Feng, hurry up and attack. Don't give me any face. Kill them all, shouted the Ice Flame Emperor. Young master, let them experience the power of the Hell Gate, shouted Long Ji excitedly. The gates of hell, the gates of hell. The cultivators of the dragon gods roared excitedly, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The sound of waves spread out one after another. That feeling was simply invigorating. Immortal Heavenly Emperor, quickly break Feng Ying's power, shouted the Grand Venerate. The Grand Venerate was being held back by Long Qinghun. He was unable to free himself for a while. Over 1,000 heavenly emperors being slaughtered was definitely not a small loss for the heavenly exalted temple. The immortal heavenly emperor knew how terrifying the Hell Gate was. He immediately circulated his divine energy, wanting to break the time energy's binding. Swish, but just as the immortal heavenly emperor was about to attack, a figure suddenly flashed over. The immortal heavenly emperor turned pale with fright. He retreated several steps in fright. The divine energy he had condensed also scattered. Heartless. The immortal heavenly emperor swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face green. Immortal heavenly emperor, don't be scared out of your wits. Heartless chuckled. Just looking at him made the immortal heavenly emperor's hair stand on end. heartless appearance had bought Feng Wuchen time. "Stop Feng Ying," roared the Grand Venerate. An evil smile appeared on Feng Wuchen's face as he yelled. The Hell's Gate, which was hundreds of feet long, was formed. The skeletal gate opened, and a blood-red light shot out from the gate. It was filled with a terrifying aura of death. While the Grand Venerate was distracted, Long Qinghun seized the best opportunity to send a palm smashing into the Grand Venerate's chest. The terrifying power sent the Grand Venerate flying several thousand meters. "Oh, did I see wrong?" The Grand Venerate was distracted in a fight between experts. "It seems he really is looking down on me. That palm of mine didn't taste bad, right?" Long Qinghun snickered. The Grand Venerate's expression was incomparably gloomy, but he wasn't injured. The Grand Venerate wanted to use this chance to stop Feng Wuchen, but Long Qinghun had long since expected that. He immediately went to stop him. "Grand Venerate, I won't let you ruin the young master's plans. I'm still waiting for you to continue looking down on me. Then I'll give you a few thousand more palms to make you feel good," sneered Long Qinghun. Long Qinghun actually dared to say a few thousand palms. Even if the Grand Venerate didn't die, he would be crippled. "Bastard," cursed the Grand Venerate through clenched teeth. Long Qinghun blocked Long Qinghuan's Hell Gate, and a tempest of suction force erupted, crazily devouring the heavenly emperors bound by time energy. Feng Wuchen's Hell Gate was no different from a real Hell Gate. "It's over, I'm dead for sure this time. Someone, save me. I'll definitely introduce all my cousins to him. If you're devoured, you'll definitely die. Death awaits you inside the Hell Gate." The heavenly emperors were terrified, but no one could save them. Despair was something they never wanted to encounter in their entire lives. In order to seize the time to kill, yes, seize the time to kill. Feng Wuchen formed a seal with one hand, and a moment later, a mass of bloody hands shot out of the Hell Gate. He used the crazy hand speed of snatching red packets to pull the heavenly emperors into the Hell Gate. The densely packed bloody hands made one's scalp go numb and extremely fearful. Whether they were sucked in or grabbed by the bloody hands, they instantly turned to ash. They were unable to resist. Gulp. Anyone who saw this scene was scared out of their wits. Such a terrifying magic art was something no one in the heavenly realm had ever heard of. In less than 2 minutes, over 1,000 heavenly emperors under the control of time energy were massacred by the Hell Gate. "If this brat breaks through to the Grand Heavenly Emperor realm, the Hell Gate will become our Grand Heavenly Emperor's nightmare," said Kuang Ying. "This little bastard is simply a homicidal maniac. Over 1,000 people were all killed by him. Am I dreaming? Those heavenly emperors are all dead?" Whether it was the Dragon God's experts or the Celestial Temple's experts, they all had expressions of disbelief. "Lord Feng, beautifully done," roared Xianxia excitedly. "Wind Shadow's strength is truly terrifying." Zhu Feng was dumbfounded. Too strong, too strong. My heart can't take it." Tian Ming was trembling. Young master, young master." The Dragon God's experts kept shouting. The atmosphere exploded again. Feng Wuchen became the center of attention. Waves of cheers swept across the area. Gently flapping his wings, Feng Wuchen slowly floated into the air with the Dragon God's sword in his hand. He looked majestic and domineering. Seeing over 1,000 heavenly emperors being killed, the great sovereign couldn't take it anymore. He immediately exploded with rage. He wanted to vent his anger on Long Qinghun. "Kill them all!" Tenzhou roared. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Over 1,000 heavenly emperors had been killed. Adding on the grand heavenly emperors killed by the dragon gods, the celestial temple had already lost 1,500 experts. It would be strange if Tenzhou wasn't angry. Of course, the dragon gods had also lost several hundred experts, and their numbers were rapidly increasing. They probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. "Tenzhou, didn't you want to know what a divine rank expert like me is capable of? I'll show you now," sneered Feng Wuchen. "Long Ji," called Feng Wuchen. "Understood," shouted Long Ji. The several hundred grand heavenly emperors and heavenly emperors of the dragon gods disappeared at the same time. They had teleported. "Tenzhou, open your dog eyes and take a good look." Feng Wuchen sneered. "Who are you calling a dog's eyes?" Tenzo roared. He was so angry that he wanted to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. You'll know in a while. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and shrugged. With Long Ji as the leader, hundreds of dragon gods were scattered across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of heavenly emperors and great celestial emperors waved their hands at the same time, and a spectacular scene appeared. Thousands of runes floated out of every heavenly emperor and great celestial emperor's hands. They were densely packed, and in the blink of an eye, they had completely sealed off the area. The elites who were engaged in a fierce battle were all trapped in a giant ball formed by hundreds of thousands of runes. Divine-grade runes. The elites from the Temple of Celestial Worthy were so shocked that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This. Great Honored's face stiffened, and he was so shocked that he could not say a word. Hundreds of thousands of divine-grade runes was such a horrifying lineup that anyone who did not have a heart attack would have a heart attack. Oh my God! Is the young master overpraising? There are at least hundreds of thousands of divine-grade runes. Long Qinghun broke out in cold sweat. Is this kid joking? Guardian Wuxuan was dumbfounded when he saw the divine-grade runes, and he looked at Feng Wuchen with a stiff expression. Humph. Idiot. Don't forget that the elites nurtured by the dragon gods are also inside. Tenzo shouted. Guardian Jiyan said with disdain, you're going to kill your own people just to deal with the Temple of Celestial Worthy? You're really going all out. You're the idiots, aren't you? Feng Wuchen shrugged, and looked at Tenzo and the other two as if they were idiots. Feng Wuchen shouted, show these three idiots what a transfer rune is. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, all the dragon gods trapped in the giant runic sphere simultaneously released their runes, and in the blink of an eye, all of them were transferred out of the runic sphere. Before the great battle, Feng Wuchen had already planned everything out and handed the transfer runes to them. Humph, three great protectors of the celestial palace. You don't even know how to transfer runes. I think you three are idiots. Feng Wuchen said with a disdainful expression. After being scolded by Feng Wuchen, the three Tenchu's faces were contorted in anger. They wanted nothing more than to grind Feng Wuchen's bones to dust. Long Ji. Attack. Feng Wuchen shouted. Buzz. Led by Long Ji, the several hundred dragon god temple experts simultaneously injected their divine power into the divine runes. Dazzling multicolored radiance spread to every rune at lightning speed, and a world-destroying energy swept out wildly. Quick, stop them! Tenzo shouted in a panic. Once hundreds of thousands of divine runes exploded, how majestic would that be? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Hee, the heavenly emperors won't be able to hold on for long, Feng Wuchen said with a gloating smile, looking forward to the energy of hundreds of thousands of divine runes. With over 2,000 experts trapped in the celestial palace, hundreds of thousands of divine runes were enough to severely injure them. In that case, the celestial palace would definitely suffer great losses. It was simply too awesome. Boom. Boom. Buzz. When the hundreds of thousands of divine runes all glowed with a resplendent light, they suddenly exploded. The loud sound shook the heavens and the earth and resounded in every corner of the heaven realm. An incomparable destructive energy swept out in all directions with the power to devour the heavens. Hundreds of thousands of divine runes exploded. It was simply too awesome. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of divine runes exploding, the three great protectors, Tenzo, and the dragon gods were all dumbfounded and petrified on the spot. Cultivating in the heaven realm for many years, they had never seen the scene of hundreds of thousands of divine runes exploding. The explosion of hundreds of thousands of divine runes was absolutely an unparalleled existence in the heaven realm. That scene completely blew up Hollywood blockbusters. In comparison, Hollywood's special effects were simply trash. That unrestrained explosion made everyone in the heaven realm's ears pregnant. No idea how long had passed before the apocalyptic explosion energy gradually dissipated. The next moment, the scene that appeared in everyone's eyes scared their hearts out. Their pale faces were filled with fear. Furthermore, it was fear that came from the depths of their souls. Each and every one of their faces had an expression of being f***ked. The entire place was dead silent. Above the void, the over 2,000 experts trapped in the celestial palace were only left with over 500 people now. The rest were already reduced to ashes. None of the heavenly emperor powerhouses under the celestial palace were spared. Even the great heavenly emperor powerhouses with weak cultivation were not spared either. The great heavenly emperors that could survive were severely injured. Most of them were arrows at the end of their flight. Feng Wuchen used just one spell to greatly damage the vitality of the celestial worthy temple. It was simply awesome. Was it? What kind of spell is this? He killed 2,000 people in the blink of an eye. Too terrifying. Feng Ying is simply a devil. Oh no, he's a devil among devils. Am I dreaming? The dead silent space instantly exploded. The entire place was in an uproar. The 500 people who survived were filled with fear and panic. Only they knew how terrifying it was at that time. TSK, looks like 350,000 divine runes is still too little. There are actually people who can survive. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. Feng Ying. Zhuge Mingjun gritted his teeth ferociously. He wished he could drink Feng Wuchen's blood and eat Feng Wuchen's flesh. Damn it. I definitely won't forgive you. Kuang Ying roared furiously, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Alright, let's see who won't forgive who. Feng Wuchen had a mocking look on his face. He was not afraid at all. Looking at the powerhouses of the dragon gods, Feng Wuchen said excitedly, our chance is here. What are you waiting for? Kill them all and leave nothing behind. Kill them until they shit and piss themselves. Let them have a taste of the might of the dragon gods. Heh, did you hear that? You don't have a chance anymore. Zhuge Mingjun. Hand over your life. Xianyuan Mo said coldly. The 5 divine generals had already shot out. Brothers, kill them all. Let them shit and piss themselves. Tian Luo shouted. The 10 sovereigns attacked one after another, their auras ferocious. Kill. Long Ji shouted excitedly. The Temple of Celestial Worthy originally thought that they could crush the dragon gods with such a terrifying lineup, but no one expected that Feng Wuchen would counterattack. One Hell's Gate had caused the Temple of Celestial Worthy to suffer great losses. The 5 divine generals, the 10 sovereigns, and the 18 heavenly emperors took the lead, while the dragon gods followed behind. Their auras were monstrous, and they instantly destroyed the last line of defense of Zhuge Mingjun and the others. They had completely lost their will to fight. The Temple of Celestial Worthy's experts fled in fear. The faces of the 3 great guardians and the great sovereigns were extremely gloomy. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. The people of the Dragon God's temple shouted excitedly, their faces flushed red. The Dragon Gods counterattack. They would definitely beat the Temple of Celestial Worthy to the point that even their mother wouldn't recognize them. Grandfather, save me. Save me. Zhuge Mingjun screamed in horror. Grandfather. Save me. Save me. Zhuge Mingjun was severely injured and he was running for his life. He kept shouting for help like a stray dog. Ding, ding. The owner of the Heavenly Emperor Pavilion is now a stray dog. Xianyuan Mo's mocked. In a flash, Xianyuan Mo's blocked Zhuge Mingjun's path. What do you want? Don't come over. Zhuge Mingjun asked in fear. Humph. Do you think I should not come over just because you asked me not to? Then I will lose face. Xianyuan Mo sneered. His murderous aura was locked onto Zhuge Mingjun. Xianyuan Mo's. How dare you? Tenzhou roared angrily, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent as he glared at Xianyuan Mo's. What's the use of staring at him? You can't even defeat him with 3 of you and you still have the guts to scream? If I were you, I would kill myself. Feng Wuchen scolded. You. The 3 guardians were furious but they had nothing to say. The 3 great protectors of the Celestial Worthy Temple had tried their best but failed to defeat Long Nidian. It was a slap in the face. Long Nidian had also shown everyone his true strength. He was unbelievably strong. Grandfather. Save me. Zhuge Mingjun was scared out of his wits. His whole body was trembling, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Tsk. Zhuge Wuji, do you see that? Your grandson is really promising. He's begging me for mercy. Xianyuan Mose shook his head in disdain. Xianyuan Mose. Kick that bastard's little brother. Let Zhuge Wuji have no descendants. Tian Luo shouted as he killed Zhuge Mingjun. What? Zhuge Mingjun was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. Good idea. Xianyuan Mose nodded. Xianyuan Mose. I'm warning you. If you dare to act recklessly, my grandfather will never let you off. Zhuge Mingjun, who was in despair, panicked. Xianyuan Mose walked up step by step and grinned. Is that so? Don't come here. Don't come over. Zhuge Mingjun was getting more and more frightened. He could not help but admit defeat. Xianyuan. Kick his brother. Tian Luo fanned the flames. Boom boom boom. Tian Luo and the others launched a frenzied massacre. Be it the great celestial emperors or the celestial emperors, all of them rushed forward and threw out a punch, regardless of whether they were dead or alive. A series of explosions rang out, and a large number of experts were sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The experts nurtured by the dragon gods also couldn't help but swarm forward. Their faces were filled with madness, and they looked as if they would eat someone whole without spitting out their bones. Seeing the crazy actions of the 5 great divine generals, the 10 great venerables, and the 18 celestial emperors, Lu Qingyang and the others were so excited that they felt great. Run! Don't kill me! Don't come over! I don't want to die yet. Protector! Save me! Elder! The experts of the Empyrean Temple were extremely panicked. They were already in a mess and did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. In the face of death, everyone was equal. Kill them. You don't have to give me face. Feng Wuchen kept shouting, his face filled with excitement and ecstasy. Now was the time to weaken the strength of the Empyrean Temple. How could Feng Wuchen miss such a good opportunity? It was a foregone conclusion that the Empyrean Temple's vitality would be greatly damaged. The dragon gods would survive this battle. Zhuge Mingjun, looks like your grandfather doesn't have the guts to come and save you. Xianyuan Mo said with a sinister smile. Then, he kicked Zhuge Mingjun's crotch. With Xianyuan Mo's strength, Zhuge Mingjun's balls would definitely explode. However, at that moment, a vast aura that made everyone tremble descended from the sky. It was as if a vast ocean was pressing down on them, making them unable to move. Xianyuan Mo's face was filled with difficulty. His kick was actually forcefully suppressed by the terrifying aura. This old man's cultivation is really terrifying. Xianyuan Mo gritted his teeth and said angrily. His face was pale and it was obvious that he was in great pain. Tian Luo and the rest, who were crazily slaughtering Zhuge Mingjun, were also forcefully suppressed to the point that they could not move. Zhuge Wuji had finally arrived. This old man has been in seclusion for many years and his cultivation has improved a lot. This powerful aura has already reached the level of our previous master. Tian Luo said with a frown. His expression was grave. This old man is here. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Long Nidian and the 3 great guardians stepped back and looked at the sky. The battle between Long Nidian and the 3 great guardians had not ended. They had only used up some of their divine power. Long Nidian frowned and said, this old man has indeed concealed his cultivation. The aura of a quasi-holy master is above mine. On the other hand, Zhuge Mingjun heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned. He had been so frightened that he was about to cry. Welcome, Grand Elder. The top powers of the Empyrean Temple greeted him respectfully. Let's welcome the most arrogant Zhuge Wuji of the Empyrean Temple. High up in the sky, an elder dressed in black brocade appeared silently. It was Zhuge Wuji. The Empyrean Temple was second only to one person and above everyone else. All of you, step back. Zhuge Wuji said calmly. He did not show any emotion because the Empyrean Temple had suffered great losses. The top powers of the Empyrean Temple who had survived retreated in fear. Zhuge Mingjun ran the fastest, afraid that Xianyuan Mo would kick him in the nuts. Come back. I will spare their lives for now. Feng Wuchen sneered. He had already acted tough in the solar system. This was just an appetizer. The real battle had just begun. Zhuge Wuji's eyes were calm. Even if the temple of the Empyrean Temple had suffered great losses, he was not worried or panicked. It was as if their lives had nothing to do with him. He was worse than a beast. Even if he was chopped up and fed to the dogs would not eat him. Of course, with Zhuge Wuji's cultivation level, there was nothing to worry about. No matter how many heavenly emperors died in the temple of the Empyrean Temple, they would not be able to shake their position. Zhuge Wuji, are you here to collect their corpses? Or do you want to see how cowardly your son of a bitch is? Feng Wuchen sneered and looked at Zhuge Wuji arrogantly. Although Zhuge Wuji was scary, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen had Long Tianqiu behind him. What was there to be afraid of? Zhuge Wuji looked at Feng Wuchen and said, Wind Shadow, I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to grow so quickly. If I had known, I would have gotten rid of you long ago. You would not have been able to grow until now. Stop bullshit. You speak as if you can get rid of me at any time. A piece of trash like you wants to get rid of me? Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders in disdain. He was extremely arrogant. Long Xingchen, show yourself. I know you are here too. Zhuge Wuji ignored Feng Wuchen and said. Hehe, I can't hide from you, Elder Zhuge. Long Xingchen laughed and the three elders of the dragon gods appeared at the same time. The second elder, Long Xingyun, smiled and said, looks like there will be a battle today. After being in seclusion for so many years, this old man would like to exercise his muscles and bones. Just then, an old but dignified laugh was heard. Like a tsunami, a violent aura spread out from the void and covered the entire area in an instant. It was obvious that the aura had reached the quasi-heavenly master realm. The person who came was definitely a terrifying expert. What a terrifying aura. Their auras are above Long Nitian's. Seems like they are the elders of the Temple of Heavenly Worthy. That should be it. Only the elders have such a terrifying cultivation. They can't withstand such terrifying pressure. Long Zhantian and the others in the Temple of Heavenly Dragon looked solemn and shocked. The monstrous pressure made them feel powerless. They are here. Feng Wuchen grinned. He had already guessed who they were. Shangguan Tiando, Murong Tian. Long Nidian frowned. Oh? They have also broken through to the quasi-heavenly master realm? Long Xingchen was slightly surprised and smiled. Two elders appeared in the void. One of them was in a white robe and had white hair. He was the second elder of the Temple of Heavenly Worthy, Shangguan Tiando. The other elder in a grey robe was the third elder, Murong Tian. The two elders' cultivations were both at the quasi-empyrean realm. In other words, the three grand elders of the Temple of Heavenly Worthy were quasi-heavenly masters. The three grand elders and guardians of the Temple of Heavenly Worthy were all present. Although the lineup was terrifying, the dragon gods had the upper hand. Long Nidian could fight against the three guardians while the dragon gods could fight against the elders of the Temple of Heavenly Worthy. The Great Honorable was left alone. Even if he could defeat Long Qinghun, he could not defeat the 10 honorables. As for the Heavenly Emperor and the Great Heavenly Emperor of the Temple of Heavenly Worthy, they posed no threat. Overall, the dragon gods had won the battle. It has been many years since we last met. Both of you have improved a lot. Long Xingchen smiled without any worry or panic. The three grand elders of the Temple of Heavenly Worthy are here. It seems like they are not willing to give up. Since this battle is unavoidable, let's fight to the end. Feng Wuchen sneered arrogantly. How could Feng Wuchen not understand the logic of taking advantage of one's illness to take one's life? The three great elders of the dragon gods were also quasi-heavenly venerables. Once they started fighting, the worst result would be that both sides would suffer. Feng Wuchen was certain that Zhuge Wuji and the others would be defeated if both sides suffered heavy losses. Since it was decided, Feng Wuchen would not give up on this battle. Humph. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. The Murong Tian bellowed. His old face instantly turned ferocious, and a monstrous murderous aura surged out. His ferocious aura once again shook the crowd. His aura of disdain for the world was full of oppression. Since that's the case, the three elders, don't be polite. Beat them until they're dead. Feng Wuchen immediately shouted with a mighty and domineering attitude. Feng Wuchen's arrogance and contempt infuriated Zhuge Wuji and the others. Wind Shadow, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that the dragon gods have won? Zhuge Wuji said coldly as he looked sharply at Feng Wuchen. Since Zhuge Wuji was so calm and confident, it seemed like he really had a trick up his sleeve. Oh? If that's the case, the Temple of Heavenly Worthy still has experts? Feng Wuchen sneered fearlessly. Call whoever else is here. Don't be so wishy-washy like an old woman. He's already here. Why? With your divine grade heavenly sovereign realm and powerful senses, you didn't notice him? Shang Guantiando sneered and his words were full of disdain. He's here? Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He had not noticed him at all. Long Xingchen and the other two elders looked serious. Even with their cultivation, they couldn't sense any other experts hiding nearby. The three elders didn't notice anything either? Feng Wuchen guessed when he saw Long Xingchen and the other two's expressions. He's hidden so well that even the young lord and the elders couldn't detect him. This person is not simple. Long Nidian frowned and looked around cautiously, hoping to find someone. Ah. What is this? Where did these darn things come from? Worms. Black worms. When did they come to me? Why can't I feel anything? Ah. It hurts so much. So painful. Ah. These are corpse worms. Corpse worms. The hundreds of experts of the dragon gods and their nurtured experts suddenly screamed. Black worms crawled all over their bodies and even drilled into their bodies to devour them. The heavenly emperors and great heavenly emperors could not resist at all. Before long, a large swathe of heavenly emperor powerhouses fell down. Furthermore, in the process of falling, they turned to ashes. Even the great heavenly emperors could not escape the fate of being devoured by the corpse worms. Corpse worms. Feng Wuchen was shocked. A person appeared in his mind. Not the corpse emperor, but the primogenitor. Only the primogenitor could do it without Feng Wuchen and Long Xingchen noticing. Corpse worms. Long Xingchen and the other two elders were shocked. Corpse worms. Ah. Shan Yuanmo screamed. When he realized there were corpse worms on his body, it was too late. Shan Yuan. Feng Wuchen was shocked. I have them too. Ah. It hurts. The corpse worms are devouring me. Tian Luo screamed. He tried his best to resist but to no avail. Tian Luo. Feng Wuchen started to panic. The 5 divine generals, 10 supremacies, 18 heavenly emperors, and others were all possessed by corpse worms. Long Nidian, Long Qinghun, Long Ji, Long Yun, and the rest were also covered in corpse worms. With their horrifying cultivation, they actually did not notice when the corpse worms crawled onto their bodies. At this moment, they were all resisting the corpse worms with all their might. The people present, apart from Feng Wuchen and the 3 elders, as well as the Dragon God Temple's people, were all attacked by the corpse worms. The sudden turn of events made Feng Wuchen somewhat flustered. A strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. This feeling had not appeared for many years already. Gulp, the Dragon God Temple's people were also frightened to the extreme at this moment. Their faces were pale with fear, out of their wits, feeling uneasy. Haha. Wind Shadow. How does it feel? This seat wants to see who you can save. Zhuge Wuji laughed mockingly. Devour. Devour to your heart's content. Morong Tian roared crazily. Corpse ancestor. Feng Wuchen gnashed his teeth in hatred. His rage billowed to the heavens. The blood vessels on his face were almost bursting. Both eyes flickered with a bloody light. Ah. It hurts. The damned corpse worms are devouring us. A large number of heavenly emperors and great heavenly emperors fell. They screamed in horror and were incomparably miserable. In the end, they were reduced to ashes. Quickly activate the fire attribute. Long Xingchen roared anxiously. The Dragon God's experts immediately activated the fire attribute power to resist the corpse worms. I can't hold on any longer. I Ching's face was filled with pain. She could no longer hold on. I Ching. Hold on. Shan Zun roared in horror. Damn it. Corpse ancestor, that despicable old bastard. I will not forgive him. Tian Luo clenched his teeth and roared, using all his strength to resist. Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia fall powerlessly, Long Yan was scared out of his wits. Young master. Quickly save Xianxia. Long Yan roared anxiously. Bastard. Feng Wuchen was furious. Feng Wuchen and the others didn't expect this sudden turn of events. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. The dragon gods were in a state of panic. Poof, Feng Wuchen activated his black flame as fast as he could. Only black flame was the bane of the corpse worms. Swoosh, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a black flame shot out like a bolt of black lightning and entered Xianxia's body. Black smoke rose from Xianxia's body as the corpse worms were completely destroyed. Xianyuan. Tian Luo. Gather together. Feng Wuchen shouted anxiously. Ah. Xianyuan and Tian Luo resisted with all their might, but the excruciating pain made it impossible for them to move. It's too late. Feng Wuchen was panicking. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Feng Wuchen flicked his fingers, and black flames shot out like lightning, burrowing into Xianyuan Mo's, Tian Luo, and the others' bodies. Black smoke rose from Xianyuan Mo's and the rest as Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. Although the corpse worms were destroyed, the 5 divine generals, 10 honorables and 18 heavenly emperors had lost their ability to fight. It was good enough that they were still alive. Swoosh, bam, blarg, at the same time, while Long Nidian was being devoured by the corpse worms, Tenzhou suddenly appeared and attacked Long Nidian with his full strength. Boom! The terrifying power made Long Nidian spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying like a cannonball. Humph! Long Nidian, you didn't think that this day would come for you, did you? Tenzhou laughed arrogantly. Shameless bastard. Long Nidian cursed, wishing he could tear Tenzhou into pieces. But Long Nidian was severely injured after being devoured by the corpse worms and then attacked by Tenzhou. You bastard. I'll kill you. Long Qinghun glared at Tenzhou and cursed. He wanted to charge out, but he realized that he could not hold on for much longer. Heaven-defying. Feng Wuchen roared in grief and indignation. A feeling of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Feng Wuchen panicked. If he didn't save Long Nidian would die for sure. But if he were to save Long Nidian, he would lose the best chance to save the others. Once he missed it, even Yama would not be able to save him. At this moment, Feng Wuchen felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. His heart was bleeding, and his monstrous rage had already spread to every muscle, every cell, and every pore in his body. Heaven-defying. Long Xingchen turned pale with fright and immediately shot out. Long Xingchen, don't even think about saving him. Attack! Zhuge Wuji shouted fiercely and immediately blocked Long Xingchen. Aside from stopping Long Xingchen from saving Long Nidian, the 3 elders also wanted to stop Long Xingchen and the other 2 from saving the dragon gods. After all, Long Xingchen and the other 2 quasi-heavenly venerates were more than enough to suppress the corpse bug. The corpse bug was extremely overbearing. Even if the dragon gods had the fire of the dragon clan, they would not be able to resist the corpse bug. A few minutes would be enough to turn all the dragon gods into ashes. This would definitely be a heavy blow to the dragon gods. And this was the result that Zhuge Wuji wanted. He wanted the dragon gods to be completely annihilated. Zhuge Wuji. You are still so despicable and shameless. Long Xingchen roared and charged out in anger. He looked as if he was going to beat Zhuge Wuji up. This old man is going to kill you today, you old bastard. Give me your life. Long Xingyun roared and unleashed all his divine power. Humph. You want to kill me with just you, old fart? Watch me tear your bones apart. Shangguan Tiando roared. He was extremely fierce and terrifying. The elders had already started a life and death battle. The terrifying aura of the quasi-heavenly venerates spread throughout the entire heaven realm. The unparalleled energy caused countless cultivators to fall into despair. They did not even have the desire to escape. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Great Guardian. Long Nidian is severely injured. This is the best chance to kill him. The great honored elder roared and charged towards Long Qinghun. killing the two most powerful prodigies of the dragon gods was equivalent to eliminating a huge threat. That's exactly what I was thinking, Tenzhou said fiercely. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he charged towards Long Qinghun. Previously, Long Nidian had defeated the three of them and humiliated them. Tenzhou would not let Long Nidian off so easily. Take advantage of your weakness to take your life. Guardian! What are you waiting for? Kill that bastard Tenzhou! Feng Wuchen roared. Swoosh, boom, blarg, as Feng Wuchen roared, a figure appeared and punched Tenzhou in the chest. The ferocious power sent Tenzhou flying. At the same time, Tenzhou spat out a mouthful of blood. Dragon God! Tenzhou was shocked. Swoosh, buzz. Buzz, after sending Amaterasu flying with a punch, the dragon monarch waved his hand again, and a terrifying energy shot toward the great venerable with an ear-piercing sound. The great honored elder's face changed and he quickly retreated. Humph. You are the great guardian of the celestial worthy temple and yet you are such a despicable person. The dragon god said coldly and his murderous intent surged. Tenzhou clutched his chest and his face twitched. He roared, let's do it together. I will kill all of you. The dragon god roared. Destructive divine energy exploded and the dragon god roared, Dragon Eyes. Roar, the dragon monarch instantly transformed into a dragon god of the nine heavens and charged towards the three great protectors mercilessly. The dragon god was fighting the three of them alone. The dragon god had bought Feng Wuchen some time. Feng Wuchen had to get rid of the corpse worms or the consequences would be unimaginable. Wind Shadow, take care of Ling Er for me. At this moment, Tian Ming's weak voice could be heard as his body fell. Big brother Tian Ming. Feng Wuchen roared at the top of his lungs. His heart was bleeding and the pain was unbearable. Swoosh, at this moment, a violent beast fire shot into the sky and entered Tian Ming's body. Big brother Feng, let the old man deal with the corpse worms in Tian Ming's body. The old man's beast fire should be able to hold on for a while, Yi Wujing said. That's great. Thank you, Dilla Master Yi. Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Wuchen used teleportation and sent the black fire into Long Qinghun, Long Yun, and the other dragon gods to help them get rid of the corpse worms. Wisps of black smoke emanated from their bodies. The corpse bugs had been completely wiped out. Fortunately, the dragon gods had the dragon fire to resist the corpse worms. Otherwise, who knew how many of them would have turned to ashes? The dragon gods and Xianyuan Mo's were saved, but the heavenly emperors and great heavenly emperors that the dragon gods had painstakingly nurtured had all turned to ashes. Only 100 or so people were left. Their lives were saved, but they had lost their ability to fight. Now, only the three great elders, the dragon god, and Feng Wuchen were left. The others were all heavily injured. It could be said that their vitality was greatly damaged. Wind Shadow, it doesn't feel good, right? At this moment, a cold, mocking voice rang out. Have you forgotten that there are still many people in the Dragon God Temple? Corpse Emperor. Feng Wuchen's expression changed. Corpse Emperor. A cold and mocking voice involuntarily made the expressions of the Dragon God Temple's people change drastically. No one detected that the Corpse Emperor already approached the Dragon God Temple silently. Wind Shadow, your array can't stop my corpse bugs. The Corpse Emperor grinned hideously. With a light wave of his hand, a large swarm of densely packed corpse bugs poured out of the Dragon God's plaza, making people's scalps tingle. Corpse bugs. Everyone, be careful. White Soul turned pale with fright. Quickly deploy fire attribute to exterminate them. Su Xian roared in panic. Corpse bugs that even heavenly emperor powerhouses feared, let alone them. True fire and people possessing fire attribute urged it out one after another. Even ice attribute power was urged out too. However, they still underestimated the corpse bugs. Regardless of whether it was fire attribute or ice attribute, it was hard to exterminate the corpse bugs. The power that my corpse bugs possess is even stronger than you trash. Just based on your fire attribute and ice attribute, you can't hurt my corpse bugs at all. Instead, you let my corpse bugs devour your power. The Corpse Emperor sneered mockingly, his appearance arrogant to the extreme. Terrifying true fire and fire attribute power attacks, not only could they not hurt the corpse bugs, they were instantly devoured by them instead. At the same time, corpse bugs also started appearing on the dragon god temple's people, all over their bodies. Corpse bugs. Everyone turned pale with fright, screaming incessantly. It was chaos, all falling into despair. Insolent things. To actually dare use corpse bugs to humiliate the seat. The three-eyed devil ape's fury billowed to the sky. The dragon god temple's people exerted all their strength but were powerless to do anything. Although the corpse emperor's corpse bugs were not as terrifying as corpse ancestors, dealing with celestial deity realms and heavenly lords was more than enough. Before long, everyone in the dragon god temple had corpse bugs crawling all over their bodies, completely unable to distinguish who was who. The entire person was covered in corpse bugs, frightening people just looking at it. Corpse Emperor. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, his face ferocious, seething with rage. Every pore on his body was practically spewing fire. Rage was currently slowly eroding Feng Wuchen's reason. Never seen Feng Wuchen so furious. Not only were Feng Wuchen's parents in the Dragon God Temple, but there were also Feng Wuchen's lovers, brothers, and allies. They were all the most important existences in Feng Wuchen's life. Now that their lives were threatened, how could Feng Wuchen not be angry? His monstrous rage was like 10,000 rivers surging endlessly. Oh no. The dragon monarch's expression changed drastically. Humph. Do you want to save them? Don't even think about it. Tensho shouted angrily. The three Dharma protectors did their best to hold the Dragon King back. Haha. That was the expression. I like to see your expression when you want to kill me but can't do anything to me. Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, the Corpse Emperor. At the edge of the Dragon God Palace's formation, the Corpse Emperor laughed wildly. The lives of everyone in the Dragon God Temple were in the hands of the Corpse Emperor. He could be unbridled and arrogant. Corpse Emperor. If you dare to touch a single hair of anyone in the Dragon God Temple, I promise to make you pay 10,000 times the price. Feng Wuchen roared furiously, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Really? The Dragon God's vitality is greatly damaged. You won't live for long either. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The reason why Long Tianqiu didn't dare to show himself was because he was afraid of alarming the Celestial Venerables, right? Once the Celestial Venerables awaken, the Dragon Gods will be finished, the Corpse Emperor said arrogantly, not taking Feng Wuchen seriously at all. Wind Shadow. It's not impossible to save their lives. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me obediently and admit your mistakes, I might spare their lives, the Corpse Emperor said with a sinister smile, looking more and more arrogant. Feng Wuchen kneel down and kowtow to the Corpse Emperor and admit his mistakes. Was the Corpse Emperor's brain kicked by a donkey? Corpse Emperor. I didn't kill you last time because of the Corpse Ancestor. But I never thought that the Corpse Ancestor would collude with the Celestial Venerables. Now, you dare to threaten my loved ones and my brothers who have gone through fire and water with me. Today, even the heavens won't be able to save you. Feng Wuchen roared crazily, his anger erupting out of control. You want to kill me? The Corpse Emperor's face was full of disdain. He slightly bent his claws at the people of the Dragon God Temple and sneered, then let's see if your teleportation is faster or my corpse bugs devour them faster. You can take a gamble if you want. The corpse bugs were only trapping the people of the Dragon God Temple. The Corpse Emperor didn't control the corpse bugs to devour them. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists, his nails piercing his flesh. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to take the risk. Even if teleportation was very terrifying, he didn't dare to take the risk. Because in addition to the Corpse Emperor, there was still the Corpse Ancestor in the dark. Even if Feng Wuchen could take control of the Corpse Emperor first, or even kill him, the corpse bugs would still mercilessly devour everyone in the Dragon God Temple. What to do? What to do? Feng Wuchen frantically suppressed the anger in his heart and tried his best to think of a way. But Feng Wuchen found that he couldn't even suppress his anger. He couldn't calm down at all. Wind Shadow, as far as I know, your parents and your fiancé are in the Dragon God Temple. To be honest, your fiancé is indeed very beautiful. Even I can't bear to lay my hands on her. The Corpse Emperor laughed sinisterly. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand and controlled Ling Xiaoxiao, who was covered in corpse bugs, to fly up through the array. Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen's face changed drastically. Humph. Looks like you care about her a lot. The corpse emperor sneered mockingly, do you want her to live? Kneel down. Feng Wuchen's bloodshot eyes stared at the corpse emperor. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's heart beat rapidly. The anger had completely burned every cell in his body. Every muscle and bone was emitting a boiling hot aura. Feng Wuchen was completely unaware of these subtle changes. At this moment, Feng Wuchen only wanted to kill the corpse emperor and save everyone in the Dragon God Temple. Young master. The three elders were burning with anxiety, but they couldn't free themselves. Corpse ancestor. You shameless old bastard. The dragon monarch fought fiercely against the three guardians while cursing. Kneel down. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will kill her. The corpse emperor roared at Feng Wuchen, venting all the humiliation he suffered earlier. Feng Wuchen was indifferent. His bloodshot eyes started to emit traces of blood. Wind Shadow. Are you kneeling or not? The corpse emperor roared again with a sinister expression. Feng Wuchen was still indifferent. Make him kneel down to the corpse emperor? That was simply wishful thinking. Very good. You have a lot of backbone. I want to see how strong your backbone is. The corpse emperor said fiercely. He immediately controlled the corpse bugs to devour Ling Xiaoxiao. Ah. The corpse bugs devoured Ling Xiaoxiao's skin and flesh. The intense pain made Ling Xiaoxiao scream miserably. Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen gnashed his teeth. His anger instantly increased by several folds. At this moment, wisps of strange blood began to emit from Feng Wuchen's body. His heart beat faster and faster. It was almost unable to withstand the rapid frequency and was about to explode. These subtle and profound changes seemed to have attracted everyone's attention. Haha. Wind Shadow. You trash, open your eyes wide and watch as your beloved is devoured to death by my corpse worms. The more you suffer, the happier I will be. Haha. The corpse emperor laughed crazily. His appearance was simply arrogant. Xiaoxiao. Hearing Xiaoxiao's miserable screams, Feng Wuchen's heart felt as if it was pierced by 10,000 swords. Haha. What a beautiful voice. Feng Ying, is your heart in pain? Very angry, right? That's right, haha. Looking at Feng Wuchen's angry and pained expression, the corpse emperor couldn't help but laugh loudly. He was as arrogant as he could be. Delightful. It was this kind of delightful pleasure. Not only did he want to kill Feng Wuchen, but he also wanted to humiliate Feng Wuchen. He wanted to ruin Feng Wuchen's reputation and ruthlessly trample on Feng Wuchen. Although the Dragon God Temple's people were covered by corpse worms and couldn't use their power or speak, they could still hear Ling Xiaoxiao's miserable screams. The Dragon God Temple's people were all furious. They roared madly in their hearts, but they were powerless. Shameless bastard. If this daddy's power wasn't being devoured by corpse worms, this daddy would definitely dig out your internal organs. Tian Luo endured his injuries and roared. Corpse ancestor. You old bastard. This daddy will definitely not let you off. Long Qinghun cursed. Despicable and shameless. You actually attacked a little girl. What kind of ability is this? Corpse ancestor, is this the disciple you taught? Pei. Long Ji cursed. The 5 great divine generals, 10 great venerables, 18 heavenly emperors, and dragon gods experts cursed unceasingly. Unfortunately, they were already heavily injured. Their power was being devoured by corpse worms. Their flesh and blood were also being devoured. Healing pills couldn't heal their injuries in a short time. Feng Wuchen secretly regretted not imparting the life obliteration art to them back then. Otherwise, they would definitely be invincible. Xiaoxiao, I once said that I won't let you be hurt again. I won't let you be wronged again. Feng Wuchen secretly said in his heart. Grief caused Feng Wuchen to shed 2 lines of blood tears. If he couldn't keep his promise, he would be a liar. Master, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Controlling that bastard corpse emperor is as easy as flipping your hand. Don't forget that you still have the power of time. Long Shenjian's voice suddenly sounded. The moment he heard this, Feng Wuchen, who was in a state of extreme rage, suddenly had his eyes light up. He instantly sobered up. Feng Wuchen did not speak. With a thought, he immediately used instant transmission. Ling Xiaoxiao was in danger, and Feng Wuchen couldn't wait any longer. At the same time, the power of time was also activated. The corpse emperor, who was laughing arrogantly, couldn't laugh anymore in the next second. Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant and trapped the corpse emperor with the power of time. Feng Wuchen grabbed the corpse emperor's neck fiercely. Not good. It's teleportation. The corpse emperor was shocked. He didn't expect that Feng Wuchen would really dare to attack. Humph. You want to save your fiancé? It was simply wishful thinking. Go to hell. The corpse emperor roared in his heart and immediately controlled the corpse bugs to devour Ling Xiaoxiao. Corpse emperor. Corpse ancestor's panicked voice came from somewhere in the dark. Humph. Feng Wuchen coldly snorted fiercely. His blood-red eyes swept over the source of the voice. Master. Don't kill the corpse emperor first. I want to dig out his internal organs. Seeing Feng Wuchen attack, Tian Luo was the first to roar. I want to crush all the bones in his body. Long Yin roared crazily. The corpse emperor was just about to control the corpse bugs to devour Ling Xiaoxiao when Feng Wuchen already brought the corpse emperor to the plaza and directly threw the corpse emperor out like he was throwing away trash. Boom, the corpse emperor fiercely crashed into the plaza's ground. With a loud explosion, a huge pit was blasted out on the ground. The corpse emperor's body actually bounced up. Swish, in the next second, a black shadow appeared in a flash and grabbed the corpse emperor again. It was precisely the late-stage Heavenly Emperor puppet. At the same time, the power of time had already enveloped everyone in the dragon gods. Time could be said to have completely stopped. Pung, the black fire was activated. Feng Wuchen immediately waved his hand. The black fire instantly turned into a black fire dragon and shot out with lightning speed. Swish, the black fire was the nemesis of the corpse bugs. Wherever the black dragon passed, everyone in the dragon god's temple would emit thick black smoke. In an instant, the corpse bugs were completely devoured. What a terrifying fire. The corpse bugs can't resist at all. Black fire? This isn't the fire of the dragon clan. It's an ice-cold aura. This fire is extremely domineering, and its aura is even more terrifying. Zhuge Wuji and the other elders, as well as the three great guardians, were all shocked by the black fire. Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen immediately flashed over and hugged the weak Ling Xiaoxiao. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. Xiaoxiao has implicated you, Ling Xiaoxiao said weakly and fainted after saying that. Xiaoxiao. Ling Muyun and Ling Xian turned pale with fright. They immediately rushed over. Chen how are you? How is Xiaoxiao? Xiao Qingqing also rushed over and asked in a panic. Feng Wuchen suppressed the monstrous anger in his heart and said, her injuries aren't serious. Ling Xiaoxiao's injuries were indeed not serious, but her pale and haggard face had completely caused Feng Wuchen to enter a berserk state. The rising blood aura in his body was even more intense. The people in the Dragon God's temple had no idea what was going on. It was very strange. They all knew that Feng Wuchen was completely enraged. I've never seen Chen so angry. This feeling is very unfamiliar. Chen aura has also changed. Feng Xingxiong frowned and said to himself. At the same time, he signaled everyone to keep quiet. Long Zhantian and the others also saw the subtle change in Feng Wuchen's aura. After handing Ling Xiaoxiao over to Ling Xian, Feng Wuchen's terrifying blood eyes swept over the trapped corpse emperor. He then walked over step by step. The corpse emperor's neck was gripped by the puppet. He struggled desperately but to no avail. Wind Shadow, what are you doing? Don't come over. Sensing Feng Wuchen walking over and seeing the killing intent in Feng Wuchen's eyes, the corpse emperor was scared out of his wits. The black flame dragon was still circling the plaza. Even if the corpse emperor could control countless corpse bugs, it was completely useless at this moment. In front of Wu Hua, no matter how many came, they would all die. Corpse ancestor, don't you plan to show yourself? Don't you want your own disciple? Feng Wuchen's cold and emotionless voice rang out. Pow, pow, Feng Wuchen slapped the corpse emperor. The tyrannical power caused the corpse emperor to vomit blood and a few of his front teeth to fly out. The tyrannical power instantly caused the corpse emperor's face to swell up. The palm print was a ghastly sight. Feng Wuchen wanted nothing more than to immediately kill the corpse emperor, but this would be letting him off too easily. Pow, 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 Feng Wuchen used both hands to wildly slap the corpse emperor's face. All of his teeth flew out and his face was swollen to the point that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Don't hit me, I beg you, don't hit me, brother Feng. I was wrong, please spare me. The corpse emperor was terrified to the extreme and begged with a swollen face. The grand corpse ancestor actually doesn't have the guts to save his disciple. It seems your master is also trash. Feng Wuchen sneered. His palm was already condensed with terrifying soul force and he pressed it on the corpse emperor's head. No. No. Ah. The corpse emperor screamed in despair. Ah. The corpse emperor's pig-like screams resounded throughout the dragon god temple. Feng Wuchen forcefully extracted the corpse emperor's soul body. That's right. Forcefully extracted. Ignoring the corpse emperor's resistance, the more he resisted, the more painful it was. That kind of intense pain was simply inhumane. Just thinking about it made one feel unbearably good. Big brother Feng. Well done. Killing him would be too easy for him. Lu Qingyang roared, venting his anger. That's right. It's still the alliance leader who is ruthless. Torturing his body is letting him off too easily. Torture his soul body bit by bit. Alliance leader. Use the black fire to seal his soul body and slowly burn him. Alliance leader. Hang the corpse emperor's soul body in the dragon god temple. I want to hear his screams every day. That's right. Hearing his screams makes me incomparably excited. My spirit is 100 times higher. Everyone in the dragon god temple roared unceasingly. They thought of all kinds of ways to torture the corpse emperor. In their view, the corpse emperor's screams were simply the sound of nature. The corpse emperor's soul body was forcefully extracted. An illusory and weak voice appeared beside the corpse emperor. Bang! With a flick of Feng Wuchen's finger, the corpse emperor's body instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. Gulp! The terrifying flame scared the corpse emperor so much that he swallowed his saliva repeatedly. Oh, no, it was his Adam's apple that rolled. The soul body did not have saliva. Wind Shadow, what do you want? If you dare to kill me, my master will never let you off. Master's corpse bugs are 10,000 times more powerful than mine. The terrified and despairing corpse emperor did not forget to use corpse ancestor as a threat. Is that so? Since that's the case, why don't you let your cowardly master show himself? Feng Wuchen said coldly, without a trace of human emotion. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the corpse emperor was already a dead man. It was just that he died a little slower. Forget about your master, even if the heavenly emperor came, he can't save you. Feng Wuchen said coldly again, directly sentencing the corpse emperor to death. Terrifying soul force wrapped the corpse emperor's soul body. With a flick of Feng Wuchen's finger, a trace of black fire fused into it. Ah! The burning black flame made the corpse emperor let out an inhuman scream. His soul started to struggle crazily. Killing you right away would be too easy on you. I want you to pay 100 times the price. My true fire can burn your soul until the day it completely disappears. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. With a wave of his hand, the matrix dispersed, and the corpse emperor's soul floated to the air above the dragon temple. Ah! The corpse emperor screamed in pain. Corpse ancestor, your corpse bugs really aren't simple. Unfortunately, my true flames are the bane of your corpse bugs. Since you've interfered today, then your life is already in my control from today onwards. So long as you're still in the heaven dimension, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. Feng Wuchen spoke extremely fiercely, and every single word of his was filled with piercingly cold killing intent. Feng Wuchen's domineering aura that seemed to be in control of everything was filled with intense pressure, causing people to have the urge to kneel down and worship him. Just as Feng Wuchen's voice fell, high above the dragon god temple, an elderly figure appeared in a flash. It was none other than Corpse Ancestor. Master, save me. Save me. It hurts so much. Ah. The Corpse Emperor screamed in fear. The moment he saw Corpse Ancestor, it was as if he had discovered the door to a new world. Corpse Ancestor was undoubtedly the Corpse Emperor's life-saving straw. However, since Feng Wuchen dared to put the Corpse Emperor in the air, why would he be afraid that Corpse Ancestor would save him? Feng Wuchen stared at Corpse Ancestor with his blood-red eyes and said in a sinister voice, "Old thing, you finally appeared. Corpse Ancestor, kill Wind Shadow. I'll help you step into the quasi-heavenly venerable realm." Zhuge Wuji's fierce voice came from the sky. Corpse Ancestor, if you dare to harm a single hair of the young master, old man will definitely turn you into ashes. Long Xingqian shouted angrily as he glared at Corpse Ancestor. Long Tianchao? Shang Guantiando said disdainfully, does that old thing dare to make a move? Corpse Ancestor, don't forget your promise to me. Zhuge Wuji shouted angrily again. Zhuge Wuji, you old farts won't be arrogant for long. Feng Wuchen's terrifying blood-red eyes swept across the sky. Humph. Just you? I can kill you with one finger. Zhuge Wuji said disdainfully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face stiffened. Zhuge Wuji and the others were shocked when they saw Feng Wuchen's blood-red eyes. They had not noticed the changes in Feng Wuchen during the intense battle. The young master's eyes. Long Yuan's face stiffened. This is... Long Xingqian was also stunned. This was the first time he had seen Feng Wuchen's blood-red eyes and how his entire body was filled with blood-red aura. The young master's aura has become very unfamiliar. What's going on? Are those blood-red eyes because of anger? The dragon god looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. No one knew what had happened to Feng Wuchen. The Corpse Ancestor's face was solemn, but he did not say anything. He looked at Feng Wuchen, who was undergoing subtle changes. You want to save your disciple? Feng Wuchen said coldly, your corpse bugs are indeed the best in the heaven domain. However, no one in the heaven domain can compete with my soul power. You want to save your disciple? Dream on. Feng Wuchen was confident that his domineering soul power could trap the Corpse Emperor. After killing you, my soul power will naturally dissipate. The Corpse Ancestor suddenly spoke. His tone was cold, and a murderous aura suddenly burst out. The Corpse Ancestor's aura was sinister and extremely strange. It made one's hair stand on end. A terrifying aura swept out. From this sinister aura, one could tell that the Corpse Ancestor's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th Heavenly Emperor realm. He was half a step away from becoming a quasi-heavenly venerable. The Corpse Ancestor's combat power was extremely terrifying. Oh? Is that so? I also want to see how you kill me. Feng Wuchen did not have any fear at all, as if everything was under his control. Chen that old tortoise's strength is too terrifying. You're not his match. Xiao Qingqing hurriedly reminded, her face full of worry and fear. Old tortoise, Xiao Qingqing actually dared to compare the Corpse Ancestor whose might shook the heaven domain to an old tortoise, White Soul, Yi Wujing, and the rest of the powerhouses could not help casting looks of admiration, giving a thumbs up in their hearts. Looks like Long Tianchao really doesn't dare to make a move, the Corpse Ancestor said coldly, his sinister killing intent becoming stronger and stronger. Long Tianchao did not dare to make a move. The Dragon God's protectors and the 3 great elders were already held back. Long Nidian and the rest were seriously injured. At present, no one could support Feng Wuchen at all. Feng Wuchen, a mere late-stage heavenly emperor, did not enter the Corpse Ancestor's eyes at all. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the Corpse Ancestor made a move decisively, bringing along a powerful and ferocious rumbling sound, charging towards Feng Wuchen with an unstoppable momentum. Just his aura alone could shake the void. It was simply awesome. And that horrifying speed was already unable to be described with words. But all of this did not make Feng Wuchen's expression change in the slightest. Zhuge Wuji. Don't forget your promise. The Corpse Ancestor shouted loudly. Rest assured, Corpse Ancestor. This seat absolutely won't go back on my word. A hint of a sinister smile surfaced on Zhuge Wuji's old face. Wind Shadow. Don't blame old man for being merciless. Blame yourself for being born in the dragon gods. Corpse ancestor's power was overwhelming, and he didn't hold back at all. He had to kill Suchen in one blow. Although Long Tianqiu didn't dare to interfere, who could guarantee that Long Tianqiu wouldn't come out halfway? After all, Feng Wuchen was Long Tianqiu's son. As a father, how could he watch his son die in the hands of others? Because of this, Corpse ancestor had to go all out without any hesitation. He had to kill Suchen in one blow. Looking at Corpse ancestor, who was full of confidence, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "You think you can break my soul power by killing me? You must be dreaming. What if it's Ximen Xuanzi?" Corpse ancestor asked coldly. Ximen Xuanzi? Feng Wuchen frowned. Obviously, he knew who Ximen Xuanzi was. Seeing Feng Wuchen's expression, Corpse ancestor said coldly, "Don't be so full of yourself. Ximen Xuanzi has already stepped into the divine grade realm. It's easy for him to break your soul power. Accept your death." Not only did Feng Wuchen not run, but his lips also curled into a smile. He had a card up his sleeve. What's going on? Is this kid's head kicked by a donkey? Corpse ancestor was confused when he saw Feng Wuchen's fearless and arrogant attitude. However, Corpse ancestor didn't think too much about it. With his terrifying cultivation, as long as it wasn't Long Tianqiu, he was confident that he could kill Feng Wuchen in one blow. Corpse ancestor was only a few dozen meters away from Feng Wuchen. He was about to kill him in one blow. At the same time, Long Nidian and the rest are seriously injured. Everyone, attack together. Zhuge Mingjun roared fiercely as he stared at Shan Yuan Mose. He said viciously, "Shan Yuan Mose, I'm going to cripple you now." Zhuge Mingjun would never forget the scene of him being scared out of his wits by Shan Yuan Mose. How could Zhuge Mingjun let Shan Yuan Mose off so easily after being humiliated like this? That little bastard Wind Shadow has Corpse ancestor to deal with. We can rest assured and wipe out the dragon gods. Wild Shadow roared. I want to kill them with my own hands. Devour their divine power. The fighting spirit of the great celestial emperor powerhouses under the celestial worthy temple was quickly aroused. They rushed up like wolves and tigers, launching a great counterattack. Ding-ling-ling, but at this moment, an incomparably mysterious sound of a zither drifted over. At first, the sound of the zither was gentle and continuous. It was incomparably mysterious, like a winding mountain spring flowing slowly from a secluded valley. But a moment later, as the rhythm rose and fell, every step was high-spirited, and the sound of the zither became manic. The rhythm rolled violently, like an overturning sea, and swept out crazily with an unstoppable force. Not good. Soul-enchanting tune. Corpse ancestor's face turned grim as strong uneasiness surged out from his heart, and his heart thumped violently. In just an instant, he felt an intense pain in his head, as if it would explode at any moment. In the end, he couldn't help but scream in agony. Ah! Zhuge Mingjun and the others, who had rushed out, were all ambushed by the soul-enchanting tune. Their heads hurt so much that they almost exploded, and they screamed continuously. Previously, they were severely injured by the divine grade runes, and now, they were injured by the sound of the zither. It was one disaster after another, and it felt great. Fairy Yu Yan. Zhuge Wuji's face turned completely gloomy. A graceful figure appeared in the void. This person was none other than Fairy Yu Yan. Fairy Yu Yan wore a white gauze dress. She was elegant and refined, and her exquisite curves and beautiful face were exquisite and flawless. She was really as beautiful as a fairy, so beautiful that it was suffocating. All the men in the world wanted to turn into beasts and pounce on her. Compared to Ling Xiaoxiao, her beauty could be said to be equal, but Fairy Yu Yan had a more mature charm. Fairy Yu Yan's beautiful face could be said to have captured the hearts of all the men present. She was so beautiful that they couldn't resist. One had to admit that Fairy Yu Yan's attainments in music were extremely high. The sound of the zither went from gentle and continuous to overwhelming in the blink of an eye. It was unstoppable, and it was done in one breath. It wasn't something that ordinary people could achieve. Even though Corpse ancestor was a peak 9th heaven emperor, he was caught off guard. He screamed in pain and held his head with both hands. Fairy Yu Yan, how dare you betray the temple of heavenly venerate? The severely injured Mr. Guegu shouted angrily. She didn't betray us. She just never saw herself as a member of the Temple of Heavenly Venerate. Zhuge Wuji said in a deep voice. His face was extremely ugly. If that's the case, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster should be here too. The Great Honored Master frowned deeply. Swish, boom, just as the Great Honored Master finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared and punched Corpse Ancestor's chest. The ferocious strength carried the power of a thunderbolt and sent Corpse Ancestor flying. The person who came was Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. Boom, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's cold and murderous gaze swept across Zhuge Mingjun and the others. He suddenly stepped on the void and rushed towards Zhuge Mingjun and the others like lightning. Oh no! Zhuge Mingjun's face changed greatly. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. The Great Honored Master's face was ferocious and wanted to stop him. However, Fairy Yuyan's zither music had already reached them. Outrageous! The Great Honored Master was furious. However, he couldn't bear the intense pain from his head. Boom, poof, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster arrived in an instant and punched Zhuge Mingjun's chest fiercely. Boom! The ferocious strength caused Zhuge Mingjun to spit out blood on the spot. His body flew out like a cannonball. Mingjun. Zhuge Wuji's face changed greatly and he panicked. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster didn't stop at all. The ferocious strength caused many great heavenly emperors to fly out in the blink of an eye. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Damn it. I knew that bastard wouldn't be loyal to the Temple of Heavenly Venerate. The severely injured Zhuge Mingjun gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Immortal Heavenly Emperor endured his injuries and shouted, "How dare you sneak attack us?" The surviving Heavenly Emperors of the Temple of Heavenly Venerate were simply trash in front of Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, not to mention that they were heavily injured. Even if they were in their peak state, they were still trash. In the blink of an eye, the power that they had gathered was instantly destroyed by Ancient Abyss Grandmaster alone. Whoosh! In the next second, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster appeared in front of the Great Honored Master and looked down at him from above. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. The Great Honored Master, whose head was in severe pain, still maintained a trace of consciousness. He gritted his teeth and angrily looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. Unfortunately, the Great Honored Master's mind was distracted and he was powerless to activate his power. It could be said that he was at the mercy of others. Pa! 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 Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was merciless. His hands madly slapped the Great Honored Master. Both sides of his face instantly became red and swollen. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pig's head. The blood that he spat out also had broken teeth. I'll let you be high and mighty. High and mighty. I'll let you be arrogant and arrogant. Arrogant and arrogant. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster slapped and cursed at the same time. He couldn't stop at all. The Great Honored Master was about to cry. He wanted to beg for mercy but he didn't even have the chance to speak. Still high and mighty? Still arrogant and arrogant? Why don't you say something? I'll slap you to death. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster slapped him. The Great Honored Master didn't even have the chance to speak. The spectators were all dumbstruck. They all subconsciously covered their faces and were incomparably terrified. Slap. 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 After an unknown number of slaps, the Great Honored Master was already on the verge of death. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster then tossed the Great Honored Master out like trash. As an 8th level Heavenly Emperor, the Great Honored Master was able to unleash the power of a peak 9th level Heavenly Emperor. Now that Ancient Abyss Grandmaster had slapped him like a tortoise, he was so angry that he vomited blood. On the Celestial Worthy Temple's side, only the 3 elders, 3 protectors, and Corpse Ancestor were left. The others were either dead or severely injured. Boom, in the void, Zhuge Wuji and Long Xingchen were both sent flying after a clash of immortal arts. The 2 elders fought with all their might. They were evenly matched. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. How dare you betray me? Zhuge Wuji roared at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. His old face was ferocious as veins popped out. I originally planned to let Yu Yan and Gu Yuan deal with the aftermath. I didn't expect Corpse Ancestor to interfere. However, this is also good. It might not be a bad thing to see your enemy earlier, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. His cold voice made people hesitate as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. At this moment, Corpse Ancestor had already recovered and flew over from afar. Corpse Ancestor was unharmed. It was obvious that Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's power couldn't hurt Corpse Ancestor even if he was caught off guard. Fairy Yu Yan, from the moment you extracted Xianxia's remnant soul, I already guessed that you didn't truly submit to the celestial worthy temple, Zhuge Wuji said gloomily. What? Fairy Yu Yan and Ancient Abyss Grandmaster frowned. The reason why I didn't do anything was to appease Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and take the annihilation art. Did you really think I didn't notice? Fairy Yu Yan, aren't you underestimating me too much? Since you betrayed me, it seems like there's no need to keep you alive. Zhuge Wuji said coldly. His words were filled with boundless cold-killing intent. What do you mean? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster frowned and asked. He couldn't help but worry. I've already sealed your bodies. Don't even think about escaping from me. If I want you to die, even the heavens can't save you. Zhuge Wuji roared furiously. His old face had a smug and arrogant look. Seal? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and Yu Yan's expressions changed again. They broke out in cold sweat. Zhuge Wuji, this old bastard. Of course. That might not be the case. Feng Wuchen said coldly, when Yu Yan mentioned this to me, I already had my suspicions. As a quasi-celestial master, you can't hide such a small trick from everyone. Since you didn't say anything, it means that you have other motives. The spiritual shackles you placed on them have already been used by me. What? Impossible. There's no way I wouldn't know that you've broken the seal. Zhuge Wuji's expression changed drastically. Really? Why don't you try? Feng Wuchen said coldly. How is this possible? My immortal art actually lost its effect. Zhuge Wuji was dumbfounded. He couldn't sense the existence of the confinement at all, and he didn't even notice that the confinement had been broken. No matter how hard Zhuge Wuji racked his brains, he would never have thought that the imprisonment that he had personally set up would disappear. Zhuge Wuji, don't you know that I'm in the divine level? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His blood-red eyes flashed with disdain and mockery. Preposterous. You little bastard. I'm going to kill you. Zhuge Wuji was enraged. He immediately charged towards Feng Wuchen like a ferocious tiger. He looked like he was going to swallow Feng Wuchen whole. Zhuge Wuji, is your brain kicked by a donkey? I really wonder how you became the Grand Elder with that stupid brain of yours. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His tone was filled with disdain. The moment Zhuge Wuji heard that, his expression changed drastically. It was as if he had only just realized what was going on. He quickly stopped. Grand Elder. Protect your mind. At this time, Shangguan Tiando suddenly reminded him. He was panicking. Be careful, Grand Elder. Tenzhou also realized what was going on and quickly shouted. Humph. It's too late. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. His terrifying soul power surged out. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, with lightning speed, Feng Wuchen destroyed the seal in Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and Fairy Yu Yan's body. Zhuge Wuji was severely injured, and he spat out blood. How is this possible? Zhuge Wuji was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. Oh my god. The young master has injured that old bastard. Long Qinghun was so shocked that his mouth formed an O shape. What a smart move. It's impossible to defend against. This is our chance. That old bastard is severely injured. The Grand Elder can definitely kill him. The young master is mighty. The young master is mighty. Everyone roared excitedly, boiling with excitement. Idiot. Feng Wuchen scolded. I never said that I had broken your seal. I only used my soul power to seal it. Your so-called physical seal is connected to your soul. No matter how strong your cultivation is, you can't block my soul power. You little bastard. How dare you plot against me? I'll kill you right now. Zhuge Wuji roared furiously. He wanted to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. He was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Worthy Temple. He was only below one person. Yet, he had been plotted against by a junior. It was a great humiliation. Is that so? Feng Wuchen squinted his eyes. He said disdainfully, with your weak soul, you can't withstand my divine rank soul power. Do you think it's you who will kill me, or me who will kill you? You. Zhuge Wuji's pale face changed. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Under Feng Wuchen's powerful soul power attack, Zhuge Wuji was lucky to be able to keep his life. With his soul severely injured, Zhuge Wuji was at the end of his rope. Grand Elder, go and help them. Leave this old bastard to me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He held the Dragon God sword and shot out. Be careful, Grand Elder. The 3 protectors and 2 elders shouted in panic. Humph. Take care of yourselves first. Long Xingchen shouted coldly. He had already rushed toward Shangguan Tiando. Old bastard. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Shangguan Tiando roared furiously. You're right. Old man likes to bully others with numbers. What can you do to old man? Second elder. Let's kill him together. Long Xingchen was too lazy to talk nonsense. Gulp, the 3 protectors could not help but swallow their saliva. They secretly sympathized with Shangguan Tiando. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was already close to Zhuge Wuji. Old man, do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Zhuge Wuji looked at Feng Wuchen ferociously. He gritted his teeth and shouted, little bastard. Feng Ying, stop. If you dare to kill my grandfather, my father will not forgive you. Zhuge Mingjun shouted in panic. He immediately mentioned his father. Zhuge Tianxiong? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully, the dragon gods are fighting with the Temple of Heavenly Worthy. I don't even see them. I think they are hiding somewhere like cowards. Bullsh *T. My father is in seclusion. He's not a coward. Zhuge Mingjun roared like an enraged lion cub. If I say he's a coward, then he's a coward. What can you do about it? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. The dragon god sword in his hand slashed mercilessly at Zhuge Wuji. The dragon god sword was terrifying. It was Feng Wuchen's strongest divine sword. When the sword landed, it would definitely split Zhuge Wuji in half. Feng Wuchen was in a state of extreme rage. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was completely dominated by anger. No. Zhuge Mingjun shouted in panic. Feng Ying, stop. The 3 guardians and Shangguan Tiando shouted in panic. The seriously injured powerhouses of the Celestial Worthy Temple felt their hearts in their throats as they trembled all over. Zhuge Wuji was a quasi-celestial worthy. Once he was killed, the Temple of Celestial Worthy would lose a super expert. Kill. Feng Wuchen roared and slashed down mercilessly with the dragon god sword. Divine power protection. The severely injured Zhuge Wuji forcefully activated his divine power. In the next second, a scene that would make people laugh out loud appeared. On the surface of Zhuge Wuji's body, an energy shield that was full of cracks condensed. Even glass was 100 times harder than this. Humph. Zhuge Wuji. Are you sure you're not joking? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. He could not bear to watch. Haha. Divine power protection? Bullsh *T. What kind of thing is this? You call this divine power protection? Do you have any shame? Any random kid can beat you up until you're looking for your teeth all over the floor. Ha ha ha. The people of the Temple of Celestial Dragon could not help but laugh. The energy shield that Zhuge Wuji condensed was simply ridiculous. It was so fragile that it could be broken with a blow. It could not be more useless. Swoosh. Ding. But the moment the dragon god sword slashed down, a sharp green energy burst out with the force of a thunderbolt. With a crisp sound, the terrifying power sent the dragon god sword flying. It's him. Feng Wuchen's face changed drastically. His entire arm trembled violently and a sharp pain spread throughout his body. The cultivation of the person who attacked was extremely frightening. The sudden touch scared the people of the Dragon Temple so much that their faces stiffened, and they fell silent in an instant. Young master. Zhuge Wuji was overjoyed. Boom. Pooh. In the next second, there was an explosion. Without any warning, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body shot out like a cannonball. This guy has become so much stronger. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. At this moment, he only felt that his internal organs were violently tumbling, and his entire body was about to fall apart. Young Master! Master! Alliance Master! Everyone from the Dragon God's temple and Dragon Gods turned pale with fright and couldn't help but cry out. Feng Wuchen was the backbone of the Dragon Gods and the Dragon God temple. His every move tugged at everyone's heartstrings. If anything were to happen, they would be finished. Heaven-extinguishing candle. Quasi-Empyrean exalt. Long Xingchen frowned and suddenly turned to look at the void. He's finally made his move. Long Nidian frowned deeply, and there was a flash of fear in the depths of his eyes. So scary. Who is it? Big Brother Feng didn't notice at all. Will the Alliance Master be okay? The attack just now was very scary. I couldn't see it at all. What a terrifying aura. Does the Temple of Celestial Worthy have such a terrifying expert? Everyone from the Dragon God Temple was panic-stricken. They trembled and broke out in cold sweat. Long Qing, who is this person? Why are you all so afraid? Beidou Yan asked in a trembling voice, as if he had felt a terrifying invisible aura. Young Master's old rival, Heaven-extinguishing candle, the young master of the Temple of Celestial Worthy, Long Qing said in a deep voice. Judging from that fleeting aura just now, his cultivation is above mine. Long Nidian said solemnly as he stared at the void without blinking. Quasi-Empyrean exalt. Lu Qingyang and the others exclaimed at the same time. They took a deep breath and were completely dumbfounded on the spot. Such a terrifying cultivation, and he was the young master. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be even more powerful than Zhuge Wuji. How could the young master of the Temple of Celestial Worthy be an ordinary person? Heaven-extinguishing candle was the top genius in the heaven domain who was on par with Long Zun. No one could compare to him. Just based on this point, one could guess how powerful Heaven-extinguishing candle was. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Heaven-extinguishing candle was the devil incarnate. Above the void, a figure appeared silently. There was no turbulence in the air at all. It was a young man with exquisite facial features. It was no exaggeration to say that he was a devilishly handsome man. This person was the young master of the Temple of Celestial Worthy, Heaven-extinguishing candle. Everyone's eyes fell on Heaven-extinguishing candle. An unparalleled divine aura swept out with an unstoppable force. The aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if it had condensed into a substance, making it difficult for people to breathe. However, one look was enough to make people feel endless fear. In an instant, the temperature in the space seemed to have dropped. The intense battle also stopped. The space was dead silent and the atmosphere was extremely strange. In the huge pit in the mountain range, Feng Wuchen dragged his severely injured body and floated up. As his body rose into the air, Feng Wuchen's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His anger suddenly soared. Feng Wuchen's blood-red eyes became even more terrifying. The blood that rose from his body almost turned into blood. Feng Wuchen's condition was really strange. No one knew what was going on. Great Elder, your injuries are very serious. Rest well. Heaven-extinguishing candle spoke in a commanding tone. Zhuge Wuji did not speak and his expression did not change. Even if he was the great elder of the Temple of Celestial Worthy, he could only lower his head in front of Heaven-extinguishing candle. Zhu Mietian took a step forward, and an unparalleled destructive qi rolled out from him. He was acting tough, and he was extremely pretentious. Long Xingchen, why don't you fight with me? Heaven-extinguishing candle spoke again. He was like an emperor who controlled everything. His words were filled with contempt and confidence. The arrogance that came from his bones made people tremble in fear. Long Xingchen frowned. Not to mention that he had used up a lot of divine power in the previous battle with Zhuge Wuji. Even if he was in his peak state, Long Xingchen did not have much chance of winning against Heaven-extinguishing candle. How impressive. Before Long Xingchen could speak, Feng Wuchen, who had already recovered, said in a cold voice. Art of Oblivion. Heaven-extinguishing candle frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen with his empty eyes. What's up with this guy's blood qi? His aura has been extremely unstable since the beginning. I have never seen such a strange aura before. Heaven-extinguishing candle thought. The more he looked at Feng Wuchen, the stranger he felt. He actually felt a little pressured. His eyes. Heaven-extinguishing candle was shocked. He thought to himself, they look like Long Zun. Feng Wuchen floated over from afar, leaving a trail of blood qi behind him. It felt as if all the blood in his body was floating out. At the same time, Feng Wuchen's raging aura was completely released. An indescribable overbearing aura surged crazily. The rising blood qi condensed into blood and completely enveloped Feng Wuchen. That terrifying aura was like that of a demon descending to the world, looking down on all living things. What's wrong with this kid? This aura. Zhu Mietian was shocked again. He felt that Feng Wuchen's body was filled with an unparalleled aura. Big brother Feng, are you going to transform? Lu Qingyang was dumbfounded. What's going on? Young master has been emitting blood qi since the beginning. What does this mean? Could it be? Long Nidian was very confused. Finally, he seemed to have thought of something. Master's aura has become very strange, and it's increasing rapidly. I've never seen such a change before. Tian Luo frowned. His aura has already broken through the great celestial emperor realm. Is this kid going to break through? But what's with this strange aura? Zhuge Wuji frowned. Everyone present was confused and shocked. They had never heard of Feng Wuchen's strange phenomenon. Nameless Ghost Realm, Dragon God Hall. Husband, tell me quickly. What's wrong with Long Er? Mother Dragon asked anxiously. She looked at the light screen worriedly. On the light screen, the person who appeared was Feng Wuchen, who was covered in blood. Long Tianzhou's face was very serious. He kept staring at Feng Wuchen. Husband, hurry up and tell me. You're making me anxious. Mother Dragon was not as calm as Long Tianzhou. It was simply a matter of urgency. If you don't tell me, I'll go to the Dragon God Hall now. I can't be bothered with you. Mother Dragon was angry and left the Dragon God Hall. Madam, wait. Long Tianzhou immediately stopped her. He smiled faintly and said, Madam, don't be angry. I'm not sure either. Mother Dragon rolled her eyes at Long Tianzhou and asked, Are you sure now? Long Tianzhou nodded. He was happy and even a little excited. Mother Dragon urged, Since you're sure, why don't you say it? If you keep me in suspense, I'll fight it out with you. All right. Long Tianzhou smiled happily and said, If my guess is right, Long Er's potential was stimulated by anger and accidentally stepped into the legendary realm of gods. The supreme realm of the dragon gods. What? God domain? Mother Dragon's face changed drastically as she said in disbelief, How is this possible? God's domain. Out of the billions of dragon gods, there might not even be one who can step into the god's domain. How could Long Er possibly do it? Long Tianzhou laughed, Ha ha ha, other than Long Er being one of the millions of dragon gods, don't forget that Long Er is the combination of a human and a dragon god, the first dragon god in history. Looking at the happy Long Tianzhou, Mother Dragon still couldn't believe it. She asked, Husband, are you sure Long Er has stepped into God's domain? Yes. Long Tianzhou nodded seriously and said, We've never seen Long Er's aura change before. His strength has reached the great celestial emperor realm for the first time. This is very likely God's domain. God's domain is a very mysterious realm. I don't know how to describe it, but the power of God's domain is not affected by one's realm. Let's see first. Long Tianzhou continued. Through the screen, Long Tianzhou looked at Zhu Mietian and said, This little bastard's cultivation has improved a lot. I'm afraid Long Er will need some time to catch up to him. Shut your stinky mouth. Our Long Er can easily catch up to him. Zhu Mietian is nothing. Mother Dragon was unhappy when she heard this. Madam, I'm just speaking the truth. This little bastard Zhu Mietian is not simple. Long Tianzhou smiled helplessly. Our Long Er is the strongest. Mother Dragon glared at Long Tianzhou. Dragon God Temple. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and confusion. It was as if they had seen the door to a new world. This brat's aura is too strange. He's making me feel uneasy. I have to stop him immediately. Zhu Mietian frowned and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Terrifying power gathered in his palm and Zhu Mietian attacked without hesitation. He charged towards Feng Wuchen with lightning speed. Humph. Long Xingchen sensed it immediately and snorted coldly. He went to stop him. Long Xingchen, can you stop me? Zhu Mietian said arrogantly. He did not take Long Xingchen seriously. Boom. Buzz buzz. In an instant, Long Xingchen and Zhu Mietian clashed fiercely. There was an earth-shattering boom that reverberated through the entire heaven domain. The heaven domain shook. What a violent power. Long Xingchen's face changed. He felt an intense pain in his arm, as if his arm was going to explode. Long Xingchen was the Grand Elder of the Dragon Gods. He had a high cultivation level and an extremely strong physical body. They were both quasi-heavenly venerables. Long Xingchen had a strong physical body and should have the upper hand. However, Long Xingchen was sent flying in this clash. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying power. Grand Elder. The Dragon Gods were shocked. No one had expected Long Xingchen to be sent flying by Zhu Mietian. Long Xingchen, is that all you've got? The Grand Elder of the Dragon Gods is only SOSO, Zhu Mietian said coldly. His words were filled with contempt and disdain. Long Xingchen's face darkened. He was furious as he charged forward with all his might. You overestimate yourself. Zhu Mietian said disdainfully. He did not want to be outdone. An intense battle broke out. Gulp. The Dragon God Temple members could not help but swallow their saliva. Other than fear, there was only fear. It was as if they had been petrified. They were as still as wooden chickens, unable to move or speak. Zhu Mietian's cultivation has already surpassed the young master's. Long Qinghan frowned. Long Nidian could not deny it. He said in a low voice, Grand Elder is no match for him. Let's recover quickly and deal with him together. The gap is too big. Even if we join hands, it's impossible. You all know how terrifying this guy is. Ancient Abyss frowned. After a pause, Ancient Abyss said, there is only one way. We will join hands and injure the three guardians. Guardian Dragon God will join hands with us. Together with Grand Elder, we should be able to deal with Zhu Mietian. However, the condition is that the 10 sovereigns join hands. Right now, Grand Elder can only hold on for a while. I agree with Senior Brother. Fairy Yu Yan nodded. I have no problem. Ancient Abyss is smart. Long Yun nodded as well. Ancient Abyss was always resourceful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stay in the Temple of Heavenly Venerables for decades. The young master's divine healing pill has come in handy. Long Nitian's eyes flashed fiercely. However, just as Long Nidian and the others were discussing their strategy, Long Xingchen was unable to fight back in less than 2 minutes. He had been injured by Zhu Mietian. He could not hold on any longer. Long Xingchen, who was a quasi-heavenly master, could not hold on for more than 2 minutes in front of Zhu Mietian. Old man, how long can your old bones last? Zhu Mietian sneered in disdain. The arrogance in his bones grew stronger. He acted as if he was invincible. Grand Elder can't hold on any longer. What should we do? I can't believe that Zhu Mietian is so much more powerful than Grand Elder. They are both quasi-heavenly masters, but the difference is too big. This is too scary. He can't even defeat Zhu Mietian? Everyone exclaimed in shock, their faces full of confusion. Zhu Mietian's celestial dipper divine force has already reached a terrifying level. Moreover, he is able to unleash the full potential of the divine skill. His physical strength alone is enough to break the Great Elder's physical strength. Long Qinghan was extremely worried as he healed his injuries. There are only a handful of people who can unleash the full potential of the deity skill. Zhu Mietian is one of them, Long Nidian said. If Long Nidian was a genius among geniuses, then Zhu Mietian was a demon among geniuses, only Long Zun could be compared to him. Grand Elder can't hold on any longer. If this goes on, he will die in the hands of that bastard. Dragon God said anxiously. He wanted to help Zhu Mietian but was stopped by the three great guardians. Guardian Dragon God, you should worry about yourself. You are not Long Nidian. You don't have the indestructible golden body. You will die soon. Tenzhou said fiercely. He stared at Dragon God like a venomous snake. Dragon God could not be bothered with him. He looked at Long Xingchen worriedly. Long Xingyun and Long Yuan were the same. However, they could not help Zhu Mietian. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Zhu Mietian did not give Long Xingchen a chance to catch his breath. He continued to attack mercilessly. Every time they collided, the destructive ripples would cause the entire heaven region to tremble. The injured Long Xingchen became more and more frightened. He felt that his opponent was not of the same level as him but a heavenly master. This made him feel powerless. Old man, you should be proud that you can hold on for so long against me, Zhu Mietian said arrogantly. Blarg. Blarg, in less than 20 moves, Long Xingchen could not hold on any longer. He was hit hard by Zhu Mietian and spat out blood. Grand Elder. The dragon gods and those from the Divine Dragon Hall were panicking. They wanted to help but there was nothing they could do. That kid's aura has stopped increasing. First Sky Emperor. Did he just break through? Miezhu frowned again. He looked at Feng Wuchen, who was covered in blood. It seemed like a breakthrough, but it wasn't a breakthrough. It was a very strange feeling, but it was unsettling. Young Lord. Kill Long Xingchen. Don't give them a chance to make a comeback. Let the dragon gods know that our Temple of Celestial is not something they can deal with. Shangguan Tiando shouted excitedly. Young Lord. Kill Long Xingchen. Kill Feng Ying. Zhuge Mingjun and the other experts of the Celestial Worthy Temple shouted excitedly. She wasn't even this excited when she won a $10 million prize. Corpse Ancestor, use your corpse bugs to destroy them. Leave no one alive. On the other side, the heavily injured Zhuge Wuji suddenly shouted angrily. This was the best opportunity to eliminate the dragon gods. Junior sister. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster frowned and shouted. Fairy Yu Yan strummed the zither, and a bewitching melody spread out, locking onto the corpse ancestor. Humph. Petty tricks. The old man will not fall for it twice. Corpse ancestor said gloomily. His voice was hoarse and deep, and his old eyes were shining with cold killing intent. Corpse ancestor immediately sealed his hearing, and the bewitching melody had no effect at all. Bewitching melody? Zhu Mietian glanced at Fairy Yu Yan coldly. He was not affected by the bewitching melody at all, and he ignored Fairy Yu Yan's existence. Corpse ancestor clasped his hands together, and his lips moved as he silently chanted. Not long after, countless corpse insects swarmed the dragon spirit temple from all directions at the same time, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Corpse ancestor's corpse bugs were 100 times, 1,000 times scarier than the corpse emperor's corpse bugs. Gulp. Looking at the billions of corpse bugs, everyone in the dragon god temple was terrified to the extreme. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. There are too many corpse bugs, right? We can't deal with them. What should we do? It's over. We are dead. We can't even deal with the corpse emperor's corpse bugs, let alone the corpse ancestor's corpse bugs. This is too scary. Where did that old bastard get so many corpse bugs? Everyone in the dragon god temple fell into despair. They felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave, and they were extremely cold. Long Nidian and the other dragon gods experts who were recuperating in the dragon god temple square were extremely gloomy. They had not recovered much from their injuries, and corpse ancestor had already made his move. This undoubtedly foiled Long Nidian's plan. Master. Kill them. Kill them. The corpse emperor in midair let out a heart-wrenching scream as he roared crazily. If my disciple can't live, then everyone in the dragon god temple will die with him. Without Windshadow's true fire, no one can save you. Die. Corpse ancestor said. Ferociously. He did not hesitate to control the corpse bugs to pounce on everyone in the dragon god temple. At that moment, everyone in the Dragon God Temple was scared out of their wits. They were in complete despair. Roar. But just as everyone was in despair, a majestic and noble dragon roar sounded in the Dragon God Temple. Young Master. Alliance Master. The Dragon Gods and everyone in the Dragon God Temple were overjoyed. They felt as if they had returned to heaven from hell. This is. Corpse Ancestor's old face changed drastically. He immediately looked at Feng Wuchen. Zhu Mietian frowned slightly and also looked at Feng Wuchen. On the ground of the Dragon God Temple Square, a black fire dragon suddenly soared into the sky. Its terrifying aura was terrifying. A large number of corpse bugs retreated in fear like mice seeing a cat. The black dragon instantly transformed into dozens of small black dragons that shot out in all directions. Wherever they passed, the corpse bugs were mercilessly devoured, emitting a large amount of black smoke. In a few blinks of an eye, the corpse bugs had disappeared without a trace. They were either burned to death by the black fire or escaped. Buzz buzz. At the same time, high in the sky, an incomparably terrifying power spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. The domineering aura that broke through the sky and destroyed everything terrified everyone present. How is this possible? This is not the aura of a first-level celestial emperor. What kind of power is this? Zhu Mietian's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Long Xingchen and the rest also looked at him in shock and disbelief. An existence that surpasses God power. This is. Long Mietian's expression changed drastically. What Long Tianqiu said immediately appeared in his mind. This power is extraordinary. Could it be? Zhuge Wuji looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He seemed to have guessed something. It was obvious that Feng Wuchen had not just broken through. After a while, the blood that enveloped Feng Wuchen slowly dissipated. Feng Wuchen's lineup appeared before everyone's eyes. The blood-red eyes had disappeared. Feng Wuchen did not change. The only thing that changed was the mysterious and terrifying aura. This is God's domain. Zhu Mietian was stunned for a long time. He could not help but exclaim. End of chapter 1530. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.